Welcome to Emporia, Kansas, in the 2026 edition of the Lifetime Grand Prix here at Unbound Gravel, presented by Shimano. It's stop number 2 of the Lifetime Grand Prix series, and well, we've got a doozy on tap for you here today. 206 miles in the iconic Flint Hills of Kansas, and our early reports are that we're getting a little bit of mud out there on the course, so I'm sure that's going to be one of many things that factors in to how our day shakes out around here.
Good morning, Bill, Lauren. Good to be back here with you. Thanks for joining me here, and going to be an exciting day. This is out at the start here a little bit earlier. Lots of nerves. Boy, people are really worked up and excited, and one thing you can count on with Emporia and the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano, it's going to be memorable. No matter what happens, it's going to be an epic day. So got all the riders out here. We're getting ready to obviously to start the pro race. The elites will go off here at 5:55, the elite men, or 5:50, 6:05, followed by the elite women starting, and then the heart and soul of the event, our age groupers, all starting here, the 200 at 6:30 this morning.
So looking at some of these live shots right here, and Sophia is already probably checking the weather. We were up a lot last night talking about the XL riders that we got started yesterday afternoon, and there was already carnage with the weather. It was dry basically up until yesterday afternoon. Those storms came through last night, and I think it just wreaked havoc on that race. And hopefully the elite men and women today will have a fair shot at it. But I think we're going to be seeing some longer times, no record-breaking times this year, guys.
Yeah, early in the week, it was a lot of talk about dry, dusty conditions. So not sure that's going to play out today, but we shall see as our day unfolds out here in Emporia. Well, welcome to the studio here. I'm Bill Ellison, joined by Kimo Seymour and Lauren Hall. We're going to be bringing you all the action all day long. And, as we've been talking about, our XL, they kicked off yesterday afternoon about 3 o'clock. And, Lauren, you alluded to it. We already have some reports coming in around 40 miles in. Heather Jackson pulling out of the race, and we know she's a little bit maybe not on top of her game after that Cocodono run just a few weeks ago. And later last night, Pete Stetna ran into some issues as the rain began to fall in the race around Matfield Green area. And then woke up this morning to Ted King pulling out of the race. So several of the favorites that we talked about already out of the picture.
Yeah, it's looking at Heather Jackson, it was just like, wow, what can your body really do? And I think she found the end game for herself, and all smiles and all, just unfortunate for her. But, I do think she's going to live to fight another day, and just grateful and gracious to her fans following along. And if anybody's going to find where that end line is, it's going to be Heather. So it was just nice to see for her to give back to her community, social media community.
We got some early reports this morning. They got a pretty gnarly cell blew through the Florence area, which is the kind of the westernmost portion of the 350 course, the XL course, and so they dealt with some pretty tough conditions. About the worst time of the night, 2-3 in the morning. I think it was pretty rough out there. And counter a little bit of mud, and but they're still rolling, and we'll be seeing them come in here probably late morning.
All right, we are now going to take a minute to look at our Amazon Pharmacy race day status report. Going to check in on some of those athletes that had been injured and back here on the start line. Some notables: Keegan Swinson back to full strength after that broken pelvis earlier this season over in Spain, being endured. I'm sure he is going to be on a rager today, one of our past winners in 2023. Paige Onweller also back to full strength after coming back from kind of like PTSD at the end of the year, and then being stung by a bee right before a sea otter, and it just took her out of her game, took her out of the race. Carolyn Schiff, not one of our Lifetime Grand Prix athletes, but returning champion. Coming back after some health issues as well. And here we have Sophia Gomez-Vichafanier, always full form, ready to go. And a couple of folks that are not on the start line today. Griffin Hoppin, if you're out there, man, heal up. We've been following your story. he is out being hit by a car earlier this week. I mean, it was the day before he was going to fly, and that's just so unfortunate. And God bless that he's okay and on the trainer and on the mend. Also, Melissa Rollins not racing today, still recovering from that broken elbow. She will be here in the studio later today, which would be so great to have her. She's such a great person. I think she should take up a baking career once she retires. I don't know if y'all are following all of that. It looks delectable. So, unfortunate, but glad to have her in the booth with us later today. But for those that are healthy and here, Mads is my pick. I saw him on the start line. Looks great. I'm excited for today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. We're getting a nice shot of downtown Emporia there as all of our riders gathered on Commercial Street, just about 10, 12 minutes away from getting things underway. And so, earlier this week, the talk was the course conditions, as it always is here in Emporia. And, Lauren, you and I got into town on Tuesday, and, I know we had some of our staff was out riding the course, checking it out, and then Keegan, Matt Beers, and Alexi Vermeulen had gone out for a long ride around the course. And so all this intel coming back was just dusty conditions. The gravel was kind of like concrete out there, and it was going to be fast. And you and I got to drive the first 120 miles of the course. I think that was Thursday morning, and saw some muddy sections out there, but it was really kind of fast. And so we all started talking, could this possibly be the fastest edition for, both men and women out here? And I think even later yesterday, as we sent the XL off, those plumes of dust for the first 4, 5, 6 miles that we were following them on the way out of town. And just, how quickly the tide turns overnight, getting those reports of rain and riders crashing in the mud and these cells of weather coming through. And now all of a sudden, we're looking at, potentially comparing things to maybe 2023. I don't know if we're in 2015 territory yet,
right?
But certainly we might be in 2023 territory.
Do you think any mechanics had to get up in the middle of the night to change tires for some of these athletes? Because I was awake at whenever this thunderstorm came through, and I thought to myself, if I'm awake thinking about this, I wonder if the mechanics and the riders are up as well. Kimo, what do you think?
I heard some stories out there at the start line that there were some tires being switched late last night.
Oh, wow.
Some of the people were saying, if I'm going with 50s, 52s, if it's going to clog up, it doesn't matter if it's a 44 or a 52, you're going to clog up either way. There were definitely some tires that got switched last night. Also, just got a report from the start line here. Melissa Rollins is present. She is out there. Sounds like she is going to go ahead and roll across the start line. So that'll tell us that what Melissa's doing. For those of you that are familiar with the Lifetime Grand Prix, you have to start 5 out of the 6 events. At least start them. You don't necessarily have to finish all of them, but she was unable to start Sea Otter, as we all know, with that broken elbow that she sustained when she was down just before Cape Epic. Really unfortunate timing with that injury, but she'd been debating whether or not she was going to stay in the Grand Prix and roll across the start line. It sounds like she is, at least for today. She could still, choose to give up her slot. We had a conversation about it earlier in the week, and she was thinking about giving it up so a wild card athlete could get in. And I think she's still kind of on the fence, but we did get a report that she is down at the start line. So we'll be able to get her story when she stops into the studio a little bit later today. Be good to hear from Melissa, because she's just a great rider, great person, and great to have her part of the series this year. Yeah,
it's going to be it'll be pretty interesting to see. Melissa is one of those riders that she was very vocal that she wanted to do a big comeback. Let's talk about our points system and our Splainer and prize purse graphic. You can see how our points go for the top riders out there. First, 30 points. Second, at 28. Third, 26. Fourth, at 24. And fifth place, 22, all the way on down. The remaining places start to drop at 1 point per place when you get from 7th on down the line there, 7th through 25th place. So it's, as you alluded to, Kimo, very important for these riders to, at least start the race to try and garner those points. We're talking about our prize money, $590,000, the overall prize series purse. So there's $350 on the overall side, and the events have 240,000, and a few of the events, such as Unbound today, they have more daily money than some of the other events, $60,000 on the line out there for the riders today. So in total, we've got $590,000 for these riders vying for out here. So no secret why it makes the Lifetime Grand Prix the premier event here, and we get some of the top athletes from around the globe. We're coming up just about 10 minutes or so before our start time here. Everybody's kind of making those final adjustments to their equipment down there. Again, our men going to take off at 5:55, and still dry in town. We saw a little bit of lightning cracking, but I would imagine it's not going to be long until we get into the course. I know we've got that early section of the course, Chemo, that's kind of that hallmark D road, right? Right around the 10-mile mark. And there was some consideration potentially of doing a little bit of diversion on that section.
You know, we have diverted the course around that section in years past. In 2023, we made the decision to leave it in. Some people question our decision-making after that year, and there's been a lot of pressure to consider taking it out this year. It was really muddy after a pretty good storm Wednesday night, Thursday morning. A bunch of riders were going through there Thursday morning and, getting their bikes all clogged up with mud. And what I don't think it was at the level of what it was in 2023. We call it the Mud Marathon that year, and that was about a 3-mile section that a lot of the riders had to walk the course. We chose to leave it in this year. We'll see. We had the Jeep Club out there earlier this morning checking it out, but we think it's safe. But it's certainly going to be challenging if it got a little bit of rain last night. And that was a pretty good storm that blew through about 2:30 this morning. So we'll see what happens when they get there. It is about 10 miles in, runs from D Road, turns into 120, and then before they get to YY Road. But we have diverted around that in years past. This year we're gonna let them rip it.
I'm laughing because you said it was safe. It doesn't mean it's not muddy.
Right. It's a
boy.
very careful choice of words on that. But yeah, hopefully it's not too bad of a section here for the riders. We can look at our Ford Bronco there, going to lead things out here momentarily.
Looking at some of the guys on the start line, Alexi Vermeulen looking a little calm, having a yawn there. Saw Kobe Freeburn up there, Simon Pilot, last year's breakaway second place finisher. Some other hitters up there. We saw Cam Jones with that 32-inch wheel bike. What are we going to see with that?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question out here today on how well that handles some of these conditions.
Up there on that start line as well. Lachlan Morton, 2024 champion. I saw him in there in the pink. Brendan Johnston, current, I think he's Australian national gravel champion, I believe. Mads Wirtz Schmidt, who was my pick from the pre-race show. Saw him. He sports that jersey a little bit better than I did the other day. Good to see Toby Road back. Saw him in there. Toby was because of some visa issues was unable to start Sea Otter actually. So he's coming from behind. He's always a solid finisher in the Grand Prix. Had some great results the last couple years. Won Big Sugar a couple years ago to earn his way into the Grand Prix, and he's had some solid results. I see Braden Lang there, our current U.S. gravel national champion, on the start line, and also current leader of the Lifetime Grand Prix after winning the Sea Otter gravel first event in the series this year. Matt Beers coming off another win down in South Africa at Cape Epic. Another, again, fan favorite. Simone Pelot. Got it right this time. Simone Pelot joined us in the studio the other day for the lead out, and second overall last year in the Grand Prix, second overall here with Cam Jones after a 155-mile breakaway they rode together last year to the finish and made that breakaway stick.
All right, well, getting more scenes. Well, there goes our riders. They are officially off and running. And you can see our lead vehicle powered by the Bronco Wild Fund, powered by the Ford Motor Company, helping protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the Flint Hills of Kansas. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. You can learn more at BroncoWildFund.com.
A little bit different start here than at Sea Otter. Sea Otter was basically go from the gun, but this will be a 3-mile neutral rollout for these guys just to get them safely out of town. Hopefully get some of those pre-race jitters, have those conversations while you're following the moto and following the Bronco. This is where you can kind of cut loose just a little bit.
A little bit of a unique start this year. We're trying something different. We're the route's actually starting to the north, even though the course is to the south. We actually take them north on Commercial Street. They're going to hang a left, another left. They'll head back south, but we've got a way to get them out of town. For some of you that have longtime fans of Unbound Gravel, you know that when we start south, we immediately hit some railroad tracks. And so taking a new route here this year that's going to take them out of town in a way that will avoid those railroad tracks and hopefully the potential delays. We've had years where we've started the race and 30 seconds into the race we've got a dead stop because of a train. So here's some of the notable athletes that we'll be looking out for today. Cam Jones, as we mentioned, 2025 Unbound champion and 2025 overall Lifetime Grand Prix champion. Simon Pelot, that I'd mentioned a little bit earlier, I saw him right there on the start line. He second last year at Unbound and ended up second in the Grand Prix overall. Braden Lang, once again coming off that win at Sea Otter Classic. And in a sprint with former 3-time champion of the Grand Prix, Keegan Swenson. Really exciting finish there at Sea Otter this year. It was really fun to watch. Again, Mads Word Schmidt coming off the Traka 360 win just a few weeks ago. Been having just a really solid season. I think one of the overall favorites for the event today. Keegan Swenson, I mentioned, 3-time champion, current Leadville record holder as well. Keegan's really put together a string of phenomenal, winning the first 3 editions of the Lifetime Grand Prix, and just such a consistent performer. Had a little bit of bad luck the last couple years, but 2023 he was also the 2023 Unbound champion as well. Currently sitting second in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Alexei Vermeulen, we talked about him a little bit earlier. Again, another fan favorite. Won Big Sugar in 2024. Won Schwamigan in 2025. Roman Bardet coming off the world tour. We hear he's giving, the story I'm hearing, he's just going to spend 1 year, he says, out, doing gravel racing, and then going to spend some time. And funny thing, yesterday we had a kids crit out here. His 5-year-old son won the 5- and 6-year-old division of the kids crit, and by the way, he was clipped in.
Of course he was.
5-year-old, that's amazing.
Of course he was, and then Matt Beers, currently 4th in the Grand Prix, another, just always a solid performer. Again, coming off that, I think his 3rd or 4th win, I believe, at Cape Epic this year. So 4th year.
4th win down there.
Yep. 2nd overall in the 2024 Lifetime Grand Prix, and 5th overall in the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix.
Well, continuing to watch our men roll out of town. Remember, about a 3.3-mile rollout or so. They'll cross over south and then pretty much get right onto the gravel that first 9 miles or so. Generally, it's kind of normal 2-track gravel. We'll see how chewed up that gets. Pretty flat in the opening section, so not going to be facing any climbs here for a little while, as the camaraderie is still pretty high here as our riders continue to just roll out of town, as the sun slowly starting to come up here in Emporia. You can obviously see some clouds there, but there's a few breaks in the clouds. I don't know that the rain has necessarily gotten right around the area.
Looking at our women's call-ups right here. A couple of folks that we are keying in on right now. We're going to have Carolyn Schiff, our 2023 Unbound champion. We'll also have Cecile Lejeune on that front line. 5th here at Unbound last year. Kind of a breakout race for her. Signing with that Trek Driftless team. Look like Paige Onweller and Alexis Scarta are relaxed and ready to go. Leah Vanderlinden right beside Paige right there. Laurel Quinones beside Leah. Haley Smith, one of our MAP athletes, definitely having a chance to perform here today. Other notables, Lauren Stevens, our current gravel national champion. We'll see her in that kit today, and the controversial earpiece. See what they'll have to say on those earpiece. Is King, a fan favorite.
Always.
All smiles, coming back to racing after having her sweet little baby. Rosa Closer, she was my pick for today. Former winner. Last year, she still battled it out after a crash. She had a flat. She got off course. Like, come on. And she still went for the sprint finish. Like, she's my pick, guys. I can't help it. Cecily Decker, again, such a hitter. I want her to have such a great race as well. Second here at Unbound last year. Haley Preen, currently 4th in the Lifetime Grand Prix standings. Caro Migone, who we had in the studio yesterday, couldn't have been a nicer individual off the bike, but I bet she is a killer on the bike, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
She was first here in 2025. And Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, we have to talk about her. She's currently leading the Lifetime Grand Prix Series. She's won the series in the past. She's won Unbound. She's here to win this race. Man, and I wonder what earrings she's wearing, because when she's wearing the knives or the hatchets or whatever, that is a telltale sign that she is out here for blood.
Yeah, it's like a little subliminal message, right? Doesn't say a word.
It's a flex.
Yeah, it's absolutely
that is a flex
out there. As we see our women getting themselves queued up. So they've got a little under 10 minutes. Remember, they're going to go at 6:05. So giving our men a 15-minute head start there before we get our elite women up and running. So they've got a little bit of time as they start to fill into the front there behind all of our call-ups. A pretty deep field of riders out there this year. And, I'm sure we've got some riders out there that we haven't really talked about just yet that maybe aren't part of the Grand Prix that could factor into things out there. So we'll be keeping tabs on those riders as well.
Saw Haley Smith there on that front line, and you mentioned her in your call-ups, and one of the notables. Haley's actually competing for a wild card spot this year, and she's had some health issues the last couple of years. She's our 2022 Lifetime Grand Prix champion, actually. So she's been at the top, but then she's also seen some lows here the last couple of years with some health issues. But hearing that she's back, she's fully healthy, and she's racing good this year, hoping she has a good day today. But she's hoping to get one of those wild card slots this year and be part of the Grand Prix the rest of the year.
Yeah, G. Sure is another one of the riders on the start that we talked about as a favorite. She's been second here before a couple years ago. She was second at the Traca in 2024 as well, and just such a strong, dominating presence when she races over here. So she's another rider that we'll be kind of watching her, especially as things potentially get a little bit muddy out there.
We got one notable you won't see on the start line today, but you are going to see a lot of her today. Second in the 2020 in the inaugural 2022 Lifetime Grand Prix, Sarah Sturm. And Sarah's going to be joining us from the field, doing a little bit of commentating out there, and then she'll join us in the studio. Hopefully, at the end of the day, give us a little insight on what she saw happening out there. But she's about 7 months pregnant, and so she's been gracious enough to join us here She was with us at the Sea Otter Classic, and she's helping us out here again today. She's probably got a lot tougher job than the three of us. She's going to be out there in the heat, running around all day, trying to catch up with all the action out there and get a little field reporting back to us. So hopefully we'll get some good insights from Sturmy, and we'll look forward to seeing her in the studio towards the end of the day.
Yeah, she's always a fun one to have. She adds a whole lot of color to what we're doing
right
here.
She's been such a joy to work with.
Oh, she's wonderful, just unfiltered and great perspective, right? Because she's been involved in the Grand Prix for so long, and she's been a top rider for so long, so she helps bring some pretty great insights into our coverage. So yeah, we'll welcome having Sarah in there as we see our men still in that neutral rollout, so still obviously not quite past that 3-mile section. Ian Lopez de San Roman, one of the Modern Adventure pro cycling team riders up there in the front row. This is he's doing a small off-road schedule this year. He's got his teammate Robin Carpenter, those two riders out here to take in a little bit of Unbound. I'm sure Robin at the least was hoping for slightly drier conditions.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's going through his head right now, but Ian's obviously been here with us before.
Also, I'm just noticing, pack, no pack. What are, on the backs of these athletes, what are the choices? Because this year we have 3 aid stops versus 2 from last year. And what is that race advantage or disadvantage, or, what are the tactics going to be as far as like nutrition? Because a lot of times we talk about this race as a eating race as well. So just curious to see how this race plays out along those lines of the checkpoints for them and aid stops and what they decide to pick up or drop off.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a big story as it unfolds, as you alluded to, right? With the 200 miles, obviously longer than any of the other races in our Grand Prix, it heavily relies on fuel out there. So, yeah, riders going to have to make some smart choices. Getting our eyes again on our Ford Bronco there, getting ready to lead our women out in just a few moments. A reminder that the Ford Bronco Wild Fund is built on a deep respect for public lands, preservation, stewardship, and trail access, and helps keep the wild places that fuel the sport open and rideable for everyone. I'll tell you, they're all smiles on the start right now. You wonder how quickly that's going to fade when they, after they make that left-hand turn off of the main drag there and point themselves directly into the gravel. The speed's going to pick up pretty quick behind that motor, and I think all the camaraderie is going to be put on the shelf for the next 10 or 11 hours. Last year we had record times for both the men and the women out here. I think we're right around that 8 hour and change for the men, and just around 10 or so for the women. I don't think we're going to be seeing those records fall. We were actually scanning through results to see what 2023 looked like a few years ago, because I think that year had enough mud to slow things down. I think so far what we're feeling like is the comparison is going to be potentially pretty close to that. So you suspect the times might be a little bit slower than what we've seen.
I don't know. After being out, I got out to see the course here a couple weeks ago, saw the whole 200 mile. I know the two of you got out to see about 125 of it this week. And, the big difference is this course only has about 9,000 feet of climbing. Typically, I think last year, we were closer to between 11 and 12,000 feet of climbing. So a lot less climbing, but you also get a lot more exposure out here on this south course. So definitely can be windy. We're expecting some pretty good winds coming out of the southeast today. So they're going to fight a headwind getting down to Madison, that first feed zone. One of the changes we made this year as well is we added another feed zone. It was a request for that we had from a lot of the athletes. We've only had 2 the last couple years. We went to 3. So they're going to have a good headwind heading all the way to Madison, and then they're going to turn west, work their way over to Matfield Green, where they find their crews for the second stop. They'll have a really good tailwind going west and then north all the way to Council Grove. But then that last 70 miles, they're going to pretty much be turning back into that headwind, and it's going to be that's when it's going to be the strongest. So you can see we're still rolling with the neutral start. I think we're about to turn them loose. They're going to go across a bridge here, so heading south out of town. The lead of the men's race here, they're climbing that bridge. They're going to drop down. They're going to make a right-hand turn just about a quarter mile south of this bridge that they're going over right now. And once they hit that gravel, it's going to be they're going to get turned loose, and it's going to be game on. So you're going to see them start jockeying for position now, and it's going to start to get quick. The women's race should be kicking off here in just a minute. We're about to see them roll out, and they'll have it looks like about 12, 14 minutes worth of neutral to get out to where they hit that first gravel where the men are about to hit right now.
And Kima, to your point of talking about the wind, and a lot of the panel yesterday, we were talking about team tactics and how does that play. And if you're not in good position once you start turning west and then back north, there's enough road and exposure out there that you'll definitely get caught out. If you think you're just going to ride around in the group and get drafted along, no way.
Yeah.
It is.
We kept noting how the wind is so flat and so wide open that, just on the south side as they're getting out of town there, that the wind just absolutely blowing through those fields.
Yes.
And the trick is you're heading kind of one general direction, but it's a lot of lefts and rights. And so you're getting the wind kind of whacking you on both sides from every direction on the way out. So, it's definitely going to be a battle, especially because when they get to those first MMR sections around mile 15, that's going to be very decisive. So it's really going to be a bit of a drag race. So our women seem like they're now into that final countdown here. You see the riders looking over toward the stage. And just like that, our women are underway. So they're going to be led out of town by our Ford Bronco here through the streets of Emporia. And round number 2 of the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix for the women officially underway. Once again, they'll get that same 3.5 mile neutral or so on the way out of town. So no one in too big of a hurry as our Ford Bronco again in place, getting them on out of town. A reminder that the Ford Bronco Wild Fund is built on a deep respect for the public land. So happy to have him on board here, leading all of our fields out of town.
We'll get a total count here on how many females we had start. We had 100. Looks like we had about 115 in the men's elite category roll across the start line. I know we had a number of no-shows and people that were planning on being here. You mentioned one earlier, I think Griffin Hoppin, one of our. I think he's one of the fan favorites again. That I think just this last week had an accident, hit by a car. Broken elbow, I think is what we're hearing. Yeah, unfortunately for Griffin. So he was one of the elite men that wasn't able to start. Our U23 winner from last year earned his way into the Lifetime Grand Prix. Looks like 62 women rolled across the start line. So 152 elite men and 62 elite women out on course.
So our men there already getting down to business. A few riders on this opening section of gravel trying to stretch things out a little bit. They know that they want to try and get a little bit of advantage there before they get into the deeper stuff.
I did want to note that Mads Schmidt is going to be in a different colored kit. He's in that European Championship champion jersey. So it's a white kit, blue stripes, but he is on the specialized team, the red on red team with Matt Beers and Keegan Swinson. And they also have a quasi teammate in Emil Hartzog, and Emil is on the Bora Hansgrohe World Tour team. And he's here, young kid, 21 years old. I think he's here to have a little fun and see what this gravel stuff is all about, as we're seeing a lot of the World Tour guys give it a little nibble and see what they think about it. These guys are already, Bill, they're giving her.
Yeah, they're giving it a good stick. You can see these guys at the front. The field's still rolling along pretty well, so I don't think anyone's going too far just yet as these 4 or 5 riders trying to get something going. You see that little bit of a dust plume there, so still pretty dry here just on the outskirts of Emporia. But I imagine if we flip that camera and see the rider's view, they might see some darker clouds out there on the horizons. They're just coming up to swing a right-hander here.
It's got to be a bit of a sigh of relief to see the sun come up and not just ominous clouds in the horizon.
It's such a game changer mentally when you wake up into those conditions and you know that you're facing 200 miles and potentially that goes from 8 hours to, well, now maybe I'm looking at 10 hours out there on the bike, and that, I mean, that alone is such a game changer in the term of the food and the nutrition that you got to take in when you're out there for that much longer. You know
the roads are going to be muddy, right? And you've resigned to that. You've prepped all your gear and your tires and whatnot. And but yeah, to wake up to sunshine and dry roads to get started, like, definitely is a boost.
Even if it gets, a little bit poor conditions later, you've started off in that good mindset, so you're in a good spot. As a couple riders getting a little bit of an advantage here, still not a whole lot to speak of yet on the men. So, yeah, I mean, we see a lot of the other races in this series, they start off incredibly aggressive, right? Because the longest races aside of Unbound, 100 miles, right? It's about roughly 100 at Sea Otter. It's 100 down at Big Sugar at the end of the season. But this is the one that's the longest, and I don't think anybody is in too big of a hurry quite yet to get started.
Looking at some of our notable women out here today, we got Sofia Gomez Vichafanye. I imagine we're going to be talking a lot about her today. She's our current 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix leader. Winner here at Unbound in 2022, third in Unbound last year. Caro Migone, who we had in the studio yesterday, just the petite, nicest killer on the bike, currently sitting third in the Lifetime Grand Prix, and she is first in Unbound in 2025. Also a Traca winner, 360 champion twice. Cecily Decker, someone we saw strike out in that breakaway last year, and I'm sure we'll revert back to last year's tactics a little bit and hopefully see her at the front of the race today. Second in Unbound last year. Rosa Closer, my pick for this year, 2024 Unbound champion when we had the women's only start for the first time. She was fourth here last year in that field sprint. She's currently sitting 5th in the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix Series. We haven't mentioned yet Larissa Hartog. She was up for a sprint against Lorena Wiebes just a couple of weeks ago and gave Lorena a fair shot at that race. So that's going to be pretty exciting to see how she shakes out today. She was second at the Traca 200 this year. She's currently sitting top 3 in the UCI Gravel World Series. Lauren DiCrescenzo, again, someone we either see her off the front or off the back. This lady does not have quit in her body. She was on the athlete panel yesterday, pretty comical individual. She's done a lot of training in Santa Fe with Cecily Decker and Alexis Scarta. So we'll see if there's not some sort of alliance there, talking about how much money is on the line out there today. G. Schewers, Bill, you were talking about her earlier, and again, she's Sophia's teammate here, so, how will that play out? Will they be teammates or competitors, and kind of see what shakes out there? She was second in Unbound in 2024. Sarah Lang, someone else that we haven't quite mentioned, just a fighter. Man, she has a lot of fight in her. We saw her being very active at Sea Otter this past year. Just last month. Lauren Stevens, our current gravel national champion, controversial with the earpiece. I'm sure we'll talk about it more today. I don't really know who she'd be talking to today. I don't know if she has any teammates out there. Or
right, yeah. Interesting
and
choice.
Nicole Frayne, 2026 Rattle Gravel champion and multiple UCI wins. And that was Sarah's dark horse pick. So it'll be interesting to see how she races here today.
Yeah, Nicole was my dark horse pick as well. She put on a pretty stunning performance down at Rattle Gravel. I was fortunate enough to be able to be there and see that. And, she put a couple minutes into Melissa Rollins in that race. She beat Tiffany Cromwell by 5 or 6 minutes. And so she really put on a show down at Rattle Gravel. I think she is one of the strongest ones in the field here. So she was my dark horse pick for the women's field today.
Our women still in their neutral section here on the course. Again, it took our men, maybe 15 minutes or so to get across that 3.3 miles. So everyone still packed together as they make their way out of town to the course proper. Remember last year we had an early break, one of our riders getting away pretty early on in the 2025 edition. I think that was Gabby Traxler actually was away for a large part of the early portion of the race, about 50 miles or so. And Gabby's early break kind of set the stage for that chase group that came up to her and really defined the rest of the race. So we'll see if we see a similar scenario play out here today.
Yeah, Gabby is a former road racer and spent a lot of time with her in Tucson, Arizona a couple of years ago. She's quite evolved into such a phenomenal gravel racer. And like you're talking about, Bill, is basically those 3 riders got away, Caro and Cecily Decker and Lauren Stevens. And I think it was that last aid stop, and everyone was together through the aid stop. They came through, and then there was just this slow riser, and it spit Lauren out the back, Caro off the front, and Cecily Decker just in no man's land. And then it was just the ones just coming to the line. It was, oh man, just by that point in the race, it's just brutal, and you got to feel for them a bit of some good racing out there.
Yeah, it was great racing. That was definitely a tough finale for those riders, just kind of out there on their own for the last hour or so each, or 2 hours rather, in the women's side of things. Of course, in the men's race, I mean, everybody remembers that one just as much as the women's race, with probably around 45 miles into the race, where we had Cam Jones and Simone Pelot go off the front. And just like that, we had a 2-man race that was very reminiscent of a couple of years ago when Chad Haga and Lachlan Morton did a similar thing around the 75 or 80 mile marker. But so now back with our men's race here, and 2 riders getting a little bit of a gap now, and actually a pretty healthy gap. Can't see anybody else in the distance. Still, again, on pretty dry, fast roads as these riders are, there you can see the field just back there, so probably about 30 seconds or so behind for these 2 riders, about 25 minutes in as they get across that set of railroad tracks on one of these stretches of road that making their way towards that very first MMR section. That's going to be right around the 12-mile mark or so, the base of the Towers Climb.
We're looking at, I think this is Connor Sens here off the front, and it's, let's see if we can't get a number on that second rider. To me, it looks like John Borstelman, but and that might be in that purple jersey there, purple helmet. But we'll see if we can't get numbers on both of these riders. I wanted to go back and talk a little bit about Cecily Decker. You mentioned her a little bit earlier. She had a phenomenal year last year, second here last year, and also second in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Comes to us out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Big, used to be a U.S. ski team racer, actually. So Cecily's she kept coming off a great year, and we're going to go take a look at the course map here.
Welcome back to Emporia, Kansas and the Flint Hills for stop number 2 of the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix, Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Our course starts with 3 miles of neutral riding before the athletes hit the first gravel section of the day, but it's not until mile 16, YY Road, where they'll face the first NMR section, including the Towers Climb. From there, it's on toward Madison High School and feed zone number 1 of 3. Beyond that, more Flint Hills NMR awaits on our way to Texaco Hill at mile 60, a famous stop on the course. Beyond that, we'll wind through the Flint Hills Tall Grass Prairie Preserve as we make our way towards feed zone 2 at Cassaday. Sharps Creek Road awaits at mile 103. That's going to serve up 10 miles of winding, rolling terrain not seen since 2015. Beyond that, we've got another 1 mile NMR section brand new. That's going to be W Road. Up next, the third and final feed of the day outside of Council Grove. And then it's on to DD Road, 3 miles of some of the most challenging MMR that runs us all the way towards Cahola Lake. That section, possibly the toughest 10-mile stretch that our athletes are going to face. Beyond Cahola Lake, they're on to Americus, where it's largely flat for the final 15 or so miles back into Emporia, with only the Highland Hill climb as the final obstacle before the athletes finish up 206 grueling miles. We're going to look at our women as they're making their way out of Town Hill. Here, the helicopter high above. I believe we've got our man Melly. He's in the helicopter this morning, right?
We got Melly in the heli.
Melly in the heli, enjoying the view up there.
Mike Melly, our VP of operations, so he kind of leads the operations of all of our events across the country and does an amazing job. He has an amazing team. All the race directors and operations people, athlete services, everybody that you see that makes these races come to life. That's all underneath Melly's guidance and leadership, and he's we've kind of committed him to being up in the heli, kind of being the director for the cameraman and the pilot today to make sure we get some great views of the race as it goes down throughout the day today.
When you see Melly walking around, I mean, I can't imagine how many steps he gets at these events because he's full gas everywhere he goes. He's got like this tactical gear on at every like zip ties and radios, and he's always got his headset on. Like the guy goes full gas all the time. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, he does a good job. He's a man of many talents out there. As we see our leaders there, Borstelman in the pink along with Connor Sens. Borstelman, a rider who, he's been doing a lot of these races. He was off the front for quite a while 2 years ago, I think, at Big Sugar. Spent a lot of, and he had actually been one of my picks back then because, a race like Big Sugar really suits a rider of Borstelman's style, kind of a bigger guy. And he's got a great road background as well. He's won stages of tours in Central and South America over the years. He spends a lot of the later fall and winter months getting on composite teams to go down and do these stage races in Chile, Uruguay, and Argentina, and so on, and has some phenomenal rides down there. So he's an amazingly well-rounded rider with a big engine, and this is kind of how he races, right? This is just his style to go hard and go early.
And we saw that. He was in the break at Levi's Grand Fondo, so, on good form. This guy likes to take the race by the reins and take it himself, and not afraid to go ahead and step out super early we're 30 minutes into the race with these guys. And he's like, I'll go up the road with you. John, Connor, again, he's an former Australian national champ, and he was 9th at Greylock. So, these are some hitters off the front.
Yeah, there's a couple of good riders ready to go up there. All right, we'd like to talk thanks to the Bronco Wild Fund, powered by the Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the Flint Hills here of Kansas. A portion of the profits from every
Along came a glacier and turned a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, what will you do in your lifetime?
So here we are back on the front of the race. We are,
Support for today's broadcast brought to you by Continental. Also, the Ford Bronco Wild Fund, powered by the Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the Flint Hills of Kansas. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. If you want to learn more, check out BroncoWildFund.com.
All right, looks like we're back on the front of the women's race, and looks like they're a little more civilized than the men. Nobody taking a flyer here, going off the front. They're all staying together. We're getting ready for the start, what I call the heart and soul of the race. It's our 200 age group participants. We're going to see them getting ready to roll here in about 6 minutes. It's going to be an exciting day for we're expecting about 1,600 riders to take to the start line in the 200 here.
That's so great. And that's what in the athlete panel yesterday, they were basically, one of the questions I had was, what do you athletes want to see that doesn't ever change in gravel? And Alexi was the first one, and Toby both said, the people. This is what it's about, right? They want to race the same course. They want to come out here and have such an experience. They've been training for this one specific thing. This is very important to a lot of people.
It really is. And what makes this race and a lot of these events so unique is that, like I said, 1,600 age groupers that, everyday normal humans that just want to get out and accomplish something, big for themselves, whether it's for health, or whether it's for, just part of their lifestyle and what we do at Lifetime, helping people live healthier, happier lives. Mm-hmm. They're out there. They've all got a good reason for why they want to be out here, but they get to race with some of the best, most elite riders in the world, starting on the exact same course. They're going to follow them out there. They're going to run into them, a lot of them out there, and they're going to end up riding with some of them
Yeah.
out there. And that's kind of what makes what we do here at Lifetime Unbound Gravel so unique, that the age groupers and everyday athletes get to ride with some of the best, most elite riders in the world. Really makes it kind of special.
Sure.
One of the most fun parts of the day here when we're done in the studio is I'll take a little break and I go out to the stage towards the latter part of the afternoon and the evening, and it's such a rush to watch all those athletes starting to filter their way back into town and seeing these folks that, they're your typical office workers or 9 to 5. They've got families. They've got all these other responsibilities. And the bike is just a means of stress relief, fun, and trying to keep a little bit of fitness in the midst of their daily grind of life. And watching them get across the finish line is kind of this wild experience, right?
bad,
Like,
yeah.
there's a lot of emotion from a
Yes.
lot of people, and you can't help but have that emotion kind of take you over as well, watching
Yeah.
these folks. And
It's inspiring.
Yeah, unbelievably so. And I kind of love that portion of the latter part of the afternoon here.
Bill and I were in the coffee line yesterday, Ever the athlete looking for that afternoon coffee, and we met a couple from North Carolina. She was doing the 200, he was doing the 100, and yesterday after the panel, another group of friends of mine from Longmont, Colorado, again, one's doing the 100 and one's doing the 200, so they can have their own day and then, come back together and have the experience and share that experience with one another, at the end of the day over a beer.
Looking at the front of our men's field right now, and they're just rolling along. We're assuming our two leaders, Connor Sens and John Borstelman.
That's a women's, bud.
Still,
yeah,
that's my bad.
No, sorry. We've got a
Yeah.
lot going on here in the studio,
Yeah.
and I think that's Michaela Thompson right on the front. And,
You're right. The young girl out of Durango. Great ride at Leadville a couple years ago.
Yeah, and
Get
it's
herself
not that like you're talking. There's not an effort going full gas or anything like that. They're just getting settled into their day.
Yeah, so Michaela Thompson, she found her way onto the podium, I think, 2 years ago at Leadville. Had a phenomenal ride up there out of Durango. Young rider going to Fort Lewis, and just one of many riders out of that neck of the woods that has kind of popped on the radar. So great to see her kind of setting the tempo as they make their way out of town. I'll tell you what, looking at those skies ahead, things look pretty nice so far, as getting a nice shot of the entire pro women's field here as they make their way on out.
Here we go, guys.
Oh, boy.
Here we have the men coming on that D road that we
Yeah.
talked about, and this is the epic mud year of 2023, what we call the mud marathon. You can see it definitely got a little bit of moisture last night, but it's nothing like what they went through in 2023. So they've made it over D road. They're on to 120, headed to YY, and this is where it just got really ugly a couple years ago. People were spread out all over the place,
Little
and
kerfuffle there on the left.
Bottlenecking, yeah.
a little bit of bottleneck. It's a short climb, but it doesn't look like it's the sticky, muddy, real, complete mess that we had a couple years ago, where they were all, walking in the grass and up by the fence and doing everything they could to get, to stay away from the mud. It's looks like it's packed in pretty nicely, and they might be picking up a little bit, but nothing like what we've seen in the past in this section of the course. So it's a good sign for them.
Yeah,
this
it's
morning.
not looking too bad at all. Looking like the riders still good traction out there as they make their way up over that little ridge, and you can just tell by the surface that it's not all rutted in. It's almost like maybe that top half inch is kind of packed a little bit with a little grease on top. as
Says
they,
the
roll
group
through.
is sitting in the studio.
Yeah, no, I know, right? We have lots of conjecture from our climate-controlled environment here.
But the tricky bit is if you're not on the front or off the back, you don't get to pick your line. And I think that's kind of what you're seeing. Like you guys are saying, there are the 2-track ruts and whatnot. But if you get a little off, it's soft over there and also in the crown of the road. So, that can get a little dicey and you'll just start bumping off of your compatriots in the peloton, as we call. But, you can kind of see them 2 by 2 wanting to stay in that smooth tire track of whatever vehicle was in front of them.
Yeah, and remember when we were out there driving the course, you've got those tire tracks, and then not too far to the right or the left of either side, there's not a lot of drop off, but it's heavier, right? It's like a little bit of heavier gravel, and you're definitely going to lose a little bit of control if you go into that. And it's just that sight line, right? You want to see where you're putting the wheels. It's not like you're riding on pavement where it's, you can kind of trust being in the middle of the group and you're not necessarily worried because what the surface is underneath you. You have no idea what you're looking at with this surface. It just changes from a little rocky and rutted to slippery and all that. So you can see some of these riders at the back are actually, they're not in trouble. I don't think they're just giving themselves a little bit of daylight there to be able to see what's going on as they navigate this left-hand turn. Well, now we're back to the start line. These are our age groupers that we were talking about, and thousands of riders in this 200 age grouper. And I think if our camera stays put, we'll probably get about a good 90 seconds of riders filtering through the start line. So, yeah, the heart and soul here of what the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano is really all about.
We'll see if we can't get a count of how many athletes started here in the age group 200-mile event. And there's a lot of anticipation. I mentioned I was down at the start earlier today. A lot of nerves with the pros at the start line. Just as many nerves and just as much excitement for all these age groupers that are out here. That they're just out here to accomplish something really, really cool and something big. And for a lot of these athletes, this will be one of their the biggest accomplishments of their life. And I will tell you, some of that anxiety. They all talk about that 2023. They all talk about that 2023 mud year. And we just saw that section that looks like it's going to be okay. So we're going to take a look at one of our athletes that's going to be starting, bringing up the rear of the race for us this year. Yuri Oswald, past champion, 2015 champion, one of those big mud years. We're going to see a little bit about what Yuri's doing here to raise some money for the Lifetime Foundation in the Chase the Race.
I'm Yuri Oswald. I won Unbound in 2015, and I swore I would never do the 200 again. But here I am, towing the line for my 7th 200 attempt. But I'm going to be starting dead last for a good reason. This year, I'm riding for the Lifetime Foundation to raise money for a local bike park that will be built here in Emporia, Kansas. You can donate a flat amount, or you can gamify it and donate a per rider passed amount. As a former elementary school teacher who has seen the power of movement in youth, knowing that this bike park will benefit kids is super impactful to me, because movement makes all of us better humans. And the more we get kids moving in this world, the better off we'll be. And now I have a really big purpose behind my pedal strokes, and that's really motivating me to be my best self when I tow the line on Saturday to catch as many folks as I can.
So excited to have Yuri out here racing for the Lifetime Foundation. And again, he is going to start dead last. And we'll be taking donations for either way. You can fixed amount if you'd like, or if you'd like to donate on a per rider basis, how many he passes. And we're gambling that he will probably pass somewhere between 1,200 and 1,400 riders today. Even at his age, he is still strong, fast, and with a course like this, he's gonna catch a number of those riders. So what he's doing for the Lifetime Foundation, and what we do at the Lifetime Foundation, is we really we're focused on what we call healthy people and healthy planet. On the healthy people side, we help with school lunch programs across the country, trying to feed kids healthier school lunches, and then also through movement and things like building the bike park here, creating opportunities for kids to learn how to move, put their cell phones down, get out, play, be with their friends, and be healthy through movement and how they eat school lunches. And then Healthy Planet. We invest in a number of different Healthy Planet initiatives, land conservation type tree planting initiatives, microforests in inner city with some of our school partners. And so we do some really neat stuff with the Lifetime Foundation. So we're really excited to have Yuri out there raising money for us, and particularly for this bike park here in Emporia, which will be such an important feature of this community going forward.
As we're watching all of our age groupers roll out of town, more riders than we had last year. So again, we're looking at record numbers. All 50 states once again represented here in Emporia. Last year, about 40 countries represented. This year, 57
Love that.
countries. Absolutely. What an uptick in representation from so many different areas out there around the world. It's so wonderful to see, and that's another great thing later in the day, walking around when folks are finished up and getting the ability to chat with folks from literally all over the globe out there and get their perspective on what we've got here in the Flint Hills.
Some of our first attacks in the women's field coming up the left side of that road. We'll get a pin on that number if she gets off the front there.
And there we've got a shot of Yuri taking off here behind the last starters of the 200. And he is off. And then back to our lead women. It looks like we've got 2 women here. First attack of the day.
A couple riders down.
Yeah,
A couple riders down. Peta Mullins
Peta
is
Mullins.
in that crash there,
That's
unfortunately.
rough. And she was talking about not coming back after having such a bad experience here the last time. So unfortunate to see Peta, one of our strong competitors from Australia, getting herself back going again.
And that's Stella Hobbs
Yeah,
also
yeah.
off the back right there.
That's
Some
a tough
really
one.
strong women. I bet they're going to make it back. But, Peta just on that brand new Live bike that they had just released yesterday, like this pink, I don't know, she called it the Barbie photo shoot. But, I mean, it totally stands out. I love the pink. We'll see if these 2 women can't get back to this group.
Yeah, I think we're early enough in the race, and no one was coming out. A couple of riders getting things going on the front. You can see the field.
This is
Just
going to be
letting them
Emma
sit out
Langley
there.
and Laurel Quinones off the front, Bill.
Yeah, Emma Langley's she's had a great run so far. They're driving to face Quinones, taking a look back, trying to see what's going on. Brave souls getting off the front this early in the race.
Look at Emma's ear. What does she have on?
Yeah,
She's got the Lauren Stevens earpiece.
She's got the earpiece.
So again, they aren't necessarily teammates. Well, I guess maybe they both ride Ventum. So
a little bit of a alliance, I guess, more than teammates. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. I kind of figured it was going to pop at some point out here. Still getting a good look at the faces there. So these 2, Quinones and Langley, pretty committed to this. We'll see, get a look back, see where the field is. Getting a little bit of daylight there. So they're making their way down. They should be getting their spot towards that D road section here coming up pretty soon. So they'll be staring down that first mud section in just a little bit as Quinones driving the pace there on the front on that BMC bike. One of these many long drags that we're going to be treated to throughout the day here in the Flint Hills. So many of these sections have wonderful vistas to it, great views. You can just see forever across these prairies here as they make their way up. It's one of the first climbs of the day, and none of these climbs really necessarily that long out here on the course. I think Texaco Road might be really the longest climb. That's going to come a little bit later around mile 62, but most of these climbs relatively short, quarter mile, maybe a half mile, but
This is that first climb of the day, Bill. This is that D road that we talk about, the infamous, again, back to the infamous mud year. We saw the men make it through. Once they roll over this first climb, there's going to be a pretty fast descent, and they'll make that right-hand turn, and that's where they'll hit that minimum, what we call minimum maintenance roads. You're going to hear us talk about that a lot throughout the day. The minimum maintenance roads, probably 1 to 2% of the total course, but about 95% of where things can go wrong.
Right, the action happens.
Yeah, and as we saw in 2023, and then we're going to see some stuff. A couple sections of the course we haven't hit since actually 2015. We're gonna hit a section of the course later in the day around mile 120, 130 that was a minimum maintenance road. That year that Yuri Oswald won the event was really what was considered the most epic of all the mud years, and we've got that section of course back in, and the reports we're getting from the field is that it got hit pretty good with rain last night, and so that section is going to be it's going to be a game changer for the race today. So the women are going to roll down this hill. They're going to take a bank to the right and hit that first section of really minimum maintenance road. First one they will see for the day today.
Apparently Quinones and Langley eager to get to that section of road as they drive the pace. Now looking at things starting to get strung out in the rest of our men's field, as maybe we'll get a little bit of a shot and see where our two leaders, Connor Sens and John Borstelman, see where those two are off the front. Those two eager to get things going.
You know, nice to see someone like a Laurel Quinones that you mentioned that is off the front here in the break. She's another one that's actually vying for a wild card. So she's hoping to earn her way into the Lifetime Grand Prix this year, and hoping she can make this stick. Actually, be pretty fun to see another wild card, someone come from the wild card in a dominating fashion, like Cam Jones did last year. Many of you may know he was not selected for the Lifetime Grand Prix last year. Came in after winning Unbound, earned his way into a wild card spot. Ended up riding the Lifetime Grand Prix and hanging around in the top 10 of the scoring throughout the year until the final race of the year, and in a sprint with the top 5 guys in the Grand Prix last year, he came out on top and ended up winning the Grand Prix. It was the first time Keegan Swenson was ever not in the lead of the Lifetime Grand Prix.
Kind of crazy to think that, right?
Really kind of wild, yeah. From day one, the first year, 2022, Keegan had led the Lifetime Grand Prix all the way until Big Sugar last year, when Cam Jones came through for to beat him in the sprint and actually leapfrog him and end up in first in the Lifetime Grand Prix, all coming from a wild card. So that was the first year that we did the wild card part of the series or component of the series, and we'd say it's overwhelming success.
Yeah, I think it's a great option to give riders that didn't get selected the opportunity to get in the mix. Here's where eyeballing our leaders again. It's going to be Borstelman in the pink, Connor Sens in the white. And we're going to go to our giant replay here. Check out some of the action. We'll take a look at that crash in the women's race. So a couple riders up there on the right, Mullins and Hobbs, just kind of rolling into that mix. You could hear that squeal of disc brake. So that crash was a little farther, but it looked initially like it might have been at the back of the field, but was maybe a little bit farther up there. And
just a touch of wheels,
yeah,
again, early race
simple,
nerves.
Right? Nerves and, again, not being able to necessarily see the path in front of you. A rider moves, and it's just kind of the luck of the draw. But it looked like everybody got up, got back into it. So hopefully it doesn't impact anyone for further down the road in our race here today.
Borselman and Sens just stretching away off the front of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, we've seen this now for a few years in a row, right? You go back to Lachlan Morton and Chad Haga, then you go back to, Simone Pelot and Cam Jones. Is it even feasible that we're going to see another repeat performance like that with 2 riders going away relatively early?
See a little separation there, but that's just really going around that mud section. And now the peloton is just about to hit that. It's going to be a little dicey through there. You see the bottleneck on the back end of that.
Yeah, it's always,
someone's just cut off all the way to the right side of the road.
On the right side of the road there. It's always hard to tell how deep these puddles are when we're driving the course. You were doing the drive and I was doing the nav, and every time we hit one of those, we're like, all right, we're going to stop, and I'm going to wade out there in my wellies and kind of test the waters quite literally to see how deep it was. And there was a couple that, the Jeep was getting just about covered in water, so these riders, I don't think anyone wants to go straight down the middle of that, so everybody looking for the work around there to try and avoid that splash.
Yeah, you never know what's underneath that water too, so how deep it is, and then what's underneath. There's a section after Madison, after the first checkpoint, we're going to see.
Oh, look at this, guys.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here goes the trouble, right? Like a lot of riders now hopping off the mud.
Sens right there, right. Unless that's one of his teammates.
That is Connor Sens.
That's Sens. He and Borstelman were caught right after this puddle. So, here it begins.
Yeah,
Lachlan run through it.
The party just started.
Right up the middle.
They hit that. I think they're down to the YY Road, which is the tail end of what we call the Mud Marathon.
Carpenter there up at the front. His riders now choosing to run through the grass. So many riders messing with their rear derailleurs now, so that the mud just clogging things up. And boy.
Look at the far right of your screen there. Lachlan Morton did not get off his bike. He managed to power through it. Knowing him, he probably was one of the guys that went down to a smaller tire.
There's 20 riders right now that are just absolutely stopped and not going anywhere. This is amazing this early in the race that things have taken a turn like this.
And we were wondering, what is the conditions out there? And we are finding out just as our viewers are.
Oh, riding through the grass. a lot of these riders, their mindset just did a complete 180. They were rolling along thinking, all right, this day is looking good. I feel good. Well, we know this early section was going to be one of the worst, but
Well, look how quickly Connor Sens went from being off the front
Right.
with John Borstman to being standing on the side of the road with a paint stick trying to get the mud out of his wheels. Fortunes can change quickly. So
yeah, this is going to blow things up. And this is the very first one of these real MMR sections, the very first one we're facing on the day. So,
fortunately, I think they're at the tail end of that section.
Yeah,
so I
they're
think that's
near the top of that climb.
They're just about back to where they're going to cross over the highway, get off YY Road. But this is the tail end of that mud marathon section from a couple years ago. And
trying to see who.
Look at some of them out there in the grass trying to
the
figure
paint
out.
sticks are in
Oh, who is
full
that with the
effect.
Specialized? Is that Keegan?
That looks like it could be Keegan up
is that
there
Keegan?
running.
So
Well, there's
yeah.
Emil also behind him.
Oh,
in
right.
Emporia.
So that probably is Keegan because Emil's probably tasked with
Good point.
kind of being his right-hand man
Yeah.
out there. So that's going to be an interesting blow
Yeah,
if Keegan's having a problem this early.
That Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider you see, that's a specialized team. He's on the World Tour team over there, but a late entry into the race through an entry that Specialized had, and they just reached out a couple weeks ago. He is a junior world road champion, actually. I think he's
Yeah.
only 22 years
21,
old
yeah,
now.
young man.
25 now?
No, 21, yeah.
21, yeah. And phenomenal rider from a World Tour team came over here to give a crack at Unbound. But we've seen that so many times. How many times have we seen that over the years? Some of these World Tour riders come over to give it a go, and boy, they find out real quickly this is a lot different than racing in the World Tour peloton.
I mean, remember a couple years ago, the world gravel champion, Matej Murek, was here, and, he couldn't believe what he found. He ended up pulling out with a double flat early in the race, and talking to him after the race, he admitted, like, this is not European gravel. This is a whole different beast out here, and he was, unprepared for what he was facing out here. So, yeah, it's not – a lot of the Euros come here thinking, it's going to be the same thing we face all around the world in our gravel events, but that's part and parcel why
Emil,
Unbound
yeah.
is the OG gravel race, right? Because it's just these are the conditions that you get.
Emil, welcome to Emporia.
Yeah, welcome to America, my friend. Hope you enjoy your time in the
to
Flint
gravel.
Hills.
Well,
Bless it.
We're getting a close up here of some of these guys that are still working their way through that mud section, and boy, it sure slowed them down quickly, and they're going to be fighting it for a little while here. You can see them trying to get that mud. It gloms up, it grabs, it gets in there, gets in your fork, it gets in the frame there, and then just clogs up your wheel. It's like having your brakes just completely shut, and the bike just won't move. So
we were talking about the wider tires, right? The riders sticking with the 50s, and it's like you almost want to go with the 45 or even a little narrower because, like, look, the mud it's kind of like that top couple inches. If you can get that narrower tire to sink down a little bit, you might get a little traction, but then you got more room to have more accumulation. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the accumulation is probably just going to happen regardless, but if you can get a little bit farther before having these problems, it's going to work out better for you.
I think the consolation for a lot of these guys that are out here carrying their bikes, trying to clean them up, is they're not alone.
No, right. You're not the only one. It's misery loves company, right?
Yeah.
Saw a lot
That's
of
kinda how
the
that goes.
Canyon all-terrain racing team together as well. And, the thing is, guys, you have to stay calm and take the time here to clean out the mud out of your frame, off your bike, because if you mount up, and these guys have so much power, if you go to push on the chain, you're just going to snap off your rear derailleur. So,
Well, then your day is done.
yeah,
It's
then you're for sure
done.
done. Right. So take the time, get it done right here, take care of your stuff. We also have Michaela Thompson right here for the women. Looks like she's already in
boy.
trouble. So it looks like the
No,
women are
into
here.
this.
Yeah, I think Michaela looks like she might be dealing with a flat actually,
Ah,
trying
yeah.
to get some
Okay.
air in the tire. It looks like they are just getting to that section of the course as well. That first section, I think that took out a bunch of the lead men. Looks like the women are getting there as well. You see a number of the men still carrying their bikes, pushing their bikes. Look at that.
The rear wheel not
even spinning.
Not even spinning.
Oh, guys.
I saw Alexi out at the start line this morning and asked him what he decided. He decided not to change his tires. He rolled with 50s, and I wonder how he's feeling about that now. I'm guessing most of the guys with those bigger tires are wishing they'd have made a different tire choice, at least for this section. This is YY Road. They're somewhere between 15, 16 miles in. They're going to, the good news is if they can get through this section of YY Road, they'll make a left-hand, they'll get headed south on it once they get through it. Yeah.
You see that push helping his, I mean, that's
just a competitor helping another competitor.
Right? The spirit of gravel right there is Michaela having a little bit of a hard time with her cartridge there, trying to get some air in the tire. Yeah, it's super unfortunate. She was setting the tone on the Peloton. Looks like she's got things fixed up, so Michaela going to get back on here. You can't even see the group here, so it's going to be a bit of a day. That looks like maybe
an age grouper,
coming by.
Tells you how long she's been on the side of the road. So the cool thing about Lifetime Grand Prix, we're going to have lots of racing all day, men and women. So we're going to have picture-in-picture for you, doing our best to cover both races at once. So please forgive us if we get a little tongue-tied here and going back and forth.
Yeah, and bear with us, too, because
this is so great.
The kits, the bikes, the numbers are starting to get coated with mud. So it's getting a little more challenging to try and see some of the riders out here. So, again, we'll do the best we can to call everything as we see it. As this rider just he's been stopped for about 5 minutes now, just pulling clump of you just see the wheel spin, clumps of mud going.
And then when you pick up the bike, now it's like 10 pounds heavier.
Right. It's you take now what was a 17.5-pound rig to now it's close to 30 pounds, and you've still got probably 9.5 hours to deal with that. As now we're back on the front with our men's elite and a substantially smaller peloton up here. So trying to see, it looks like maybe about 10, 12 riders in this front group as our elite moto kicking up a rooster tail there of mud adding to the mix here. So yeah, there you can see they're over that Towers climb, starting to get a little farther down into the course here.
It's a good shot from the side-by-side or whatever we're following here from the camera angle to see how the riders have to pick through the course. And here we have Peta Mullins right here in these pink shorts, and what was a women's group is now just splintered.
Yeah, again, you see a bubble at the very front there, kind of at the base of that roller, and then just a long tail of riders trying to get themselves back into the mix. Pete's got some company here with 4 other riders here on the chase. You can see, look at their format, right? They're staggered just a little bit across the road in a bit of an echelon style. So that wind obviously dictating things as well as the mud. That wind coming off the right side there just a little bit as they're approaching this roller.
And unfortunate to see them get separated because of a crash, but good news is it looked like when we got that giant replay, it looked like we didn't have too bad of a it didn't look like anybody went down too hard, and they were all back up quickly and back on their bike. So it created a little bit of a split. That's not the way you want to see the race go down or a split happen, but at least looked as though nobody was injured in that, and they're bridging their way back up.
Once again, you see the second group in the men's race, another group of looks about like 5 or 6 riders back there just a little bit. We've got our never second clock showing us that our men have been on the course for just a shade over an hour now, about an hour and 3 minutes. The women, 48.5 minutes. So getting deep into the race here. And the men last year was like 24 miles an hour in that first hour. And yeah, we tossed that script in the garbage can for this year, I think, as it looks like we've got about 10, maybe 12 riders. One rider in the red, that might be one of our specialized riders. That might be Matt Beers, because we know. Yeah, Keegan. We know Keegan was doing some running back there with Emil, and we know Mads is in the European Champion kit. So that's got a wider look to it. So that's going to be Matt Beers, we believe, that's in this lead group. And I talked to Matt early in the year. We had the media day at Sea Otter. And one of the first things I noticed when Matt came into the room is he lost some weight. He trimmed down a little bit, and he was pretty excited when I said, "Hey, man, you look like you lost a couple pounds." He was like, "I did." He's like, "I lost 3-4 kilos, and that's going to make a huge difference for a guy at his size." Again, maybe a little more important for a race like Leadville with sustained climbing, but again, a race like this, there's enough up and down here that's going to help him a lot out here today, and I think it bodes well that he's gotten himself into that front selection. So we're starting to see a little bit more regrouping in our women's lead field. So the pace on the front of the women maybe dialed back just a little bit as we're seeing riders come back from the chasing position.
This is going to be fun because they are about to roll into that section again on that minimum maintenance road where we saw the men kind of proverbial shit hit the fan, and the wheels are about to come off the cart because they're going to hit that first mud puddle here in a few minutes, and that's where we saw it really kind of come apart for the men's field. That section we just saw the men in, we'll get back over to them a minute. Once they'd crossed over the 135 turnpike and they were out onto what we call the towers climb, much more chunky, rough, more exposed granite and whatnot, less mud on that section of the course. But the women are about to go into this early section of mud before they get to YY Road, and we'll see how they fare if they had some better tire choices. It's good to see that the women's field has kind of come back together after that little crash that separated the group. They look like they're working pretty well together, keeping it pretty steady. I think when they roll down this hill, we'll see that first mud puddle that we saw for the men, and we'll see how they fare when they work their way through that mud. It's definitely, it'll surprise you. It'll sneak up on you. It looked like it was just a big, kind of water puddle, and once they came out the other side,
it was carnage.
It just went straight to carnage.
Yeah, I wonder if the women have any idea that it's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some of the riders with the radios, right? Like maybe now this is a positive for the radio.
Every computer, every head unit has a way to communicate. So, be at the front after the mud puddle, it's going to turn to chaos, and we'll see. We'll see if they are being told anything and if they'll have any of that knowledge coming into that.
Well, I'll tell you, look at the pace on the front. You can see the pace actually getting a little hotter on the front, so that leads you to believe that they have gotten a little intel as they get across that creek crossing there relatively safely. So, yeah, I suspect that some of these top riders, we have a couple of our power riders there at the front. Just trying to get a little close here, see if we can't see who that is. That looks like maybe Decker there, Cecily Decker.
I think we might have Cecily Decker on the front. Could be Carol Magone, the other paw rider, and that. Judging by the pedal stroke, it looks like it might be Paige Onwell near the front there.
Yeah.
She's got just
white
such a
bar
steady,
tape.
Yeah, the white bar tape, right?
How long will it last?
Such a steady pedal stroke. The one that I'm not seeing, I'm seeing a red jersey in there, but I don't think that's Sophia.
No, that's
like
definitely
G?
that's
That
G.
might be
Sure,
G.
she's a little bit cut a taller figure there as we're looking back.
Danny Shrosby right behind her.
Yep.
Samara Shepard right in the mix as well.
Little surprising not to see Sophia at the front of this group. She's so diligent. She's so smart in how she races. She's almost always right there at the front in the first few wheels. And so if we can't get our heli to pan back a little bit, see if we can't get a little broader view and see if we see another red jersey in there for Sophia.
Well, this will be a good thing for the two paw riders there, Decker and Cara Migone. They can limit the Specialized. We've seen earlier this year Specialized doing nice little bit of teamwork at some of the races. Remember, Sophia's been undefeated this year, right? So she's had an amazing run.
There she is at the back of the shot, to the left of your shot.
All right, so there she is.
Undefeated all except for Levi's Grand Fondo.
Yeah.
She got second to Lauren Stevens, and that was the big climb towards the end of Levi's. Lauren managed to get away from her, but they have here they are going through that mud puddle, that first puddle, I think that where the carnage kind of started.
Look at that. So one rider hit the deck, and
one rider went down.
Three or four more piled in.
Looks like Sophia came out of her pedals there.
Sophia came out.
Yeah. And it looks like everybody's back on their bikes. And,
is that Leah Vanderlinden now that's running? Is that?
I think that might be Leah hopping back on her bike.
Here they go.
Another rider. Yeah, it's just like dominoes.
Let's watch this, because this is about where we saw the mud start to accumulate for the men, and you're going to probably see them all come to a screeching halt here in just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It's going to get thick. The only thing that women might have going for them is that with that many men going through, it could have packed down some of that mud.
Right. It kind of parted it a little bit and made a wider path. Yeah, so they might have a little bit of an easier time getting through.
You can just
sure
tell.
Look
how slow they're going right now. You can tell that they are just coming to a grinding halt.
But this tree and this roller. This is where we saw all those guys start to filter into the field. And so there we go. So that's
two paw riders coming off their bike. That looks like Caro on the front
running.
Maybe
that might
Morgan
be-
Aguirre.
Yeah, he got Morgan Aguirre now.
Right
The
there.
other.
Yep, getting the paint stick
Geez.
out.
So
Here they come.
we spoke about a half a second too soon. It looked like they were going to make it through unscathed up that little roller there. But so yeah, now starting to get some separation. It looks like it's going to still be Decker. If that is the very front that we're just seeing go through on the right side, that's going to be Decker still kind of
That
driving.
might be Emma Langley too at the front.
Yeah,
Emma Langley,
that
and then I
white,
think I see Paige still there close to the front as well. Looked like she had dropped
boy.
back to about 4th.
It's like at a loss for words because you feel the pain for these riders. You know, you put so much into this race and you think you've got all your bases covered. You've been watching the weather forecast. You've been, just making these selections, talking to your mechanic. And, it's Larissa Hartog there that just went off to the left of our screen.
Peta in the pink seems to be powering her way through there. Looks like she had some smaller tires there. She might be glad she made that selection.
Yeah, they might be a little bit squirrely, but they're going to bite through the mud. That's the trick, right? The slightly narrower tires are going to have a better chance of sinking through some of this stuff.
I just got a shot of
Linda
LDC
Crescenzo at the back,
You can always tell her pedal stroke.
Is that that looked like maybe Morgan there, who's off the bike there in the middle of the road. Is right now we're looking at Carolyn Schiff, a former winner here. Now kind of dropping off the pace just a little bit, trying to figure things out. They're just scattered all over the place. That looked like Quinones on the left, who was one of our early leaders. So she was off the bike as well, trying to figure things out. It's just rider after rider now off the bike, trying to get rid of these clumps. One of our German friends was there.
Yeah,
Nikki
Michael Kruger, yeah. World Tour road racer.
Right.
Again,
yeah,
quite
wondering
the introduction.
why did I trade the skinny tires and the smooth pavement?
Good life choices right here.
For this, yeah, it's a lot of questioning going on out there on the course right now.
You know, I was wondering when the men came through and we saw the front of the lead, it was a small group. Were they going to wait up for the rest of those guys? Is there going to be some sort of gentleman's agreement? Will there be a little bit of teamwork of, are we going to have an agreement here because it's a long day ahead of us? We don't want to be out here all day solo ones and twos, or are we going to push forward and race on? Like, good luck.
I think this is the bike race, right? Yeah. You're racing your bike. They started, they got through the neutral. So once they're through the neutral, it's game on. I mean, if you've got, if Matt's up in the front, right, and Keegan and Emil and Mads are farther back, well, then maybe Keegan's
Well, they're definitely
going to
be up there and be like, hey, guys, you want to sit up?
Yeah, what do you want to do? Hey, let's go slow for a minute.
Yeah.
Let's take a nature break or something for a moment.
Yeah,
but no, I don't. There's nothing. I mean, it's gentlemanly to a small point, but they're not going to wait.
Yeah, they've got they've got 180 miles to go.
Right.
There's no setting up and waiting for anybody to jump back on, because you never know what's going to happen late in the race, right? You got to have the tables can be turned, and you can be the next one that's pushing your bike while you're getting caught by those guys. So
Chemo the killer is pushing forward. I'm waiting up over here.
Yeah,
Bill.
I mean, hey, I'm just saying that's it's funny. We went to when I was going to bed last night when I got the news about Pete Stetina coming out of the XL. He was about 140 miles, still 200 and odd miles to go. So he still had the entire 200-mile unbound gravel yet to go, and it's just crazy to think that they were 7 hours in at that point as we're watching our leaders.
Be the best that you never had.
Go far, feel good, as Smartwool is the official off-bike apparel sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix. Smartwool makes activewear with merino wool to help keep sweat and stink in check as you train. Giant and Liv are global leaders in cycling, creating innovative bikes and gear that elevate performance, comfort, and confidence. From first rides to podium finishes, every step of the journey is supported.
Thanks, Bill. We've got our first guest joining us here today. Happy to have Christy Moan joining us here in studio today. Christy's been with, she's one of the OGs from Unbound Gravel. Been with the event for 20 years. We're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Lifetime Lifetime Unbound Gravel, presented by Shimano. Happy to have Christy join us here in the studio. She's a community relations manager for us here at Lifetime, still heavily involved in the event. She's really kind of the heart and soul of what keeps this event live and in this community. Been a part of a lot of transformation and a lot of changes in the evolution of what this event has become. So, Christy, thanks for joining us.
Good morning. How
Good
are
morning.
you?
Good morning. Doing good. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah? How are you feeling about things today?
Exciting. This is 20 years. And also it was really cool. I realized when I was standing there at that start line that we were rolling out in a completely different way. Getting to go over the Prairie Street overpass is just, it's cool. We keep doing new things, keep elevating the event, and it's just exciting to see for the community.
You know, we got a report that as they made their way out of town, about 2-3 miles in, we had that bridge that went over the train tracks, and I don't know if anybody noticed, but train was coming through, and that was part of the reason you made that change.
We missed that
right?
train, didn't we? We went right over the top of it.
Yeah, it was really great. Tell us a little bit about what's your perspective on how this event has kind of transformed over the years.
Well, there's so many perspectives of it. There's the economic perspective and how it's really brought a really great economic driver for our community. There's the healthy way of life side of it, where you've seen two riders that started the very first race back in 2006, two Emporians that started in that race, to now over having 400 local cyclists or area cyclists participating in the event. You've seen so many different changes in how Emporia shows up, and it's really special.
What was who was your favorite of those two Emporians that started back there back in
my tall drink of water, Tim Moan.
Yeah, tell us about how Tim's still involved with the race.
Well, Tim manages and runs Merchant Cycles, which is just right here in downtown Commercial, and does a great job of it, and just really loves the event. It's community, it's family, it's like a homecoming, and it's a great party for all of us.
How busy are you this weekend? My gosh, I saw you yesterday, saw you the day before, and we did a podcast last week. Is it Sunday to Sunday for you?
It's really just, you just really just don't really sleep. My Garmin score is a 1 and has been, so anybody that
don't
knows
even
that,
look at
don't
that,
look
hey?
at it. Yeah, just keeps telling me to rest.
And is it like a homecoming for you, because we get to see everyone come back to your town? That's got to feel really cool.
It's really cool. And this year, it's not just cool from the Emporia side of it, but I had my college roommate come back to race it. She's never been here, and she wanted to come and check it out. And it was really cool to see her and her sister yesterday, and just people from all over the world. And I've got new friends everywhere. It's really fun.
Does this feel like your baby? Are you watching this grow up?
In a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah. It's matured. It's like become probably in the 20s now, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Christy, you had the original vision to bring the race downtown. It used to be out kind of on the outskirts of town, right? You had the original vision to bring it downtown. What's it like seeing now where we're able to actually shut down Commercial Street for the entire week? The expo has expanded into Commercial Street. How does that feel and look to you compared to 20 years ago?
Well, the Commercial Street piece yesterday was one of the dreams that I'd had, was that we'd be able to get to the point where we could close down Commercial Street, because the expo would be so big and so impactful.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was special, and I think it really worked well for the event. But more than that, it was just great to see my hometown, the heart of our downtown, filled with people from all over the world. What do we have? 53 countries, 6 continents here.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That's in Emporia, Kansas. It's really special.
And the evolution of now having the pro field, women's field start solo, that happened just a couple of years ago. And talk about just what that has felt like and meant as well.
Well, that's been a key driver for me personally, is just seeing the equity and parity in the women's field, and that 9-up women's sprint was a moment that will always be really special to me, and that was because we were able to finally get to the point where we could do those things, and it was it was a moment, and that's really cool.
And you also have the Gravel Hall of Fame here in that intro every year, and you have the luncheon. Like, again, just there's so much more than the race that's happening, and so much more than the elite race. You've got the XL and the 25 and the 100 and the kids races yesterday.
Yeah,
it's just blown up.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we were touting. We had people here racing ages 2 to 93.
That's
so
great.
cool.
That is so great. What race are you following closely this weekend?
I haven't even looked. Like, I'm kind of glad I'm here because I'm like, I haven't seen what's going on yet. So I'm obviously going to follow this pro race for the women here in the 200 miles. But I also really enjoy. We have so many locals and so many merchant cycles customers and clients that are just out there taking on this. We have the guy that sang the national anthem. This is going to be his yesterday for the XL. This is going to be his longest ride ever by 40 miles. He's doing the 100. So
how many stories are there like that?
Thousands.
Yeah,
thousands.
And you want to hear them all because that is so impactful. We love our elite field, but as we were talking earlier on the broadcast, it's those everyday men and women that come here, take time off work, away from their family, or bring their family. That's a big lift for their
100%.
full year.
Yeah.
And this is something that they want to do, and it's so inspiring.
I think so. And I said the other day, inspiration flows both ways.
Yes, I saw that clip for your women's ride or the chamois butter ride. I'm not quite sure which one it was.
That was the women's ride, but yeah.
See, you again, like, I can't keep up. There's so many. That's great.
But that's what's cool, is they're inspiring me, they're inspiring other people, and they don't even know it. And, it's really great.
Give us your perspective on what you've seen here at the start of the race, and again, back to the infamous 2023 mud marathon section. They got to YY Road. We thought, where the mud really started last year, it looked like they were going to be safe, and then they rolled over that hill and got down to YY. They hit that puddle, and then wheels kind of came off the cart. So
yeah, well,
this
isn't easy. And, I think that this field has embraced that and has kind of been looking forward to a little bit of mud. Kansas, we don't have those big alpine climbs. What we have is Mother Nature, and these are the kinds of things that she'll throw at you that kind of make the race interesting. I love seeing how dirty they are. It's really cool. Like, this is a true mudder, and it seems to me right now that the mud is just about right. Like, not too much, but enough to make you get off your bike, think a little bit, use your brain, and move to different aspects of how you race your bike, not just the physical.
And what we've seen in the men's race is when they came through YY Road, essentially there was like one major water crossing, and the other side up to the top of the climb, complete chaos. They've kind of regrouped now, and I think we're watching the women's race here, and the exact same thing happened a little farther up the climb. But what has happened in the women's race is this much smaller group now off the front, and it's just ones and twos, and it's just chaos behind them. But everyone was off their bike, men and women, paint sticks, and again, this is the front of, I think that's the women's race. That looks like G.
That does look like G.
I'll say that's G. So that's just a good shot back of what's happening and the groups behind this lead group of women.
Well, I think too, it's so important to remember, because we've seen this race and the dynamic change. You've seen the flyaways that stick. Like, we've had those in the past where a winner takes off early and gets away. But the other thing is we've also had races. The 2019 race, when Olivia Dillon was winning the entire time and had 5 flats towards, like, after leaving Americas with like 12 miles to go, and dropped from first place to 5th place. So it's important to never give up when you're out there, because the race isn't over at mile 5. Like, you've got a long way to go, and things can happen to that lead group. They can come into mud and not be able to handle it, and then all of a sudden you're back in contention.
Well, a local's perspective and knowledge, I have a question.
Okay.
If this road looks like this, what else are we going to be looking for later today?
Well, we only have these little sectors run about a mile to 3 miles. So they'll go through this type of stuff and then come out of it and be on the wide open gravel again. A chance to kind of recollect and get ready for another set of cobbles, if you will.
Sure.
So it's, this is part of it. You want to be out there, Lauren?
No, sure don't. Nope. I would like to be out there in the side-by-side or on the moto, but no, I'm not envious of these women at all. But, the beauty of the lead up to the race, last year there was rain and everyone, tire choice, and that was such the question. And then the same thing this year last year it was completely dry, and I was like, what's all the hoopla about? Now I'm seeing it firsthand. But, you know, that's what they sign up for. And to your point of now you have to figure out how to be the best in a whole different realm.
Right.
And mentally, like, really keep yourself in check and keep those nerves calm and keep your emotions in check as well. Because, yeah, this is just the beginning of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. It really gives us an opportunity to see the resilience. Not only of these racers, but just anybody out there taking on this challenge.
How excited are you to see this women's field? We talked a little bit about, you know, the separating the women and giving them their own start, giving them some space from the age groupers that have typically kind of absorbed them throughout the day, and putting some rules in place to create a little bit of a fair race for the women. You've been really involved over the years in just getting more women to come out and race Unbound and to get on bikes, and tell us how it makes you feel to see that women's field, such a robust women's field. And then I don't know what our total percentage was, somewhere to around 15% of our total field today is women in the 200 race.
Well, you're pulling at my heartstrings. I think you're trying to make me cry. It's incredibly special. I mean, we started with our 200 Women 200 Miles campaign back in 2016 that launched for the 2017 race, and really it's just become important to me to keep elevating the sport for women and let them become the professionals that they can be. And then even more than that, just encouraging everyday women to do something hard and set the inspiration for the next generation.
And you also have a camp that takes place in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about that, because is Shimano involved with that? Was Meredith here at one point?
Meredith has been here for several years. She wasn't here this year, but our training camp is a great way. And not only does it get you a guaranteed entry, but I'll promise you that's just kind of a benefit of the camp. Mm-hmm. It's a really great way to come out and experience the Flint Hills. You get to learn from the best in the business. I mean, we have Gravel Cycling Hall of Fame coaches. We have past winners as coaches. The level of expertise that you get when you come out here. Our campers got to ride through some of this mud and got a lot of lessons.
I was going to say, did they get to preview the course over a couple of days?
Yeah. Well, we do some course preview, and then this year we also did a race. So.
We just got a little update from the field. Mile 25, the group that's managed to get away here, the lead men, kind of interesting. Matt Beers off the front, Kobe Freeburn, John Borselman is still in that group, Toby Rode, Daxton Mock, Cam Jones made this break, Mads Wirtz Schmidt, one of the specialized riders, and then Roman Bardet. Notice on our screen here, Chase the Race, Yuri, we talked about him a little bit earlier. He started dead last today, raising money for the Lifetime Foundation. You can scan that QR code if you'd like to support Yuri's effort in trying to raise funds to build a bike park here in the local Emporia community. Christy, tell us a little bit about that bike park and
really
what are plans for it.
That we're talking about Yuri right now before I have to leave, but it's really exciting. We've got a great community here that we're trying to get in a bike park and some infrastructure for kids here in town. Yuri has been coming to Emporia since 2013, but more than that, it's like this Emporia community is really looking forward to trying to get more kids on bikes. We've done a great job with the NICA program, and this just extends it. So when you're looking at this and you're thinking about a donation, you can obviously pledge per rider that he passes, but you can also just do a flat donation. So if it's something that inspires you and you feel like throwing $10 at Yuri, any of it counts and any of it's appreciated. So we've got a pretty big goal for him, and we want to see him meet it, and I know he does too, and he's out there spreading some Yuri love across the plains right now.
He's so great.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go today? Where will we see you next?
I'm going to go back into the finish line, check things out there, and check out how our merch booth is doing. We don't have a lot of merchandise left from Unbound.
That's great.
But yeah.
Will you be following the race via live stream?
Yeah.
Or?
It's nice that this is on because I can watch it and still keep doing other things. It's multitasking.
Sure, of course it is. Any picks for today?
I picked G earlier, and then I picked on our pre-show. I did pick Paige Onweller. So
we got a little shot here of this lead group of women that managed to keep it together through that first mud section, or came out at least relatively unscathed. Cecily Decker, second here last year. Looks like Rosa Closer maybe up there, 2024 Unbound champion, I believe. Nicole Frayne, who we mentioned earlier, won Rattle Gravel earlier this year. G. Schurz, Christie's pick for the day. Caroline Schiff won 2 years ago here. Cecile Lejeune up there in the front. Paige Onweller coming back from a pretty devastating injury last year, having a great start. Danny Shrewsbury, great to see her up here in this group. Samara Shepard, and then who just won an event in California last weekend. Lauren Stevens, our current gravel national champion. She's up there in that lead group too. So we've got a nice group of lead pack women. They seem to be working pretty well together, and they seem to have made it through that first mud section. So Christy, I want to thank you for joining us today, and I'd love to have you pop back in a little bit later in the day if you can.
Yeah, it's always good to have a local's perspective and someone that's seen this race from inception. So it's good to have Christy in here and appreciate all her insight.
So update on our men out here on course. Looks like around mile 20.1, and Matt Beers, Roman Bardet, Daxon Mox up there in that lead group. Kobe Freeburn, Toby Rowe we saw up there. Don Suta, cyclocross rider in there. Mads Wirtz Schmidt, of course, talked about him as potentially a favorite there, the European champion. Cam Jones, and I believe John Borstelman up there in that mix. He was one of our early leaders as well. So things getting thinned out a little bit, and we're seeing some of that coverage. I was watching a little closer while Christy was on, and they're covered.
I was going to say,
head to toe.
if they could just
Right.
dust off their
Yeah,
helmet or front kit.
If we could get the moto guy to tell them all to kind of wipe their number off, that would be wonderful.
Wow.
So we could see what's going on out there. So this is going to be a little of a challenge for the next 180 odd miles here to identify these riders, but we'll do the best we can here as things have thinned out just a little bit. A couple of riders getting a little more separation here as they're just coming up on another one of these MMR sections relatively soon. See if we can zoom in a little bit, see who we're looking at. But yeah, Mads Wirtz Schmidt, big favorite, won that European title. He's had a great season so far. Just a rider that's probably suited pretty well to this course.
I was just looking at this group and kind of, are these roads, they look heavy from our perspective. They look really heavy, really slow. And I would think that some of these guys might be a little hesitant to go off the front again and attack, because basically what happened is they were off the front on that YY road, and then the course kicked them in their rear. And I'm wondering if they're a little gun shy about that, thinking about how much energy that took to get off your bike, run with your bike, and reassess the situation here. And that's what I was trying to ask Christy is, like, what's coming up next? If that road looked like that, I know it's 200 miles and we kind of circumnavigate Emporia, and maybe it didn't rain in other places that it did rain there specifically last night, but what does it look like coming up? And these guys have pre-ridden most of this course, so they do know that more of these MMR roads are going to be brutal. Simone Pilot coming across
to that.
This guy is not afraid. I love it.
This is a repeat of last year. Pilot bridging across solo out of that group there as we're trying to see who these two riders are. Just caked in mud there on the front. Our front rider down in a nice aerodynamic position, and the rest of the group there not giving up the fight just as Pilot makes contact. He's going to recover there for just a moment. You see him kind of floating around on the back trying to get just a little bit of recovery in there, and that's
nice to see. You can kind of get a good view of that side angle of their kit.
Yeah.
But still super hard for us to get a cue on who it is.
So if these three riders moving just a little bit clear, again, we're right around the 22-mile mark as we come up on about 7:25. So these riders getting knee-deep in this section. And, yeah, we talked about the MMR roads, right? It's really a small percentage of the course that is the MMR roads. But when these kind of, quote, normal, this is probably like a 3 or 4 track gravel road, which would be probably about the most pristine of the gravel roads that we've got out here. And these are looking as heavy as they are and as sloppy as they are. These guaranteed that we get a little deeper into this and we get to that, like the new section much later on, W Road, that those sections are going to be just abominable out there for these riders. So Pillow now taking his turn on the front, so he's got a little bit of recovery there as he got himself across to this. And Pillow starting the season a little bit slower. Last year he was riding for that Tudor and BMC gravel program out just like that. Look at this, the chase now coming up. So that's Matt Beers, it looks like, leading the rest of the group up. So Matt, he's seen that movie before, and he's not wanting to watch that again with Simone going up the road.
Is that a little telltale sign of Matt working for Matt's?
Yeah,
huh?
I mean we've talked about that, and it's like Specialized has this great team. We've talked about the potential for teamwork, but they've got three main riders. Of course, Keegan, the new acquisition, onto the Specialized team this year. Matt Beers, who won a record fourth Cape Epic earlier this year. And then, Mad Wert Schmidt, the European champion. They've got, again, Emil, the Bora Hansgrove rider. But you've got so many capable riders. Like, who do you work for, right? Like, how does that kind of get delegated? Matt's been on the team for a couple of years. Keegan's the new guy in town. But Keegan, prior to Cam Jones last year, Keegan was the most dominant force in the Lifetime Grand Prix on the men's side. And does he want that crown back, right? Is he like, look, guys, I want my crown back. I want to prove that I'm the king of the Grand Prix and I need your help? Or is the opportunity going to go to some of the other guys on the squad? But one of the tells there, you saw Matt make the catch, immediately sat up.
They did sit up, and they came through the 32-mile mark just a few minutes ago, and the time splits were getting, there were 18 of them in this group that came through together. Cam Jones is in that group. Matt Beers is in that group. Simone Pillow, we mentioned. Peter Havoc, Thomas DeHent, former World Tour pro, John Borstelman, who had been off the front. Looks like he made it through that mud section okay and managed to stay up with the lead group. Roman Bardet, another ex-World Tour pro, he has managed to make this group as well. Interestingly enough, just off the back, a minute off the back of this lead group of 18, just behind is Keegan Swenson. Trying to chase back on. Lachlan Morton looks like he's back there with Keegan, and looks like there's a group of them riding together, hanging off the back about 50 seconds behind this group. Some of their notables in there in that group. Paul Voss, another consistent rider at a number of our events. Jasper Okalon, Niels Brunn. So good. Hugo Dreschou, another one in that group. And then right behind that group, we've got Toby Rode, Felix Stelly, Emil Herzog. So Emil looks like that other Specialized rider from Bora Hansgrohe. It looks like he has given up a couple minutes to this group that we're looking at here on the front of the men's group. So Brendan Johnston did make that break. Daxton Mock, Caleb Botcher, Roman Bardet, as I mentioned earlier, Kobe Freeburn. So we've got a really solid group here, and you're right. Three guys got off the front there, but Beers managed to pull him back. He's such a workhorse, and he's always one of the first guys to go to the front, take a pull. Never afraid to be the guy to get out there and do the work. But once he pulled them back in, he wasn't going to jump to the front and try to drive the pace anymore. So he's got some buddies back there with Specialized. Again, Keegan being just off the back there, might be playing it smart and getting up to the front and maybe even blocking a little bit to slow down the pace and let a couple of his teammates get caught back up. Yeah, you could just see before they went into that tree section, Matt near the front, he kept looking back over his right shoulder, trying to see if any of his teammates were getting their way back up to the front. So a bit of a concerning moment right now is some major names missing out on this lead group right now. Looks like Pillow now at the back. He was just out of the frame on the left. On the back of that group is looks like maybe one of the driftless riders or trek riders there on the front. One of the notables that did make this break. We've talked a lot about him, and he's not in the Grand Prix this year. Mads Wirtz Schmidt just won the Traka 360 on that Specialized off-road team, and you're going to hear us talk about it a lot today because everybody's it is kind of the buzz of gravel. Like, teams are coming to gravel. How is that going to change the dynamic of racing in gravel? Are we going to start to see more team tactics? Are we going to see things like a Matt Beers and a Keegan Swenson and a Mad Word Schmidt sending someone off the front? You can see beers back there up to the front, and it looks like we've flipped over to our 100-mile start. So we're expecting something similar to the 200-mile, somewhere around between 12 and 1,400 riders showing up on the start line for the 100-mile event. They're going to head out of town the same way, not a neutral start, but they're going to head out of town. In this group is our U23 athletes, and those athletes are actually also competing. We've got a handful of athletes in the U23 competition. That's our system we set up. We started last year to give a U23 rider the opportunity to automatically qualify for the Life Time Grand Prix. So they are based on how they do in the U23 series this year. There's one male and one female rider that will automatically get into the Lifetime Grand Prix next year. That's part of our hopes to invest in the youth of cycling and helping some of these up and coming riders in that U23 category, that are hoping to end up in the Grand Prix in the future. So, this course, they're going to head out the same way, not a neutral start, but they're going to head out the same way that you saw the 200 riders start. They're going to all basically ride the same course. So these athletes are all going to see those same mud sections until they get down to Madison, that first aid station and checkpoint. At Madison, that's where the courses diverge. So the 200-mile course will then head further south and west, and the 100-milers will kind of turn back to the east and north and work their way back to town. Expecting to see some of the lead riders from this group come in and close to 4.5 hours. This will be a fast group, depending on that mud, but we should see some of these riders come in. They'll be some of the first finishers of the day.
Yeah, looking at our under 23 standings. So far for the women, Kylie Hannell leading the charge on that, along with Lauren Aguilera and Samantha Johnson on the women's side. On the men's side, Luke Mosteller in the lead of that right now, with Elliot Thornblade in second. Jonas Woodruff, who had a great ride last year, also in the under 23s, sitting well positioned in third. So best of luck to those riders. We'll keep tabs on that as things unfold.
I want to call out one more. Fifth place right now in the U23 competition, Braden Sellinger, one of my closest friends in Phoenix. That's his son, and he's come up through the NICA program in his high school in Phoenix, Arizona. And a lot of these riders, it's worth a shout out to NICA and what they've done across the country to really provide opportunities for kids and really help kids get back into primarily mountain biking. And Braden came up through that NICA program, as did a number of the kids that we have in the U23 program. It's funny, we call them kids. They're in their 20s,
right.
But for us, they're all kids.
They're kids.
But Braden Sellinger, great kid, and trying to make it, aspiring to be a professional. Just graduated from Northern Arizona University NAU last week, and is out here racing for a U23 entry into the 2027 Lifetime Grand Prix.
I was going to say that Kylie Hannell, who's leading the women's side, she's a stud, you guys. She's raced Tour of the Gila and had results there. Tour de Bloom, results there. Won Sea Otter. So, yeah, she is well on her way to securing her spot as well.
Yeah, hopefully they can hang on to it. In our junior race, the 50 mile, that's part of the Junior National Gravel Series here this year. That'll be coming up in a little bit as we continue to watch our 100-milers rolling out of town. Everybody looking happy and no idea what they're about to ride into, right? Yeah. It's you can see the pavement still looks like it's actually pretty dry out there on Commercial Street. So I hope these riders are prepared for the fun, as we see another rider on our split screen there on the side of the road. So somebody having another little bit of mechanical. Earlier we saw riders as they were riding with the paint sticks out. I saw one rider dumping some liquid onto his front wheel, trying to get some of that muck off there. So it's going to be a long day. That's going to make the feed zones even more important, right? They might have to pick up another paint sticker if they're going to use their hydration to try and clean the bike off. They're gonna have to figure out some more liquids, and those feed zones are tricky. The placement, right? Like it's not going to really be possible to hit all three of those feed zones. So you got to kind of pick and choose. And when we were talking earlier in the week about the potential for dry conditions, we were all kind of thinking maybe they weren't going to stop at the first feed zone, right? Because it's going to be so fast. And so maybe they were going to blow right through Madison and just kind of make their sights on the second and third ones. But I think now Madison is going to see a whole lot of action.
And if your staff, like you're talking about, can they make it to all 3 feed zones if you're feeding male and female athletes? So,
right.
yeah, just the logistics behind the race, not only being a racer out here and figuring out what your nutrition is going to be, but the logistics behind it just must be extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, you look at our course map, right, and then you look at where the feed zones are, and there's only X amount of roads between point A and B, and I mean, we're utilizing a lot of those today, and a lot of them are these, these gravel roads or these MMR roads, so it's very challenging to kind of get off the beaten path and make your way back around. They're checking out our leading women here. That looks like Sophia on the front, right? Sophia and G. On the front right now, and that group obviously whittled down. That looks maybe like Caro at the back of the group. Is Decker still in this group? Not sure that I'm seeing Decker still in this group.
Boy, we see some muddy faces there. It's going to be hard to pick some of these, pick out some of the names because they are covered in mud. Their number plates are covered. They obviously went through they've been through some carnage already, and boy, that lead group got whittled down quickly. It looks like maybe, is that Lauren Stevens back there? I can't tell if she made that break or not.
Samara Shepard just pulling off the front. Rosa Closer right behind her. Carolyn Schiff behind her. So a little bit of the who's who, knew how to get through some of that technical section, deal with this adversity. Good shot here from our moto crew.
You wonder, is it the good technical ability, or is it luck, right? Because you saw riders just careening off the
Sophia was off
road
the back,
and,
yeah.
Right, Sophia was off the back a little bit, or at the back of the group, at any rate, a little earlier. It looks like
Emma Langley back there, Lauren Stevens here. It looks like Cecily Decker just right there on the back. So, and maybe Cecile Lejeune in that Trek Driftless pink just in front of Cecily Decker, just getting a shot right there of that little pink top.
Right.
So
so officially through that 32-mile mark, we had Carolyn Schiff, Rosa Closer, Sarah Lang, Samara Shepard, Nicole Frayne, G. Schurz, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, Cecile Lejeune, Cecily Decker, Emma Langley, and Lauren Stevens. They made it through that first 32-mile timing checkpoint together. Just behind them, and we'll get a time split here in a second, but just behind that group, I think we've got a group back about a minute and a half. Paige Onweller, Danny Shrewsbury, Caro Magone, last year's winner. And someone we haven't talked about much, Clara Marie Koppenberg. She's one of the European riders who's had a really strong season over in Europe, really strong in the gravel scene over in Europe, raced a number of the UCI Gravel World Series events, has had a really stellar start to the season. Haley Preen here from South Africa as well, another Lifetime Grand Prix rider. But we've got a pretty select and elite group here off the front for the women.
Looking at that camera shot, Kimo, while you were calling out those athletes, I was wondering if there wasn't one rider off the front of this group, or if that's a dropped pro male rider. Not quite sure.
I was wondering the same thing, right, when the camera panned out. I think it might have been a dropped, looking at the riders we've identified in that group, I think that's probably a dropped rider.
I was wondering, why would you have G and Sophia on the front kind of rotating through?
It's a little bit of an odd tactic, right? They've made that first selection, so now just kind of settle in a little bit.
Well, they're breaking away now. G. Shearer's off the front.
G. Shearer's about that cemetery there just behind him. Of course, Barron to the left there just a little bit. So G, again, one of the heavy favorites. So, we talk about the men's side, again, on the specialized team with teamwork, the women's side, right? Sophia said at the beginning of the year she, was kind of diversifying her schedule a little bit and some of her priorities and not necessarily making the Lifetime Grand Prix any less important. But, she'd won it a number of times and so was looking to branch out and add some additional races. And you gotta kind of wonder, is that going to take any of her focus away from this and give G a little bit of an opportunity?
Careful with this shot right here. Look at this. This is not anything anyone else wants to try. Even the professionals have a hard time. Very, very dangerous. He's just having a hard time with all that mud trying to get his chain back on the front chain ring.
Keep your fingers out of there.
It's just not connected.
It's not. He's going to end up having to stop. I think this is obviously on a little bit of a downhill, so able to maintain a little momentum here as he's trying to get that thing going.
I think that's our Ridley rider, Don Sote.
Don
I
Sote,
think
cyclocross star.
Yeah, great story about Don. He was looking for a way to get into Unbound this year, and he's actually really close friends with Paris-Roubaix winner this year, who reached out to us and vouched for him to get an entry into the race. Said they're actually training partners, but Wout van Aert actually reached out on his behalf and wrote a impassioned reference letter for him, telling us what a great guy he was and why he should have an opportunity to race Unbound this year for racing for Ridley. But he's getting a taste. He was up there in that lead group for a little while, but it looks like it's caught up with him.
Well, I mean, he's a cyclocrosser, right? He's a 1 hour specialist, so he's going to be in maybe a little into unknown territory here.
Don't know if that was for sure him, but I know he's on a Ridley bike, and we'll see if we can't get a number on that guy who was having trouble with his chain. Hopefully he can bridge back up to this group. I did see it looked like Keegan managed to bridge back up. There was a group of guys that were working together, and we just saw a catch there. I think he maybe got across. Mads Schmidt was there as well. He's got Matt Beers, his teammate, there with him in the group. So again, don't know if there's some team tactics happening here. Could be that Specialized is coordinating and working together. I saw Keegan just had his looked like he had a phone out there just a second. You can see him right there in the middle, and he's been known to bring a burner phone on these things. And they've got just a couple miles to go into the Madison checkpoint. Probably texting into his crew to let him know what he's looking for. I'm sure they're going to have some power washers out there and guys trying to get some of that mud. You can see them each trying to clean out their cleats, and some of them reaching down trying to get mud out of their wheels, and getting ready to come into Madison for that first feed zone. It's certainly going to be a chaotic feed zone. It's small. They weren't expecting to have to do much at that first feed zone because it's only 43 miles in.
Right, it's not far in.
Yeah, not too far in, but it looks like maybe I think I saw Brendan Johnston was in that group as well. But I'm sure they're all that could be Don right there on the front. Actually, another Ridley rider.
Yeah, it's nice to see the camaraderie amongst this group. Everyone's in the same boat here, just having difficulties with their bikes. And we saw a couple of pushes, hands on the back of let me assist you while you clean off your chain and return the favor, bro.
Well, and that's kind of the mild gentlemanly agreement that we talked about earlier, right? Like, I don't think anybody's going to wait. You have a problem, but certainly, give a little hand in the field, maybe give a little water, pass a little bit of food over. Yeah, this group is amazingly whittled down, and we're only around the 40-mile mark or so because, that feed zone coming up at around 43.5 miles or so, and they're just kind of on the outskirts here, or actually just coming in, I believe, to Madison, so they'll be coming into town. They get a little bit of a brick climb that's going to take them up to the top of the hill and around the back of the high school there into the feed zone. There's a kind of this cool, there was there is that little grassy step down, real narrow little step down into the back of the parking lot by where the feed zone is. So they'll be coming into that in just a few moments here. Yeah, as they come through the town of Madison, they're going to make their way down Main Street. There's actually a pretty steep climb that they've got to go up right in town, and as soon as you cross over the main drag. And so they're because they know they've got that little pinch point in that little grassy section. There's Simone Pelot off the back here, actually. What a turn of events!
Yeah.
You see the field. We assume that's the lead group just in front of them there. So yeah, Simone Pelot. It's a little role reversal from last year, huh? Wonder what happened there. Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit further back, trying to bridge back up. Hasn't made it to that 32-mile mark yet. Anyways, as they go through the town of Madison, they've got that steep climb. They all know they've got to go through that pinch point shortly after that climb. So there could be a little bit of action on that hill as they try to position themselves to be, they all want to be kind of in the very front going through that checkpoint as they get to hit their crews. It's going to be like a NASCAR style pit stop. You can see they're getting close to town here. They're starting to roll into Madison, and you
got to wonder if there's not some conversation of, hey, you all want to stop?
Yeah, well, so right. So
or
that's
is that spirit of gravel gone?
Geez, I don't know. It's so early, and they're going to be facing these adverse conditions all day. I say the race is still on, right? The riders, you're going to make your choice. You're going to make your bed, and you're going to kind of lie in it here.
Okay.
As Simone, he's now on the outskirts of town here in Madison coming in. So that means the leader should be just about to cross Lincoln there where that construction was. It's going to put them onto the hill and up to the high school there.
You know, as they're approaching Madison here, you see Simone Pelot trying to bridge back up to a group. But we had, some of the other notables that are in a pretty good sized group, chase group, not in the lead group, but the kind of the first really big chase group. We've got that Emil Herzog with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, another specialized rider. He's about a minute and 15 down. With him, Alexi Vermeulen, Andrew L'Esperance, Matt Wilson, really strong Kiwi that's here. Cole Patton, another Lifetime Grand Prix rider, multiple years. Russell Finsterwald, hoping to earn a Lifetime Grand Prix wildcard spot, has been in the Grand Prix the last few years. He's in that group as well. So we've got a really good-sized group. Looks to be about 20 guys and about 15 guys, including Roman Bardet, about a minute and 15 down. They're crossing over that construction right there on Lincoln Street, and this is the beginning of the climb for that lead group. So, again, it's a really short, stiff climb here up this hill before they kind of meander through town and end up down at the first feed zone. First opportunity to see their crews. I'm sure there a few of them are going to stop and try to get a little bit of maintenance done on their bikes, get some of that mud cleaned off. Obviously, they're going to refuel. It hasn't been too hot early in the race, so they're not probably going to have to take on too much in the way of fueling. But you can see Matt Beers moving up there on the left. They all want to be close to the front when they get to that little pinch point through the grass, little bike path to get down into that first checkpoint and meet up with their crews.
And if you're one of these guys, when you're shifting down to those gears that you might not have been using, you're doing it very gently because there might be a bit of mud caked in there. And I would imagine what those bikes all sound like now and what they're going to sound like the rest of the day.
Loud and crunchy and squealing discs and all the noises, coming out of them. A couple of our wild card athletes having a great ride to be up in this mix. Skylar Taylor up there. We've also got Caleb Botcher having a great ride, one of our wild card riders. Daxton Mock, who had a good early season, picked up a win early in this season. I think he picked up, remind myself where that win was. It was, I keep wanting to say it was Mid-South, but it was before that. He picked up a win early in the year to put himself on the radar a little bit. Is now Simone Pelot. She's only about 30 seconds behind, maybe about 35 seconds behind that lead group as he's making his way across the hill into town. So we'll see if Simone can get himself back into contention there. Nice little town of Madison. Happy that they're hosting us here for our first feed of the day.
You know, these communities out here, the communities of, Madison, Council Grove, they're small town communities, but they kind of welcome us with open arms. They really are fantastic to work with. They do a great job. All the residents in those communities, obviously, got to have a lot of patience on a Saturday like this, where 5,000 cyclists will come through their towns on a day, and later into the race, obviously, that gets spread out even more and more. Early on in the race, it's a couple hours worth of riders coming through, but late in the day, they're going to be seeing these 5,000 riders spread out over about a 10-hour period, coming through a town like Council Grove that's 130 miles into the race. So we thank these communities that are so supportive. Here they are taking the right-hand turn onto that little grass section that we talked about, almost like a cyclocross race. It's short. They'll drop down this hill and into the parking lot and hit that first aid station.
All right, so our riders now officially coming into that feed zone area. You see them coming around at the high school. So feed number 1 happening right now.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Unbound is pure chaos. Everything is moving, everything is changing, and a lot can go wrong. So I focus on what I can control. My effort, my decisions. And of course, my fueling. I choose never second. Control under chaos.
Orange Seal partners with the Life Time Grand Prix to support a shared mission of elevating off-road cycling through performance and a deep commitment to the rider community. Beyond tire sealant, they fuel the race village with great coffee at every stop, keeping athletes and fans energized for the series' most iconic courses. Keegan Swenson, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fagné, and Matt Beers are all dominating the gravel scene, and they all fuel with Never Second. It's science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. To learn more, visit never2.com.
Bill, coming into that first checkpoint, or the Madison actually checkpoint, feed zone, we had Thomas DeHent was the first one in there, Brendan Johnston, Madwerts, Schmidt. Keegan Swenson was in that group. Don Sote was actually in the group, so he was that Ridley rider that was out there in the front. It wasn't the guy that was off the back fixing his chain earlier. Matt Beers in that group, Paul Voss, Niels Brunn, Daxton Mock made the selection. Skylar Taylor, I think you said he's one of our wild card or U23 athletes, wild card athletes actually. Tobias Kongstead, another European. Caleb Botcher, Adne Koster was with that group. David Lozano. John Borstelman managed to make it in with the group. Kobe Freeburn, Cam Jones, Jasper Okalon, Hugo Dreschu. They were that lead group coming in. So back to our lead women. Looks like that group has gotten pared down. It just seems like it's getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, every time we see it, it looks like maybe one or two riders kind of whittled off the back there. We still see G. Schurz back in there. I believe Caro Magone, you could just see her sleeve there on the right-hand side.
Trying to figure out where Rosa Closer is.
Yeah,
she's not in this group.
No, we haven't talked about her a whole lot.
Well, coming through the 32-mile mark, she was with the group. So I don't know if she is still in there and she's just covered in mud, or if we can't pick her out of the crowd. But she was with the group. Carolyn Schiff, Rosa Closer, Sarah Lang. This is the 32-mile mark, which is a couple miles ago. There was Samara Shepard was in there. Nicole Frayne, G. Schurz, Sophia was in there. Cecile Lejeune, Cecily Decker. And then
there you go.
Yeah, there she
off
is.
The back.
Yeah, off the back.
Geez.
Wonder what happened, or maybe a flat or mishap, or on a bad day.
Yeah, hard to say. Any of the above could obviously be the reason out here. It's certainly looking pretty fluid and pretty strong right now. So I don't know that I would say having a bad day. I'd like to think it was probably some sort of a mechanical out here.
Well, definitely don't count her out. She's had a flat in the past. She's crashed in the past and has made it back to the front group. So
she is
definitely
last year,
fighter.
That wrong turn, like at the
at
top
the
of the hill, right? Like just came up
end.
over Highland and made the left too soon, right? About a block before commercial there, so was able to get back into it. But she sees the groups, right? Well, we're assuming that's the lead group, right?
I think it is. She was with that group through mile 32, and I think that is that lead group out in front of her. And she's just something must have happened because she was with that group. They were all together 3-4 miles ago, and we'll see what happens as they roll into Madison here. She'll have an opportunity to hopefully catch back up when they all stop at the checkpoint. And hopefully she can bridge back up to the group because she's such a solid performer, such a great person. We want to see her up there in the front if possible.
That's my pick, man. Come on, Rosa.
I know, right?
She's having such a good year this year.
Yeah, she's had a great year, and obviously when she won here, that was a big group sprint, right? That was such a great year for so many reasons. But what do we have? 8 or 9 women come to the line in that group that year, and that
was our first year of a women's only start.
The separation, right from the start. So just what a great way to cap that year. So yeah, Rose has just been a huge favorite since there. So Cecily Decker. So Decker still up in this group. So what do we have? 4, 5. Oh, there's that. You remember that, don't you, Lauren? You remember that water
Look how
crossing?
deep that is. It's over their
Lord.
hubs. Over their hubs.
That's where the Ford Bronco took a little, pardon me, our Jeep took a little bit of a bath out there today. Or
this
the other
section,
day.
you know, they go through that puddle right there, and then it is a short, steep, rocky, little chunky climb.
Right, a nasty little ledge of a climb to get up there. That
a few goat heads there. We kind of called it out that this would be one of the first selection points, and a couple miles down the road from here is that kind of what I'm calling the cobble section, and you're going to see some fireworks there. You guys went through it the other day, but some big, it looked like 6 to 8 inch kind of cobbles for, I don't know, probably 300 feet going through there. A couple little river crossings, and probably some water in there from that rain last night. But we're going to see them hit that in just a few minutes here, and that'll be one of the selection, one of the spots in the selection. Interesting point we haven't talked about here. Cam Jones riding one of the new 32-inch bikes, and everybody's wondering, is this going to be the trend? We saw a picture or a video of him yesterday morning going through that cobble section. It looked like he didn't even feel a bump. His back wheel bounced around a little bit, but he never stopped pedaling, blowing through those cobbles.
Yeah, his speed never diminished. It's absolutely, we all remember when we, on mountain bikes, when we went from 27s to 29ers, how you could just roll over thing. And now we're, looking at 32s, and it's just like kind of mind-blowing, the idea of just like not even having to steer the bike around obstacles, just kind of point and shoot kind of
Well,
format.
you guys have been talking about the front of this group and who's represented, and you have not mentioned Cam.
Boy. Who's on the ground? We've got one rider. That looks, I thought for a moment it was one of our power riders. No.
Yeah, that's approaching that mud puddle that we just saw everybody go through, that deeper water, and then that little short climb.
Look at that rut in the middle of the road. Look at how deep that rut is, right?
Probably got caught in that rut and
tried to move side to side.
Look at his bars.
Bars are completely twisted there, and trying to get them back in
that
place.
was a forceful crash.
That was hard, right? To twist the bars like that, he had to hit the ground really hard. Look at the rut on the right side. So that's where the vehicles, the tire tracks in the vehicles. Yeah, those are probably a foot to 16 inches deep. Those ruts. That's insane.
Look, if that guy's riding carbon bars, I'd be a little questionable on that.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Look like Matt Wilson just coming through right off the back.
Yeah.
Even the motos having a bit of difficulty through there as riders come around.
Well, this is what we talked about earlier. So important to have that visibility in the group, right? And that's why you see these riders letting a little gap open up so they can see exactly where they're putting their wheels. And this poor guy, he's still
trying to get his bike
still
back in shape.
Getting after it right here.
We just got a report from the field that the 3 specialized riders that are in that lead group all took the time to stop in Madison and get their bikes washed.
That's a smart play. What a smart play that is, right?
Probably gave up 30 seconds to come out with a clean bike, but get rid of all that extra weight and any of that resistance that might have, be built up in the drive chain, in their brakes, in their, in their frames with that mud.
Think how fast they're going to move for the next few minutes at least.
Yeah.
They're going to be, oh, geez.
Gently crossing.
Yeah, I'm feeling for this guy right now, trying to get himself composed. And
I'm sure he went down pretty hard.
Good team communication here. Again, having all 3 of them stop, that's a team effort. It's a logistics call. And like you guys say, this is a call for later in the race. We're talking about how gently you have to shift through those gears, and everyone's having caked up problems. You want to take care of your bike because your bike's going to get you to the finish line. So if anything is just on the verge of breaking or anything like that, it could be detrimental later in the race. So very important to them to take that time and stop and take the time off the back.
Getting these, just a footnote for you all, getting updates from the field. We had Christy Moan in, one of our OGs and our community relations manager here for the Life Time Unbound gravel presented by Shimano. Also, the updates in from our marketing manager on the front of the men's field, Mason Moan, Christy's son, who's worked with us here at Lifetime and on the Unbound event for the last 5 years, I believe now. Started out coming out of school and has risen up to be the marketing manager for Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano.
We're going to go to our Giant Breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant Bicycles. Take a look at that little mishap we had just on the run. And, yeah, just like that, it was on the right side there. And it looked like probably trying to move right to left and just got high-sided, essentially, trying to come out of that rut. So, yeah, oof, that was not pleasant. Hopefully he shook the cobwebs off there. We saw just a moment ago, so now we got one rider you can see off the front following the motorcycle. So we're on one of these really long, straight sections now. We should be just about to one of these points where we're going to be pointing pretty much straight west here for a little bit. But we could see when the motor panned out before, chase group of about 7 or 8 riders looked like they were not too far behind the main field. As now we've got our lone leader now coming through down on the drops there.
One of our Trek Driftless
in
athletes.
the biggest gear. Look at that, all the way down on the back.
Yeah, these lead men are headed south on Township Road right now, what we call Road 90. They're going to be the south end of this road. They're going to make a right-hand turn onto Road 93, and that's when shortly after they make that right-hand turn, we're going to hit that cobble section that we talked about. And it's one of those sections of the course that I think can be a defining moment for this year's event. This Trek Driftless rider that's off the front, putting down the power, wanting to create a little bit of a gap. Might be a little ambitious to be going this alone this early on in the race, but he's taking advantage of the guys that might be back there struggling after getting through that last little mud section they had to go through. We'll see if we can't get a name on who this rider is here off the front, but he just made that right-hand turn onto Road 93, and that again, this is where this is likely going to be a game changer for us. We'll see. He'll roll down. We'll see him here in a mile or two, roll down a little hill, and it's going to get really rough for a while. We're expecting to see a lot of carnage. There's probably going to be some flats and some tires getting shredded, and hopefully guys are sensible as they go riding through there and keeping it safe.
Yes, this driftless rider making a good push here off the front, sitting up now just a little bit, trying to roll things. Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to win.
I think that's Daxton
Mock, right? Is kind of my thought, because he's one of the newer acquisitions to that program. So it kind of made sense that he had been in that leading group. That's who that was going to be. As we've got our Stello by Dexicom elevation profile, so you can see they're just past feed zone number 1. Road tipping uphill just a little bit. It looks like, take a look, it looks like he's got some sunshine on him, right? So it looks like the skies are starting to open up, the cloud cover rather, just starting to break a little bit.
Thank goodness.
The problem now is for the riders that aren't on the specialized team that didn't stop and get the power wash, that mud going to get caked on there. It's going to be super heavy, super hard to deal with, even more so than it is.
That and the temperature rise. If you don't have a little bit of a headwind and the humidity out here, you're in a steam cooker.
Yeah, we get some spots later in the race when it's going to be up in the 80-degree point where they're going to have sections of tailwind. It's going to be like riding in a furnace at that point, right? Nothing to cool you off out there, and that's going to be kind of on their way to probably around the 150-mile mark. We get one of those sections where they're heading west, and more than likely going to have that tailwind.
Good picture right here of rider on the front, and then who is leading the chase? Or is
looks like our
women on the right
field,
side?
Yeah, women's field on the right.
They're so dirty, I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I see G and Sophia at the back
there you go.
In the red. That's kind of the only things that it can definitively pick out right now.
You get a good shot of Daxton there off the front. You can see that chase group of men not too far behind them. They are headed directly west right now, and checking the weather, it looks as though it's just a light, about a 10-mile-an-hour tailwind almost directly out of the east. So they're going to be moving on this section of road. They're going to head east on this one. They're going to jog around a little bit before they get on a 12-mile straightaway that heads directly west. Right. So they're going to have a tailwind here for good part of the next hour. It's going to be moving pretty quick. Women seem to be working pretty well together. You know, it seems to be like there's some good organization. They're taking rotations. They're pulling through. See Sophia looking over her shoulder there. She's always quick to be one to kind of keep everybody in check and make sure everybody in that group is working. She'll be quick to drop back to the back and recruit anybody that seems to be hanging on and not doing their part. So you can tell that she's definitely organized. She's looking around a lot, definitely keeping that group organized.
Well, and if Rosa's off the back, she's definitely going to want to push forward and keep her under all that pressure. And we could just see out of the back of the shot. I'm not sure if that's Rosa trying to catch back on, but if it is, that's, you know, all the work that she has to do and expenditure she's spending early on is going to definitely cost her later in the race. But yeah, Sophia, you know, like you said, Chemo, just organizing the group. Cecily Decker right here on the front also. Maybe there's a little bit of communication happening and, you know, who's going to pull through or what's happening.
We still should have, so Cecily should still have Caro up in that lead group as well. So you would think a little bit of cooperation by both Pa and Specialized to kind of keep that pace up a little bit.
Yeah, and even, you know, Caro was kind of saying that yesterday. You're on the same team in theory.
Right.
But you have different sponsors basically outside of the kit. So different bike sponsors are going to want different winners off of that team.
We've got our women's leaders about to get into the town of Madison. One notable I wanted to mention, there's one of the men's elite that riding with us this year. Taylor Finney came over from Girona, just announced he's going to be making a bid to race for the USA team cycling for the Olympics.
Yep.
And he is just rolling into Madison just ahead of these women, actually. He's about to get caught by this lead group of women. So they are, we've got the women on the top here. We see Rosa closer. It looks like she is trying to catch a rider that is between her and that lead group. So they are rolling over the bridge, about to drop down into Madison here in a couple miles and get into that first feed zone. As I mentioned earlier, the number of the men did stop. I just got another report from the field. There were a number of men that stopped. It was pretty chaotic in that feed zone, as it always is, but a number of them did take the time to wash their bikes. You see the leader of the men's group here, Daxton Mock. He's hitting some of the beginning of that cobble section.
Yeah,
He's
look at the gap, right?
About to get to that roughest spot. He's managed to open up a really good gap. Probably a good idea to be out there in front, put a little space between him and that group so he can take his time through those cobbles. But here we've got down at the bottom, it looks like we've got Rosa catching one of the riders that's in between, and they are not too far off the back of the lead women's group. She just went by, was that Paige that she went by?
I couldn't quite tell if that was Paige. We know Paige not in that lead group. There's 10 riders right now in that front group, and our last split had about a 30-second gap. Oh, look at that. Yeah, just very nice navigation is dropping through. So that's that section you were just talking about, Chemo.
Not much of a problem for Daxton, that's for sure.
Daxton, good cyclocross rider. That's kind of his background. So made that look relatively easy. Looking back now to see if he can see the rest of the group making their way through that, if they're going to have any trouble navigating that little section there.
Back to your point of Taylor Finney racing here for 200 miles, but then also trying for the Olympic bid for the men's pursuit program with USA Cycling. It's quite a different discipline, and at some point Taylor will have to pare down his training and really focus on the team pursuit. Again, he's a three-time Olympian already in the individual pursuit, and phenomenal bike racer, and went into retirement, lives over in Europe full-time, is married to another professional rider in the women's peloton, and just, I think, still has the love for the race, and having the Olympics back in the U.S. in L.A. in 2028, it's just right around the corner. So, yeah. It's gonna be a big fight for him in the future.
Well, coming up next, we're gonna have another guest coming, or another visit from. We're gonna throw it over to Sarah Sturm with Specialized here.
Hello, everyone. From Aid 2. I am here with Fiona, the team manager for Team Specialized, and I just wanted to ask. There's been a lot of Seems like the feed zone is getting a little more stressed now. We're at feed 2. They just went through aid 1. What are you hearing from your team? Like, what are they telling you guys to prepare and get ready for?
Yeah, so we had a plan at feed 1. Everybody was going to grab their bottles amongst 3 people. We changed the plan on the fly. The men needed a power wash, so all of our guys stopped to get a power wash. And our mechanic over there told us to also prepare for the same thing. So we're ready for whatever the race throws at us. We have staff working behind us. We're getting race updates from our performance director. He's stationed out in South Africa watching the live stream, giving us all the information we need. Yeah, we are international over here. But yeah, we have good communication throughout the race, and hopefully, yeah, everything plays out to our favor. But
I see these guys prepping a water cooler bucket, and what's in there? Like, what do you have? What are like some secret tools that we're seeing? And this is the elite only aid station, which is different from last year. You were saying earlier, it kind of is nice to have just elites. It's a little more organized. Tell us about like what that feels like.
yeah, so compared to years past, there's always been one giant feed zone amongst the elite field, the amateurs, and there's thousands of people doing this race. So you can imagine there's a lot of people supporting a lot of people out here. So this year they isolated it to just the elite field, and it's way more calm here. Like, you can actually get a place to stand, somewhere to set up. Our riders will see us, somewhere to park. Our athletes will be able to find us a lot easier. But yeah, behind us we have our mechanics. They have a whole table full of everything you would need. And we have a power washer. We, of course, have all the nutrition our athletes need. So yeah, I mean, it's nothing different.
I'm seeing shoes, glasses on the shoes. We have two toolboxes. I see 4 chains, 1,000 CO2s. We have pressure washer, a very pink pump, and a bunch of wheel sets. I mean, we have it's like a bike shop out here. Would you say there's other teams that are this prepared? We haven't made it too far down the line, but you look like you could open a bike shop, honestly.
Yeah. Surely there must be at least one other team that could be prepared, but yeah, I mean, they tell us we can switch everything on the bike other than the frame, so we don't want to do that, but we can. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of like doomsday prepping at this point. Like, you're preparing as much as you can for worst case scenario and hoping for the best case. How late were you guys? I mean, how much planning goes into this for your team, aside from the athletes?
We planned quite a bit for this. Honestly, since January, there's been some progress in planning for this, and it really ramps up in the last couple months. And especially once they release the course, then it's all we're thinking about. So, yeah, I mean...
How many spreadsheets?
I mean, we have one central one with a lot of tabs.
That means a lot. There's a lot of spreadsheets going on. Well, awesome. Is there any, like, secret fun trick that Myron has other than his fun hat and toenails?
That would be a Myron question. He likes to keep things secret. Yeah.
Myron, we want to hear, what's one cool thing in your toolbox? The Synergy Lube? Synergy Lube. There you have it. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a different energy. I've never hung out in a feed zone this long, but I would say we arrived and everything's really organized. Parking wasn't as chaotic as I thought. And we did hit quite a heavy, severe rainstorm on our way to the point where I had to use the highest setting of my windshield wipers, which is funny because yesterday when Caro stopped by the SRAM house, I told her she might have gotten her wish of a non-muddy race. And I'm eating my words a little bit. As we've seen, obviously, it's a very muddy race, and they might have more in store for them. The aid right now is quite peaceful, but, as we know at Unbound, it can change in a second. Yeah, so we'll keep reporting back to you from here. We're just waiting for the racers to come through, and we're expecting some organized chaos for sure. So I'll give it back to the studio. Thanks, guys.
All right, we are back. Thanks, Sarah, for that update. Some good stuff coming out of the feed zone there. Daxon Mox on the screen right now. 44 seconds, the latest time split. That group, he was in that group of 22 riders, so now roughly 21 riders back there behind on the chase. And they've got him in sight, so I'm kind of guessing that 40-second gap actually maybe coming back down from the looks of it. That looks like it's maybe about 25 seconds to me. So Daxon Mox trying his hand out there, probably looking just to try and draw out some riders, or maybe just gets that technical ledge that he rode over in the front to avoid any bit of chaos. But still looks like he's giving it a little bit of effort there.
Yeah,
Go for it, Kimo.
I think he, probably a smart move, so he could take his time, get through that rock cobble section that we talked about. He's looked back over his shoulder a couple times, so now is probably the moment where he's looking back over again. He's probably starting to question his life's choices, and maybe thinking that being out here on the front with about 150 miles left to go may not be the best decision. He might be smart to sit up and wait and be a part of that group and not be having to do all the work himself. Although we think he's got a bit of a tailwind going, westerly across here. So maybe he's deciding he's going to try and make it stick out there in the front. I think it's a long shot from 150 miles, obviously, but you never know. Last year, Cam Jones and Simon Pelot made it stick from 155 miles out. So it can happen, but these guys looks like he's making the decision to sit up and let them roll back up on him here, so he's got a little bit of help.
I'm just wondering, actually, if it's not an attack out of that group pushing forward, wanting to break up of whatever is left and start animating this race a bit more, having the Specialized guys stop, have they now come together in agreement of like, all right, let's push this race again?
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case, right? We're going to go to our Breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant and Live Bikes, power washing bikes. Daxon taking a look back there as we take a look at our Breakpoint replay. Coming through here, Rosa Closer, so the women's race, Rosa's stopping, getting a little spray down on the bike. The staff trying to get the whole drivetrain there, but Rosa was chasing, right? So she was not really wanting to give that much time away, so trying to get out of that Madison High School station as fast as she can. So hopefully Rosa can get herself back to the front of the race, as now looks like Daxon just about to lose the final 5 seconds of that gap. But look at that.
It's like five guys are just trying to
like
jump out of that group.
If you noticed on that section, right, when we were watching Daxton, you see the ground? It was bone dry, right?
Yeah.
So they're in this bone dry, really hard packed section.
So they took the right-hand turn onto this northbound road, Road 50. I forget the name of the road, but this is called the Judge, this hill they're coming down. So this is, historically, we've gone the opposite direction,
right,
up the Judge. And this is one, it's loose. It's one they're going to want to be careful about. It's got a little bit of a turn in it. Not too dramatic, but it's enough that it could shake up the course. But this is the Judge. Here we've got a shot of the women that are off the back. We'll see if we can't get a couple names on these women. They're hitting some of that mud coming out of some of the mud that I think coming out of Madison,
right?
That the men have already been through. You can see the men have
who that is?
Kind of plowed a path. You know who that is?
Do you know who that is? That is Rosa Closer, that's Sophia Gomez-Vichafanye, and that's Cecile Lejeune.
Oh, it looks
my.
like they are off the back of the lead group now.
That's an interesting turn of events there, huh?
Yeah. Now, well, we got that report that the Specialized riders were each stopping to take the time to get their bikes clean. We saw Rosa do it as well, but the Specialized team, so Sophia being on that team, probably stopped, and maybe there's a little bit of a gap because of the time they took to get the bikes clean. We'll see if that pays off a little bit later in the race with a clean bike.
Well, G's not going to work probably up at the front, right? You would kind of assume G's just going to kind of wait around at the front, and Rosa's got to probably pretty psyched. She's got a little help. She was chasing by herself for a while, and Cecile's just going to kind of take the free ride up here because those two riders. I won't say they have more at stake, but maybe a little bit more pressure on their shoulders to do a little bit of the driving right now.
And how cool is that feed zone check-in with Sturmy at feed zone 2? But to know everything that these mechanics and staff have for their athletes.
Bike shop, a veritable bike shop out there, right?
Well, here they are about to hit
puddle,
they're
right?
getting through that rut. The rut's where we saw that crash earlier in the men's field, and here's that big puddle they're going to go through. Looks like
Cecile Lejeune looked like she almost touched the wheel of Sophia.
Look how deep that is.
Sophia actually slowed down a little bit when Cecile hit the ground there, so I wonder if there was a little bit of contact
touch of wheels of not
spot.
knowing when you hit that water, it slows you down.
And you can't see the bottom of it, so you have no perception of how far your bike's going to drop, and your arms, you're trying to pull back on the bike, and next thing you know, you're sideways.
If Cecile didn't get her bike washed back at the aid station just now, it looks nice and clean.
Yeah.
Take the positives. Take the positives.
Right. There's whatever you can do.
That rocky climb coming out of that puddle, you saw it yesterday, and we know how tricky it's
steep.
tricky to get back on your
climb.
bike because it is so steep. It's short, but it is steep, and she came out of there in a big gear, had a hard time getting rolling, but she's moving now.
This is
also laying it down on the drive side like
right,
that.
Right. You wonder if the
hope
shifting
everything's
is going to
all
be
right.
up to snuff. And now look at the gap, right? She was just able to kind of follow that chase with Rosa and Sophia, and now she's off the back, and those two aren't going to wait up. So she just lost potentially a big opportunity to get back to that lead group.
Yeah, Lauren, I think you said she was taking the free ride there she had it for just a moment, and now she's got to she's going to have to do some work to bridge back up to that group, because that group is not going to sit up and wait for her.
Oh, the look.
The look to the camera, man. I feel bad with that look that she just gave him.
But at least you can look around the corner and see where they are, just like that, and just hopefully, all right, get back on your game within yourself. Take a deep breath.
It all comes back to look, this is such a long race, right? And we're still pretty early. The women just a little over, 2.25 hours in. They're just past that first feed zone, so a lot of time to kind of right the ship. So no real need to get panicking just yet necessarily.
I'd be pretty fired up though.
Well,
from the look
a
in
shot
her
of
eyes.
adrenaline, right?
Yeah.
It's a heck of a shot of adrenaline
She
for
was
sure.
pretty upset.
I think we're back to our looks to be our lead men, and judging from the looks of things, they're sitting up here. I think we've got the group pretty much all back together. They pulled Daxton Mock back in. I think I saw Simone Pilot back there in the back of that group, so it looks like he's bridged back up. I know we saw him chasing going into the Madison aid station. Does not look like they're working real hard right now. So
they're spread. It's again, you could see the double track there. It's pretty firm, so they could be cruising along at a pretty quick pace if somebody really wanted to give it. So yeah, a little bit of a reset here. So maybe riders that took some feeds at that aid station just kind of starting to get settled in, starting to open up a little bit more nutrition there.
Yeah, they're still northbound on. They've got down the Judge safely, and they're northbound on Township Road 56. They're going to make a left on County Road 2. They'll ride that, traverse that. It's they've got some fairly good roads here for the next few miles before they work their way back down to what we call the Texaco Hill. So it's a section of the course where the number of rollers, a couple steep little short climbs, nothing really to break up the group, but certainly some to animate them a little bit. So making that left-hand turn onto County Road 2, heading west again. It looks like we've got a fairly decent-sized group. We're hearing that getting report from the field that chase group that came into Madison was about a minute down, and this might be a chance for some of that group to make their way across, because this group is not working really hard up here in the front.
Well, when Bill and I drove the course, this was the only section that we saw on the course that, I don't want to say you could just relax, and that's exactly what they're doing. Food, nature break, taking a moment, just gathering yourself, because you've just been through the start, which was nerve-wracking. You've been through multiple YY Road, that was chaos, into the feed zone. It's just, you've been on pinging this entire time, and this is the one section of 5 to 10 miles of road that you can be all right, let me just situate myself for the rest of the day, because from here on out it goes back into complete chaos. So yeah, talking about a chance for them to sit up, regroup, regather, and if anybody is off the back, the chance for them to push across to this group.
Yeah, I mean, this whole section coming up pretty shortly, right? The Texaco Hill climb. It's obviously one of the most popular spots on the course. It's the climb itself, it's a mile and a half. It's pretty wide open, real wide open. Beautiful vistas when you get on top of that plateau. The grade, not bad. 2 to 5%, a little pitchy at the top. One of the tricky things that comes after that, though, is so you get that descent from Texaco, right, that we'll be seeing in a little bit twisty, chunky, and that's kind of one of the spots where in years past when we use that area, I tend to see a fair bit of flat tires on that section because it's high enough speed and it's chunky enough and twisty enough that line choice is tough. And then right on the heels of that, we're going to get back into another pretty nasty MMA section around Boot Tree Hill. So it's a big, kind of about a 4 or 5 mile critical section of the course here coming up.
Back to our women's race right here. That group of 3, I do believe, well, at least the 2 have made it back. I see Sofia Gomez Vichafanye in there, Rosa Closer. I wonder.
That's her on the second in the
red.
Right.
Yep. Sophia in the red and Rosa right in front of her in the white and white kit.
So.
Emma Langley right here at the very back in the white helmet, white top. So still pretty small group, I'd say. And you got to wonder as well if anybody can come back from behind. Maybe Cecile Lejeune has a little bit of fire in her legs to.
Yeah, I think give this thing a few miles for Sophia to recover, and I would suspect that they're going to start to get on it. I mean, you know, again, they're a little farther there behind the men as we're looking at one of our, I believe one of our guys that's been dropped there. You know, they're going to be coming up on, you know, when they get to that Texaco Hill section, that's going to be a spot for them, I think, where it's going to start to separate a little bit again and maybe start to see a little attack because Sophia will be recovered.
We see Sarah Lang to the right with the pack on her back. She seems to be the only one in this group. Well, maybe Emma might have something.
Emma's got something underneath that jersey. I think maybe
now
just
the
a spare
kits,
bottle.
you know, I can't quite tell because now you can the bladder can be integrated into the kit, which is pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing, but it makes it a little challenging to pick some of that stuff out.
Samara Shepard just pulling off the front there. Cecily Decker still represented, has been so far unscathed in what we have seen here at Unbound.
Yeah, everybody taking a turn on the front in that group, making the pace. So everybody looks pretty content with that group, and I think I would suspect they're all going to keep working together for a while because they all realize they've got a pretty good scenario going on up there with you know a lot of the favorites that we talked about just kind of miss the boat. So yeah. So back here, I believe we're looking at the front of our men's race again here. And again, you know, just kind of getting a little farther to the west, and you can see that this area looks like it's not so affected by the rain so far. Is everything looking pretty dry, pretty fast? They're going to make their way down here, and we're going to be looking at the Texaco Hill area coming up pretty shortly. So that's going to mark around the 62-mile point of the race. So yeah, we're going to go to our course feature here of Texaco Hill since it's looming ahead. Texaco Hill comes at 62 miles in, and well, if you've been to Unbound before, you know this is an iconic section of any of the southern-based routes. It's about 1.5 miles in length with grades between 2 and 5%. It's relatively hard packed, so usually pretty easy traction. Tops out on a plateau with absolutely stunning views of the area. That descent back down the other side, well, it's tricky, twisty, and chunky. And it's actually one of the highest risk areas on the course for flat tires, so you've got to use caution. There's also a few low water crossings on the way down to add to the fun as well.
So as they approach that Texaco Hill section, this lead group of men has actually ballooned back up. So after Madison and after they made it through that what we call the cobblestone section, or just a couple miles outside of Madison, it's ballooned back up to 28 riders. So a number of the riders that were off the back coming into Madison have now rejoined the lead group. So that's this big group. And again, they didn't seem like they were pushing the pace before we went to that showcase at Texaco Hill, but now it looks as though they are stretched out a little bit more. So guys are starting
so fast.
Yeah, they're moving fast. Again, this is that section. I think we've got you know, a good tailwind here, but 28 riders, and then just off the back of that group, Alexi Vermeulen, I think, was about 30 seconds behind, so trying to bridge back up.
Yeah, Russ Finsterwald, one of the riders that got himself in there. Ben Perry back in the mix. Felix Stelly, Jasper Oakleone and making their way back into that group as well. So a little reformation here in our men's field.
Told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this guy, as he uses the pharmacy line to purchase half the store, including a ceramic dolphin figurine, without a price.
Price check in pharmacy.
All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy, and her meds would get delivered right to her door.
I'm a real wild.
Epic summer adventures are best served a little wild. So fuel them with a real Kodiak breakfast. One that goes beyond great taste. Packed with whole grains and a whole lot of protein. That helps you squeeze every wild moment out of summer. Eating hearty sets the table for epic days. So go on, dig in, and you'll see. It's wild what you and a real Kodiak breakfast can do.
From training days to race days, Amazon Pharmacy delivers meds right to your doorstep. We're getting a good look now. You can see we're starting to pick up speed here as our men's field. Again, we talked a little bit about that regrouping where we had a few more riders getting back into this group. So looked like we had another wild card rider make it back in there as well. I think I saw that Russ Finsterwald, one of our wild card riders, who's been part of the Grand Prix for a number of years, getting himself back in there. Lesprance in there. Again, back in the mix. Hugo Deschaux, all back in the mix as well, as we turn our attention once again to the women. Taking advantage of that double track there. We got a line of riders on either side right now.
Seeing the Specialized women right there on the front, very much dictating the pace that they want.
They're doing a lot of work, right, Lauren?
Well, yeah, and, you know, it's such a small group, and we just saw the 50-mile marker. So, you know, you got to push forward. You got to keep everyone behind you out the back for a reason. So, you know, this is the race. This is where we're headed.
Do you think it's a scenario where, because you've got those two Specialized riders in there, that some of the other riders in the group are saying, hey, look, this is your race, right? Like, you're the bullseye on the back. You're the favorite, so you have to do this work. We're not going to contribute as much as you are.
Yeah, sure. It can't hurt. That's for sure. And, you know, as much bravado as that team has, I would definitely lean towards them doing a little bit of work. But you have so many previous winners in this race that at the same point, Sophia and G could very much look to them and be like, you've been here before. So, but it does look like Cecile Lejeune is fighting her way back to this group.
Yeah,
bless it. Good for her. Good on her. That's a hard effort right there.
Yeah,
she might be paying for it later, but
yeah, but it's one of those cases, right? You always talk about burning matches, right? And I think it's worth burning a match now.
And she is rolling into this is that infamous cobble section. You can see the riders just up ahead of her, how they're kind of picking their way through. They're going a little bit slower than the men did, being a little bit more cautious, it looks like, which is probably pretty smart. But look at how much they're bouncing around going through there. And it's, you know, believe it or not, that's actually worn in some, you know, a little bit of a track through there. The two tire tracks, you can tell some traffic's been through there and smoothed it out a little bit. That's about the worst section right there. They'll hit another little bit of it up ahead, but they've made it through. It looks like everybody made it through safely. Didn't see anybody pulling over with any flats yet. So that's good. They've made it through that section.
Good. We actually had reports of that many flats, right? Well, I mean, we obviously had a lot of those riders early.
I saw Michaela Thompson early.
Right, Michaela was the one that we definitively know, but we haven't really gotten word that there's been a lot of flat tires out there, which is good news, of course, as we get ourselves another
This is also a
little
super tricky
creek
bit as a
crossing. Right,
gap,
that
right there.
Right, that big gap of where do you put the tires going across
And then
that
a
thing?
movement to the left, and it's
Yeah.
slippery coming out.
Yeah, well executed there by Cecile to get herself going. Cecile new to that Trek Driftless team this year, and it's really strengthened that program, right? You know, like Paige Onweller was kind of the anchor of that program on the women's side. And I think bringing Cecile in, you know, giving them another option to play out there, because she had such a great year last year. So consistent.
Riding for the CCB road team, mostly, and they basically gave her these opportunities to race, and had a breakout year last year at this race, top 5 overall, and all of a sudden she was on everybody's radar, and had that move over the winter, and she's already won at BWR this spring, and you know is turning into quite a great gravel racer.
Yeah, last year I talked to her a little bit. I think it was in Bentonville, kind of toward the end of the season, and she was just still having such fun out there, and was just, you know, she admitted it was all just kind of this brand new stuff, and she was pretty green, but she seems to have kind of found her place here.
You'd mentioned Michaela Thompson a couple minutes ago. You know, we saw her on the very front of the race in the beginning, and then we saw her, you know, one of the first casualties in that mud section. She had a flat. Actually, before the mud section, she was dealing with a flat. She made it into the first aid station. She was already 8.5 minutes down, so that can tell you how tough this course can be. Once you start getting flats, I'm imagining she's had to stop multiple times to try and get herself going again, and that's challenging. It looks like we're back with the lead men's group, and you're starting to see guys come off there a little bit as they're hitting some of this hillier section of the course. They're past the Texaco Hill, working their way towards Teeter Hill, and that'll be coming up here shortly. And this might actually be Teeter Hill. This is certainly a separator, and it looks like it is. We got someone up at the front that's driving the group. They've gone through a little bit more mud. You can see this guy on the back with his paint stick trying to get a little bit of mud out of his front fork there. That looks like that's Teeter Hill. So it's the group has kind of gotten. What we had is a pretty good-sized group for the men. It's gotten blown apart. Here's Matt Beers coming from behind, so he must have had some challenges with the mud back there as well. So this hill and the mud at the bottom of it has really kind of blown this group apart.
And it just seems like it's caking back on, indicative of this rider having to go back to his paint stick.
Gluing itself to the rear wheel there of these guys as they get over this climb, this Teeter Hill road climb. It's roughly about a mile long. You can see the grade not too bad as they're just about up and over the top. Beers quickly rolling by, trying to get himself back to the front. Of course,
Alexi Vermeulen just coming through.
There goes Simone Pilot. So that answers our question. We thought maybe Simone had kind of gotten back into the mix earlier, and we were maybe missing out on that, but obviously still on the chase. But in good company there with Alexi. So this is actually a pretty strong little chase group, which of course going to increase their odds of hoping to get back. But you know, we saw how fast Matt Pierce went by those guys, not waiting for anybody. You know,
the beauty and the curse of being able to see so far up the roads, like how much farther you've got to go. We got to crash.
Oh, jeez.
Crash in the women's.
Race, yeah.
Oh man.
Trying to get a look at who's down there on our women's race. That's just absolutely unfortunate.
Looks like that's Nicole Frayne.
Again, you have to
hope
assume
she's okay.
You have to assume a touch of wheels. Looks like she's maybe is a little slow to get up. So it looks like she hit pretty hard there. She's just kind of getting her bottles going on, trying to compose herself. Making those little fixes to the levers there.
Oh, that's like one of the first things that goes when you land.
When she first
look,
stood up,
she landed pretty hard. They were going fast. Look at her shin.
She's practically got road rash.
Exactly.
On her shin. Yeah, which meant
She needs to take a minute. She needs to take a minute here. She's assessing her bike, but she's also giving herself a little mental check here.
It almost looked when she got up, her left arm moved real slow back to the bars there, and my first thought was, geez, maybe we've got a wrist or a collar.
You can see her wincing a little bit, trying to get her bars straight, and I think she's got a pretty sore arm, whatever side she landed on. There's probably a good chance she's banged up pretty good. That was a pretty hard fall, and she's having a hard time getting her bars even back straight.
Yeah, she's definitely taking her time here, just kind of trying to compose herself, and hopefully she'll be able to get back on. Just kind of double checking.
Got bloody fingers too.
Yeah, she's still trying to sort this
Her
out.
shoulder.
We're going to go with another Breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant and Live Bikes here of our most recent crash here. Try and see if we can identify exactly what happened. So, yeah, the group just, it looks like they were just
Cross the
moving
wheels,
pretty
man,
quickly in
yeah.
a touch of wheels, right?
But a little bit of, you see that rut on the right side? So,
Yeah, little
if somebody kind of caught in there or slowed down, because it's probably going to be a little bit slower over there, and just, you're wanting to stay on the wheel to stay as efficient as possible. We see a little bit of wind out there.
Well, you start to lose perspective of where your eyes are, right?
Sure.
That when you start to hurt, you're not eyeballing your surroundings.
Tunnel vision,
You're looking at
yeah.
that hub. You're looking at that rear hub in front of you. And just that's how these little things happen. But she's finally getting back on the bike, and hopefully that's the end of it, and she can continue to roll forward there and get back into the race.
I hope she's okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
when we're
me
talking
too.
about how fast these races are, you're talking about 20, 23 miles an hour. I mean, that hurts. And when you fall on gravel, like it's nasty. And you could see basically from her fingertips to her shoulder, down her arm, and onto her leg. It just, hopefully she didn't hit her head.
Right.
It's part of the sport.
I tell you what, though, look at the split it caused in that front group, though, right? Like
Sure.
it looks like now 4 or 5 riders with a little bit more separation as we're going back here to kind of further survey the damage here.
She's doing the same thing.
Yeah, that right hand kind of checking things out.
The wincing on her face.
Look at that. Yeah,
tells
look at that leg. Look at that left
nothing
leg.
feels good.
That left leg definitely pretty torn up there. That's like a straight up road crash.
Yeah.
They had to be moving. The women's, they're going 19, 20 mile an hour average here so far as we see, looks like again, is that going to be Sophia or is that going to be
Sophia back on the front, yeah.
Yeah, Sophia and the group whittled down there.
Yeah, it's not like anyone has necessarily attacked off the front to create this small of a group. It's
everything's happened from the back of the group, right?
And just the carnage within the group, and this course, this newer course and the direction that we're going, and some of the things that they're going over early in the race has just demolished this women's field. Like I said, from the beginning, the water crossings, the mud that they've had to deal with, and just nothing, like we say, has necessarily been off the front. It's all been just the carnage in the group that has whittled down to what is left of this women's field.
It's just this race of attrition, and it's not even physical attrition, right?
Mhm.
It's attrition by way of luck. It's attrition by way of happenstance, the people that got caught behind some of those crashes and run into it. But at the front, it's still specialized, right? They're still in control of this race, and it's just kind of an interesting game plan because it's just a lot of energy being used out there as we're taking a look out of the studio window here on Commercial Street, and the rain has finally found us here in Emporia.
Just circling around, and that's basically all week. It's been cloudy and the chance of rain,
Right,
and
little showers.
It just happened to show up last night and today, which is
Go
crazy.
figure.
Yeah,
Go figure.
which is unfortunate for them out there on course.
Yeah, well, it's the luck of the draw. You sign up for Unbound, you know that you're potentially stepping into the fire, and I mean everybody that's read the history of Unbound knows that we've had a couple of, not just the 2 epic years of 2015 and 2023, but there's been other muddier years as well, and there's been dry years, so that there's a high chance you're going to see something.
Well, the mental game that takes, I compare this a lot to a spring classic. You have to be at the front all day, and there's so much luck that is involved with these days, because just when you kind of check out mentally and fade a little bit to the back, something happens. So you have to be so mentally tough today to constantly have your brain turned on, to always be aware of your surroundings, what's coming up. Thank goodness, I would say that a lot of these riders have done a course recon too, and kind of know what's coming up. But there's 200 miles. You can't remember every single move, every single turn. But I think Carolyn Schiff, Sarah Lang is also in that group. But G and Sophia also, they're mentally tough to know and just to be up there. You have to continue to be represented up there. Cecily Decker as well.
It's such, and so much of bike racing, people talk about the physical aspect, the power, the watts a kilo, and all that stuff, and it's often overlooked, the mental component. And we talk. It's so worth mentioning how hard it is as we're the juniors starting in the deluge out there on Commercial Street. So again, this the 50-mile junior race, part of the USA Cycling Junior National Gravel Series. It's one of, I think, 7 or 9 events in the National Gravel Series. So a lot of the top juniors are going to be taken to the line out there. So we wish them the best of luck, and we'll try and keep tabs on their day as we're going back here to the front end of what I believe is our women's race again. And it looks like
see how they're all spread out, just giving each other a little grace period right there. Yeah,
right? Fast descent here, hard packed, speeds are high, and we've obviously seen a little bit more of a regrouping now. So looks like we're back to about 9-ish riders here in this front group.
Again, see Samara Shepard on the back here.
Trying to find the smoothest line, right?
This rider's probably wanting to pop over, or that's probably a male rider that they might be passing. But everyone's trying to race the course while also being an aerodynamic advantage of being in a group. Just seeing them be one by one right behind each other.
Well, while we continue to watch our women's race, we're going to check in again with our friend Sarah Sturm out there on the course.
Okay, hello everyone. I am back with Vincent, the team manager of Canyon. I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective from another big competitive team out there. What do you have going on? What are you preparing for? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so other than the other teams, we have a performance director on ground here. Yeah,
Shots fired.
Yeah, but I think we pretty much have the same systems. Most of the bigger teams have infrastructure, and what we try to do is just provide really repeatable and fast, aid stations and stops. So probably for the men we won't have a stop, but I think for the women we might have 1 or 2 stops here, just to have a quick review on the bike, have a quick review on the athlete, and then see how quick we can go through.
Yeah, so the big talk is like team tactics. What are you guys playing any of those? Can you tell us any juicy gossip?
Yeah, I mean, with a team, with the volume we have 5 male riders and we have 4 strong women, and we for sure there's some team tactics at play. This is a really long race. You want to have people in good positions in throughout the race, but as a bigger Canyon family, we also have a bunch of privateers that work with the team. So, so we have 6-7 riders in the female field, which we are excited to follow.
Are you throwing those privateers into the team? Is there are you requesting that they do work or vice versa? Are you meshing the teams? Like if you're on a Canyon bike, are you a team?
Look, 10 is always better than 5, right? So I wouldn't say that anybody's working for each other, but we're certainly working together. Yeah, that would be the goal.
I guess the goal is to get the Canyon across the line first. So you have a little goodie bag to show me. What do we have here?
Yeah, just so what you normally have in a feed bag. We have a couple of bottles of nutrition, a couple of gels that's attached to it, and then we also use hydration packs in the really long stages. I mean, this is significantly longer than most other races. With the distance, it's not so easy to keep hydrated. And then, of course, they have to calculate how many carbs they need per hour, and this is kind of our system.
So
individual bag, yeah.
So you're just handing them this musette. You're not putting the bladder in their suit or anything. They're doing all of that on the bike.
I think in a men's race it's a little bit more competitive and they lose time in the feed zone, so our men will ride through and grab the musette. I think also with the weight of the musette it's a little bit of a challenge, so it's about 4.5 kilograms for a musette. So we tested before the time which is faster, to stop or to grab it and try and keep it on the bike. And I think for the men, because they carry a little bit more speed and momentum, they can maintain it and take all of the food out piece by piece, whereas for the women it's much faster for them to stop and for us to actually place the nutrition on the bike.
Are you anticipating, we saw some pressure washers for Team Spesh. Do you have What do you got going on in those buckets?
Yeah, look, what we always say, you prepare for everything so that nothing goes wrong, right? So I think the biggest mud sections were in the first part of the race, and I don't anticipate we need a bike wash, but it's ready if it's needed.
And I also noticed when I was huffing and puffing my way over here, this is quite a ways away from the start of the feed zone. And you were telling me there's still another mile left of feed 2. What is your strategy being here? Why did you choose this, or did you choose this spot?
Yeah, absolutely. We were very tactical with it. I think if you come around the corner and directly go into the feed zone, you carry a lot of speed. We wanted to have a little bit of space where we can see the riders. We can also, take time splits and make sure that we give the information as we go backwards in the race. But we wanted to be in the first third of the feed zone, so easily visible with good sight line, but not at the back of the feed. In case there's a technical, then we're closer to the front, and that can be sorted out quicker.
I have seen teams like spread. Do you have another few Canyon employees that way, or are you all right here in case someone misses a bottle?
So like I said, you prepare for everything, right? So yes, of course we have a backup. Yeah.
Oh, or did I just give you a great idea?
We planned for this. It's a good one, yes. But thank you.
How many are on your team today?
Riders?
Mechanics.
Mechanics. We have 10 people working together for Canyon. Yeah. So it's a bigger. No. At each feed, 5 to 7. Okay. Yeah. Depends on how much is needed.
Okay. And is this team just at aid 2, and then you go to the finish?
Yeah. We have a
nice. And this is an advantage.
Yeah, the idea is to create an environment where we can be efficient, right? So two teams leapfrogging the aid stations make it simple, but then we also have somebody at the finish line to make sure that they're looked after when we get there.
Yeah, great. And the team are you communicating with anyone from aid 1 and where everyone is, what they need? Have you had any mechanicals?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we get the information in pockets as we get it either from the live feed or from the timing, and this is shared with comms throughout the group, right? So this is where the game's at.
Awesome. Thank you so much for chatting with me. And the weather, as you can tell, has changed quite a bit. For my preference, it's already gone from sunny to sunny and raining to now windy and a little cloudy, so we're expecting some more weather to roll through at any moment.
And with the Euros, we have a saying in Europe, we're not made from sugar, so we don't mind the rain too much.
Are we made from sugar, or are we made from corn? Thank you so much for chatting with us. Okay, everyone back in the studio, I'm going to give it back to you because I don't want to miss any excitement on the race course, but we'll be here when they come through aid 2.
All right, another great update from Sturmy there in aid number 2, and she's infectious, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I love it. Some great questions that she had for their staff, and to know how many staff that they had at every aid station.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool because
5 to 7?
Right, like Sarah's been in this, so she knows what she would want there, so she does, right? She's got great questions to ask these guys, and amazing staffing, amazing resource it takes to support some of these riders.
And Canyon basically talking about how if you're on a Canyon bike, you're theoretically on the team.
So back to our men's lead group here. Looking at the Stello by Dexcom race profile, you can see they're over that last Teeter Hill climb towards what we call Oasis, working their way towards feed zone 2. We have 3 men off the front right now. We're getting a report. Mads Wirtz-Schmidt, Keegan Swenson, and Kobe Freeburn have managed to get off the front. Last time checked, they had about a 30-second lead on Cam Jones, Paul Voss, and then that big group that was all kind of riding together there for a while that we saw that had swelled back up to close to 20 riders. They've now got about a 30 to 40-second lead on that group, and from the footage we just saw, it looked like they're working pretty well together. And interesting to see. You've got Matt Beers back there in that group. He's got Emil Herzog with him, another Specialized rider that we mentioned from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team, came over from Europe. Not sure if that was a planned team tactic for Specialized, but they've got Matt Beers and Emil back there in the main group. And then here we're taking a look at our lead group of 3 with Mads there on the front wearing the jersey he stole from me, Keegan Swenson and Kobe Freeburn.
You wore it better, my friend. You wore it better. Yeah, so this is a great ride by Mads and Keegan, both Specialized riders there in that trio, along with Kobe Freeburn, Kobe out of Durango. And Emil actually looks like he's on that chase group. So Emil back in that chase group, so he's probably just going to kind of float the wheels with that group of Cam Jones, Voss, Zach Carlton.
That's a pretty significant gap, guys.
Yeah, you can see that starting to open up. You know, our last check had said 30 seconds, but that's definitely going to be closer to the 1 minute mark as they make their way up this little bit of a climb here. And a good situation, right? Like, so obviously Mads and Keegan, they're going to work, right? There's no question. What does Kobe Freeburn do in this scenario? Does he say, you know what, I like my odds, and I'm just gonna ride with you guys, and we'll figure something out later?
I would roll through enough to keep them happy.
Bingo.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, this is a good shot for Kobe just to get on the podium. And it's still so early in the race that might not necessarily be a thought entering his mind quite yet.
Sure.
But, you know, we're definitely going to roll this out and, then probably sit on a little bit. This is more something advantageous for Keegan and for Mads for the Specialized team. But and those guys have so much experience and so much accolades to underneath them. So this is definitely, hey guys, I'm just here. I'm glad to be here.
Well, this is part of the course that goes quite literally straight west for almost 12 miles. They go through the Flint Hills Tall Grass Prairie Preserve, and it's been since 2013 that this section was used, but it was actually run in the opposite direction. So since 2013, that means these riders, they've probably never seen this before. I don't think any of them were here 13 years ago.
I want to call out Kobe Freeburn, a little bit of backstory on him. So young guy out of Durango, actually, up and coming rider. He won our Silver Rush 50 race up in Leadville last year. So strong mountain biker, only 24 years old, with the Trek Driftless squad. He is actually 5th overall in the Lifetime Grand Prix this year in his first year in the Grand Prix, coming out of Sea Otter Classic. Scored fifth place points in Sea Otter. Had a phenomenal race. We know he can ride a mountain bike. We know he's strong, and he's won a couple other races here this year. Had off to a great start, and for a young rider on that Trek Driftless squad, great to see him putting up some good power numbers to be able to. He's in rare company, hanging with with Mads and Keegan. It's pretty impressive to see him out there off the front and taking pulls. And if he's smart, knowing those two guys are teammates. Again, we keep talking about whether or not team tactics are coming to gravel. If he's as smart as he is strong, he probably won't pull through and take a pull when he's working with two teammates. That's what you'd get with normal kind of road tactics. He'd want to kind of sit in, make them do the work. But they've got a big group of gunners behind them. You see them back there in the background. Looks like they're probably close to a minute back, we were thinking, as they came up over that last hill. So we'll see if these guys keep working together.
And born and bred Durango. Let's talk about that a little bit. There's another small race happening over in Italy, and another Durango.
Yeah, right. Little Sepp
Kuss, taking the win yesterday. And my gosh, Durango just churns out champions.
What do we have? We've got four or five riders on the Grand Prix roster that are from Durango. It's amazing,
men and women.
This little
covering the board. Yeah,
of the Southwest
25,000 people in that town.
And our wonderful field reporter Sarah Stern.
Yes,
rides with that crew.
It's impressive.
It's kind of wild. We've got the dual screen going on here, and the juxtaposition of the course for the men and the women. Right. The men look like they're on relatively dry ground, and the women, it's just some more, not quite apocalyptic.
Looks like a completely different race course and a different location.
Right, looks like we're watching completely different races here.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see that section of the course for the men. We saw them coming out of there. We saw the carnage kind of coming out of there, and I think that's what blew that lead group of men apart. As we said, it had swelled back up to over 20 riders. They got to that mud section that I think is leading them into Texaco Hill, if I recall, and that was we saw them all kind of getting to the bottom of Texaco Hill, covered in mud again, and with it caked on. We saw a couple riders with their paint sticks trying to get the mud out, and this is that section. I think we'll see. It looks like you can tell how much the women have slowed down right there. They hit that pretty thick, goopy mud. It's a sticky minimum maintenance road. You've got a group of about 3 chasing the lead group of women round in that corner, and I think they're about to get to Texaco Hill, and we'll see. We should be able to get in a little bit closer as they get up on that hill.
We're going to turn our attention now to a little update on Yuri Oswald, the rider riding for a cause out there, who started very last of all of our 200 age group riders out there this morning. Looks like about 40.5 miles completed, 955 riders passed so far. So pretty impressive by Yuri. Of course, Yuri has the experience of winning the mud year of 2015. So he's probably having a good time out there, just picking riders off left, right, and center. So good to see Yuri continuing things out there as he's about a fifth of the way through the race. Still a ways to go for my friend, but he's already passed, a good bit of riders. So we'll see who wanted to donate, based on how many riders he passed. That'll be a pretty generous donation for the folks that rolled the dice that way.
I opted for the per rider pass donation.
There you go.
I think this one's going to cost me, by my calculations, at 955 riders. We had about 1,247 start, it looks like, is what rolled across the start line. He's passed 77% of the riders that are in the 200 event this year.
Wow. So you're going to be whipping out your wallet this afternoon.
This one's going to cost
moral of that story.
Well, that's nice of you, Keenan.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
No, I wonder if Yuri's passing everybody and like giving kudos as he passes. Like, do you know what you're just doing for us? Like, he's
such a personality. He might be.
Yes.
He's probably having a blast.
Sure, I hope he is. I'm
blast
sure
out
he
there.
is. If you know Yuri, you know he is.
Yuri is a Willy Wonka fan, and apparently he's handing out golden tickets as he passes people.
Oh, come on.
And then they can take
great.
that golden ticket and exchange it at Merchant Cycles, who, if you heard earlier, Christy Moan, who was in here, her husband Tim Moan owns and operates Merchant Cycles just down the street, right by the start and finish line. And everybody that gets a golden ticket will be able to take it back into Merchant Cycles and pick up some sort of prize from Yuri.
That's
Very
great.
nice.
What a great cause. Happy to have Yuri out there getting it done out there.
We got Brendan Johnson on the front, out there taking a pull with this chase group. Actually, it looks like trying to bridge back up to that lead group of 3, and we have we are approaching Teeter Hill, I guess. As it sounds like we've made it past Texaco Hill, and I think this is Teeter Hill. This is that roller section, a 12-mile straight that's just up and down, rarely flat. It's fast. It's got a tailwind. They've got a tailwind today, and here we jump back over to the women's group. You can see they're in that mud section. I think that we think is leading them into Texaco Hill.
Yeah, this is that run-in just before Texaco Hill. Is that Cecile Lejeune?
It sure
That
is.
Lejeune.
It sure
Second from the
is.
back. That's wonderful. So
And
that unfortunate crash and that stink eye to the moto, and well, she got it done. So yeah, it's great because Cecile came in here maybe as a bit of a, not a favorite, but certainly an underdog based on how she performed here last year. So yeah, I was super happy to see that she got herself back up.
And someone we haven't mentioned right on her wheel at the very back in that white kit, Mikey Kroger. Mikey is a former World Tour rider as well. I actually raced against her. And let me tell you what, she doesn't have any quit, guys. And she is tough as nails. And, we're starting to see that like we've seen in the men's group and the women's group. A lot more of these World Tour riders coming over and giving it a shot. She's getting distance here a little bit off the back. Just everyone's out of the saddle from this point of view. It looks like a flat course, but I bet they're going uphill.
There you can see checking to the start of our 50-milers getting out of town there. Another group of riders looking to have a good day out there on course. Another big group if you're unsure of how much gravel you want to try out here in the Flint Hills. The 50, not a bad place to start. The riders making their way out.
Nice 9 a.m. start. That would be lovely.
Yeah, you get to sleep in a little bit. It's not that 3:45 wake-up call thing. Yeah, maybe have something to consider for next year. Now, so lots of 50s rolling on out. You can see they've got some have the rain jackets on, anticipating a little bit of weather out there. So best of luck to all those athletes. We'll be happy to bring you back into town a little bit later on this afternoon as we're back with our leading women here. And
Sarah Lang just out of the saddle. Yeah, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye in the red right behind her. Haley Preen behind Sophia.
So we've got, what do we have? We have 8 riders, 9 riders in this group. I think we've got 5 that represent our international flavor up there. You know, we've got, Mikey Kroger, who you mentioned, Haley Preen out of South Africa, Samra Shepherd, a New Zealand rider, up in that mix. And, of course, G. Schurz, Caroline Schiff up in there as well. So the international flavor that we talked about, well represented at the front end of our women's group right now.
Mikey just dropping off the back again. Just, these climbs and the mud, it just is taking a toll.
She's not far from the top, though, so, not bad. I anticipate on the descent she'll roll back in there a little bit. So not bad to, you get most of the way up the climb, and you kind of settle into your own pace. Say, all right, if I can keep it to about 6, 8, maybe 10 seconds over the top, I can roll this back. You don't want to do that at the beginning of the climb. You have to kind of go into the red a little bit and then be like, okay, I'm almost there. Now I'm going to pull back. I'm going to ride my pace.
And to that point, basically you don't want to go too deep just yet. We're 3 hours into the race. There's so much racing still to go.
Look at the skies there. So this is our chasing group. So a big group here of chasers here. Looks like we got a good 20-odd riders there. But look at those dark skies out there, and you can just practically see the rain that they're riding straight into right now. So the chase group heading west and more or less right into the eye of the storm.
Mentally, you kind of see that, and you're like, I wonder if we're going to turn left or right at some point before that, or if we're just going straight to it.
Yeah, they're going straight to it right now. There's a lot of riders just kind of fighting to stay in the mix right now. You can see it's pretty single file, so pretty hard pace. We're not sure of what the time gap is.
Whoa.
We got a report a couple minutes ago. There were it was about 30 seconds. I think by that shot we had, it might have grown a little bit. I can't see him on the hill, over the hill there. So, I wanted to give a quick update. We haven't really touched on it yet, but yesterday afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, our Unbound XL took off here from Emporia. Those riders have been out there riding all night. We did a live show to send them off yesterday for the 350-mile Unbound XL. Our lead male is at mile 295, if you can believe it, starting at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Robin Gemperle, he's been off the front for quite a while. He's been closely followed by Alex McCormick and Josh Amberger, former pro triathlete, at about 275 miles, so about 20 miles down on Robin. And then on the women's side, Svenja Betts has been off the front for quite a while. She's got just a 1 mile lead on Larissa Connors, who is a past Leadville champion, who is out there taking her first run at the XL. And then we talked a little bit earlier about Maddie Nutt, who just won the Traca 560. She's in third place at 225 miles, just about 5 miles back on Svenja, our leader. So there's been a shakeup at the front of the XL, but hard to believe they left here yesterday afternoon. The women are 230 miles in, the men are 295 miles in. We're expecting them here, come in here late morning for the XL 350.
Guess what bike Robin's on? That Scott.
Is he? Yeah, that's right. He's the other rider on the Scott 32. So interesting.
That's right.
And just as a point of reference with the XL, we're now at 18 hours and 8 minutes since the start. Last year, Rob Britton took the win in 17 hours and 49 minutes, and Heather Jackson took the women's win in just a shade under 21. So we're already, 20 minutes beyond what last year's winning time was, and they still have a long, long way to go. So a very different XL version out there.
Yeah, that weather, I think they got in the middle of the night, really. We're going to hear some stories. We're going to actually get Pete Stetna in. He started with that group and unfortunately crashed out, was in the hospital at some point in the night last night. Pete's going to stop in and see us here at about 10:30 this morning. So we'll see if we can't get some inside scoop from Pete on how that race went down last night. But we're hearing it was a pretty rough night. We're looking at Cam Jones here.
Talking about 32-inch wheels, right?
Last year's winner riding that prototype Scott bike with 32-inch wheels. they're saying, a lot of people in the expo talking about these 32-inch wheels being kind of the next thing that's coming, not only for gravel, but also for mountain biking. There's a couple bikes that are supposedly going to be launched at Leadville coming up with 32-inch wheels, and there's all kinds of speculation that 2 to 3 years from now, 32-inch wheels are going to be the thing.
The bike industry never stops, right? Technology just keeps moving forward. So yeah, we'll see how well this works for Cam. You could see both Cam and Toby Rode there in front of them are stretching their backs a little bit, as you can see the obvious rain starting to come down a little bit heavier now as those riders, they were riding into the eye of the storm, and I think they're pretty squarely under it right now, as we're going to go back to our women who are clearly on a different part of the course in the dry yet, but you can see that the skies in front of them as well. It won't be too long before they face that as well. Sophia and G Schurz having a little bit of a conversation there, maybe a little bit of a tactical talk there to see what the next play is.
Yeah, again, I think this is the point in the course where everyone can just take a moment and regroup. And gosh, like, what a day you've had already. Is this Paige coming back right here?
Yeah, Paige Onwell finding her way back in.
Yeah, again, that's some nice horsepower you would want at the front of this field. So I imagine if Paige is coming back, maybe Mikey is right behind her. But, you got to always be present when you sit up and kind of go a slower pace. The expectation that someone is going to come back. You have to keep cognizant and mindset of, what's behind you and who's coming, because when you get dropped and then you get back into the group, it's a new lifeline.
100%. It's just it's just a big spike to the morale out there. Like, all right, I got it. I'm feeling good. I made this chase, and it just gets the confidence really going for you. So yeah, well done to Paige to getting back into this group, getting right in the mixes now. We see Sophia on the back, G on the front right now. So yeah, again, it's just continuing to bring up questions. What the team dynamic is going to be at play here. We're about 3 hours, 6 minutes in with our women. The men starting 15 minutes before, so they're slowly creeping up on that 3.5 hour mark. MAP is a design-led, performance-driven cycling apparel brand from Melbourne, Australia, merging aesthetics and innovation to develop world-class kit for your most ambitious goals, proven from the Tour de France to Unbound to Cape Epic. back here at the front of affairs. And it looks like we've got another little split going on here as the rider's getting across that cattle guard there. Got a little marker right up the middle. Pardon me, our women's chase. That was our women's chase coming on through there. There we go. Looks like now we're back, I believe, with our men again. That was going to look like it's going to be Madwart, Schmidt, Keegan off the front there, and maybe Kobe Freeburn from the Trek squad there working their way off the front.
Looks like Kobe is still hanging on to this group, and looks like he is pulling through and doing a little bit of the work. So these guys are moving there. On that section, of course, we talked about earlier, it is a dead straight 12-mile stretch. A lot of rollers, but headed straight west, and a big tailwind today. At least that was the forecast. So we think they've got, obviously they are moving quick. We think the gap is actually growing right now. So we're going to bring in our next guest, Melissa Rollins. We're excited to have Melissa joining us here in studio. Melissa's in the Life Time Grand Prix, had a rough start to the year this year. Had an accident down in South Africa before Cape Epic and broke her elbow, and then has had a couple incidences since. So recovery's been a little bit slow, having a hard time coming back. We noticed you did roll across the start line this morning, but a couple stats on Melissa real quick. She was third in the 2025 Lifetime Grand Prix, had a phenomenal year last year, second at Leadville. Broke the 8-10-year-old record, I think, at Leadville. Just happened to have Kate Courtney happened to show up last year as well. So two of you broke the record. Melissa got second last year, but she's also the 2024 Leadville champion. So Melissa, glad to have you join us here in the studio.
Yeah, it's a bit weird to be on this side, but with the current conditions out there, I'm actually a little bit happy to be dry and inside and watching.
Tell us what is going through these athletes' minds right now.
Probably nothing more than just look at the butt in front of me and make sure I stay upright, hopefully.
Like with all that mud and being stopped on the side of the road, what is that mindset when everything basically goes chaotic immediately?
I think it's pretty hard to stay mentally focused in races like this. Just you don't want anything to go wrong, and so when it starts going wrong, you have to sort of stay in the game. It's hard to keep it there.
Because there's so much racing to go, right? This was just, all of this chaos has just been at the beginning of the day.
Yeah. It's almost easier sometimes at the finish for something to go wrong but when it goes wrong, 10 miles in.
And when you get to your aid station and you see your people, what are they doing? What are they telling you?
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, I think
you're doing great.
I think having the aid stations is really nice because it sort of breaks up the day too. Mm-hmm. You're like, well, I just have to get to the next aid station, and then I can see my people, and then we can move on from there. We can reassess whatever. I know Trekkie and Cole had plans perhaps to change wheels if there had been condition changes out there, to change up tires just based on how everything was shaken out. So, yeah, I think the setup is pretty dialed.
It's so tough on a course like this, right? Because conditions, look at they are just fast, dry, but then we've also seen them go through that first minimum maintenance road. What was it? Road YY early in the race. That was part of that mud marathon. You saw it's like they hit the brakes, right? They just came to a complete stop, and they were all off their bikes, and it's tough to prepare for the variety of conditions in a race like Unbound, right?
Yeah, you can't really optimize for everything you're going to see out there, so it's kind of that's what makes it interesting, right?
How are the feelings when you basically rolled across the line this morning? Welcome back to training and riding. Let's talk a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I just recently was able to start riding outside again. Like Kimo said in the intro, I broke my elbow 2.5 months ago, which, I don't know, 2.5 months post-injury, I would have thought that I would be back, back, That's a long time ago. And I am not back.
That's okay.
Honestly. I've been working on getting my arm straight. That is not very fun. Elbows suck. Elbows really, really suck.
Physically get it straight?
Yeah, I can't straighten it. Okay. I have been going to physical therapy for the last month and a half, and For the first, like, I don't know, 10 sessions, they would just yank it and try to straighten it, and I would cry. It sucks.
That's got to be pretty painful.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, I talked to you around the week at Sea Otter, and I know you were really, really bummed not to be able to be at the start line at Sea Otter, first race of the year, the Grand Prix, and unfortunately that week you even had another setback, right? You, even just when you thought you were about to be able to get back on the bike. Tell us what happened that week.
Yeah, that's right.
As she's wincing.
Yeah, I mean, as you do when you're an athlete, you want to get back out to do things, and I was going a little bit stir crazy after my coming back from South Africa, breaking my elbow, being like on pain meds for, I don't know, weeks and weeks, and feeling so sick. I could finally start walking again, and you know, walking progresses, it turns to hiking, and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna do all these hours of, I can just do stuff, it's so great. And so yeah, I was planning on coming to Sea Otter, perhaps making it onto the live stream there, chatting with you guys maybe, but also making the start line. And yeah, the day I was supposed to leave before Sea Otter, I actually was on a hike and I fell, and yeah, landed on my arm that I had just broken and just had surgery on, and I partially tore my tricep on that same arm. So yeah, it's been a bit of a journey trying to get back.
We're going to take a look at the live action here for just a second. We're watching the men's group off the front and looking as far back as we can see. Here's a Smart Wool time gap graphic that they have spread this out to about a 50-second gap to that lead group. So we've got still got Kobe Freeburn, Mads Wirtz, Schmidt, and Keegan Swenson off the front. Looks like those three are working really, really well together. We can't even see the chase group, but the report we're getting is Brendan Johnston, Cam Jones, Caleb Botcher, Peter Havik, Matt Beers, Emil Herzog. That group is right now, looks like running close to a minute 50 down. So they have put quite a gap into that group. We had gotten a report a couple minutes ago. They were only 30 seconds down. Looks like they've stretched it out to about a minute 50. So pretty impressive, because that is a strong group of riders. You've got a Cam Jones in there. You've got a World Tour rider and Emil Herzog has an American flag next to him, but he is not from the United States. He rides on that Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team, and part of that specially. And I think I keep seeing, I think that's Robin Bardet that's been on the front. He keeps waving the motorcycle back to try and get a little bit of draft off the motorcycle. They're actually, you can see the attack here. They're splitting that chase group even. A bunch of the guys in the chase group are having a hard time hanging on to onto these five guys that are trying to split the chase group. So got some action going down in the men's field here, and it's pretty exciting.
Melissa, how has training been since coming back? How are the sensations?
Yeah, I actually, my legs feel pretty good. I feel like I was sort of pretty close on the cusp to being able to maybe coming back to this. The tearing of the tricep sort of made it easy to decide not to, but yeah, I've been able to get out on the roads here in Emporia, and unfortunately Emporia is not known for its road riding, but I have seen all
Are
the
you
straight
restricted
roads.
to road riding right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's is that just because of the
the
second injury?
Yeah, the triceps tear just it puts me really high at risk for a full tear if I were to crash, and it's pretty painful still with the vibration. So, yeah.
We're getting a report here from the out in the field here. Paige Onweller, who was almost 4 minutes down at one point, bridged back up to this group, went to the front and actually split the lead group apart there for a little bit. So we had Paige, G. Schurz, and Cecily and Rosa actually got off the front, but it looks like the group has kind of, they actually put a split and dropped Sophia and Sarah Lang and Carolyn Schiff, but it looks like they've managed to pull it back together. We're also getting a report it's starting to rain out there. We can see some of the water hitting the camera. It was coming down pretty hard a couple minutes ago. It looks like it's lightened up. So for the most part, what we're seeing is these thunderstorms kind of blow through, small bits of rain here and there, but nothing real consequential with rain. We're going to go take it back out to Sarah in the field and get an update from that second feed zone where their men are about to come through.
Okay, oh my God, it is absolute chaos. It just went from peaceful to really stressful. There are cars, helicopters, a mirror coming through about to kill me. This is really scary. It is insane. We're expecting the first 3 racers to come through. I have heard that Maz is going to stop, as is Kobe. And here we see them coming through. They are looking muddy as hell. Kobe is stopping, getting a pressure wash. This is an exciting day for Kobe, Durango kid. Maz is doing a little chain work. And I don't think we've seen Keegan roll through, so he must have stopped as well. There's Keegan as well. So everyone is stopping, which was not the plan for Keegan, but it looks like he's making his decision to get a very, very fast. And there goes Team Specialized. Kobe looked over his shoulder. Go, guys! Yeah, Kobe! Yeah, Keegan! Sorry, I can't not cheer. Oh my gosh, they are going. And if Kobe doesn't work, I was told that Team Specialized will in fact make him work. And I sadly don't doubt that, because I mean, this is a big race for him. I mean, he doesn't really, I mean, he's done some gravel and obviously he's quite fast, but this is new to be in the break with 2 extremely talented, extremely fast, experienced racers. And this is a ride of a lifetime for him. This is a big deal. It went from organized chaos to a little bit of calm before, I would say, the real storm, metaphorically and literally hits. I said earlier, we saw a couple lightning bolts. So if you don't see me on screen, it's because I've bailed, because I don't need to be doing this. But it is starting to rain a little bit, and it's pretty crazy. If we can get a shot of the helicopter kind of hovering above the field behind you, Ed, if you want to. Okay, we can't. Sorry. Just take my word from it. The helicopter looks like it's a couple inches above the field, but they're just waiting for these guys. And you can see the length of this feed zone. I had to run a little bit, and I can attest. It feels like it's a few miles long. So those guys were all at the beginning of the aid. We will see Team Canyon. Their station is a little bit further up this feed zone. And Jasper, I think, is the only one in the front of that group, so he'll get to pass all of these guys. And then we are actually right next to the Rafa squad, and I know that they have quite a few athletes to feed. And so what the strategy of a lot of these teams that have multiple athletes, they'll have one main tent where they'll have all their tools like we saw before. Team Specialized, Team Canyon will have a table with everything there, the rider's shoes and glasses and any spare part that they might potentially need or want. And then they'll have their feeders spread throughout the feed zone. So if they miss a bottle from one of them, they'll have backup 1, backup 2, and sometimes even backup 3. It takes a really big team to make this happen. So when you see these riders in the break, it's really just know that there's a team of people behind them, which is sort of what was so special about, okay, we're seeing them come, but that was sort of what was so special about Cam's win last year. He had his parents. Imagine your parents in the feed zone. Every time, I don't think you're allowed to be on this side. Every time, oh God, a bucket down. Okay, it's chaos. We're throwing buckets. We're seeing this big group of Peloton. They're tossing their bottles. People are waving, and they are coming at Mach 10. Coming through. There's Roman looking good. Cam looking great. Oh my God. Okay, people are skirting to a halt in front of other riders. Matt Beers is also taking a bit of a break. It doesn't look like he's going to get a pressure wash at all as Toby also takes off. So it looks like every rider in this group. Go Matt! Go Toby! Yeah! Got him. Yeah, Toby. He said congratulations. Focus on the race. It looked like everyone in that peloton no one got a pressure wash. So that could be an advantage for the top 3. I mean, I think all 3 of them got their chains sprayed off, that mud cleared. And I mean, that's a difference of weight. And also, I mean, that grit is going to wear down those parts. And this is a 200-mile race. So Okay, I'm sort of glad that is done with, and I get to do it again with the women when we see them come through. So I will hand it off to the studio because I am officially sweaty. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sarah. It's boy, what an exciting aid station. These checkpoints again. There's new going back to 3 this year. This is the second one, and obviously we didn't know quite what to expect, but boy, they came through. It was like a NASCAR pit stop for most of these guys, and definitely could be an advantage for those 3 guys that are off the front. They got a good
pressure wash. Yeah, sure.
They got their tires clean, their brakes are clean, their chains are clean. So be interesting to see what the women do when they come through through this second checkpoint. So Melissa, how's it feeling? How's it feel to be sitting here watching the action from the studio today?
Man, I'm kind of glad I'm not out there. I don't know why I'm sweating in the studio, but just watching it, yeah.
Talk about going through a feed zone and the differences about being at the front and then just being in the pack and how chaotic it is as a rider.
Yeah, super chaotic. I mean, you have to find your people. You're not really sure. I mean, the giant live squad, they're all in neon orange,
right,
and sometimes we do not see them even. So
yeah, thanks to Carl.
Tell us what we're watching here, Melissa.
Yeah, it looks like the start of the 25-mile race.
25-mile race.
Looks a little bit more cheery than the start of the 200 that I saw this morning. But, yeah.
We've been seeing racing go off basically all morning, and it's such a wave of people, all shapes, sizes, all different types of bikes, and absolutely lovely to have so many people here in Emporia racing around these roads, enjoying the Flint Hills and all this beautiful gravel that's up for offer.
I'd say all different types of facial expressions too. I see a lot more smiles in this group that's going
way
out
more
right
smiles.
Now. Yeah, you didn't see that in the group going out at 6 o'clock this
No,
morning.
I was next to Peta when I started. There was smiles.
Oh, she's always smiling.
Yeah.
She
was doing selfies.
We've got someone who's having a hard time clipping into their flat pedals. It looks like they're getting off to a good start. So, Melissa, tell us what's up for you. What's your outlook look like for the year? You crossed the start line today. I know you're debating, and you still might be debating whether you're going to stick it out in the Life Time Grand Prix, or you still have the option, obviously, to give that spot up if you wanted to for a wild card athlete. But are you leaning towards staying back in? And we're back to the front of the women's group. We'll go to them here in just a second. But tell us what your thoughts are for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think for sure all eyes are on Leadville for me. So I mean, before that, I'm not sure. There's a few things maybe in the cards coming up in the next few weeks. Hopefully I can get back out there. But yeah, in my mind, Leadville is gonna happen. So cross your fingers and toes for me.
Let me tell you, if all else fails, it sounds like you have a baking career ahead of you if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I had the luxury of adopting a sourdough starter.
Yeah, right. It's
I'm a mother to a
yes,
young, actually
really
old sourdough starter that I got just shortly after I got surgery. And almost every day, I think every day since I got that sourdough starter, I have made something new.
Do you have a history of baking in the past?
No.
Yeah, okay. You're just pulling recipes and giving it a go. And
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I was a chemist before this, and
natural fit.
There's a whole like hydration, fermentation. There's a lot going on with sourdough, and
baking is very precise.
Yeah. I started out with dough recipes that only required one hand, because
yes.
I only had one. And yeah, I've progressed from there a little bit. Now I'm like actually like kneading and rolling out dough.
Well, I wish I lived closer. That's all I gotta say, because the things that you're putting on social media look decadent.
Yeah,
Melissa, let's I love hearing about bread, but I want to talk about Leadville. So, Leadville's close to my heart, as you know, and I know it's close to your heart. And I think we met through Leadville about probably 10 years ago.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
It's also close to your family's heart. Your mom had raced Leadville how many times now?
Yeah, she just finished her 20th time at Leadville.
20th time. She got her 2,000-mile buckle last year, right?
Yeah, second woman ever to do that. So, yeah, I don't know if I will follow in her footsteps for that many, but I'm not This is going to be 8.
This is going to be 8.
Now I'm going to have to do 10.
You got to do 10. You got to
And
get
then
that
there's like
1,000-mile buckle.
There's a jacket for 11. I don't know.
Is the family coming out to Leadville? Is that?
Oh, yeah.
The plan? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's a family affair every year, isn't it?
Always. Yeah. I'll be back there. Yeah. And yeah, I think there's new motivation. Obviously, coming back from this injury is big motivation for me. So I'm excited to give it another shot this year. I think Kate kind of opened my eyes to what's possible out there. And I think she inspired a lot of people, not just me.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see some fast times at Leadville.
How was that experience being with Kate over at Cape Epic before everything went down? But you know, to spend some time with her, did you train with her also out in California at some point?
Yeah, we did a little training camp prior to heading out to Cape Epic. And yeah, I spent quite a bit of time with Kate. I think she kind of actually changed the way that I view myself in racing. It was really cool. I think even though this sort of derailed my early spring, I think it also changed the way that I'm going to approach racing for the rest of my career.
Well, did you see Kate has now turned a little bit to road racing, and did you give any feedback for her coming from the road yourself?
I would not say that I'm a pro road racer at all, but I have done a little bit in Europe, and so I was really excited to chat with her about how she felt. She won her first UCI road race in Europe.
Yes.
Really, really cool. Obviously, she's natural and has so much experience to bring to that discipline as well. So really cool to see. Yeah.
As we look back at the lead women here, who would you, if you had to pick one out of this group, who do you think you'd pick?
Dirty question.
Hey, we all had to pick.
There's a lot of people I'd love to see win out of this group. I have a soft spot in my heart for Haley Perrine. She homed me for Gravel Burn last year in November. I went out to South Africa for the Gravel Burn, which was a 7 day, I don't know. It was too many days. Stage race in South Africa on gravel, and man, I saw what she can do. She is super strong. She's super smart. She is actually just coming off a win at her national champs for marathon.
Right.
And I think she's going good. She obviously was going good at Cape Epic and at Sea Otter just a few weeks ago. So love to see her.
We just got a report from the field from the specialized camp there at Aid 2. We got a little inside intel that, G-Shures and Sophia being on the same team, obviously, with Specialized. What the word from Specialized is there's no strategy for one or the other to work, one to work for the other. They both want to win. They're willing to work together to get to the finish line, but they both want to win. And so I don't know that we're going to see a tactic of one trying to work for the other here. So we've a lot of speculation we've had, that has been over the last couple months, and then we've certainly been talking about it here in this, on the show today, about what the team tactics are going to bring to gravel. Do you have any thoughts on it as we see more and more teams coming to gravel?
Yeah, I mean, I am very curious to see how that starts to develop over time. I think as soon as there's one team that starts to dominate, then we're all going to have to do it. But until that happens, I think it's free for all. Yeah.
Love it. Yeah. And that's kind of been some conversation is what is going to happen. And one of the things, that we've also talked about is the radio that we're seeing right here on Lauren Stevens, right? That white piece on her helmet strap, that is a radio that she can talk to theoretically a teammate that's close by. And, would that be something that, like you said, would that be something that you would be going towards?
Yeah, I don't know how useful it is, honestly. But I don't know. Obviously, she's done it now at 2 races, so she's found use in it. I think it would be useful to be communicating with your crew, especially here. You could be telling them what to expect when you come through the feed zone.
Because what we saw in that picture just before this shot was basically Keegan on his cell phone texting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot different than that.
Yeah. How much dangerous is that? I mean, for Keegan, yeah, he's a professional. He can do that. For any other amateur out there, maybe not text and ride your bike at 23 miles an hour on somebody's wheel.
Unless you want a broken elbow, I would not. I would not suggest doing that. But
We're back on taking a look at the men's chase, and I think they're heading north. You know, they've been through that Matfield Green aid station. They're working their way north, and you can see another one of those cells up ahead. And those cells are typically working from what on screen left to right or west to east, obviously. And it looks like a pretty gnarly one up there with some rain that came down. They're going to probably hit some more mud going up. There is a section coming up here that we added this year around the 130-mile marker called W Road, and that's that minimum maintenance road. And I don't know if you've heard the stories about it, but it could be a game changer. It's really grassy. It's rocky underneath the grass. It's another minimum maintenance road, and it's got a couple little river crossings on it. And with this rain blowing through to the north of them, we'd expect that we're probably going to see a little bit of carnage going through that W Road. So we're expecting some excitement coming up here just shortly, but
it is looking ominous up there.
You know, the interesting thing, though, I mean, if you look at that group, it doesn't look like they're working really hard. You know, we got reports there that lead is up to over 2 minutes now for that lead group. Of course, the lead group did stop and took the time. They probably gave up 30 seconds to all get their bikes cleaned, and none of this group stopped. But they don't seem to be real organized or pushing really hard, and you're certainly not going to get Matt Beers on the front of this group chasing down his two buddies, right?
No. And for reference, looking at that Stilo tracker at the bottom of the screen, you see the brown just past that feed zone 2. That was mile marker 82. So not quite halfway, but just a little gauge of where our men are currently. The women are blue, and what they have already finished is covered in blue. And, of course, the grayed out is what is left to race. So lots of racing to be had. But, yeah, it's the feed zones, as Sarah had alluded to, went from peace and quiet to complete chaos because of these athletes and how important it is to be efficient through those feed zones and what they're grabbing and what they're wanting.
Melissa, before we send you on your way, give us a little your perspective on the Lifetime Grand Prix and what that's done for professional cycling and how you've seen it. The impacts it's had over the last. We're into our 5th year now. Give us your perspective on it.
Yeah, I was actually asked yesterday on a podcast what I thought the turning point in gravel has been over the last few years, because obviously it's changed a lot, especially in the women's field. And I think it's the Lifetime Grand Prix. Just thinking back on this race in particular, my first time doing it was the first year of the Grand Prix. It was not a separated start, but I do think that year changed this event. And every year it changes, right? Every year it was, there's new things coming, and now it's sort of the standard that women's racing needs to have its own start. And I believe that it started here with the Grand Prix and demonstrating, women can have their own race, and it's interesting and it's fun to watch. And what you're doing right now, like what we're doing right now, we're showing the whole freaking 10, 12, however long this race is. We're showing all of it.
Every
and I was just
mile.
looking, there's like 14,000 people watching. There's people are interested in this, and it's happening, and I'm super stoked to be a part of it. And yeah, obviously I have a soft spot for one race in this series in particular, and I probably would do it anyway if I wasn't in the series. But it's really cool to see that how much attention is being brought to this really, really cool racing. It's changing all the time, and yeah, I think it's because of the Grand Prix.
Well, you're part of our athletes advisory panel for the Lifetime Grand Prix, which we just started so that we could, we always want to hear feedback and ideas and ways that we can improve. And obviously every year we make changes. We try to make changes year over year to keep improving and evolving and growing so that we can hopefully grow the sport. And so I want to just, thank you for being a part of that advisory panel. Thank you for coming in and joining us today and giving your perspective. And it's great to see you. I wish I'd rather be looking at you on screen right there. Is it nothing personal, but rather have you out there racing. But hopefully we'll see you at Leadville, and you'll be healthy and happy and be back in shape to have a good race in Leadville.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. It's so great to have you.
Thanks for having me, you guys. And hopefully I'm not on this side for the next one.
Let's hope not.
Yeah. Have
a great day. All right, we're back on the on our elite women's lead group. This group, Lauren, it feels like there's not a lot of urgency there, and I don't know. Are we getting a report that we have a rider off the front. Is that right?
I have not heard that. Haven't seen anybody make an attack while we were talking to Melissa. We've kind of got the who's
Stevens, but was
no,
she actually chasing? Was she?
I
on
think
the
she's
chase?
off the back.
Okay,
And
so
also
she was
with
chasing back.
Morgan Aguirre, we were just kind of getting some close-ups of some of those that, maybe they're right behind this group. I'm not quite sure if we could pan back and see what's behind them. But nope, this group is still working. So yeah, that is confirmation. Morgan is unfortunately off the back of this race, so not her day currently. Not quite sure how far back. But, yeah, you got to keep fighting forward, and because you just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's about all you can do. Sometimes you go through these bad patches during the race, and you just have to keep pressing forward, keep taking on some nutrition, keep your head in a good space. And you talk about you need to compartmentalize, right? Yeah. If you start to think, oh man, we're 65 miles into the race, 75 miles into the race, and my word, we've got 130 miles to go.
Yeah.
Your body's going to shut down, right? Because your body's going to be like, I can't do that.
Well, and that's what Melissa was saying is the aid stops, you look forward to them, and it breaks up the day. And like she said, worst case scenario, just make it to the next aid stop, checkpoint, feed zone, whatever we're calling them. But Cecily Decker definitely is having a stellar day. She's basically raced clean thus far. She's been at the front. Usually that is kind of an indication of, hey, maybe you're a little nervous and doing too much work at the front, but that has never been a problem for Cecily Decker.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry, bud.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it's that's just the way she raced from the time she kind of popped onto our radar last year. It's Sea Otter doing so much of the work in that chasing group, and that's just kind of clearly we're realizing that's her MO, right? Like she just not a lot of team tactics, not a lot of hidden agendas coming out of Cecily Decker. She's just out there to race her bike, but interestingly enough, right? She's not one of the riders we've talked about in a negative light in terms of bad luck this morning,
right?
It's just
not
like she was dealing with a little bit of that mud early, but wasn't one of the riders with a flat tire, wasn't one of the riders caught up in the crash, has always been on the right side of every split that's happened so far, which, that to me, that's the most important thing, that, she might be spending energy on the front right now, but she's riding at her own pace.
Exactly.
Right? Like, that's a whole different world than if you miss the group and you're chasing, because now you got to ride hard, and that's when you're really burning the
That's when it's going to affect on the other end. Look at a good close up here of our lead group of 3 men. Mads Wirtz Schmidt right here off the back. That European
wheel tap there.
Oh, I've already missed it. Yeah, that's just they're just such good bike handlers. Kobe Freeburn sitting second wheel. That Trek Driftless team, and Keegan Swinson. Specialized team, that brand new Crux that they've just released.
Yeah, just a couple days ago. It's obviously living up to the hype, right?
Yeah, sure. And what's funny is like Unbound has now become the place that everyone's kind of letting out their new gear. And we've got the 32-inch Scott wheel, bike wheel. We've got the Crux. We had Alexi Vermeulen's Envy specially painted up for this race. We had Russell Finsterwald's one-off helmet painted up. Like, so many things come out this weekend, I think, just because the magnitude of this race worldwide.
Yeah, the magnitude of the race, the amount of people that come into town here. I mean, if you were here yesterday and Thursday, the expo was absolutely packed with people, and the expo expanded this year. Normally, the expo is kind of on some of the side streets. This year, we took over Commercial Street, where the start finish is, and had that all blocked off and set up, and a lot more vendors than we've had in the past, a lot more foot traffic coming through. So, yeah, what better way to unveil a lot of new things. And my final comment on that is Alexi's bike was my favorite with the Willie paint job, right? You can't
that
can't
dog,
go wrong with
that
Willie.
dog is like the gravel dog.
Yeah,
sorry,
he's iconic, right? So getting another look at our 3 leaders there, and Mad Wirtz Schmidt riding for Specialized in that European champion jersey. Keegan Swenson in second. Kobe Freeburn riding for the Trek squad in third, and not necessarily the most enviable position, but hey, he's doing what he can up there with the leading trio. So
Good morning.
Be the best that you never had.
Well, the better we train now, the farther we go later. As the official off-bike apparel sponsor of the Lifetime Grand Prix, Smart Wool Activewear is made with merino wool to offer light, breathable training gear. This broadcast is sponsored by Kinetic, clarity and focus on demand. 12 grams of ketones, caffeine-free, informed sports certified. When your body is spent and the trails keep climbing, well, your brain needs to still make the call. Metabolic brain fuel for athletes who refuse to fade. To learn more, visit drinkkinetic.com.
Bill, we're back to our lead riders here. This lead group of three, you see they've hit that section. They're headed east, actually, on this road that's going to take them over to Sharps Creek. Sharps Creek, and you can see that rainstorm that we saw earlier has blown through this area. It's obviously really muddy where they are right now. Interesting thing, Sharps Creek, we brought that section of the course back in. Last time it was in was 2015, and that was the absolutely epic mud year, that probably the most epic of all the mud years. That Yuri Oswald, actually, our Chase the Race rider, Yuri Oswald won that year, and I think it was a 12 or 13 hour day out there because of that mud. Some riders walked as much as 25 miles that year, we heard. They are about to get to Sharps Creek Road, and it's looking as though it's going to be interesting because it looks as though that storm has blown through here and dumped rain. You can see how wet it is where these riders are right now, where Keegan and Mads and Kobe are, and they're headed over to Sharps Creek. I wanted to make one other quick comment on Kobe. I was looking, he also kind of forgot he won Mid-South this year in a sprint with Cam Jones.
Right.
Took him in a sprint. So we talked a little bit earlier about Kobe and his kind of rising status here in the gravel peloton, if you will, and coming up through the ranks of the Lifetime Grand Prix. He is strong, and he has got a powerful sprint. To be able to outsprint Cam Jones, he's got some legs. So it'll be interesting to see if these guys can make this thing stick. We could be looking at an interesting sprint at the finish. A little early to be thinking about that. They're going to be rolling into Sharps Creek. Sharps Creek starts about mile 106, so they're headed east for a few more miles here, and they'll make that left onto Sharps Creek Road, start heading north. But I'm expecting we could have some, depending on how much rain came down out there on Sharps Creek Road, we could have some really gnarly mud conditions again.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be walking back into some really thick stuff. The paint stick's coming out, maybe the speed coming back down. Amazingly, the speed's been going up as we get deeper into the race. They're now averaging over 23 miles an hour, which, kind of amazing. And the last time split that we saw from our three leaders here, back to the chase was about 3.5 minutes. So that was a little bit ago. So I would suspect that gap has probably gone out a little bit. Emil Herzog, Matt Beers, Caleb Botcher, Paul Voss, Roman Bardet, Don Sukta, Cam Jones, all in that chase, along with Toby Rode and a few other riders. Worth mentioning in that chase, Caleb Botcher, one of our wild card athletes, out of Palmerston in New Zealand, looking to try and make a name for himself. This race, the second of 2 for the wild card, right? So we're basing things off of how our athletes did at Sea Otter back in April, and then, of course, today here at Unbound. So we'll take the top couple riders from both the men's and the women's side and give them the offer, at least, to get up into the actual Lifetime Grand Prix moving forward for the rest of the season.
And what an opportunity that was for Cam Jones last year.
Right.
When he came
Amazing.
and won here, that solidified his spot.
Yeah.
And then took the series overall. Like,
Yeah, I don't think
what
anybody
did
called that, right? Anybody
No
would have
way.
called that at the beginning
Not
of
at
the year.
all. Not, yeah, at the beginning of the year, for sure not. Just asking him on the athlete panel, what does it feel like coming back here? What's that pressure feel like coming as last year's winner? And he's like, 0 pressure. I already won it. Check the box. Now, I just have a hard time believing that as a competitor.
Right.
You're always if you're towing a line, you always want to win the race you're in, because as the saying goes, you're only as good as your last race or win. So I hate the saying, but but he can say that. I've checked the box.
So two of our wild cards that are in that chase right now, Skylar Taylor and Kayla Botcher, they're currently sitting fourth and fifth overall. Matt Wilson, the leader of that, Martin Blooms in second, and Andrew Dillman currently in third. And we might have Matt Wilson may well be in that chase group. We'll have to take a look back down through that.
Matt Wilson's in the second chase. I just found him on here.
Okay.
21st place coming through the last checkpoint. He's about little over 6 minutes down right now. So,
gotcha.
so he's 21st. So but he's leading. It looks like in that. No, actually, Caleb Botcher I think is leading in that wild card, out of that wild card group. He's in 6th overall right now. So. Yeah, he's up into. It looks like he's in that chase group that's about just over 3 minutes down.
Yeah, so that'll be it's going to be a great battle for the wild card to see who does take that out. So we'll keep an eye on that, both on our men's and our women's side. Once we switch back to that, we'll kind of see how things are shaking out on that side of things as well.
Watching our men's chase group here. Little bit of organization, but not too much. More just assisting each other. Just saw Roman Bardet getting a little assistance from the German national champion right there. Here at the back.
Looks like the wind kind of going out of the sails of this chase group, right? That's my read right now.
I would say a little bit. You have Matt Beers towards the front, and one of the ways to deter anyone from chasing down your teammates theoretically up front is to basically stick yourself near the front. So any camaraderie or coordination that's near the front will all go moot if you're sitting there, because you're basically going to shake the tree and say, well, no, I'm not pulling through.
Right.
I'm not doing any work.
And again, we, talking about, what we heard about the women, it's not really a formal teamwork kind of situation. Might be the same thing on the men's side, but we'll kind of see how that unfolds as we switch our attention back here to our women leaders. And look at this. We've got 4 riders. Look at this. Sophia. That looks like it's going to be Sophia, Cecily Decker, G. Schurz, and is that Cecile on there? That 4th rider on the back of the bus. So 4 riders now pulling out a little bit of an advantage. You see that chase group, they're single file as well on one of the very few paved road sections of the course, kind of a little transitional spot between some of the gravel roads. So this is a place where they're really going to be picking up a lot of speed, and the 2 specialized riders really kind of laying down the law right now.
Yeah, well, all 4 are rolling through. I'm wondering who initiated that attack. We do have open roads, so cars coming past, but in the back chasing, you've got to think, like, you have to reconnect with this group of 4. You do not want to let that firepower up the road. 2 previous winners trying to pick out that 4th rider sitting on G's wheel. Not quite sure who that was. When we get a beat on it, we'll tell you who it is.
Yeah, we'll try and get our eyes on. What a great view of some of the cattle out here driving the course the other day. So many open range farms, right? And we kind of talked about, well, that's actually just another course feature to be careful of, right? Like, riding along through all these farm areas and a lot of open range going on. You're going to have to be a little wary not to hopefully spook some of the cattle out there on course. That could send things a little bit sideways.
beautiful shots, though. And again, just talking about the differences in our pictures here. To the right, our women's lead. To the left, our men's lead. And just the different types of terrain that they will face all day today. Just tire choice, again, it's always such a hot topic. And you can see why, because you cross over so many different types of roads. And trying to prepare for the worst, but also be as efficient as possible with tire pressure and tire tread. And it looks like someone is coming across to that group of 4.
Yeah, one rider getting clear of that chase group, so can't quite see. It doesn't look like Rosa.
And it doesn't look like they're putting it in like a full gas attack. It looks like they're just putting more pressure on the pedals and got some separation. Now, we could be completely wrong. Maybe someone did put in an attack, and this is them settling into a rhythm, a harder pace. Sophia flicking the elbow, indicative of please pull through and match my speed. Getting a good close here.
Yeah, so this
that's Rosa. Oh my gosh!
Rosa.
Yeah, come on.
That is Rosa coming across.
No, that's Rosa in
Rosa
the brake.
Just got in the brake.
Yeah,
yeah. So that's a high-powered breakaway right now, and
yeah, they're rolling in the town of Cassidy right now. Right. This is that last little town before they make the right-hand turn and head up into the aid station. We'll get back out to Sarah Sturm here in just a second as they come through. We can see on another screen with Sarah where there's actually there are men's riders still going through that second feed zone. We'll cut over to Sarah here in just a couple moments as these lead women working really well together. You can see the flick of the arm there from Sophia, making sure everybody's pulling through. As I mentioned earlier, she's always one to be sure to make sure to keep control of the group, and she's got a good strong teammate there. And then another former winner here, Rosa Closer, managed to bridge back up into this group. So they're going to make a right-hand turn, and then they'll head north about a mile. They'll roll into that second feed zone.
Did anybody get a bead out there on the interwebs of Sophia's earrings today? That'll be. I'm wondering what she's wearing.
So it could be Sarah Lang, maybe, that rider that was trying to get across. Obviously,
she didn't make it.
Didn't make it. You can see her about to get reabsorbed. So this could be a pretty big turning point here in the women's race. These 4 riders just using every inch of this pavement to maximize their speed right now.
1 against 4. That was a big ask for whoever it was trying to jump across. And Sarah is extremely strong, and man, to have her up here would have been really great for her day, because she's such a strong rider. She just hasn't been able to put it together quite yet.
Right. Yeah, it's yes, they're just about to make that right turn there at the Cassidy Cemetery. So yeah, now they're heading their way back north again. So a good long stretch here. Heading north on the course before that next left-hand turn. That'll be up at Northeast 170th Street will be their next left-hand turn here in just a couple of miles. These 4 leaders, so they're going to work real well together right now. G. Scher's on the front swinging off. She's the taller of the 2 specialized riders. Sofia Gomez Vichafanye now rolling through. Cecily Decker, one of the last year's revelations, riding for the PA Racing team. And then Rosa Closer in the white kit on the back, a former winner here just a few years ago. And interestingly, just doesn't look like Rosa coming through. Rosa kind of sitting on the back of this group.
She's missed a couple turns here, and I took notice of that. She pulled her cell phone out, so it looks like she's going to pull a Keegan here and text in what she needs for nutrition coming up to this aid station. She's the 2024 winner, so she knows how to run. She won in that kind of infamous sprint that year, and she's we know she's got a sprint, and obviously Cecily in that group, second last year here, second overall in the Lifetime Grand Prix last year, just so solid. So we've got G was actually second in 2024 as well, so right behind Rosa. So we have got some firepower in this break today.
Yeah, a couple former champions, a couple former podium finishers in this group, so it makes it a tough one to call. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle this situation up here, because again, Lauren, we were just saying that Rosa is sitting out some pulls she's been sitting on the back of this bus here. Nobody's given her a hard time about it so far.
Well, remember at the beginning of the race, she was also off the back for a while, and we weren't sure if it was mechanical or something. But
Ooh, a little squirrely.
look, you got to
Good
pay
save
attention.
there. Yeah.
Just
One laps.
catch, and again, will the Specialized ladies stop and get a full on, and will Cecily and Rosa push forward? Are they going to get a drive through basically feed zone, or is there an agreement?
Yeah, they're rolling into this long straight stretch through the feed zone. So perfect time to turn it back over to our friend Sarah Sturm out there in feed 2.
Okay, here we go. They are coming in hot behind me. There's a group of 4, and what I'm seeing is no one is stopping. These ladies are absolutely hauling ass. Go, Sophia, go, G! And they are through. The chase is coming in. It looks like there is a mix of men. Yes, okay, we are mixed in with the men. There's a little group of men, and then now we have Team Canyon coming through, and people are focused. Samara. Okay, there goes Haley. We're going to watch a really fast pit right now. She's actually stopping, and she was, one of the few that stopped. Something must, okay, she forgot a bottle. Oh, it is chaos. I thought a foot went through a spoke. Okay, and that was our lead women. That was crazy. Let's go, Paige. Come on, you got this. Paige has, there goes Paige. It's a long feed zone, so like the women, yes, go! Sorry. I can't. She gave me the eyes that the cameraman got, like, this is insane. So we're seeing some of them go flying through, and it could be advantageous for the team Specialized and Rosa and, the girls who are off the front and Cecily to just roll through and grab a musette. I don't know if they're going to attack here or not, but they're still, okay, sorry, there's men coming through. It's a long feed zone is what I was saying. And so you're seeing riders that might look like they're off the back, but they might have just had their pit a little bit earlier than all the others. And they'll catch up to like Team Canyon, for example, who haven't hit their feed zone yet. So everyone looked pretty dang muddy, but pretty focused. I mean, it looks like everything happened right before the feed, which can be a strategic move on the racers. Like I know Sophia likes to just have, everything kind of like as chill as possible for herself. And it can be a really, really smart move to get out ahead of everyone. And that could, yeah, Clara! Oh, not Clara. It's someone else. I don't know who. It's a dude. My bad. But it is chaotic because the women have caught quite a few of the men, at this point, and they're going to continue picking them off through the race. And I can attest it is a stressful component, especially in a feed zone, but it really is unavoidable. I hear thunder around. We are in it now, people. I mean, it's getting real out there. People are getting ready for the next round, it looks like. I mean, crews are refilling their wash buckets and finding the musettes. There's still a lot of riders that need to come and get their nutrition. And teams are working hard. I mean, we're seeing folks running back and forth. I've seen people tripping over wheel sets, dropping buckets. I mean, it really is like, it's as organized as it can be. But it's still gravel out here. Like, we're still standing in the middle of a field, and there's rain all around us. It's coming, it's going. I mean, I'm standing in front of a dead raccoon carcass. It's truly magical out here, people. You're really missing out not seeing what we're seeing. We'll fasten it into a nice hat for later on with the tail. But yeah, we're still laughing about the raccoon carcass. I wish we had a scooter and could see the entire, okay, sorry, Ricky Raccoon, R.I.P. I wish I could have a scooter and go the whole length of the feed zone. It looked like Team Canyon was together, which it could, I mean, in the women's race right now, it's still a battle of the bands out here, people. I mean, we got Team Specialized with Sophia and G up there. It's gonna potentially heat up. I mean, Canyon wants their ladies up there, and they're gonna sacrifice some to do it. So we'll see. I mean, I hear I hear the helicopter buzzing around. It's getting a little bit chaotic. I'm excited to see the next group come through. I'm not totally sure if we'll be able to wait there it is. I wish everyone could stand in a feed zone so you can actually feel the energy before the racers, even before you see the lead moto. It's sort of like the energy in the peloton, actually. Like, you can feel this tension that starts coming in before they come, and everyone sort of like does a quick inhale, waiting for everyone to roll through. And I mean, as we saw with Haley's feed zone, I mean, she has a dialed team, but you know, it's just, you're doing your best. Everyone's doing their best. Hi, Bets. How is it out there? Tell us a little bit of what you've seen. Oh. Hold on. And we're cutting. I can't tell if this is women. It looks like it is. Yes, it is. It is another group of women. We are seeing the remainder Team Canyon. Oh my God, almost a crash. There goes Lauren Stevens. She's dumping a bottle. Morgan. Yeah, Morgan. Good job, bud. Nice, Morgan. Everyone's dumping bottles. Nicole's right in front of us. She is communicating with her team if she's going to keep going. She is really banged up. Nicole, you got this, babe. Okay, she's calling it. It looks really bad. Yeah, she's getting her bars straightened. She has cuts everywhere. Her fingers are bleeding. Her knees. That was a hard fall. It looks like her mechanic, Jimmy, is straightening her bars, but she's going to assess some of this damage and decide if she wants to continue on. They are pressure washing her bike, so we could see her get back on. I mean, she's tough. I have not trained with her personally this year, but she looks really disappointed. I know she really wants to finish this. She was having a fantastic ride, and honestly, she really isn't. She's still up there. Like, the thing about Unbound is Nicole could get back in this race if her body feels okay, if she's able to assess the damage that, you know, she underwent through that crash and feels like she can push through it safely. We could potentially see her getting a good result still, but it's, you know, the rider and her team have to help her make that call. It's sometimes a really hard one to make. You have to decide, like, is this road rash? Is this something more severe? Like, did I hit my head? Sometimes it's really helpful to have your teammates in there. I know for me, crashing out last year with a concussion, I had, you know, my friends and teammates in the peloton who helped me make the decision that it actually is not a good, smart decision to keep going, especially when you hit your head. And it's hard because, I mean, Nicole's put everything into this. Like, every racer, she doesn't want to pull the plug, but you also have to think about the rest of your season and the rest of your life. You know, I mean, we've learned a lot about head injuries over the years, and it's not something that you can just push through. You know, I'm watching her clean her road rash, and it doesn't feel good. Like, you get the toughest of the tough out here. And the fact that she's not just sitting down right now and she's thinking of going, she's grabbing her musette, and it looks like, to me, she's going to continue on. But it's a really hard call. I know she has it. You know, she has what it takes to be in that lead group. She can't even move her shoulders. This is, like, hard to watch. I'm going to tear up. It's brutal, but she's going to keep going. The rain is actually starting to, like, really, really come in. Okay, I have to say something. Nicole, you got this. Just keep riding until you can. Ready? All right. right, here we go. Danny Shrewsbury. So now she's going to have a teammate. So Nicole could have been waiting. And here's LDC. Yeah, Lauren. Yeah, Danny. Nicole, work with Danny. Okay, Danny's jamming those electrolyte tabs. Yeah, girls. Yeah, Nicole, you got this, girl. Come on. Just like we talked about. You got this. You're so tough. Yeah, Danny, Nicole's going to wait for you. You got this, Dan. Yeah, Danny! Okay, sorry, I just screamed into the mic. Okay, these girls are going to work together. They might not have... We're seeing Team Rafa. Okay, Danny is just catching up to Nicole, and this might be the difference between both of them staying in this race. And I don't doubt, 2023, the other mud year, Danny and I bridged back all the way almost to Sophia by the end of the day. So much can still happen. We saw Nicole waiting there for quite a while, but I don't know. Sometimes you just need another person that you've ridden with, that you've trained with, next to you, racing through this. Danny knows what it feels like to have some road rash and keep riding, and they're in it together now. So I'm really hoping that they can pull it off. But I think that was the biggest group that we'll see for a while. And now we're just going to endure this rain. It's really, I don't know if the camera's on me or not, but it is actually coming down a bit hard. I feel like one of those weathermen. The heavy stuff isn't going to come down for quite some time now, but we're going to get into the car before it really hits. Okay, back to the studio. See you guys there.
These are the best field reporting updates we're getting.
The raccoon that takes the top prize, I think, for the day. Unfortunately, we didn't show that picture yet, at least online. But a great field report from Sarah Sturm up there, and I think we're getting some more updates of our man Yuri out there on course, huh?
Yeah, our man Yuri chased the race. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Yuri started dead last today in the 200. He's our 2015 Unbound champion. Started dead last, raising money for the Lifetime Foundation. 100% of the proceeds that he raises are going to go to building a bike park here in the community of Emporia. We have a $50,000 goal. Right now, it looks like he's passed 983 riders. I got online a second ago. I think it might even be up to 989. That's 79% of the field he has caught starting dead last. And he's only 54 miles in. So he has caught that many riders 54 miles in. That was the 54-mile checkpoint. So far, it sounds like we've raised $28,000 for that bike park here in Emporia. Scan that QR code there on the screen. We need your support. Yeah. You can donate a flat amount. You can donate a per rider passed amount. You got a pretty good idea how many. We said earlier we thought he would pass north of 1,000 riders. He's headed there. He's pretty darn close. There's a good chance he's going to get there. We only had 1,249, I think, official starters for the 200 today cross the finish line. We had about almost 1,600 registered, so a fair amount of no-shows and deferrals, people opting not to show up, maybe got a little intimidated by the weather and the mud. But Yuri is out there just giving it his all, and show him a little bit of support. Scan that QR code there on the screen. Let's see if we can help him get up to his goal of $50,000. And once again, with the Lifetime Foundation, Lifetime covers all of the operating costs of the foundation. 100% of every dollar that we bring in through the foundation gets invested back into the communities where we put on these great events.
I tell you, it's amazing. He may 1,200 starters. He may well pass everybody. I mean, he's. It wouldn't be surprised at this point. That would be a phenomenal ride by Yuri, and got to be a little extra motivation for him to be out there and just having a great time. So yeah, hats off to Yuri for a job well done so far.
Yeah, Yuri is just such a great, just such a great human too. Just such a great advocate for the sport. Obviously, a big fan of Unbound and a big fan of what we're doing here with Lifetime and our events business. But he is a longtime GU athlete and just a great personality, great advocate for everything we're doing here in the sport.
Yeah, he's so great and such a team player for everything Lifetime Grand Prix. And speaking of teams, going back to the feed zone, and when we were basically looking at both of those Rafa riders and a whole, we've talked about G and Sophia as teammates off the front of the race, but to also have your teammate when you have been injured is also such a gift. We saw that Natalie Fran was basically going to wait at the top of the climb for Danny just to have that mental assistance, that emotional assistance. It's always good to have your teammate no matter where you are on the day.
Yeah, a long day like this, you can definitely use a little bit of help on there. So, yeah, not surprising. You know, while we were watching and listening to Sarah's, all that chaos through the feed zone. But our 4 leaders in the women's race are back together. G. Schurz and Sofia Gomez Vichafanye from Specialized, Cecily Decker and Rosa Closer in the lead.
Unbound is pure chaos. Everything is moving, everything is changing, and a lot can go wrong. So I focus on what I can control. My effort, my decisions, and of course, my fueling. I choose never second. Control under chaos.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, and Matt Beers are all dominating the gravel scene, and they all fuel with Never Second. It's science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. To learn more, visit never2.com. We're back again with our leaders in the women's race here. And looking, same old story here. So Specialized with the upper hand, 2 riders in this break. They are into the red there on the front. Cecily Decker in the PA, and 2024 winner Rosa Closer in the white. So kind of the heads of state of the women's gravel peloton have all made these selections and gotten themselves to the front. Also looking the split screen at our men's leaders. Mads Wirtz-Schmidt, the European champion, riding for Specialized. Keegan Swenson there. And oh, look at this. Kobe Freeburn maybe starting to feel this pressure a little bit. It doesn't look like this is intentional necessarily by Specialized to get the gap. I think Kobe just maybe feeling the weight of the effort here.
Yeah, we're getting into that 100-mile mark halfway through the race day, and these roads have gotten so heavy. These guys have been up to so much up until this point. You know, just the attrition will eventually eat at you.
You know, taking a look at the front of the women's race there, we haven't seen the chase group in quite a while, but the last split they came through, they were only about 30 seconds back. We saw them as they came through that second feed zone. There wasn't a big gap between this lead group of 4 women and then the chasers that were right behind them, and those chasers went through quick. They didn't take much time, and so there was only about a 30-second gap. But looking at this lead group of men, they have extended this lead. It looks like it's close to 6 minutes now to Brendan Johnson, Emil Herzog, Caleb Botcher, and Toby Rode, and that group that's chasing. So it looks like our lead group of men may be coming apart here a little bit, with Kobe coming off the back of Mads and Keegan, but these guys have almost a 6-minute gap over the chasing men.
Yeah, it looks like about 9 or 10 riders in that chase. So Brendan Johnson, Emil Herzog, Caleb Botcher, one of our wild card, Toby Rode, Cam Jones, the defending champion there, Odney Koster in that group as well, Pierre Havoc, and Roman Bardet in that group, along with Matt Beers and Paul Voss, just trailing that group by a few seconds, and then it's another 3 minutes back to the next group.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with Mads and Keegan off the front now, just the 2 of them, what that time gap will continue either to grow out or stale just stagnate just a little bit, or who's going to be the one to chase us down? We saw Roman Bardet working a little bit for Cam Jones. Is that the case for them for the day? What you got, Bill?
Guys, just look at the gap now that's opened up. With Kobe Freeburn, it looks like the parachute just kind of came out there and
just lights out.
Yeah, he kind of thought if he got over that roller, he might be able to freight train his way back in, but it looks like that's not going to happen here. As these two guys now, they know they've got it, and be interesting to find out what happened. Was there a little attack that we missed, or was it just an attrition thing? Right.
I think also maybe just a younger rider doesn't have the miles in his legs or the experience in his head and heart to kind of really know what it takes. But, good on him for being out there with these guys and pulling toe-to-toe. Like, they obviously kind of made him, asked him to.
Well, he kind of had no choice, right? I mean, it just would have been an
he had
attack,
a
counter-attack. Well, he had it. Yeah, you always have a choice, but his presence would have been a lot more short-lived.
No free rides.
Yeah, absolutely.
And worth noting, Mads and Keegan on that Specialized team. We've been, speculating all day whether the Specialized team effect was going to have an impact on the front of the race. We're seeing Specialized obviously dominate on the women's side as well, with 2 up there in the front group, and now we've got 2 guys off the front, both Specialized riders. So I'd say that the teams coming to gravel, we're starting to see it kind of come to life here at the Unbound gravel.
Is it too early to speculate about the finish for the men's race between the two of them?
I don't know if it is. The time gap keeps going the right way for the breakaway, so it might be fair to start throwing ideas around about that.
Yeah, but 6 minutes but there's still 100 miles to race.
I know, right? The halfway point, right? They've been out there for 4.5 hours, and we're literally just floating that halfway point of the race practically. So still a long way to go. And I'll tell you, the average speed, amazing. 23 miles an hour, just a shade over for our leaders right now. So we'll see if that speed continues to stay steady as we, again, turn our attention to the women and, the status quo. You see G-Shures and a little bit of a lighter gear there in the back spinning, and you could just see that top layer. It's not such thick mud anymore, but it's just a little bit slimy there. So still pretty good traction, just maybe a little bit slippery on that top level.
We got another guest joining us here.
Yeah.
Pete Stetna is come into the studio to join us. Pete's a little bit of history on Pete. It's been a really important part of the transition to gravel over the last few years. Came off a world tour, really healthy world tour career a few years ago to make the move over to gravel. One of the first world tour riders to make the move to gravel. Has been part of the Grand Prix the last few years. 5th overall in the 2022 Grand Prix, 6th overall in the 2023, 8th overall in 2024. Here at Unbound, he's been as high as 3rd place on the podium in 2021. 2023 he was also 7th here at Unbound. This year he's in what we're calling his farewell tour. He's had done a number of events this year as kind of almost like Phil Guyman with kind of the world's worst. What does he say?
World's
worst retirement. Right? I'd say he's on the slow path out here. We're glad to have him here with us, though. He actually started the XL last night, and interested to get the story about what happened. We know you ended up in the hospital at some point, and I see you looks like you're bandaged up and stitched up. But
yeah.
Pete, thanks for joining us today, and good to see you.
Well, thanks for having me. I've been watching it all morning here after my late stay, and it's a wild ride. Yeah, this rainstorm that came in changed everything, and so I'm enjoying the riding myself, but the other main part of my job here especially is I've been helping the Canyon team and some other riders I'm mentoring, so we've been kind of trying to prepare for all eventualities, but when this happens you can't plan. Like, you just have to, and experience counts here. So I think we're starting to see that.
Tell us what you saw out there in the middle of the night. We heard about some storms rolling through. It got pretty nasty, and what'd you go through out there?
It was a beautiful start. The Grand Depart at 3 p.m. with the whole expo at its height is awesome.
Crowd was huge.
It was huge. It felt kind of like, the gravel rolled a little bit, kind of a slower rollout. And then, the race started to whittle down. It was very windy, so it was kind of crosswind, headwind, crosswind. And eventually there's kind of a final selection of about 10 of us. And as we rolled into Eureka at mile 120-ish, kilometer 180, A few of us decided to stop and resupply because it's just before nightfall. And so we all kind of rushed in there and grabbed what we could. The store clerk wasn't having too much fun trying to deal with cash and Apple Pay, but that's the game. We were trying to be respectful, but he, I don't think he knew he was in for a long night. Yeah, so 5 of the 10 didn't stop, and they kept pushing forward, and 5 of us did. And so it was leaving Eureka, it was myself, Alex McCormick, our young ATR rider, who is an ultra specialist, and Robin Gemperle, who is now leading the race right now, and Victor Bozo, who was the winner of the Choco 560. So this was a good group to roll back with. And this was the magical part for me, is we were just full team time trial into the night, and the Fireflies started, doing their nightly dance. It was beautiful.
It's
I was
kind
like,
of a great time to be out there, right?
yeah, and I was like, this is what I wanted. For me, it was the experience of pushing through the night, doing this all night self-supported thing, and then the rain came, and we caught the lead.
What time did the rain start to fall on you guys?
About
'Cause
9.
When we were kind of cutting it here, it was still dry out and still looked.
Yeah,
bad,
it was
right?
all to the west. It started to come around 9 p.m. in the dark, and yeah, just I came a cropper, slid out hard, it was deep mud too, and I had a big hole from what I could see. After peeling away some mud globs. So I kind of knew, like, this is, if I ride, another 10 plus hours, like, this is a guaranteed infection. Like, my day's done. So luckily I found a good Samaritan out there and called Big Tall Wayne, and he brought me back. Conveniently, funny story, I saw Ted King also with a big knee gash in the ER at midnight last night. Yeah. So I'm not the only one. And then it looks like the heavens have unleashed. We've seen a lot of walking. I've been following the dot, because I'm here to hopefully welcome Alex in for a great result here and kind of take care of him while the rest of our ops team is all dealing with the 200 pros.
Yeah, we're looking at the leaderboard right now on the XL. Alex, your rider, Alex McCormick, in second place. He's just past the 311-mile mark about 10 minutes ago. Robin Gemperle, we're getting an estimate from our race director. They're going to be in sometime between 12:15 and 12:30. Local time is kind of our estimate. So looks like those lead riders. Fourth place right now, Josh Hamburger. I don't know if you know Josh, but ex-professional triathlete making the move over to ultra endurance riding. So tough conditions out there. Do you know anything? Have you heard anything about what's happening at the front of the women's field? Svenja Betts, Larissa Connor, an ex Leadville winner, Leadville champion up there at the front. And Madeline Nutt, who just won the 560 at Traca, I think.
Yeah, Svenja is riding impressive, and I don't know her. I know she's a defending champ, or not defending, but a former winner here. Larissa Connors actually lives in my town of Santa Rosa, so we cross paths quite a bit. And she is a hoot. She is alternative, to say the least, in the best of ways. Just always a positive person. So she's having a great time. As she's started to come back into cycling, she started doing, these late day or early morning rides before she goes into her main gig. Is she's a math teacher at Santa Rosa High School, I think.
So she's working full time.
Oh yeah. So she's doing these crazy night things. And she caught the bug by doing the mega grasshopper route last fall. And she started bugging me, and I hit Christy up, and I was like, you remember Larissa Connors? She's got the XL itch. Larissa joined the XL early in the year, and then I guess the itch was too strong that I had to decide to explore it for myself too.
Something drew you. What drew you in? You just made the commitment here just recently, I think, right? To make
Yeah.
the switch up to the XL.
Yeah, I was going to be here, for my obligations with the team and experience Unbound in a different way. And I felt like that's, as I'm winding things down, like a part of gravel I've never explored is this push through the night, this ultra endurance side of things. And it felt like an itch I had to scratch. It's more of a personal exploration. And, I don't know if I'm the guy who can push all night, or maybe I'm just the high octane racer who is, after 15 hours, wants a slice of pizza at a Casey's gas station. And both had to be okay with me. Like, it was just going to be a personal thing. So, for me, the biggest disappointment is I didn't get to do the thing last night. I didn't get to explore that space. But, I guess the itch is still there. I woke up this morning, I'm already thinking of maybe it's this next year or something
Yeah,
else.
that was my question, right? Do you think the itch will continue, and this will fuel you to not necessarily put off the full on retirement, but to maybe just make a run at this?
I don't know if
year?
it's Unbound XL. I mean, I would love it. I mean, if it's not a mutter like what we're seeing now, this is extreme.
This is quickly going extreme.
This is the worst mutter I've seen in quite some time. I think since I've been doing Unbound.
Sure.
So I don't know if it's this one or next, but yeah, I need to explore it. And for me, you know, retirement doesn't have to be goodbye, see you never in the traditional sense. This is my social circle. These are my people. You guys are my people, and this is my happy place. So I still want to do bikes, and so you know, you'll still see me line up at a race. It's just, you know, the focus is not on. I think that the dedication of athletic pursuit, right? Like what all these riders we're watching right now are doing is they're counting every carb. Everything is nitpicked. And that's, I think, what starts to really weigh on you with a longer career. It's the lifestyle is the hardest.
It becomes less performance-based and more experience-based, right?
Exactly.
Where you can have a little fun but still that these challenges that can.
Pete, I think we know you can push it through the night.
I appreciate it. I was gonna leave that alone,
Earlier
but
this
whatever.
year, you took part in the Stagecoach 400. No, you didn't. Oh,
No.
okay, sorry. we got a bad result there. Okay, well, you've on your retirement tour, you started out with us at Sea Otter. You got 4th overall in the XL this year. Is that right?
I did the gravel race.
Just the gravel race.
16th,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, you were 16th overall in the gravel race.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
And
And then Mid South. You raced Mid South.
Yep.
How'd that go for you?
It was fun. Again, it was, you know, Bobby is a good friend, and that's, you know, kind of like Unbound. It's just, it's an annual cannot miss, you know. So showed up there, and it was just fun to be in the race and slice and dice. And that's the thing is, with my goodbye tour, it's not so. We're seeing here, Mass is having a shoe problem, but you know, it's not about trying to win one last thing. You know, I'm realizing as I age, like that's just you can just keep chasing that, you know.
It's a dangerous game, right?
It is, and you might never be fulfilled. So for me, it's about enjoying the speed of the peloton while I have this residual fitness, while I can still play and slice and dice, and maybe some magic happens, maybe not, and that's honestly not the point. So it was really fun to be in Mid-South. It was really fun to be in the Traca.
How'd that Traca 360 go for you?
It was great until my stomach flipped, and that's also racing. I had been unfortunately sick, and you know, it's busy days now, but it's really fun because, you know, I'm kind of at all these races. I am focused as more of my new role with Canyon as a team mentor, so to speak, a co-manager of this ATR team, and helping all their current pros excel even more. So the idea is I use everything I've learned over my whole career to help their riders. So, you know, this whole week before, we were reconning things, doing I was driving parts of the route, videoing it, looking at my past heat maps of all the Unbounds I've done with Lifetime, and seeing, oh, I remember this mud section from this year. This is something that we need to have a asterisk next to if the rains come. So
you got a couple 2-year-olds at home now, right? Are they 2?
They're almost 4 soon.
Almost 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's life changed for you as a professional cyclist, becoming a dad, and having to? How's life changed for you?
It's so great. They're so much fun. And professionally, it makes it even harder to be that pro. We're talking about the lifestyle, right? Like you realize when you can do everything right. And this is where pro gravel is now, right? It's the world tour that I knew my whole career. It's the same commitment to lifestyle. And being a present parent, when your job is your body, as an athlete, your job is your body. It's everything. Your body comes first. And as anyone who's a parent knows, being a parent is not great for your health. And when you're trying to play the same game as these riders we're witnessing up front right now, it's you already feel like it's a bit of a losing battle. But, you know, there's other strength that comes from it too. You know, a new resilience. And what I was hoping to explore with the XL was my new skill in sleep deprivation.
Probably developed that skill over the last few years. Give us your perspective on some of this. You know, we've been speculating a lot, and now we're kind of starting to see it come to life. What, you know, teams coming to gravel, you coming off, you know, racing on the world tour, obviously knowing and understanding the dynamics probably better than anybody, what teams can bring to an event. What do you see happening? You said you're involved in coaching and mentoring the Canyon team. We're watching a pretty dominating show from the Specialized team, both on the men's and women's fields here today.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're seeing today, and then what do you see in the next 2, 3, 4 years coming from teams as they come to gravel?
Yeah, the evolution is happening. I mean, we're all witnessing gravel evolve and become a more professional discipline. It's not the alternative discipline anymore. It's a standalone next to road and mountain bike. It's its own. And in Europe, it was quite eye-opening this spring. I was actually doing the commentary at the Santoval, which is kind of the season opener over in Spain, and there was more teams brought up to the athlete announcement than there were privateers. And so the switch flipped this season. I think all the brands, and especially in Europe, I think it's just more understood. They're going to do things their way, whereas we do our things our way here stateside. And so it's more understood. And as these young pros, part of me, as the privateer guy from earlier, it's sad.
A little bit to your chagrin.
It is. But at the same time, you realize, like, why was privateering so successful in these early years? Was there wasn't the industry and the sport wasn't ready for teams. There wasn't the financial backing. There wasn't the understanding yet. And now I see it as a positive because we're having these young riders who are not crossover athletes such as myself or Keegan or Alexi or Maswer Schmidt. We are having riders who their first foray into pro racing is gravel, right? We have, Nele on our team or Kobe Freeburn we just saw. And they don't have the experience of this former career to rely on. They need that team environment to really to evolve and excel, because I learned my whole World Tour career was nutritionists, team coaches, PR handlers. We had PR training, all these things that helped me succeed as a privateer. So I think this is, as again, to my chagrin, it's evolving the sport in a more professional manner. The racing is changing fast. I mean, I think we're seeing it, with Keegan and Mass and Kobe right here, and what Sophia and G are doing. So it's evolving, and that's something I try to talk to our riders about is play out race scenarios. If you are in a group with two Specialized, how do we mark them? And all of that. Try to anticipate.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's the one side of the team sport, which is everything kind of behind the scenes, right? We're not seeing it on the screen, but all the support, the guidance, even just having mechanics, having people to cook for you, having your travel arranged and all that stuff, and then to what happens out on the course, right? The dynamic and how it's going to change the racing out on the course.
We're watching a little bit of our race here. We got a breakpoint replay brought to you by Giant and Live Bikes. A little rock in the shoe scenario going on up there for Mads Wirtz-Schmidt, having that little bit of a problem. You can see him unclipping that foot. Fortunately, he's with his teammate, so kind of no harm, no foul, but shaking a little rock out of his Specialized shoe there and getting himself situated, pedaling with just the sock there for a minute. Hopefully not getting too much mud on the sock and dropping it back in the shoe, but no harm, no foul there for Mads Wirtz-Schmidt as he and Keegan Swenson continue to work on their lead. They've got about a 1:20 advantage over Kobe Freeburn, and it's another 7 minutes back to the next group led by Tobias Kongstad, Brendan Johnson. We've got Emil Herzog in there, Matt Beers also in that chasing group, Paul Voss, Don Suta, Cam Jones, Caleb Botcher, again, one of our wild card athletes, along with Skylar Taylor in that group, Odney Coaster, and Toby Road, all in that chase.
Yeah, it's quite an international field, and I recognize a lot of those names from some Trakas and stuff.
Yeah, it's an amazing international group that we've got this year, and we were talking earlier about the age group 200s, and 57 countries represented in the age groups, and of course our Lifetime Grand Prix this year with a record amount of international athletes as well. Orange Seal partners with the Life Time Grand Prix to support a shared mission of elevating off-road cycling through performance and a deep commitment to the rider community. Beyond tire sealant, they fuel the race village with great coffee at every stop, keeping athletes and fans energized for the series' most iconic courses. Big thanks to Shimano, whose team provides neutral support for every racer before and during the Unbound Gravel. You can check them out at bike.shimano.com. Great shot of the horses running through the pasture there, enjoying a little free time out there. Hopefully a little break in the rain for that crew as they get their workout in for the day here around the rest of our Lifetime Grand Prix athletes out there. Such a beautiful section of the course out here. It's just so, I can't get over how much wide open expanse there is out there on the course, and just truly, truly iconic. So back here with our women, and still the same old story. As you can see, they're starting to run through some of the dropped riders on the men's side of the program. Our 4 riders still working pretty well together. I imagine later we get into the race, might start to see a little bit of a shift in tactics, but I think that's going to be pretty far off for the moment. Right now, their vested interest of just kind of all riding together as they should be at the far end of what's open range road is what we call that road. So a little bit farther down that road before they make the turn. It'll kind of start to point north a little bit. You get a little bit of a long S-turn before they'll make their way back into the Matfield Green area. That will be coming up next here.
This is right where I came a cropper last night. And we saw it. Open range road is beautiful. It's twisty. There's open livestock. It's a really cool spot. So.
Pete, give us a little perspective. We talked a little bit about, teams coming to gravel, and we've done a lot of, there's been a lot of talk about it this year. Let's talk tactics. I mean, what do you do now? You got two of the 3 dominants, but really 4 specialized riders, because they brought another rider over with a Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider and stuffed him in there with them. So they had really 4 solid riders. We got 2 off the front. What do you think, at least for the men's race? Oh, we can talk the women's race too, because we've got 2 out of the 4 in that women's break that are specialized riders. Tell us what you're seeing and what you think they should be doing tactic-wise.
Right now, I mean, they're owning the race. It's simple. I mean, there's of course, I think the desire to win an ego will come up later in the race, but right now it is solidify that lead, guarantee first and second. They're both, Keegan and Mess are masterclass tacticians, and Mess has that European experience to draw upon too, with the pro peloton in Europe. So I would say they are just going to keep working together. Both of these guys have some of the highest capacities in the peloton, so they're going to be just taking a faster speed all day. And when you have true cooperation, then guys with other motivations behind, it's just pure collaboration, which is the most important right now in these mid hours. This is how we saw Cam and Simone pull out their big advantage last year, is there was no hiding. There was no shortchanging pulls. And then, I would say a race as important as Unbound, they're probably going to, if they have it locked up, it'll be may the best man win in the final miles. Keegan obviously wants the Grand Prix points, and Mess is not in the Grand Prix, so he's pretty much locking down those first place points as well right now. They just had to get rid of Kobe, and Kobe, he's an interesting prospect. He's another rider I'm mentoring via the Cliff Family Foundation. You see that Cliff Family helmet on him, and it looked like just on that steady 2-3% riser, they just kind of popped him off with just almost like a higher threshold effort. It almost feels like a pure climb when the rain comes. This mud, it just gets like a little bit. It's like riding on a sponge. You have to push more just to keep that momentum. So these flat, spongy roads start to feel like climbs, and they just kind of motored away from them in that high diesel. So
yeah.
Looking at our chase group in our men's race, you see Matt Beers in there, trying to figure out who the 2 riders he's with that got a little bit of separation. We'll try and work on that as we get back to our men's leaders coming into the area of Bazaar, that town of Bazaar, that they'll continue to point themselves north towards Cottonwood area coming up in just a few miles. So, they're just coming up on the southern section here of Bazaar, where they'll just continue, they'll kind of float along the edge of town, then continue north, and then do another long little S-turn to keep heading north, and they'll be on that southeasterly side of Cottonwood Falls here in just a little bit, about 3-4 miles north of this spot right now.
That chase group we just saw, Matt Beers was in there. It looks like they are almost almost 9 minutes down. So tell us what you think about the dynamics there when you've got a Matt Beers, obviously, teammate to both the guys that are off the front. Is he going to get to the front? He's got to be thinking about Grand Prix points, right? There's other riders in that group that, Brendan Johnson's up ahead of him. You've got Kobe Freeburn still hanging out there that's in the Grand Prix. So you've got that dynamic of the Grand Prix points starting to matter for these guys. But then you've got Matt Beers, who doesn't want to pull a bunch of guys back up to, his teammates that are off the front, right? So it creates a little bit of an interesting dynamic maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Matt, I would be telling all of them to it's not his job. He's got 2 riders in the front. They have to pull him up, and he should be saving his bullets. He can always kind of to keep the collaboration going, he can always take here's the train crossing.
That's that train. We drove through there the other day, and it was the water on Thursday was about ankle deep.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be like, oh boy, you're going to lose yourself.
Yeah.
But it actually wasn't that bad getting under that trestle, and they'll make that left turn and kind of come back up that grade to parallel with the tracks before making a right to get out of town.
I was out there 2 weeks ago. That thing had about a foot of literally thick, like almost knee-high mud in it. We had it all cleared out, but we were curious what would happen if it rained, and obviously it did. It looked like there's probably a foot of water, but not as much mud. They managed to ride their way through it, right?
Yeah. Maybe the drivetrains got cleaned off now. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, when it starts getting real muddy like this, you actually aim for the puddles.
100%,
anything to just get the chain quiet. Because this dirt, it's like sandpaper.
Well, we were watching the Specialized riders early get into that first feed zone and stop to get the power washer. Their mechanic had the pressure washer to clean off their bike. So, back on another little section of pavement here where they'll get kind of up and over the highway and get themselves resituated on the other side.
Yeah. But, what I was saying with Matt is he should just he can turn, to keep the collaboration, keep the rest of the group going, because he does have to think about those Grand Prix points. And if you're dead weight, it really starts to create a negative headspace on the rest of the group. They start trying to, I'm not going to give them a free tow. Right. And then you start dealing with attacks and stuff. So, the right move by Matt here would just roll through, but get out of the way.
Yeah, a simple through and off, and just doesn't have to be a lot of pressure on the pedals, but and if nothing else, too, it'll keep the other riders from trying to attack and get rid of them.
Totally.
Not that they're necessarily going to get rid of them, but then you're just dealing with all those accelerations, which that's no fun when you're just past the halfway point. You still got a couple hours to go. There's no need to kind of deal with that headache just yet. So, we'll see. Again, we'll see who's in that chasing group. But again, Madsworth Schmidt just kind of riding the front here. Keegan Swenson on it, and so Mads doesn't spend a ton of time in the U.S. What's you spend a lot of time racing the European gravel. What's the major difference that is the challenge here for riders like Mads with the courses in Europe and the terrain versus what we're seeing specifically here?
I mean, obviously it's just, the experience with the mud. So in Europe, the peanut butter mud doesn't really exist like this, So the biggest thing they fear, and obviously he's dealt with it well today, is just is if they had a mudder. That's it just throws everything out the window. But it's just generally the European races. It's the cool thing about gravel is it compared to road cycling per se is a road anywhere, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's different vistas, but switchback is a switchback.
Pavement is pavement.
Now we're talking dirt composition, the dirt makeup, the infrastructure, and it's Kansas, the Midwest. It's these very long, straight, unmaintained roads. And in Europe, it's much tighter networks of populations, right? So their courses kind of are more circuitous. Like the Traca, for example, feels like a 200 or a 360 kilometer cyclocross race and you do pass through more little towns along the way. So I think the European races in general are more technical. much more bike handling specific. Pack dynamics come into the fray with how you move and how you handle yourself in a pack, like a road race a bit. Whereas the U.S. is a much more kind of fitness contest.
Well, we're coming up shortly on one of our brand new MMR sections to this year's race, W Road. So we're going to check out what we can expect to encounter when our riders get to that feature. W Road comes at about 130 miles in, and it is a brand new, never used section here at Unbound. It's a true MMR, and some of the locals jokingly refer to it as a no-maintenance road versus an MMR, as it's nearly a grass path. There's one creek crossing which will almost always be fairly wet to some degree, so absolutely, if we get a lot of rain, it is going to be an incredibly muddy section. And that final 100 yards of this roughly 1 mile section has some huge slabs and chunky rocks to navigate. Great little bit of insight there onto W Road as we're back with our leaders coming into that Cottonwood Falls area. So about 120 odd miles into the race, still 80, 85 or so miles to go. So at their current pace, a little under 23 miles an hour, you know, we're still looking at about 2.5 hours or so yet for our race. So, you know, again, all that talk of if we were here Tuesday and Wednesday, we were talking about, record pace. This might be the fastest Unbound ever because, you know, 9,000 feet of elevation, a little less than what we normally would have for the 200 miles. And, you know, getting out there and the roads, so many of them were practically like concrete. And, up until, I mean, honestly, probably up until yesterday morning, the talk was a high expectation of seeing record times on both the men's and the women's side. But that's all gone out the window. I mean, we're talking about the XL and Rob Britton's time last year, and we're hours, you know, we're going to be hours past that, and it's going to be the same trend here for our men and women.
Well, here we have Cam Jones.
Yeah, I think Cam had been with Matt Beers no, maybe not. So Cam in this slightly smaller group, and it looks like he's chasing back.
Yeah, this group is swelling a little bit.
Yeah. So there's Matt. Matt is in this group there.
Paul Voss, the German champion.
Yeah, Paul Voss in there is having a great ride. There's Emil Herzog, the Bora Hansgrohe rider that was brought in specifically to help out the Specialized crew. So now he's kind of taking that quick look over his shoulder there to see where Matt is.
Yeah, we just got a time check. Kobe Freeburn made it through that tunnel that we saw that was full of water a little bit earlier. He came through. It's hard to believe. Mads and Keegan put almost 4.5 minutes into him by the time they got to that tunnel. So from the time they dropped him about 5 miles outside of Bazaar, or about 8 miles outside of Bazaar, it looks like they put almost 5 minutes into him. I don't know if he's having either just a complete meltdown or he's having some mechanical issues, but boy, they gapped him and it looks like 4:33 going through that time check.
I would argue he's still having a good day. It's just look at the two riders he's losing time to, right? I mean, you can't not expect that. To me, the question now is, and it almost comes back to tactics. You know, you're losing that kind of time. You've got a bigger chase group behind you. Do you say, you know what, I'm going to soft pedal a little bit, allow myself to recover for 10, 15 minutes, let that group catch me, and then kind of hit the reset button for the last part of the race?
Yeah, and, you know, he comes from mountain bike, too. So this is, I believe this might be his first Unbound 200. So he's a little bit of fish out of water in terms of the ultra endurance department. But, yeah, it's so hard to know. Like, again, when the mud happens, just everything is thrown out the window. Even if you get pop-up notifications on your GPS, for example, you can't even read them. So, you know, he probably has no idea what's going on. Yes, I would agree it'd be super smart to just kind of take a moment and recalibrate because, he's got a long way. And if the wind is holding steady too, I mean, we, you know, at the Canyon team, we were talking the whole final hours we're going to be kind of head crosswind. So it's slower coming in.
And that's already obviously the hardest part of the rate when you get past Cahola Lake and on the way to Americus and it gets flat, you're just smacked by the wind.
Yeah, so that chase group that we've seen back there, Tobias, Cam Jones, Brendan Johnson, Emil Herzog, Paul Voss, and Matt Beers just went through that tunnel. They've got about 8.5 minutes. This lead group, Keegan and Mads have about 8.5 minutes on that chasing group. It's just, it's unbelievable. It looks like Kobe's kind of stuck in between. I'm with you. I think he has no idea how far back they are, right?
Yeah.
How would he know, right? He was with them coming through that last aid station, and he, you know, so no one would have given him a time split then. And he's since been dropped, and he's in no man's land, floating out there in between. That's just a tough place to be, right?
You know what? But kudos for him as being the only one who could go with those two specialized riders. I mean, he's showing so much potential. I mean, he's for what he can do in the rest of the Grand Prix when we start getting to more of the technical stuff at the end of the season. I mean, he's got so much potential in the series.
We mentioned earlier he won the Silver Rush 50 up in Leadville last year. So, and that's a pretty technical, rough, high altitude. You know, obviously high altitude. He comes from Durango, so we know he can ride at altitude. One of the challenges we've had with Leadville the last few years, we just haven't had anybody that could compete with Keegan at altitude, right? And so here's a kid, comes out of Durango, goes up to Silver Rush and smokes everybody at the Silver Rush 50, which some people argue is harder than the Leadville 100.
More elevation per mile up there, right? It's most elevation per mile than any event in the portfolio here for Lifetime.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and he comes out there and he wins that last year. So he could be someone with a little bit of fitness between now and Leadville. He may be a contender and someone to challenge Keegan finally.
Yeah, Keegan is just he's got the ace in the hole with Leadville. He's got a bit of a genetic anomaly when it comes to altitude. That's he doesn't have the same power drop as your traditional population. So it's actually don't get me wrong, it's the hardest effort you can do all year, but it's easier for him to win Leadville than at sea level, for example, or a sea level race. So yeah, we're waiting to see someone who can compete with him at 10,000 feet. I know Braden Lang is pretty locked in, the American champ. I saw a funny video at aid station 1 of Braden just getting power washed, his whole body. I mean, we got to keep our stars and stripes clean.
Yeah, fly that flag, right? It's pride, matter of pride with that thing.
But Kobe's also a good prospect, and I was hearing you guys talk about Matt Beer's weight loss, and I saw it too. He's just more lines in the face. He looks so lean. So
he does. Yeah, he said he made a conscious effort, to do that because he knew for some of these races it was a big factor, right? He's a bigger guy. He's got amazing power, World Tour power under the hood, but just those few pounds, especially in these races, they don't have a race like this. Not necessarily a ton of elevation when you stretch out over 200 miles, but when it's constant up and down, every little bit matters 100%.
Pete, we just saw the front of the race there. We went back to Mads and Keegan, and it's interesting. Each time we've looked at them lately, Mads is the guy on the front. He actually looks like, his pedal stroke to me looks like he's hardly working. He's just effortless on the front. Keegan seems to be sitting on, but you see him rocking a little bit more on the bike, and maybe it's just his normal style, but you just watch him. Keegan's working harder to me, it looks as though Keegan's working harder than Mads, but Mads is the guy pulling the whole time. So why do you think Keegan's not? You think he just can't pull around, or you think Mads is just not riding a smart race? He's sitting there on the front.
No, Mess is... he's a brilliant tactician. This guy has been world champion on the road in the under-23 time trial. He's won stages of the Dauphiné. He's an A-lister World Tour rider who caught the gravel bug. So, I think Keegan's style is generally more rocky, but I'm with you. When I see the body language, there's subtle things that as a experienced pro you can try to hide, and he just looks good and in control. And we saw him do at Traka solo for hours and just put time into anyone. I think Mess is looking good. And he's also had a killer spring. I think he might be undefeated right now in all the biggest races across Europe. And Keegan has had a difficult buildup. He booted Traka after his fractured hip to just train and prepare, and he's obviously done his homework. But here they're having a little conversation too. But Keegan's he's still on the upward trend, and Gave a little fist knucks there.
Yeah,
so.
a little fist bump there. So yeah, you kind of wonder what the content of that conversation was right there. I mean, maybe, Mad's going to adjust the pace a little bit for Keegan, just bring it back down a bit, because they've gotten a lot of daylight, so they can afford to come off the gas pedal a little bit. They're not necessarily still trying to establish that gap. So kind of no harm if they come off. There's no record pace to break, and there's nobody within a couple minutes of them, so it hurts nobody to dial things back just a little back. So right now we're looking at our men on the top of the screen, our women on the bottom. The 2 leaders for the men. Top left are 4 leaders for our women on the bottom left, and then their corresponding chase groups, as we see Haley Preen there at the back of that group for the chasing women, taking a little bit of a drink.
Yeah, with the women's group, we did just get an update from Michelle in the field. It sounds like Paige Onweller might be, she was about 15 seconds back. She almost bridged back up to that lead group of 4. We'll see if we can't get eyes on her, because this chase group of 4 is a little further back. I don't see Paige in there, but she was about 15 seconds down on the lead group. So I don't know if she's in between here, or if she's slipped out of the top 8. But we've got four women down here on the bottom right, chasing, trying to bridge across. Last we saw, they were about a minute down, and not making a dent. That lead group of 4 still seems to be working pretty well together. Cecily Decker, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, G. Schurz, and Rosa Closer still leading. Paige was, again, floating in between. The last time check, she was, well, actually, our last time check, it looks like she was about 30 seconds down. And then that next group is this group that we're looking at: Carolyn Schiff, Neely Lang, Sarah Lang, and Micah Kroger. That group, it looks as though they are about, actually, Mika's not in that group. So Sarah, Nelly, and Carolyn, a further 4 minutes down, a little over about 3.5 minutes down on this lead group right now. So that's that group of 4 we're seeing in the bottom right hand there. I think Paige is floating somewhere in between them right now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like the men, right? The women, the leading quartet, they've got the advantage. You've got arguably the 4 strongest riders. You're missing Schiff, you're missing maybe 1 or 2 other names. But the point is, like, that chase group, they would have to ride really hard to catch these 4, because you're chasing the strongest riders in the race. So those 4 riders, they have the advantage of not really needing to ride full tilt, right? Because they know that there's just not the depth and numbers behind them right now. And so they've kind of got an ideal situation where, they're in the lead, but they don't really need to stand on the gas. They can just ride tempo. And, if anyone starts to come back a little bit, well, sure, you get on the gas, but I don't necessarily see anybody from that chasing women's group getting across right now. So I think it's going to be a matter of, unfortunate luck in the front that might be the thing that changes the formation right now.
Pete, tactically, a little bit different game for the Specialized riders in the lead group of women, because instead of 2, you've got a group of 4, but with only 2 of them Specialized riders. What do you think tactically the 2 Specialized riders, G and Sophia, should be doing with this group?
I mean, right now, I mean, it's all about establishing and making sure that is the final selection. They have that's the podium. Eventually, yeah, it's going to have to come decision time. But it's hard to know right now. I mean, generally, Sophia seems to slot into that leadership position with G, but I know they are both very motivated women who want their own shot. And I tell you what, though, I've been enjoying the last season or 2, just seeing the Sophia Rosa rivalry really start to come to a boil. I mean, these 2 women seem to go head to head, and they've gotten the better of each other both a few times. So it really, I'm excited for a rematch here.
It's going to be exciting. It's we got a long way to go. I think they're hard to believe they're only about halfway through the day. But not, that last time check, there was 99 miles. Would you believe the women were averaging 20.5 miles an hour with this mud and all the adverse conditions today? I mean, that is just a smoking fast pace.
It's not that far off of last year's pace, right? For the women, and even the men aren't necessarily that far removed from last year's pace either. Taking a look back at what they're doing, they're 23 miles an hour for the men right now, which is, very close to what we saw last year. And the women 20.5. So kind of wild that these conditions haven't necessarily drastically slowed the pace down. I mean, normally you would think, the pace is going to come off, a good 1-2 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit more than that. But not seeing that right now.
One thing I would like to think about is, if I were Rosa and Cecily, I'd be talking to each other and trying to make sure that they don't both get screwed over by Specialized.
Well, that's the thing, right? They're going to have to form their little alliance to combat the two Specialized. So we might have missed some of that, but I would imagine those two experienced riders probably going to make that conversation happen.
Told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this guy, as he uses the pharmacy line to purchase half the store, including a ceramic dolphin figurine, without a price.
Price check in pharmacy.
All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy, and her meds would get delivered right to her door.
Make sure you join us July 11th at Crusher in the Tusher, an official Unbound gravel qualifying race featuring high alpine scenery, rugged dirt roads, and the toughest 69 miles on the planet in Beaver, Utah. From training days to race day, Amazon Pharmacy delivers meds right to your doorstep.
So, Pete, we're back here on the front of the race, and we've talked a lot about tactics and, and the kind of the evolution. And you've been kind of riding along beside us as this gravel racing experiment has evolved over the last few years, and your transition from the World Tour to privateer and, being a privateer and kind of setting the standard and developing the model for privateer racing. And then, obviously, we talk a lot about how it's transitioning or kind of we're moving towards more teams in the sport. Where do you give us an idea where you see this sport in 3 to 5 years? You get, knowing what you know and what you've experienced in the last 3 to 5 years. Where do you see the sport in 3 to 5 years out?
Oh my gosh! I mean, if I had that crystal ball, I could get paid a lot more than I do.
We need you to help us to predict it so we can kind of be prepared.
I think teams are going to be the standard. I do feel like it's going to start. You're going to start seeing more big budget factory teams such as Canyon and Specialized. I think privateers are going to have to start going that way or creating. We are seeing allegiances happen. I know like Brennan and Cam, for example, start riding together at Mid-South. So there are strategic allegiances, but it is going. I think you're going to see bigger, faster pelotons and more pack dynamic racing. I do see it going more towards road, but always course dependent. But even these races in Europe right now, they are big packs tackling single track. It's pretty wild right now. And I do think, from an organization standpoint, obviously you can never close 200 miles of unbound gravel, but as you see bigger packs coming, I mean, you have roadside to roadside rider pelotons and stuff. So, obviously the safety aspect is just coming up more and more and more in terms of maybe a rolling enclosure or something. I think that's something that organizers are going to have to start thinking about and tackling too, which I know is a hard ask, trust me.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We've had a lot of conversations about it, and thought through, like, how could we possibly do that? The challenge we have, obviously, and when you've got variables like what, some of the, especially Mother Nature variables in a course like Unbound, look how spread out the lead group is.
Totally.
I was down at Rattle Gravel earlier this year and watching the Tour Down Under. We'd come to a spot where the pro peloton comes through, the entire peloton, the caravan, everything comes through in about 3-4 minutes. That's the entire race goes through it. So they can close down a section of road or a rolling enclosure for 30 minutes. It doesn't really inconvenience people. But here we got even elite riders spread out. They're probably as much as, even 20 miles spread out now halfway through the race, from the front of the race to the last elite rider. And then obviously we've got the age groupers following them.
And it's a hard conversation, I know, because, you also have, and I see both sides of the coin. I try to take a bird's eye view, and you have riders that might shout about safety, but at the same time, they're the ones that will risk everything for a corner or a descent. And I guess it's because it's their decision versus an external source. But at the same time, you just have to understand the place and time. And you are... if there is a car coming up, you have to have that in the back of your mind, or you have to tell other riders to get over to the side if you see it coming. I mean, it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, riders need these iconic races, and these iconic races need the top level riders. It's this symbiotic relationship.
Yeah. Well, Pete, we appreciate everything you've done to help us over the years and being a part of this journey that we're on and kind of defining what is gravel racing in North America. Obviously, as you said, it's quite unique compared to your experience and what you've seen in Europe, and we're kind of doing it our own way, and we're doing our best to see, to help to evolve it. And we appreciate you coming in here and adding your commentary and giving your perspective on kind of the tactics and what you see happening on the race today. And hope you heal up quick and feel better quick. What's next on your calendar?
I was supposed to be at the Lost and Found as a local event in the Tahoe region, but we'll see how the stitches in the knee play. You'll see me at Steamboat and the Oregon Trail, though.
Oh, good.
So, just some fun stuff throughout the summer. And then you'll see me at some more Lifetime races as I start to, if it's not a full team race with all Canyon ATR riders, then I'll kind of step in and be kind of like a little core team with Braden as he continues to focus on the Grand Prix, because we have so much belief in Braden. So, thanks for having me out. I love this. It's been so fun to watch, and this is all still so exciting. And I love seeing it evolve, and it's been a true pleasure.
Yeah, well, thanks for stopping in. Good to see you, and heal up.
All right, on.
Thank you, Pete.
All right, man. Good to see you. Going to look at some of our chasers here.
I think we're watching Paige Onweller is, I think, the one, we talked a little bit earlier about there's that lead group of 4 women off the front, and we had gotten a report that Paige was about 15 seconds down, and sure enough, it looks as though she has bridged her way back up, or almost bridged her way back up to that lead group of women.
Yeah, things starting to get a little bit scattered around, and getting a close-up look there. The look of the face there, and Paige, a rider who a lot of adversity last season, and a little tough start to this year as well, but been training hard, has had a great mindset coming into these races, and has really been able to kind of get the most out of herself. So hoping that she can put something together here for a great ride today. And she's just about to catch. Looks like she's moments away from catching this group here. She's making some pretty good forward progress. Little acceleration there to try and close down that last 100, 150 feet there, getting down on the drops even, knowing that she needs to try and get across this before too long with the wind out here. A little bit of safety in numbers going across. So look at that as coming across, trying to see who she's that group that she's catching up on right there.
That's the lead group.
That's
100%. She's come across that.
I'm looking at G swing out of the line.
I'm pretty excited about this.
Is that for
Bill's
sure?
so calm and collected about it. I'm like, this is a huge.
I wasn't entirely sure that was our leading quartet until I saw G kind of pull off there. So what? Wow.
Huge effort by Paige.
Amazing effort for Paige Onwell. And I wonder if those 4 leaders even know that she's lingering back there, because they've not taken a single look back that we've seen. So this is going to be a game changer, because Specialized, again, if we go back to the team tactics talk, which again we're never really sure which way to lean here, but if we go back to that talk, they kind of had a a one-on-one situation, right?
Right.
They each could cover one other rider, but now that's going to get thrown into the blender here a little bit. To see him get across this little low creek crossing there, and yeah, Paige just about to make contact. Wow, what an amazing ride! And yeah, it's.
And you could tell by seeing her in the expo these last couple of days, she was pretty calm and a bold move to go with white bar tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going to get dirty,
It
especially
still looks
out
clean.
here.
It's still looking awful white, so I'll give
At
her
least
that.
the bar ends, hey?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
But yeah, this the lull of being out here. These ladies, are almost at 100 miles. I had a little bit of a break. Thank you, Pete Stettner, for that. So. About halfway through the race, and so you kind of lull into this breakaway mode. And you're right, Bill. You don't necessarily look back, but when she makes contact, it's not like she's gonna like attack them and go across or make some big surprise. She'll make herself known, and you know, if she's gotten here, she might have the moment or ability to say, "Hey, give me a couple of minutes. I just bridged across." But also, there's no rest for the wicked. Like. Everyone in this group is going to ask her at some point, okay, you have to now contribute as well.
I think they're going to ask her pretty quickly because they're going to know that they can maybe force her hand a little bit, right? And let her recover as little as possible is really what they're going to have to do. And still, you know, she's, for all intents and purposes, she's on the back of the group, and nobody has looked back just yet. And she's just far enough back. They probably can't hear her breathing. You know, they probably aren't really thinking about another rider back there, so they're going to be caught off guard just a little bit. But what an effort by Paige Onweller, and what a game-changing moment here right around the halfway point of this race is now we're going to see 5 riders in the front as Paige Onweller from that Trek Driftless squad. Just an amazing effort as they're just getting ready to cross it back over the highway here. And I keep waiting. Nobody's paying attention.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed. And it looks like she's lingering purposely now.
I was going to say the same thing. And you know, I don't know if this might have something to do with a little bit of PTSD from her crash from last fall.
Sure.
And then when you're on such good form, coming into Sea Otter, and then she has the bee sting that took her out of that race and contention, really. So, you know, gingerly be there and wanting to know really what's in front of your front wheel, and not quite trusting all of that to come back yet. But, you know, she's doing great. She made the break now. She's come across, and maybe just trying to see how long she can just sit back here in a bit of the draft, even though she's just a little bit out of it. She's probably getting a little bit of a draft.
Still getting just enough, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they just got over Route 135, the Kansas Turnpike. That was the highway that you saw them cross over. So they're just a little bit south of the town of Bazaar. So they're probably about, 5-6 miles south of Bazaar right now. A little bit of a picture break up there. And we're going to switch back over to one of our chasing groups. That looks like it might be Haley Preen there on the left-hand side in that group. So obviously must not have been much cooperation in this group, and maybe that was the catalyst, you know, of just maybe Paige was trying to rally the group, and, you know, riders either weren't up for the task or had no interest for one reason or another, and Paige just kind of saying, you know what, like, I still have it, and if you guys aren't going to help me, I'm just going to give it the go on my own, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, great. But I got to try. And
exactly. The women racing right at 5 hours and 18 minutes. And, Bill, you're talking about the town of Bazaar. That's at mile 116. So encroaching in on a little over halfway for the women. And we have the men's race to the left side of your screen. That's Cam Jones. And this is the Chase group. Brendan Johnson just pulling through there. So these guys, this is what working well does look like.
Yeah, there's Voss going through, your German champion. There's our young Bora World Tour rider, Emil Herzog. Matt Beers looked like he had maybe just a quick word with Cam on the way through. So those riders still looking. You can see again the wind direction maybe coming off the right just a little bit, as it looks like the guys are maybe just a mild echelon there from right to left, indicative of wind direction they're facing out there. And this course, we say, well, they're pointed north now, or they're pointed west, and there's very few sections of the course that are literally straight up one way or the other. You get these little S-turns or these little dog legs where you're kind of getting buffeted on one side or the other, so constantly having to change the composure of the order of the breakaway there, or the order of the group, to get the maximum protection.
Sure. And
from the wind.
When you guys were talking, we got a little bit of thunder outside of the studio here at the start-finish line. Man, these storms are just hovering around town today. When you guys were talking to Pete Stetina, and we have the beauty of kind of behind the scenes of seeing every single camera that's out there on course. Watching, I was kind of keying in on Matt Beers when he wasn't on camera. Well, I mean, he's out there doing his thing, but what you guys couldn't see is he kept just staying off the back, and he actually at one point was trying to wave the moto guy around. I don't know if he was trying to have a conversation, but I don't think Matt Beers is feeling as good as Matt Beers could be.
That could be. Maybe
he's just I think he's having a tough day today.
It's so tough, right? Like some riders don't ride as well as others in these kind of conditions. I mean, we know it's warmer out there, right? The temperature's expected to get into the 80s today, even though we're still seeing a lot of rain jackets, some long sleeves outside, but getting a little warmer and obviously pretty wet out there. Matt coming out of South Africa, and they had a pretty hot Cape Epic for the entire week-long stage race down there, so maybe it's just a little bit of trying to transition over to some of this weather that's getting to him just a little bit. But you see him taking up residence at the back. Might also have been asking the moto, like, hey, what's the time split? He may have no idea what the gap looks like, and he might be just trying to get a little insight.
I bet the moto doesn't have any idea either.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And again, he doesn't need to be at the front. Emil, again, one of a de facto teammate of Specialized, is rolling through. So I just don't. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe Matt just is taking some time off. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'll buy that. Normally Matt, another rider that doesn't really pull punches, right? He'll kind of get into the mix. He'll pull, and he's a locomotive. I mean, we saw at the Life Time Grand Prix finale last year in Bentonville, the shortened version of Big Sugar, because of all the weather issues that we had up there. He smashed it.
From the gun.
Right, from the gun. He just blew that thing wide open. He had some companions, but one by one kind of got rid of everybody up there and took that one to the wire. So obviously no stranger to putting in the work and riding at the front. So we'll see what the situation is. As looks like maybe he's a little closer to rolling through, but right now our camera's going to go fully back to the front of the women's race, and Onweller, the new addition to the breakaway, just kind of sitting on the back right now. So obviously I think at this point everybody knows that she's there, but she's just kind of sitting on. So we'll see what this dynamic is as Sophia drops back. So now Paige is gonna roll through on G Scher's wheel there. So it looks like Paige now gonna kind of formally be in the rotation. So we'll see if she kind of rolls through and starts to contribute. I mean, look, the rest of the breakaway is like, hey, you made it across, you closed that gap down, you obviously feel pretty good. So you can recover for. We'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you like 4 series of pulls to sit off, and then you're punching the clock and going to work.
And if you're just joining us, this women's group basically whittled down from the front of the race. I mean, from the gun, this race was attrition with YY Road. The rain came in last night, really just made these roads so slick and formidable. As we can see, all of our riders are just completely covered, this group of 4, and just now had Paige come across to match up with these group of 4. Rosa Closer, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, Paige Onweller, G. Schuer, and Cecily Decker.
Well, right now we're checking out our Smart Wool time gap graphic out here. So talking about our technical section out there and talking about the time gaps. So what we're talking about is we've got our 4 leaders, or now 5, pardon me, leaders off the front. And that time gap we're referring to is how far back the next riders in that chasing group are. We've got Lang, Schiff, and Preen. And that gap is absolutely blown out right now, trying to get a good look at what that gap is, but about 7 minutes is what it looks like on the screen. But yeah, when we refer to those time gaps, we're talking about exactly how much time is between the leading group and whatever the chase, whether it's chase 1 or chase 2 behind the leaders. So big thanks to our friends at Smart Wool. Go for the feel good. That's your Inside the Grand Prix Smart Wool Course IQ.
You really have to give credit to Paige. These are 4, we had this break off the front of the women's group, and there's 4 of the strongest riders out here, and Paige managed to bridge across from almost a minute down. And I don't know how many miles it was that it took her to get across that, but we kept getting time splits that she was 15, 20 seconds down, and it just went on for miles and miles and miles. And the persistence, the power she had to put down with a group that strong out in the front that was working pretty well together. We've seen them rotating through. Everybody's been pulling through. And to see Paige bridge across, she's on good form today, that's for sure. They're on this Sharps Creek Road. That's the one I mentioned a little bit earlier, which is that that historic mud year from 2015. This is that Sharps Creek. It kind of meanders. To me, it's about the prettiest part of the course. It meanders in and out of these trees and in and out of this little valley and up and over. It rolls, and it's got, but it's a meandering, a lot different from some of the earlier parts of the course where it's just kind of straightaways forever. This has got some, little bit of ups and downs, a couple climbs, definitely muddy. You can see they're into that section we saw as the men went through. They were just absolutely covered in mud, and now you were seeing the same thing with the women. It's not the kind of peanut butter mud that we've seen earlier in some of the other parts of the course, like earlier on YY Road. Sharps Creek is that storm has definitely come through there and created a lot of mud for them. So they're working. It looks like that now we've got a group of 5, obviously, on the women's, and working well together on our left side of your screen here. We've still got Mads and Keegan off the front, and I'm telling you, every time we look, it seems as though Keegan is the one sitting in.
When you had Pete on and you were asking him about that and the difference in pedal stroke and body language on the bike, Keegan is a mountain biker at heart, and I noticed the same thing, like the little bit of rocking back and forth that you noticed, Chemo, and then the steady eddy of Mads, right? And that's the differences in who they were before gravel racing. I think that is just a telltale sign of what's going on here. Mads all in for Keegan and for this team. And how long can he sit on the front and basically just time trial? It's just that's impressive. And I wonder with Keegan if that's comfortable to him. We also saw him a lot. You can just tell that he's just a little off of Mads' wheel to the left. Like, you're constantly getting that spray from his rear wheel. It's kind of annoying. And for Keegan always being basically taking the race himself, what does it feel like with someone else kind of dictating your pace ever so slightly? It's his pace, but someone else is dictating it for you, and that can kind of mess with your mind just a little bit.
Well, you say that, and that's interesting when you think about the bigger picture of how last year, Keegan didn't win the Lifetime Grand Prix, right? And that was the first time that he hadn't won the Grand Prix, and there was kind of a new sheriff in town, so to speak. And now you've got this scenario going on, and you kind of have to wonder, is that going to start to play a little bit of a head game with Keegan? Like, does he think, maybe somebody's trying to knock me off my throne here, and maybe realistically, maybe I'm starting to struggle? And is that going to play a game with him?
Yeah, I don't know that it's like a struggle per se. I think it's more of how to be the smartest bike racer and smartest team out there. I think he's got a lot of bravado and confidence. But I think just that subconsciously, like someone else, like I said, like we just saw him go up that riser on Mads' wheel and he just was off just a little bit. So all those little bitty gaps like that, I don't know. Let's just keep that in mind for later in the race.
We've seen a couple of those little gaps, and they may look small, and it may look like it was just a moment there that Keegan, but it just like it's it didn't stick, obviously, but Mads just zero, almost effortlessly,
Yeah.
just a little push. Next thing you know, Keegan's off, 15 feet, and he's standing up trying to bridge back up. And I'll tell you, it sure looks like Keegan's working a lot harder. But again, we're 129K into the group, into the race here. Actually, I think it's more like 100.
Yeah, it's like I said.
Yeah, to go. Sorry,
Yeah,
129,
that's
80 miles to go, 120-ish miles in. And it sure still looks like Mads is just, effortless here, and Keegan's having to work hard to stay on his wheel.
Yeah, Mads is just his hips, and his butt are rock solid on the saddle.
Yeah.
His shoulders have been locked in.
Yeah.
His head has been, not tilted side to side. It's been straightforward. His pedal stroke has been super smooth, not choppy. And those are all kind of the easy tells that he's just riding within himself, right?
And he's got clean air in front of him.
Right,
Nothing's
super comfortable.
spitting up at his face, which can be really annoying.
Yeah, that's a tough place to be on the wheel in this mud, right? So it's almost worth spending that extra energy.
Looking at the right side of our screen right there to the women, effectively G forcing Paige to come through. Otherwise, Paige was basically opening up that back door to try and ask G to slot back in. And G's like, no, you're going to just open the gap and you're going to have to close it back down.
Mm-hmm.
We're all here. We're all at the front. We're all working together.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's got to be, right? And that's the game that's going to get played now. Nobody's going to give anybody a freebie up there. The deeper we get into the race, the more the intentions are going to, really kind of come out. So, yeah, nobody's going to be allowed to sit on at this point because they're going to know that that's just the beginning of a bit of a dangerous game of allowing somebody to save just a little bit of energy out there. So, yeah, everyone's going to be forced to take their turn. And, Sophia and G are no doubt going to be the ones to orchestrate that in this group. They're going to be controlling that, and they're going to be vocal about it, I'm sure. It's not just going to be body language of opening up gaps on people. It's going to be just, hey, fill the gap, get in, or we're going to start to really race you, and you probably don't want that yet.
And going back to the importance of, we're going to get a look at the women's chase here. It'd be really great to see what we have left and what Paige left from and how well these women are working together and who's in here.
Yeah, this chase group they've been doing a great job. Again, that's where Paige came out of, and we don't know what the situation was, if there was much work going on out there. But kind of taking a look now as they get through one of our time gaps here. We'll try and take a look, see what's going on with our women. So at 106 miles, still are 4 leaders up there, 5 leaders, pardon me. About a 3-minute gap to Sarah Lang, Nellie Lang, Carolyn Schiff, Haley Preen up there. And then they've got about 40 seconds on Mikey Kroger back there. And then it's another 4 minutes back to that next chase group. So Morgan Aguirre, Lauren Stevens, Lauren De Crescenzo, they're back there 11, 12, 13. They're at about 4 odd minutes down. And then Rami Casper, Jade Trefison, Alexis Scarda, Larissa Hartog, Emma Langley, Samara Shepard, all kind of rounding out your top 20. Cecile Lejeune, notably, she's pretty far down now. She's lost about 12 minutes to the lead right now.
So
yeah, it's unfortunate for her.
This is Sarah Lang right here on the front of this group of 3. And it's unfortunate that Sarah couldn't sit with Paige because it's such a strong rider to go across with Paige. But now it looks like she's kind of doing the lion's share of the work for this group of 3.
Yeah, they are just covered. Everybody looks like they have the same all-black kit.
It does.
Right now. It's kind of wild. Oh,
the only color is right there on their side panels.
Right, that's it. It's just somehow not gotten splattered with mud up there. So, yeah, it's Sarah Lang, Nellie Lang. Should be Carolyn Schiff in there. Or is that Haley Preen in there? In that chase. Still averaging over 20.25 miles an hour for the women. So still really getting on the pace here pretty well.
And Nellie, one of our surprise racers from Sea Otter, we were calling the end of that race and thought it was Carolyn Schiff, but it ended up being her teammate. And Nellie's just this new stud of a rider that has come out and it's, in the chase groups, really strong. Again, I would have liked to have seen her more at the front just for the newness and who she is.
Hi, I'm back from the
We've
I'm
got our
standing
good friend,
awkwardly next to you.
Sarah Stern back here with us. Sarah, you were that was some color commentary. We were having a blast.
I was going to bring you the raccoon, but it was actually quite sad. I couldn't really look at it.
I mean, we had it on the camera, so we it wasn't on the big screen,
Poor
but we got to
Ricky.
see.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you never like to see it.
But, I'm happy to take one for the team and be standing next to the dead carcass instead of this nice air-conditioned, safe room.
Right, our little safe space.
I did bolt in here when the thunder clapped when we got in. I drove through some insane weather, but it's hard to know because this course is so long.
Right.
So we're driving from Aid 2 back to the start finish for probably 25 minutes through this heinous rainstorm, and you're like, they could be dry. I just texted Dylan, who's in Aid 3, and he said it's dry.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Well,
So that's just goes to show they
Something to
are
look
in
forward
fact
to.
riding 206 miles, people. But yeah, it was people. This is a fast muddy race.
So
it's really remarkable.
It seems like the mud is not. I mean, obviously we see it's not that super thick
Yeah.
peanut butter mud like we saw in the first
That
10 or
first
12
section,
miles.
yeah.
But it seems like it's just kind of like maybe a little bit of depth here and there, but it's just kind of slimy.
It's enough to coat.
Slimy, greasy top layer mud,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and it's turned out everyone into teammates, really. Because look
Yeah.
at them, I can't even tell.
Well,
who's on
that's
what.
been our problem
Yeah.
all day long is
Yeah.
trying to figure out who's
so,
who.
Good
Right?
luck. I mean,
Yeah.
truly, I have no idea who we're looking at right now.
So it's
Sarah Lang is on the front.
Right.
Got
Can you
that.
tell by the color of their eyes?
I just can tell by that pedal stroke and the way she rides her bike.
Yeah, you can tell Sarah. Yeah, that is Sarah, actually, now that she stood up. And that's Haley Preen, I believe.
Yeah, I think Preen. So Preen had a pack on her back, so I think that's
And Nelly.
Preen on the far side, and then Nellie Lang in there. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, not sure who the fourth rider
is
is,
that?
who's just a little farther
Or is that
off.
Larissa?
That would
That's Nellie.
maybe.
Yeah, that is. Okay, you're right.
Which
yeah,
would probably be Carolyn Schiff, who's that lone rider.
Yeah, it could be.
Just a little bit farther back.
You know,
I would
you
think.
really can't count Carolyn
Haley.
out. Yeah, that was Sarah Lang, Nellie. And I heard you talking earlier about her, and Pete actually told me, that is Haley Preen. Okay, phew, good job. Wow. You just need a picture of her. Good job, you guys. Pete, before Sea Otter started, he did, another thunder. Chemo's eyebrow just lifted
What's
a
it
little
like
bit.
racing in that, Is that
You
even,
don't-
do you even think about that?
If the thunder, when it's big like that, there's like the moment, and then you just
Better
go
not get
back
struck
on
by
to like,
lightning.
okay, the bigger issue is like not hitting the rut, not, taking, it's crazy how your brain prioritizes stuff when you're racing. But I mean, they're all kind of settling in right now, and it's, the races, there's a lot of race to be had ahead of them.
Well, that's it. A little bit past the halfway point, obviously, for our women. So there's still so much to go. And I mean, so now the big story for us that we saw just a little bit ago was Paige Onweller
That is
crossing the gap. And
Yeah.
I admittedly wasn't sure. We saw her chasing, but I couldn't tell for a moment that it was the leaders. And
that's going to
yeah,
give
we
her some
realized
confidence, too.
Unbelievable that she got across that gap, because moments before that, Pete and I were kind of talking like, okay, the kind of the four arguably strongest women are up there collectively. Who's really going to get across to this unless it's a group that really makes a concerted effort? And here, all of a sudden, here's
And we have the
Paige
answer.
Onweller.
Yeah, it's Paige.
Yeah, and she got to the back of that group, and she kind of lingered like 10 feet off.
Oh, interesting.
For a little while before anybody noticed.
Like
that
trying
she
to
was
lower
there.
her heart rate.
I bet
gather
she
herself.
was trying to collect herself a little bit, because it is a mental game out there,
100%.
and it's not just what your thoughts are happening. You're trying to psych out your competition.
Sure.
You're when you catch back up to the group, you don't want to be like, oh my God, that was so hard.
Right. No.
I am
You want to be like,
absolutely
oh, this was a
soaked. I need-
cakewalk.
But
Yeah.
sometimes
What are you
you
guys doing?
do want to do that, and you're like, give me a minute on the back, and I'll help pull. If you're
Every-
like really, I mean, it's
every
so.
mile.
Lauren knows. Lauren's
Yeah.
taught me, or really, Lauren comes up to me after I really mess it up after a race.
She doesn't talk, she lectures.
Yeah,
She
she's like,
scolds you.
Okay, Sarah. So this is how we
listen.
learn from that experience that you really messed up.
And
And
now you're doing that.
Yeah, totally. But that, I mean, part of me is really not surprised by Paige. I mean, I heard you. I mean, I had you guys in my ear the whole drive, but she really, really is so motivated to do well at this race. And I know she's had some disappointing days out there, and I think once you have that in your head and you have the confidence of like the legs feel good, and she's also, Paige has worked really hard on her technical skills. She's come a long way from when she first entered the sport. I mean, she's a powerhouse, but you can't just be strong.
No, you've got to be super well rounded, and she is so focused. You know, I mean, talking to her, and you realize she's so laser focused on every little detail and every little aspect.
Yeah.
And finally, you know, she had such a tough year last year, a little bit of a rough start earlier this year, and it seems like finally everything's kind of fallen into place. I actually have another question for you about the men's race, because you've been able to see them coming through the feed, and you know, we've been kind of talking, and it looks like Mads is actually doing a lot more of the work than Keegan.
Interesting.
Is that the perception you have seen out there, and have you seen anything more that might be indicative that maybe Keegan's not on his best day?
I haven't seen anything with my own two eyeballs out there, but I do know that originally I was told that Keegan's plan in 8.2 was to zoom through it and like just keep going. And we did see him. I'm not sure if you saw on the camera, but he also stopped. Maz was the only one to stop. That was the plan. But then we did see all of the specialized riders did end up stopping. And I'm wondering if he just kind of wanted I doubt that he wanted a rest, but I'm wondering if like something was going on with his bike that they had to fix or something like that. But also, I have a feeling Keegan is still dealing with his injury.
I think so too. We have seen him also kind of stretch
he's a
his back
superhuman.
out,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And he's had back problems in the past.
Yeah.
So, you know, is that weighing in on today? But
I have a feeling that Mass is just I mean, we saw it at Traka. I did this at Traka, and his body language was like, dang, he's fresh as a little daisy.
Metronome.
Yeah, he's totally.
A quick update as our men had gone through that 128.5-mile checkpoint. Obviously, Swenson and Mads Schmidt on the lead. The next group now 9.5 minutes behind, and that's going to be Emil Herzog, Brendan Johnston, Matt Beers, Tobias Kongstad, Cam Jones, Kobe Freeburn got picked up by that group as well. So it's 6 riders right now in that chase group, just about 9.5 minutes behind.
Still,
this is coming from underneath the train tracks right
the
there.
trestle, up the hill.
There was a dog out here a minute ago.
Oh,
we saw
my God.
Keegan deal with.
Oh my God! It's and that is Unbound. The dogs, they're unbound.
Yeah.
Little bit of
there's
gap.
a little gap on Rosa
and Paige.
And
Paige. So we'll see if
see
if our leading
I think
trio
that's just coming
senses
through
this.
underneath that tunnel. You think
it's nothing to speak
drove
of,
through
right?
there?
Yeah, we did. I'll show you the picture later if you want to see it.
I don't think we were supposed to, but we did.
This is not a small.
No,
Nah.
this is significant to me, right?
But it's small now, but it's enough that if I know Sophia, if she looks back and sees that,
that's it,
she's
right?
going to crank the power. Right. And G as well. And I heard you talking about, the team tactics a little bit. And though G and Sophia don't live in the same country, they have, out of this group, well, actually G and Rosa have probably ridden together the most.
We're going to take a quick look back at our map panel from yesterday. Speaking of team tactics, Alexi had a couple things to say about that.
I think tomorrow is going to be one of the races we see teams in full effect for the first time. You have a team like Canyon with Brayton winning the Grand Prix, who can really make a difference in Brayton making it late in the race, protect him, keep him safe, keep him up front, change wheels, kind of anything. And then you have Specialized that has 3 riders that could all win on their own day. And so it's really interesting, but that I think actually makes it quite a learning experience, and it'll change the face of gravel for the next couple of years.
So again, alluding to those team tactics. Alexi, one of our solo riders, but, you can always form a team with your friends, why not?
Well, that's it, right? It's at some point you make alliances
Sure,
out here.
you have to.
That's
You're gonna
the way
have
it
to.
is, right? It happens across the board, especially in a race of this length, because everybody's, you're now, 2/3 of the way in,
Yeah.
so there's only one way to go, and that's to keep going to the finish line. So you've got to figure out the best way to make it there as smoothly and relatively comfortable as you can. So
even if Mass and sorry, I was informed that his name is pronounced Mass.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah, and that was at Traka. I learned that.
Nice, yeah.
But anyway, so even if Mass and Keegan were not on a team together, you would see them riding the exact same way together right now, because neither one. It's too far out to be alone. They don't, and look, it's just coming down. This is, I think, the storm that just is hitting the start finish. I mean, they're going to encounter some sort of rain together. You don't want to be in that alone.
No, you don't. And talking about the women's group here, and Paige yet again trying to.
I know. I'm like, get it.
Come back.
She's definitely, you can tell she's feeling the sting in her
fatigued.
legs from that chase, because she's actually having a hard time closing that gap. She's in the saddle, she's out of the saddle, trying to bring it back there on the right side of her screen. And you have to wonder now if those 4 riders are talking to each other and they're like, look, she got to cross those by herself.
Yeah.
She's obviously feeling good, so maybe we ride in kind of a little team time trial formation for a few minutes and try and see if we can't put her out the back.
Or a test. You never really know how a rider is feeling once they've bridged back onto you. And so I'm sure there was a little bit of communication of, like, even if it, wasn't verbal, someone probably put on the gas and they just wanted to see really what Paige's legs were telling.
Well,
and how long it took
and
Paige
she got
to
back
get
on.
Yeah, right.
But compared to Rosa, right? Like,
Rosa was just like that, right? She was right back on, but
Yeah.
so now Paige out of danger again for the moment. So back on that group, so we'll see. If she tries to sit on for a while, or she's going to get right into the rotation. But look at the echelon again, right? Use that wind coming from the
These
right to the
girls aren't going to let her
left.
sit on. I'll tell you that.
I don't think so either, right?
I've been there.
That's what I was
You
going
get
to
yelled
allude
at.
to. Is I think they're going to
yell at me all you want. I don't have to do anything.
Actually, I have to say, I've been
You're
yelled
expending
at.
all the energy.
I'm looking at these butts out here covered in mud, and I've been yelled at by each one of those girls.
Or you could say that's a smart play by Paige by slowly coming back to that group. Rosa went right back to the group immediately, started working again. They're not working so hard that they're leaving Paige, but again, Paige gets back in.
She gets back in.
She's not afraid to roll with these guys.
Yeah. Oh. Are these the
this is Keegan and Mads on the
side.
Yeah,
So
isn't it?
Mass flatted.
Mass.
Oh boy, this
it looks like
is a big moment.
Wait,
huh?
he has that's not just a normal.
Yeah, so we've got a
CO2.
flat
Okay.
tire
We're
from
plugging.
our men's leading group
Well, so
here.
now
So
we are
Mads
confirmed.
Schmidt
They're working
with
together.
a flat tire. Keegan Swenson stopping, and we saw earlier in the race that Keegan was not doing quite as much work, so he's going to stop here with Mads Schmidt, and this is going to be a game changer. I mean, they've got a big gap, right? It was a 9-minute gap.
Yeah.
They're just on the southern end or on the northern end of Chase County, right before that Morris County switch where they're going to hit FF Avenue and make a left-hand turn. They're just a little bit south of that section right now, so hopefully this isn't going to be a long repair for these guys.
I just watched them put 4 plugs in. That was a lot. So that could be a repeat issue for Team Spesh right now.
This is.
But you are getting a nice look at that new bike that they have.
Yeah, you're getting a great look at the bike, but the clock is ticking on these
Yes.
guys right now, and that's going to be the.
They're staying pretty calm, and
Yeah.
Mass comes from the World Tour, and here we go. Here goes Keegan, gravel racer.
Right,
the
Keegan's
guy
like,
that
"Look, I got
he's
it."
like,
Can't
let
even get
me
the
do this.
the team
valve
card
But
open.
it is a part. It is a. Oh yeah, they're struggling with this valve. Well, if they can't get air in, Keegan's going to have a lonely day.
Well, at what point during this whole scenario do they say, you know what, Keegan, maybe you better go. Maybe you better keep riding.
They're about to make.
I
some
think
tough
that decision's got to
decisions.
come,
Well,
right?
it looks
in
like
the
they
next
got
minute.
air. Yeah, they're now feeling the stress. I was going to say how calm they were staying, but now I can. I'm
Yeah.
stressed for them. They actually look really chill. I have to
They
say.
are pretty composed. I mean, I think they probably have an idea.
Wait,
of,
they're taking a
the
wheel
wheel's
off.
now coming off. That tire's still flat.
putting a
It did
tube
not
in.
take air. So yeah, this is.
Oh my gosh. Well, now
this
I
is
feel
gonna
like they're
take a few minutes.
sacrificing a result. Oh, they're swapping wheels.
Oh
Okay,
wow!
so there's our answer.
Here's our answer.
There it
right?
is.
So
Keegan is not
Swenson
feeling as good.
Is going to give
Dang.
Masworth Schmidt his rear wheel now because they can't
Wow.
get the plugs to take.
And no,
They
you guys,
can't
it's
get
not
air
because
in
he's
it.
nice.
No, this is a definite team maneuver here.
Yeah.
Keegan obviously not feeling the day. Mass on the cusp of a great ride here today. He's obviously proved he's the strongest
Yeah.
guy out here so far. So Keegan very
Yeah.
generously giving him the opportunity, and he's now
Yeah.
going to try and figure out this situation.
Yep.
So.
Well,
what a-
Sarah, like you were saying, like this team is jeopardizing a result for the team. So
Right.
you got to make that call, and that's a professional call right there. by Keegan.
That is a professional call. It's it's two-part though, right? Like, yes, you are being paid by your sponsor. This is a professional sport. You want to get the result, especially this year with the Crux 5 coming out. Like, they're trying to get that big day, and there's a quick conversation that happens. But still, there's a part of Keegan, I'm sure, that's like, dang it.
Yeah,
Wasn't my
just,
flat, and there goes Mass.
That's it. So that was, we didn't have the clock running, but that had to be about a 4-minute loss of time there. So that's almost half the gap that they had on
yeah.
the chasing group. And now, even if Keegan wasn't doing a lot of work, now he's not doing any work at the front.
Yeah.
So is Maz.
Oh, bye, Keegan.
Wave goodbye
yeah.
to the
No.
moto.
Oh, man. That's,
I'm like really sad for Keegan. We were driving down here, and I just wanted him to have, I know it's so boring to pick Keegan for the win, but I'm like, I just wanted him to have a good day because he's had kind of a crummy start to his season, but
well, for the
there
first time in a couple of hours now, we're down to one leader in our men's race. As you can see Keegan way there in the background, and the gap we're going to continue to get bigger as Mass Wirtz Schmidt, your European gravel champion, now
That's a
on
long
his
day.
own with about 65-ish or so miles yet to race, 70 miles yet to race. So we're just coming up a little over
halfway.
6 hours. Yeah, he's well over halfway.
He can tell
so,
himself that.
But yeah, Keegan.
Oh, he's pulling a tube out.
Yeah, Keegan's going to pull a
If
tube.
he
and
has one. I mean, some guys don't race with them.
I have no doubt he's going to get caught by the chase group here in the next couple of minutes. So it's going to be all of a sudden, those guys are going to be like, look, we're going to have a battle for second place
Yeah.
now. It's not just two
Yeah.
off the front.
The beauty is that Specialized still has
Matt
two
Greers
riders.
and
yeah.
Emil Herzog.
Oh, and Emil. Yeah.
Right, so
Gosh.
those two in the chase.
Okay. My time has come.
All right, so
Oh.
what a changing scenario there at the front of the race. Again, we've got our women back on the right. Big thanks again to Sarah Sturm here in the studio. We're going to send her off on her way. Always great to get a few minutes and some insight with Sturmy.
What a breath of fresh air,
Yeah,
man. She
it is.
is
It is.
such a joy to be working with.
Yeah. So it's fun to have somebody who's, she's one of these riders that we would normally be talking about
Sure.
at the front end of this race. In the year Rosa Closer won, Sarah led the sprint out
Right.
as they came down Commercial Street. So, normally one of the major players here, but in her 7th month of pregnancy, so we're lucky to have her in the studio at least this year. But yeah, enjoyed our time. But yeah, Keegan Swenson, man, still on the side of the road, and again, the clock ticking, and
He's going to boot
yeah,
that
he's
tire.
gonna
It's
boot
so
it,
bad,
put a
man. What
tube in.
did Mads run over?
Yeah, I'd love to
Holy
see the
cow.
slice in that tire because if he tried 4 or 5 plugs, none of those took, and they put the air in, nothing took, and then they didn't want to waste the time on the tube for Maz.
He can still, by the time he potentially gets this tube in and gets it pumped up, like, they had such a gap, 9-minute gap back to the chase group. There is plenty of time for him still to get rolling again in front of that group. Nothing like having to change a tire in front of this entire YouTube audience right now.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time might be a stretch at this point. I think that gap is like, I keep waiting.
Probably didn't spend but a couple minutes with Maz before deciding to make
what
a
do we
call.
call it 3 minutes with Maz,
Okay.
3.5 minutes with Maz. So, and now we're at another probably 2.5, 3 minutes. So, 6 minutes of that gap is now, blown through in the wind here.
That moto guy should.
It was only a 9.5, maybe a 10-minute gap. So
one of the things that Keegan is probably thinking about here, even though they want to make sure, priority number one, win the race, right?
Sure.
Especially for their team. And we talk a lot about the team dynamics and doing what they have to do to make sure we get they get the win for Specialized. They've obviously made that decision, but second is going to be the points, the Grand Prix points, right? So that's a dynamic that happens in these races. They all start thinking about it, and I was looking here a little bit earlier in the top 20, only 10 of the top 20 are actually in the Grand Prix. We've got one, we've got one wild card athlete in the top 20 currently, but you've got 20 riders in there. 10 of them are in the Grand Prix in the top 20, 21. Overall. So it's, those points matter, for the season. So for a guy like Keegan, who's sitting second in points for the year in the Grand Prix, I bet you right now he's thinking, get back on my bike, get back, at least be able to ride in with this group and be competing for points in the overall Grand Prix.
Yeah, and let's not forget the prize money at stake today. There's more prize money here than there are at some of the other events. So a lot of money on the line as well on the individual day out here in Emporia as we continue to watch Keegan on one side and Maz Wirtz-Schmidt on the other side of our screen, and Maz looking behind him, trying to see if anybody's coming back into sight again. We're not entirely sure if they even know what the time gaps are. We didn't see any radios on those guys, and it's been quite a while since they've had contact through one of the feed zones, so they're just kind of riding on the fly at the moment. So every now and then taking a look back on some of these long sections of the course, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So, yeah, they're
looks like Keegan's getting that wheel back on. He managed to get it inflated. Look, he's there is sealant all over the road there, so he's got quite a mess he's dealing with. But he's getting look like his back is bugging him there. I saw him standing up, stretching his back a couple times while he was riding too. So he might, he definitely is feeling a little bit physically, feeling the fatigue here at 230 miles in or 130 miles in. And back to that prize purse, we were talking about the Grand Prix points overall, but the prize purse for Unbound, $60,000 this year overall, split evenly, 30 for the men, 30 for the women. Difference between first and second place, it starts at $10,000 for first place, $8,000 for second, and then goes on down to $2,000 for fifth. So we go 5 deep for $30,000 in $2,000 increments. So there's definitely a little bit of money on the line, but then there's also those big Grand Prix points, obviously. And
look at this. There's the catch. There's the catch in the pass. So the chase group has now caught Keegan. So we know that it's been over 10 minutes now that Keegan's been on the side of the road, and he didn't even lift his head up to look at that group rolling on by. So
you can tell he's still trying to get the chain back on and trying to get back on the bike. And now he's got an interesting dynamic because he's got a teammate in this chase, right? And Matt Beers, and it's going to be interesting to see. Matt's looking back over his shoulder, but boy, I'll tell you, Cam Jones isn't going to want to see him sit up and wait. And he's also got Emil Herzog in there. Emil's one of that other Specialized rider from Bora Hansgrohe that came over. And now we got Keegan getting back off the bike. So he got it up and going again, and he is back off the bike, trying to figure out what's happening. It looks like the chain is jumping around in that rear derailleur, and he's having a hard time. I wonder if he's got the wheel that he gave Mads. Mads seems to be working, but I don't know, for whatever reason, Keegan's not able to get it.
No, he's pointing backwards on the course. This is not
He must have.
All good.
We saw him take off the cassette when he put the tire on, in there, the tube in there. So
might have dropped a couple. There are some pieces on the inside of that cassette that can fall out.
Little pawls.
Yep.
Yeah.
They grab the actual hub body.
And you saw him working with the cassette, and that's what he's going back for.
What a mess this has turned into.
Go back and look for a needle in the haystack.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do though, right? Like you're out there, you're nowhere near any support, so it's not a whole lot you can do. Now we've got our chasers on the right side of the screen, and so Matt Beers on the front now. So
Good Samaritan here.
Yeah, he's gonna ride a bit, so we'll see if this Good Samaritan can help out.
It's like maybe someone found the piece. It looked like he was handing him.
That can't even be possible.
Could it be?
I mean,
there's a load of
He is.
sealant right there on the ground, so it has to be right there.
Yeah,
You knew where you were.
He's right in the right spot. Yeah, he's. I've been through that. I did that one time and lost those little balls out of there and went back and found them, put them back in. But I was riding on pavement. It's a little different when you're in the dirt. Yeah, boy.
Here we go again. So. Yeah, our chasers now chasing one rider. So we got 4 riders right now in that chasing group, and that, of course, is going to be Emil Herzog, Brendan Johnson, Matt Beers, and Cam Jones, we believe, in that group. Our last split was showing a few other riders in that group. You can see we've only got 4, so we're going to try and identify. We know for sure Cam Jones and Matt Beers are 2 of those 4 in the chase. We'll try and pick up on who those other 2. We know Kobe Freeburn not in there as well. I think Kobe has gotten distance from this group. Can't see the numbers on the back. That's not helping our cause either here.
We had Keegan. He got whatever part that person gave him. He put it back in. He tried spinning the hub, and it didn't work. So now he's searching again. He's still looking around there's apparently another missing part. So Keegan, it looks like he is going to have a long day ahead of him here and may not be able to get back onto this group.
Yeah, that's going to be a long chase. And what do you do at this point? If so many people pass you, right? Because he's probably going to get passed by a few more people at some point here relatively soon if he can't get that wheel going on. So we'll figure out how that shapes up here in a little bit. In the meantime, we're back with our leaders on the women's side. Still back to 5, but Onweller still conspicuously floating on the back of that group. And it's I'm not really sure why right now, because it looked like she had kind of gotten back after they got out of that tunnel section where the deep water, and she got distance. She got herself back and was sitting on the back of the group. And here we are, 15, 20 minutes later, and she's still kind of floating. And at some point you wonder if this is going to disrupt the rhythm of the 4, because they're going to look back and they're like, look, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're literally there.
Yeah.
You're riding off the back, but you're strong enough to be right there.
What's
your deal? What are you doing?
Yeah, eventually you gotta participate here, or we need to push a little harder to separate you. And you know how you do that? You basically go back and you open up a gap and make her close it, and you keep doing that until she gets tired and that gap opens, and then you attack and go across, and you basically take her right out of the group. That's what you got to do if you don't want her tagging along like that. But
do you think Rosa and Cecily participate in that, or do you think that's the specialized team that enacts that?
Well, as long as she's not pulling and they are, I would be a little upset about that. We've given her a proper amount of time, and you've got plenty of road up here. There's only 5 of us. Take your turn. She's had some time to sit back there and regroup and gather herself, and maybe you also go back there and you have the conversation. And I'll give her a little grace for a while, and you can see on the uphills it seems like she's going to pull through. So I still feel like there's some sort of mental block she's dealing with, and which is making that such a harder effort if you can't be efficient and pull through and enjoy the draft.
Yeah, so we're showing about 65 miles to go in our men's race right now. So 65 miles to go. It's about 105 kilometers or so as we're looking at our leader, Maz Wirtz-Schmidt, your reigning European gravel champion. He rides for that Specialized team. He's not in the same red kit because he is the European champion. So keep that in mind, that he is part of that 3-rider Specialized squad. They've also got Emil Herzog, their World Tour rider from the Bora Hansgrohe team, in the mix here to help him, as we finally see Keegan Swenson. Looks like he's finally righted the ship. Wow. And gotten himself back going here. So,
gingerly riding on that busted tire, and going to try and navigate his way to the aid stop.
Yeah, it's I wonder what's going to happen at that next aid station. Probably going to at least collect a couple of inner tubes, and just to
switch
be on
out
the safe
wheels.
side. Maybe
Sure.
just switch out the wheel
100%.
because there's a couple of pawls that are in that wheel. It's not just one. There's usually 3 or 4 pawls in there. So you can operate the wheel with 2 of them, right? That'll engage it, but it's not an ideal situation. So
let the mechanic have it.
Yeah,
you're already off the back
give
enough.
it to the mechanic.
Yeah, if
there's even a question, give
what's
it to
another
the
couple
mechanic.
minutes?
If you saw the way he took that left-hand turn back there, it sure looked like he was riding easy. So that tire may still be giving him some trouble.
Sure.
Maybe he's got the cassette fixed, but he sure went kind of gingerly around that corner. So I don't think he's not pushing real hard. I have a feeling that tire might not be holding air very well.
I mean, Mads put how many plugs in there?
Yeah,
so.
he tubed it up and hopefully booted it, and hopefully that can get him to the next.
There's got to be a little hop in that rear wheel right now.
Oh, there's got to be, but so they're going to make their way. They've got quite a ways to go still. They've up to Council Grove. That's where the next. Actually, it's short of Council Grove, so we do have an aid station coming up here. The next checkpoint for him to go through, that a little bit short of Council Grove. So they've got an opportunity. He should have an opportunity to get a new wheel, and I'm sure, like I said earlier, now he's letting some of those Grand Prix points slip out of his grasp, but he's definitely still. There's some point. He's going to be fighting for points here as he finishes up the race today.
Getting a little look at our men's chasing group now, and one rider looks like maybe coming off of that chase group. I think that's that chase group right just up on the front there a little bit, as we're looking at one rider trying to get back across.
Brendan Johnson.
Brendan Johnson, yeah, it looks like Brendan Johnson trying to get back across and regain contact with, so that should be Matt Beers, Tobias Kungstad, and Cam Jones, the 3 riders in front of him here, just by a few seconds. And they're about 7 minutes now behind Maz Wirtz. So Maz lost about 2 minutes overall with that wheel change, maybe a little bit more, but they're holding steady at the moment. So apparently it was a chain issue that we're getting word that Keegan had. So a chain issue is what's being relayed back to us, but we'll try and confirm that in the chase group. So a chain issue in the chase group there. Pardon me. Getting righted there a little bit, as we see in order. That's going to be Beers, Kongstad, and Jones. And now back with our women, and not so sure they're getting on the pace. Sophia on the front there, on the right side. Rosa Closer in the all white in the middle. That's going to be Paige Onweller as they now make that left-hand turn. Cecily Decker second from the back, and then G. Schurz right on the back of that group as they made that left-hand turn. So that's pointing them north. So they're now directly east of Cottonwood Falls. It won't be too long before they cross over Highway 50, and then they'll head back just east a little bit again before pointing straight north for a pretty long run. Oh yeah, Onweller now taking her turn on the front, feeling maybe a little more comfortable there. Everybody back contributing. You can see Sophia actually looking over, repeatedly looking over at Paige, trying to get a read on what that situation is.
Well, when you're in the break and you're in the break with your teammate and there's another aid stop, every time I would roll through, I would basically look at my competitors and slightly assess myself and assess them and where we are on course. Because you want to play out all the scenarios in your mind of how can I win this race? How might I lose this race? Who's feeling the strongest? Who looks the strongest? And that was where Sarah was alluding to a little bit of a poker face of, oh my God, I'm so tired. You can play that opposite way as well. Mikey Kruger right here with the women's chase group, not groups, you solo.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. She was having such a great ride earlier in the race, but now finding herself in no man's land. She's about 6 minutes behind our leaders right now and about 30 seconds ahead of the group containing Sarah Lang, Nellie Lang, and Haley Preen.
You know, as our lead women are working their way north on this Road 56, they're going to take a right on 210, and they're going to make the left on what we call W Road. That's this section of course that was added just a few weeks ago, and we didn't get to see it with the men. I don't think we got to see I don't think we had a camera on them as they went through there. That was the next minimum maintenance road. A lot of grass, really only two tracks through there, a couple little small creek crossings, a lot of rocks, pretty rough, and can certainly impact the race. We'll see how the women go through. Hopefully we can keep the camera on them as they go through that. It's a pretty technical section. I'm not sure we'll be able to show it with the one of the motos, but they're going to take this left coming up here, and then they'll work their way up and over to what we call W Road.
A nice shot of our leaders continuing to work pretty hard here, getting deep into the race. Just a little over 6 hours underneath the wheels here for our women, and mud has been kind of the name of the game. And early on in the race, it was really just that race of attrition from the back, right? We were seeing a lot of running at that first nasty mud section about 12 miles in, and we saw a couple little crashes there early on that started to split the group, and it didn't look like so much of attacking as just kind of being in position near the front, riding your pace. And lo and behold, this is, kind of the selection we were left with. We had 4 riders at the front for a while, and Paige Onweller managed to ditch that chase group, get across, and now we're looking at 5 riders in the lead of our women's race.
And also at one point we had seen Rosa closer off the back of the group chasing. So will we see, that take a toll on her later in the day?
Riders making this left-hand turn here. Everybody looking smooth as still. Yeah, shouldn't be too far from this W Road section here. Again, hoping we can get a view on that. A brand new section this year that the race has never seen before. Roughly about a mile or so in length, but a pretty challenging section. Pretty much all grass, not really a road even to speak of. MMR might be a generous term for W Road really out there on the course, and the expectation has been that it was going to be a pretty challenging section of the course out there.
Oh, you can see how much damage that rain caused. I mean, they have just been on wet, muddy roads for just miles and miles and miles, pretty much ever since they turned north from Madfield Green and that second aid station. It has just been a mud fest, and it looks as though most of those kind of thicker, heavier thunderstorms have blown through, and you don't see anything new on the horizon. So hopefully we'll see this stuff kind of dry out, and hopefully for our age groupers that still have, we still have 1,200 age group riders coming up behind these lead women that we're watching, and 1,200 riders out there having quite a day. It's going to be a memorable and epic one for them. That, as the more and more riders that hit this road, hit these roads, you can see that even the lead men have kind of burned a track through, and there's a couple, you can see a couple tracks that seem to be kind of the smoothest, and you can already see it kind of getting packed down a little bit. So the men probably got the brunt of it, and the thick mud spraying up in their face. They're going to come up over this track, and there's a road crossing here immediately after they cross this track, and good, we've got flaggers out there keeping the traffic from causing any accidents, but they'll take a right-hand turn up here at the top of this road and then a left onto W, and we'll see what that looks like, that minimum maintenance road we keep talking about.
Yeah, I tell you, we haven't seen a paint stick for a couple of hours now, so that tells you that the mud not clinging, not thick, not gooey like we had in the first hour and change of the race. As we take a look again at our Stello by Dexcom profile there at the bottom, you can see where our riders are, getting into the well into the second half of our 2026 edition of the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Of course, stop number 2 of the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix, and I'll tell you what a race it has been so far. the weather, as always, Mother Nature throwing curveballs at us out here in the Flint Hills. And these riders have seen all conditions. They've seen dry roads. They've seen, some greasy mud on the top. They've seen thick mud. They had to run some short sections of the course early on, and so
deep
far,
water.
deep water, some deep water crossings.
Cecile got caught up in that.
Yeah, but so far it seems like maybe the very worst of it is behind us, as we're we're approaching W Road that we know could serve up a little bit of a challenge. And of course, later on in the race, we've still got some pretty tricky sections on DD Road before we hit the Hole of Lakes. There's still some interesting sections yet to come in a little bit of time. It's looking like we're at about 70 degrees. Humidity, well, no surprise, 100% humidity out there. And I'm sure that's 70 degrees, probably feeling like about 85 out there underneath that humidity. And, these riders having to take on a ton of food and a ton of hydration there to stay on top of it.
Another casualty of the mud. While you guys had Pete Stepman, I was looking at social media. Taylor Finney, he basically was down to one cog that he could use, effectively a single speed, 40K into the race.
Oh man!
And again, just he had the wherewithal to pull out his phone and do a little update on the Sailor phone. And I think he was just going to get to that first aid stop at the beginning of the day, and then just try and figure out what to do and just enjoy the rest of the day.
I mean, that's still not a bad training day in his hopes to get back to the LA 2028 Team Pursuit program.
Sure.
So, hey, why not, right?
We've got Mason Moan out in the field. He's just given us an update from Aid 3. The Specialized crew does have a wheel ready to go for Keegan, so they are planning to swap a wheel, hoping that'll get him back on track. And then just got a weather update. So there's another pretty good system out west of us here that's moving northeast. It's going to probably come just across the north part of the course. The current wind conditions out there on the kind of north, and this is not going to be pleasant, is wind coming out of the southeast. It's coming back from Council Grove. So here we have our first 350-mile Unbound XL finisher rolling across the line.
Somebody's looking awful happy, and
Looks like this is Robin Gemperle.
On that 32-inch wheels
there.
You
can see the wheels, right?
Ooh.
So Gemperle, 21-plus hours here to take that 350 XL win. What a day. What a day. What a night. What another day out there on course for Gemperle.
High fives all around.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with that. What a great ride. Talk about, I mean, we think this 200 is long, right? Like, when we had Pete in the studio, when he had his mishap last night around 10 o'clock, 7 hours in, he was about 140 miles, still over 200 miles to go. He still had basically the whole Lifetime Grand Prix distance to go out here. And so now Gemperle finally coming on in to get the finish.
I wish we could get a mic on our friend Ben Delaney down there, who's got a mic in Robin's face, but it looks like he's got a smile. Driving 350 miles, 21 hours, and looks like unofficially 21:16. And wow, no course record. It looks like the conditions were pretty hellacious from what Pete was telling us. It got pretty gnarly in the middle of the night, so we weren't on track for a record this year, but pretty impressive to see this guy pull away with the win. We've got Alex McCormick should be coming in here, not too far behind him. Looks like Alex had given up a little bit of a gap, about 15 miles down here just a little bit ago. So we are trying to get Sarah over there. We're going to see if we can't get Sarah to have a word with Robin. We'll cut down to the finish line here in a minute, and with our Unbound XL 2026 Unbound XL winner, Robin Gemperle.
Our 5 leaders in the women's race, still status quo on the front. Again, nobody's starting to pull any punches. Nobody's starting to, put their cards on the table just yet. Everybody continuing to contribute. And, again, it's in everybody's best interest. They've got a good little group up here. I'm sure there's been some verbal communication as they come through those sections out there, and everybody trying to stay on the same page as our women just about to make that that left-hand turn onto the W Road section. So that's going to be coming up here literally momentarily. So it looks like they're actually setting up for that turn right now. So there's the left, and the gravel disappears as they're now onto this grass section. So W Road, a brand new MMR section. And again, calling it an MMR might be a little bit generous for these riders. They've got 1 mile to battle across these sections, and it looks like G kind of going to the front there. I don't know if she's intentionally given a little stick, but she's certainly stretching the group out just a little bit. We've got Rosa on the wheel, and it looks like there's really one line to ride right now through this section.
I agree with you, Bill, and I think that's just what they're trying to find is that one line. And to your point, if there is only one line and G is at the front, she can say, I can turn the screws a little bit and just put you under a little bit of pressure.
They're gonna go through some trees right here, and there's a couple river crossings. You see that little creek? There's some hidden river crossings in here in these trees that are really hard to see, and hopefully they're really, see right there. They're just
Rosa.
There we go.
And Cecily.
And Cecily. So we got 2 of them down. Everybody's unclipped.
Oh, jeez.
And yeah, that's what we were expecting. We knew it would get a little bit gnarly down through there. Yeah. So it looks like they weren't quite expecting it.
Yeah, G and Sophia made it through, but then had to put a foot down right after. But they still have that little bit of an advantage. Is now the other 3 are struggling to get going, and that looks like maybe Cecily is the first one to get going there. So there you go, W Road serving up a little destruction down there as we see our 3rd checkpoint there, and Maswert Schmidt in there with his specialized crew taking a look at everything, making that back wheel. Make sure that
he got a new wheel. Got a whole new wheel.
Yeah, so a whole new wheel just to be on the safe side out there. And a pretty quick pit stop there, some refueling, a fresh new rear wheel there. And so Maswert Schmidt is pretty quickly off and running out of that third stop there. So that's the final stop here for these riders on the course. Last opportunity to take on a little water, take on a little bit of food, and of course that mechanical assistance from the team.
Yeah, and you can see over here on the right side of the screen, the women are still on that W Road, and that, it's technical enough. It really is stretching out the field. There's one more little crossing there that whoever's in the front, I think that might be Sophia, just went through, and then they'll roll up over a hill. It'll drop down. They'll cross Highway 50. They'll get back on some more, I'll call it more normal. There's that second river crossing, a little bit more normal gravel, but they'll get up over that hill here in just another minute or so. But they're in that last little technical section.
So it's going to be interesting to watch how the rest of W Road unfolds for the women as we see Rosa now tiptoeing through with a little bit of a gap over Sophia. But for now, we're going to go back down to the finish line here to interview our 350 XL winner with Sarah.
Okay, we are live. Oh my goodness, from the finish of the 350. You just rode through so many miles. How are you feeling? The winner of the 350, Robin.
There was so much I was feeling. Like I was, after I would say 180 Ks, I'm talking kilometers, I have no ideas about miles. So after 180 Ks, I was like, this is never going to work out. So mentally it was super tough. I kind of had issues with my stomach.
Were you eating nutrition or gas station food?
Nutrition. And I think the issue was the fact that I thought I want to save a lot of drinks at the beginning so I don't have to stop early. But then we decided together that we will stop early, which made me drink everything that I had left kind of within 20 Ks, which is incredibly stupid, and resulted in me puking and exploding.
You were exploding and puking out there, and you still won? Okay.
Just once, though. It was once, and it worked out perfectly afterwards, but...
Okay,
that was like, this is not going to happen.
I have to ask, so 350 miles, the 3 of you went together in the mud. How many miles do you think you were walking out there?
I would say it's been a half marathon. Pretty sure, yeah. So that's 21 Ks. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of miles.
I was looking at my Garmin and looking at the average watts, and it showed 200 or no, even lower, like 170. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So, because I forgot that we were walking.
Okay, one last question. I think the internet will come for me if I didn't ask you about your 32-inch wheels. I mean, I'm like, good job for you and your body, but was the bike helpful with that?
Yeah, definitely. Like I don't want to get into the technical aspect of it because it in the end, it's too early to decide what exactly it did. But I think just mentally looking down at my bike, it was like such an incredible motivation. So many people at Scott, especially at Schwalbe, were really trying hard to make it work. And it was a huge, massive project, which turned out incredibly cool. So I had to kind of...
Well, huge congrats. I can't wait for you to get some sleep, get out of your wet clothes, and
shower,
congrats.
Well,
well done. Celebrate. All right, back to you guys. Wow. Running 21K within your bike race, that's pretty incredible.
The other 10K run the other morning.
Sure. Well, yeah, 10K, that's 21K.
And you left your bike at home, though.
Sure did.
We're getting
Getting a look here at our Chase women's group stopped by the train. We saw our elite women, the front group, get across this, no problem, but not this group.
Well, unfortunately, it's one of the challenges we have on a course through the countryside. I think there's about 5 or 6 different railroad crossings, and it's kind of roll of the dice each year. We do our best to try and avoid them. The tunnel that you saw earlier, we managed to, they were able to route underneath the train, but this one obviously has caught some of our chasing women's group, and then it looks like some of the pro men that had been caught by some of those lead women have also caught back up to them here, and they're all having to wait out the train. So hopefully it won't last too much longer, and they'll be able to get back on the road.
It definitely shakes up your final of the race now. If the more people keep coming back to here and having to wait, that's just your group getting bigger again and changing up the race dynamics yet again.
Well, and look, that Chase group, it was Mikey Kroger, Sarah Lang, Nellie Lang, and Haley Preen, and they were only about a minute and a half ahead of Carolyn Schiff, Morgan Aguirre, and Lauren DiCrescenzo. So those 3 riders are going to get back into the mix. So we're going to have a pretty expanded women's chase group here with a lot more firepower momentarily. And Lauren Stevens, not that far behind that group as well.
Yeah, standing there at the train, it's looking like that's the Haley Preen group. Yeah, Haley Preen, Morgan Aguirre is in that group there, and a couple others. So hopefully we get them back on track here shortly. So.
The new XTR group is the fastest shifting group the world has ever seen. It gets even faster thanks to the Shimano wireless protocol. The impact recovery feature allows the derailleur to be pushed out of the way and automatically recover. 4-way physical adjustability allows you to get that shifter exactly where you need it. The use of a new high-performance, low-viscosity mineral oil and updated seals makes this our most consistent, high-powered grip.
Hey, don't forget to join us October 11th through 17th at the Big Sugar Classic in Northwest Arkansas for a full week-long celebration of off-road cycling featuring Big Sugar Gravel and a Little Sugar Mountain Bike, the perfect way to close out the season. For over 40 years, Ortlieb has combined a rugged durability with forward-thinking design, creating waterproof gear you can trust ride after ride.
So while we were away, fortunately, that train, or unfortunately, that train finally passed,
Right.
and that group of riders that was held up there for a couple minutes finally got free. So one of the hurdles we have to get over on this course is getting around train crossings. But back with our leader here, Mads Schmidt, just off the front, still just hammering. You can see he got a clean, fresh new wheel, got back on. We were hearing that when he went through that aid station, the challenge they had is they had different cassettes for their wheels. So same team, same bikes, but they had different cassettes, and so that's why Keegan was having some challenges with the wheel that he took from Mads. Mads apparently got a fresh new wheel that matches his setup, and it was a pretty quick pit stop when he went through that third checkpoint and feed zone, and he is back on and still holding a pretty handsome lead.
Yeah, we're waiting for our next riders to go through that checkpoint. Was 151.7 miles, average speed, just ticking under 23 miles an hour, which is kind of amazing, right?
Down to the last quarter of the race.
Yeah, right,
for
last
Mass,
quarter of the race. So, Mass, it's at this point, 152 miles into the race, you still got 54 miles to go, 206-mile event here. Are you starting to let down your guard a little bit? I'm in the home stretch, or you still buckled down, punching the clock at work right now?
You're definitely thinking about the finish line.
Yeah.
But he's TT champion, so he's definitely dialed in, focused, and still looking really good on the bike.
Yeah, looking good. He's ditched the glasses. He doesn't have to worry about. He's not riding with anybody now, so he doesn't have to worry about that spray. So he's kind of ditched the glasses. You notice he's been spending a lot of times on the drops, right? A lot of time on the drops. And you don't normally see that in a lot of these races, right? I mean, most people riding on the hoods, their bike setup is meant to have them sitting up on the hoods, but he's spending a lot of time down low, getting pretty aerodynamic.
Time trial specialists know how to get in an uncomfortable position and hold it while pushing power.
It's amazing.
It's
an
an
amazing
art.
thing.
It's
Yeah,
an art
it's
form.
absolutely an art. And it's, again, part of that is like that mental component, because even if you've got a great bike fit, it's still like this mildly uncomfortable position, a little bit of strain on your shoulders, a little bit of strain on your back. And you just have to kind of lock your head around the idea of all right, I need to do this for X amount of time to maintain my gap over the rest of this group, because we're not sure if he knows. He might have gotten some word at the aid station of what the situation behind him looked like.
You would hope.
You would hope he did, right? You would hope they were well enough informed to be able to relay some information. But otherwise, he's just maybe every now and then he's taking a look back. But otherwise, it's just look, all eyes forward. The race is in front of me now. There's nothing. There's nothing behind him that he really needs to pay attention to at the moment.
We had an update here from the field just a second ago for the leading women. They came out of that W road that was that technical section with all the grass and whatnot. They came out. Sophia G and Cecily managed to drop Rosa and Paige on that coming out of that. But it looked. We got a shot just a second ago. It looked as though Paige and Rosa Closer may have been able to bridge back up. So we'll see if we can't get eyes on them again on the lead women. It is just downpouring on them, I think, as they came out of that W road, minimum maintenance road they went through.
Going back to the train and the holdup, but it also gives new light and a whole new race perspective to anybody that catches back on. It swells the group. They can have a bit of a conversation. They get a break. The race is still pushing past them and forward and onwards, where they have more to close and more to work with, but it still can help that group regroup and have a conversation of all right, here we are, let's join forces again.
And it looks like Rosa was able to bridge back up, so she is back up there with Sophia, Gia, and Cecily. Don't see any sign of Paige though. She was off the back pretty quickly when they hit that minimum maintenance road. We saw she was the first one to get popped off the back when they made that left-hand turn, and it looks as though she is still off the back of that group. But the way she's been riding, there's a good chance she can probably bridge back up and get reconnected with that lead group of 4.
You have to consider the circumstance, right? Like, she coming into that for the last 45 minutes after she caught, she wasn't, she was kind of almost playing games, and I don't know if she was doing it intentionally or not, but she was doing a lot of sitting at the back, a lot of leaving gaps at the back. And I think when they came out of that W road and the 2 Specialized riders realized that they had a little bit of a gap there, it was probably like, look, you know what? This is the bike race. We can't play nice with everybody in this group the whole way. And, like, Paige is kind of on again, off again with the contributions. So you have to suspect that Sophia and G kind of got on the gas as soon as they came out of W road and intentionally made it pretty challenging for Paige to get back on. And the follow-up to that is, like, I don't know if Paige is going to get back on, right? I mean, there's still a long way to go, but I think at this point, the leaders, they know what that game is that Paige is kind of playing, and I think they're going to go hard enough now to keep her at bay.
I think she had just done so much work to get across. There's just not much left to give, and every time she would open up a gap out of comfort, it just ate away at whatever she had left. So I just don't think there was anything left for her.
Yeah, you pay for that at a certain
you do.
point.
Oh, yeah.
It all comes back to get you as we look again at our race update there at about mile 162, just a little shy of mile 162. And, of course, our leader there, Maz Wirtz-Schmidt, continuing to get it done. And Cam Jones, Tobias Kongsta, and Matt Beers on the chase now. So those 3 riders pretty well unified on the chase as we try and get a look at what that gap is behind. We believe it's about a 7-minute gap or so, about just a shade under 7 minutes is that gap right now.
Yeah, it looks like Cam, Tobias, and Matt Beers have been able to pull away from Brendan Johnston as well. So we saw him kind of dangling off the back of that group earlier, and now we've got Matt Beers on the front. Now he's finally come to the front and started to put in an effort. He's got one teammate off the front with Mads, but they probably, they've gone through another checkpoint, so they've been able to get splits, right? So they know what the gap is. So now these guys, again, they're going to start to think about how they can be racing. They're racing. You got Cam, 2 of the 3 guys here in the Lifetime Grand Prix with Cam Jones and Matt Beers. Tobias not worried about those Grand Prix points, but Matt and Cam sure will be. And they're going to want to make sure they stay away from a guy like Brendan Johnson and some of the other chasers that, Kobe Freeburn, obviously, Keegan, they're going to be motivated. A guy like Cam's going to be motivated to stay away from Keegan, see if he can't pick up maximum points for the Grand Prix here at the end. There's our three chasers. Great view from up above. It looks like they're out ahead of that rain that's kind of plaguing our lead women right now, and they've already been through this that next feed zone and well on their way. Again, about 7 minutes down on Mads. So will be interesting to see if we see a guy like Matt Beers keep coming to the front and taking a hard pull. If I'm in his shoes, I probably want to see what Cam can do with that 32-inch bike, right?
Yeah, that's. I think everyone wants to see what that's about, right? It's been so talked about, and it's the bike industry going to get flipped on its head if he ends up on the podium with that. It's going to be the next new thing out here.
Looks like Matt Beers was going to the chain lube right there. So trying to stay efficient and keep that bike as quiet as possible. Working good condition.
Yeah, you got to do it. Let's not forget Tobias in that chase. Obviously a very quality rider, a Tracker 360 winner. He's been 3rd here before at Unbound, so he's no stranger to this course as well. Knows how to manage the Flint Hills mud and gravel.
These are the 3 guys vying for the final 2 podium positions. Yeah. At least for the top 3. So they've got some motivation. And again, 2 out of the 3 in the Lifetime Grand Prix and racing for those points today.
Well, everybody looking pretty smooth, and yeah, to your point, I think Matt, he might have been not really doing too much work earlier in the chase when Keegan Swenson was up on the front with Mass, but now I think he's feeling like he can drive the pace a little bit, and you can tell that he's laying into the pedals here a little bit as he drives it on the front right now, and a lot of rumors go around about the amount of power that guy has under the hood, and reportedly like a 480 watt threshold, which absolutely amazing. He's a little bit of a bigger guy, of course, but that still translates to a pretty high watt to kilo. And he actually did a stint as a stagiaire over in Europe with one of the major pro teams over there for a little bit. But the road scene not as much to his liking here. Kind of likes his off-road world, and he's got 4 wins at the Cape Epic, and he's had some great rides in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Finally taking a win last year in Big Sugar. That's his first Lifetime Grand Prix victory, and I think that I think that really spurred him on a little bit for this season here, and coming in a little bit lighter, a little bit leaner, and obviously pretty fit as well as he continues to drop lube on that chain there to keep things rolling smooth.
Well, he's also now a superstar, a local legend back home because he won Cape Epic, and that's not something that had been done for the South African folks. So such a good result for him and for their country, and they're very proud of him, as they should be. He's a phenomenal rider.
Love to know what he's got. He's got something in his right hand. He keeps reaching down. It's almost like he's reaching down towards a front derailleur. I don't know if he's driving, but he's not pedaling as he's putting that on there. So I'm not quite sure what he's doing. And I doubt he has a front derailleur. He's trying to adjust.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I thought it was his chain loop too, and it looked like he was going to put it back there for a minute, and then not entirely sure as we see Maz on one of the few paved sections here that just are kind of little connector pieces between our gravel. It's almost it's 2 things, right? It's a good opportunity to get some speed going and pick up some speed, go pretty quickly. Also, probably not a bad place to kind of recover a little bit, because you don't have to worry about what's underneath your wheels, right? It's smooth pavement. The bike isn't getting jostled around. You're not having to worry about shifting your weight to control things and make sure you're staying upright. Yeah, you just kind of roll it, but a nice little mental break for the brief moment in time that you're on those sections.
Mass is just passing through what we call Council Grove, or he's crossed over Highway 56. He's just north of Council Grove. On his left-hand side there is Council Grove Reservoir. He's going to make a right-hand turn. He's going to head down through this. There'll be a little neighborhood as he goes around this next right-hand curve. It's a nice little downhill. He'll cross back over Main Street, and he'll go through the the third checkpoint for our age groupers, although it's not a checkpoint for the elites. He's already been through that third checkpoint when he picked up that spare wheel. So he'll be out of there. He's going to jump onto really a bike path that actually takes him out of town. It's a trail that runs out of town. The Flint Hills. The Flint Hills Trail, it's called, and they've got about 5 miles of this bike path kind of heading southeast. Last weather check, we had winds at 15 to 18 miles an hour coming out of the southeast. He's going to be riding straight into that headwind on that path. As he leaves town, there's a lot of trees. It's kind of treed in. Then it just opens up, and it's kind of wide open. And we expect it from Council Grove pretty much all the way back. They are into that headwind. And, again, I just checked the weather up at the airport at Council Grove, and it looks like it's between 15 to gusting to 18 miles an hour coming out of the southeast. So they've had, they've had a nice tailwind for quite a while, but dealt with all the rain. It looks like they may, the sky may clear a little bit for them, but they're going to, right when they make a right-hand turn into the headwind, and it's just going to get gnarly for them all over for that last 60 miles back into town.
Yeah, it's going to be such a slog coming back there, and it's going to just tire them out for when they get to a little farther south, and then they'll pin back to the west a little bit to get around the far side of Lake Cahola before then coming back east again for more or less for the duration. So Nasworth Schmidt's still looking super smooth again. What we're looking for the hips if they're going to rock. We're looking for the shoulders if they're kind of rocking. We're looking to see if the head is tilted to one side or the other. You're looking to see if that pedal stroke is choppy, and none of the above. And that's all indicative that he's just still super, super comfortable right now and super within himself.
Yeah, you got a little bit more, about another mile or so of pavement, which I'm sure is a relief.
Yeah.
No more mud in the face, and a little bit more, a little bit more comfortable here for a moment at least. He's going to get down across West Main Street in Council Grove, and again we'll go through Council Grove High School, where that age group checkpoint is, and then he'll be on to the Flint Hills Trail, headed back towards Emporia.
Yeah, it's amazing. They've been the men have been out there for coming up on 7 hours at this point. It's amazing.
We've been here in the studio coming up on 7 hours.
Almost 8 hours for that matter. My word, forget about those guys. It's about us.
This is an endurance event in here.
Not enough coffee out there to keep me going out here today.
It will be interesting to see the time gap from Mass to these three guys and how long he can keep it established so far out.
Well, I'm looking at that helicopter, right? When they showed the chasers, you could see the helicopter not that far off, and that helicopter following our leader. And so, you wonder if the chasers are looking at that thinking, maybe we're making up a little bit of ground here. Like maybe there's still hope with 2 hours of racing yet to go. Maybe there's a prayer that we can get this done yet.
Well, because of that flat, I mean, he did lose, 3 or 4 minutes, and we're seeing that on the time gap. It was a 6.5 minute gap back to these guys. But, is that something, these three chasers, is that something that he's going to be able to continue to push forward? It looks like Tobias is also dealing with a little bit of bike maintenance on the fly.
Yeah, this lead group has crossed over that north of Highway 56 that we talked about a little bit earlier, and they're kind of looping around the north side of Council Grove. Just looking at the map, I mean, it almost feels like they might be clawing back a little bit of time here. They've got a little bit of gravel. They'll make another right-hand turn onto pavement, and it's that pavement section we just saw Mads at. He's about to cross over Main Street in town. We should be able to get a time check. I think we've got a timing split coming up here at Council Grove High School, so hopefully we'll be able to get a split and see if Mads is maintaining. We're seeing him on another camera view here, and he's not going quite as smoothly as he was before. It looks like he's having to work a little bit. Looking back over his shoulder, that he's starting to wonder. He's pulling something out of his pocket. I don't know if he's texting someone in his crew. He shouldn't have a crew up ahead because this is the age group aid station. So he'll jump on this, through the high school parking lot here. They're going to go over a little bridge, and then that puts them on the Flint Hills trail that they're going to ride for about 5-6 miles out of town.
As comfortable as he looks, he's got to be feeling the weight. Like he was out there for a long time with Keegan, and then it's been a long time now that he's been off the front by himself as he's kind of making his way through the back of this section. And
now Cam Jones under duress on the right side of your screen, almost coming to a stop. It looks like.
Yeah. What's going to be going on there with Cam Jones is now he's completely drifted off of the chase group now. So Cam Jones that's Cam Jones sitting up there. So not entirely sure what's going on. He's not off the bike. Obviously doesn't seem to be a mechanical, but maybe the legs just needing a little bit of recovery there. So that's going to be another game changer. So now the chase group down to just 2 riders here as our chasers are making their way towards Council Grove. Cam getting back down into that infamous aerodynamic position where he gets so low over the front end of that bike, but obviously just not putting out nearly as much power.
We've seen it all today, you guys. I mean, between the mud, the wind, the team tactics, the flat tires, the attrition of the day is taking its toll.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's exactly what's happening to Cam Jones right now.
And making that left-hander there onto the pavement and overcooking it just a hair. Again, you see that helicopter not all that far forward again. So I think to your point, Lauren, I think that gap could be coming down a little bit. Hopefully we will get that time split here soon, as now our Matt Beers looking back wondering what happened with Cam Jones. You see him just sliding ahead there of Tobias to see what's going on. He's not exactly sure what happened either, but either way, now it's 2 riders in the chase as Kongstad himself taking a look back. So hopefully we'll get a little intel. Love to know. It looks simply like he just kind of hitting the wall there a little bit, I think.
It just looked like he was labored in his pedaling. It looked like a classic bonk, and I don't know. We'll get the story later, but as Madsworth Schmidt went through that checkpoint back there for the age grouper checkpoint, mile 160.7, he was right at 7 hours flat. These guys will be there in just a few minutes. We'll get a time split, so we'll get a check on them. Interesting, I'll keep going back to this, but the dynamic of the racing with Cam dropping out of this lead, what was 3, now 2 chasing, this puts Matt Beers first in the Grand Prix points. So if things go well, he's going to at least win the overall, get top points for the Grand Prix, because Tobias is not in the Grand Prix, and neither is Madsworth Schmidt.
So that's, shaping up to be a great day for the Specialized crew. Maz obviously off the front, potentially staring down the top step. And then, his teammate Matt Beers now in that 2-rider chase, potentially looking to slide himself near the top of the GP standings. So, not a bad day. I know Matt Beers seemingly playing a little bit of the team card earlier there when Keegan and Maz were together, but the tide is kind of shifted here as we continue to wait our chasers to get through that checkpoint around Council Grove. Our leader has gone through 7 hours in the bank, slowly starting to close in on the finish line here in town.
Be the best that you never had.
This broadcast is sponsored by Kinetic, clarity and focus on demand. 12 grams of ketones, caffeine-free, informed, sports certified. When your body is spent and the trails keep climbing, well, your brain still needs to make the call. Metabolic brain fuel for athletes who refuse to fade. Learn more at drinkkinetic.com. Join us on September 26th at the Life Time Rad Dirt Fest, an official Unbound gravel qualifying race featuring breathtaking scenery, pristine gravel roads, and eclectic community of Trinidad, Colorado.
So here we are back with our lead, or actually our chase group of men. We think this is Tobias Kongstead and Matt Beers. They managed to ride away from Cam Jones, and we don't really have a good idea why. Cam seemed like he was rolling solid, and then just all of a sudden it just like he sat up, and it didn't look like he had a flat. It did, other than maybe just flat legs there for a minute. And we've got Sarah Stern back in us. We were just talking back in the studio with us. We were just talking about it, and Sarah said, knowing Cam, there's a chance he missed a bit of his bit of a feed or something, and because he's so solid with his nutrition. And well known for 180, 190 grams of carbs per hour.
I don't know how. I don't know how he manages that. I mean, he has the right personality for this race and just doing what it takes to get it done. But I think when you see someone, maybe it was a mechanical that we couldn't see or flat, but sometimes when that just all of a sudden you just hit this wall and that's nutrition for you. It really can sneak up on you, and when the conditions are this way, it's really hard to get food in. I mean, it's the thing you should be thinking about the most. But Matt Beers, is this a?
This is just they're coming through Council
okay.
Grove,
I think
so
he maybe
it's-
wasn't totally sure. Sorry, I thought that maybe they had taken a wrong turn.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, right? Like, you've got so many other things to think about out here today with the conditions. It's not just plug and play and ride.
It's really distracting.
Yeah, it's super distracting, and then it's really easy to forget to reach into your pockets, to reach for your bottle, and you do that. You do that once, maybe you can make that back. You do that twice, you do that 3 times. That's
You're
it.
done.
You're not going to come back.
It's crazy. You get behind on 1 gel or 2 sips of your carb mix in your bottle. And then, they're also in these conditions, and gravel in general, it's so hard to find a place to eat. And I think that, in my personal opinion, when you have like a pure road racer or even a triathlete that comes over to gravel racing and they've really never experienced trying to fuel on the dirt, even in training, it's really hard to emulate the race experience. I think it's really overlooked by people, and it's hard to see that from just watching it on these races. So
it's one of those things, right? And you're kind of alluding that direction. It's almost something you have to train. You have
for
to
sure.
practice it in training, not just, but you have to practice avoiding the distraction.
Yeah.
And just kind of reminding. And I know, like, there's people that they might set an alarm on their Garmin or
I do.
whatever their head unit is, right?
Yeah.
To remind them, like, every 5 minutes, hit a sip, or every 20 minutes, take some carbs in, just to keep that super, super steady flow. Because the other thing too is you miss a feed or two, and then you're trying to jam 120 carbs at one time in you.
It's rough.
It's really rough on your stomach, especially this late in the race when you've already piled so much in. So yeah, there's a lot of layers to getting that right.
So Tobias and Matt just went through that Council Grove High School checkpoint, which is the aid station for our 1,200 age groupers out there, but not an aid station for the elite field. They went through about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, about 40 seconds, 7:40 behind Madsworth Schmidt. So, and then further behind them, almost another minute they've put into Cam Jones. Just in that 1.5 miles riding through Council Grove, they put about a minute into Cam Jones already, who just dropped off. So something's wrong with Cam. We know he's again, probably nutrition. We don't have eyes on him, so not sure if it was anything mechanical. We didn't see anything that looked obvious, but you just never know.
Well, and notable too, Madsworth Schmidt has actually gained back a little time he lost from that puncture. So he's really on good form. And, Matt Beers, we can see he's driving now, right? He's not playing the game anymore.
Yeah.
He's riding.
Well, and he's in an interesting position too now, because he has a teammate up ahead, but with quite a significant gap, that he's obviously not going to bring him back in, but he also he wants to shed Cam. Because,
Yeah,
he's
Grand Prix points, right?
Grand Prix points, but also you don't want this to come down to a sprint unless, I don't know who would. Maybe Cam.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Cam, but I don't, if you can avoid, I think
anyone would want to avoid
even
it.
somebody who has a good sprint, if you've got that opportunity in front of you to avoid it.
It really sucks.
You're going to try and take it. Yeah, no matter how fast you are, it's totally different at the end of 206 miles, right? You can't rely on that. So
Matt's kind of in between. He's balancing those two things. He doesn't want to go too, not that, that would have to be a superhuman effort, but he's obviously not wanting to go too hard to reel his teammate back in, but he also wants to establish some distance between Cam and the rest of the group, because, they still have enough time. Things can happen.
Well, that's the thing, right? And that's why you can't let off the gas that much, because there's still a lot to get through. There's still that really tricky section later in the race as well, that they're kind of fast approaching.
Yeah.
That section before they get to Cohola Lake. There's
this new DD road we put in this year that has got, it is rough. It is rollery. It's a generally a climb going back to the west. They're going to get that. They're actually going to turn out of that headwind. They're going to get a bit of a tailwind on DD road here, but it is rough. There's a lot of exposed kind of goat heads in there, and it's that can be challenging. You're right. As we saw earlier, Mads found out real quickly that just when you think everything's going great, something can go wrong. Unfortunately, he had a teammate with him, and ended up with Keegan's wheel, and so he's well on his way to towards winning the race thanks to his having a teammate there with him. But just like we saw, something can go wrong real quick.
Yeah, they're not actually too far away from this. We know that this is this section that you referred to, this rail trail here, the Flint Hills rail trail, a total of 5 miles in length. He's been on there a little bit, so once he comes off it, it's only going to be about maybe 3 miles before you start to get into some of those rollers before you get to DD Road, around 173 miles. So, I mean, this is kind of the last, we'll call it easier section, because once they get to DD Road, then you have a little bit of a breather before Cajola Lake, and then there's those two little climbs after Cajola Lake that don't get talked about a whole lot, but that late in the race, they become a factor all of a sudden. So we're staring down another 10 or 11 mile section, really, really hard section of the course still.
Yeah, everything late in the race can become a factor, truly. Even if you've pre-ridden this whole thing and spent 2 weeks here studying every rock and stone, the rain that I saw coming down on this course, it's going to look different. And I remember feeling that way, the years that I've done Unbound, which is sort of why I've stopped paying attention that closely, honestly, in the pre-rides. Because sometimes when you hit it in the race day, not only the speed or the effort that you're in, it just looks the weather. Like, look at what we're seeing, these huge puddles on course. It just looks totally different. And so it's sort of, you just have to be a really good problem solver on your feet. And he has some tricky stuff up ahead of him, and he has the choice to use it to his advantage or not.
And it's sometimes you wonder, right, is too much information a bad thing?
Sometimes.
Like, in terms of like the pre-ride and stuff. I mean, I know you have a little bit of a cyclocross background, right? And one of the things we all used to do with cross is you get there hours early and do multiple laps. Now, next thing you know, the course is chewed up where it rains. And it's a whole different course. It's a whole different
game.
bike race.
Yeah,
and you've just wasted a ton of time, trying to recon, to get your tire pressure, to get your selection, to get all these things right, and it's out the window. And that thought process is just multiplied out here, where, again, people were here Tuesday and Wednesday riding the course, and I mean, look, you're using different tires, different tire width, probably a little different tread
people
pattern.
Were changing it on the line. I mean, they were making these decisions. But the thing about gravel racing, and specifically Unbound, it's 200 miles. At a certain point, you're going to have the perfect equipment, and then you're also going to have the wrong equipment. You'll have done the perfect race recon, and you'll have totally missed something that's significant. And that's what makes a really good gravel racer, is being adaptable.
Well, it's funny because you put that in the idea of training, and it's like almost sometimes in training you want to underbike a little bit, right? Literally intentionally ride the wrong equipment. For a training ride, just
like
to
a drag
understand
suit and swimming,
right? Just to understand how it's going to work, because eventually you're going to be staring that scenario.
You're going to face. It's all about my coach is like, it's all about problem solving, and everyone is going to be faced with some adversity out there. I mean, look at today. You can't even tell their jerseys. You have to. I mean, also, like, you see their sunglasses on the back of their. You wouldn't believe how annoying it is to be in this rain and mud behind somebody.
Oh, it's horrible.
You have to wear your sunglasses because otherwise you're truly going to just go blind, because you're just getting rocks and muds and cow poos into your eyes. But then you also, if you wear your glasses, it builds and you can't see anything. It's really scary.
It was shortly after Maz and Keegan kind of split. Maz all of a sudden got rid of his glasses because he's like, all right, well, I don't need these anymore, because I'm not getting the rooster tail from anybody, and I can't see anything out of my glasses, so I don't need these things anymore.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy how it all just changes out there.
There's just all these little things that you're not even able to see on the live stream, and even out in the field. You just don't know what it feels like until you're riding behind someone.
Well, and that's why experience is so important, right? And
it is.
We talked about it earlier. Like, some of the riders that their very first time at Unbound, it's not often that you see really high degrees of success your first time here because it's so much to take in.
Yeah.
Right? It's so different than
Unless-
any other race.
Unless you, and this is the thing I was talking about Cam and Rosa a little bit, the years that they won, there's this like magical combination of things where like you have to be prepared enough. And some of it is luck, but also you just have to have this personality. Like the Cam Jones have this personality thing where like they're so tough. Like it's not. I don't want to say if you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. But it's not.
Go ahead. The words I live by, Sarah.
Right?
I was like, that's
You're
well, to
preaching
me.
to the choir here.
I'm absolutely
just
not
saying.
saying Cam is that way.
No,
I'm just saying he has the, like, I don't know if it's the Kiwi thing or what, but you have to have that magical piece where you're like, you're okay fixing those problems and dealing with stuff. You can't be too type A is what I'm saying.
So just as a quick note, as we've had a lot of time on our men's leader here, we've had some weather-affected issues with our women's coverage. So as soon as we can get that back online, we'll check back in with the leaders of our women's race. So we apologize for that. And just bear with us as we continue to watch.
We also would like
our
to
men's
see the
race.
women's.
Yeah, I'd love to see what's going on. That's been a phenomenal race so far. So we'll keep you all updated as soon as we can get a little bit of insight.
Do you think that it's let's just speculate wildly here. Do we think it's going to end up in a sprint?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No, for the women's race.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow, we just had to speculate wildly.
All we had to do was throw out one bad idea.
Okay,
And
fine.
they're like, really, guys? We're going to get you the coverage, man.
Nothing like the commentator's curse. You say it, and then the exact opposite happens. Boom, here it is. But great to have these shots back.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. Wow, it's cool it's really wild to watch these women that I know all four of these women so well.
So
it's cool.
So with that in mind,
Yeah.
we're getting late in the race. We're 7 hours in. What do you see as the scenario with these four women here? Because you've got Rosa, a former winner.
Yes.
You've got
Sophia,
a former winner. G, a former second
We have-
place. Cecily,
Second.
a former
Yeah, my
second place.
God,
So
that's-
how
that's
does
a
this
star-studded
quartet
cast.
break down?
Oh my gosh. Oh, you really put me on the spot. I
that
mean,
was
it
the
would be silly if G and Sophia didn't work together, right? We saw it with Mass and Keegan, and they do at this point have one goal in mind, which as an individual racer is frustrating. But we were saying earlier, it is the plus side, but also as a racer, kind of sometimes a downside of being on a team.
Well,
you have to
want
check
your result,
Yeah,
right?
you have to check your ego. I'm really curious. It will come down to those two talking and ask. Oh, is someone catching back on? Is this Paige?
Is that?
Wait.
Come on.
Wait, is this Paige?
It's got to be.
No way. I
my
have
mind is
goosebumps.
kind of blown
Hold
right
on.
now. if
Is that
that's-
her?
if
I
that's
have
Paige
goosebumps.
getting back in the mix because
Okay, well then I'm going to change my answer.
it was all just a camera angle that
Oh my God! Wait, is that her? Does she
that
have
is
a white
Paige.
helmet?
That's 100%
Oh
Paige.
wow, that's amazing. Yes,
So
Paige.
just like
Okay.
that, we are back to 5 in the front. Oh my word!
Oh, we got the coverage back right in time.
We thought we had written Paige Onweller off because they came off
I
of
heard it. You did.
W Road, right?
was gone.
And we thought this is it. She's chased too many times, but just like that,
Guess
you know,
not.
the camera pulled back, and lo and behold, Paige Onweller on the back of the bus. And again, do the other four? That's my question. Do the other four know that she's there?
They do now.
They
Yeah,
do
they
now.
do now
That's-
because G has said, "Yeah, hey,
G will.
why don't you get in front of me for a hot
come
minute
on,
there?"
come on in. Okay, so we're hearing that the winds are also an extreme factor, which is also more impressive that Paige caught back on. If they're
Exactly.
experiencing 20 to 30 mile an hour winds in the women's league. Oh, cows. If
Shiny stuff.
Listen, you got to be careful of those things. They've taken me off of a podium before.
We talked about that the other day.
Oh, good, great. The infamous.
your favorite.
Yeah. Well, so now, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm not surprised because obviously Cecily is an amazing racer. She proved that last year at Unbound. I've, had the pleasure of racing with her and following her career. She hasn't had a smooth beginning of the season. And I talked to her a little bit and I didn't feel that fire that she usually has. And we even said something about it this morning, and boy, I'm really eating my words, and I hope that I totally just jinxed myself, because I'd love to see Cecily have a good day. But what I was going to say earlier, she and Rosa, I imagine that they've potentially tried to speak to each other, and, you know, it would be smart of them to sort of team up against Team Specialized.
That's the only way to beat them, right? It's, you know, kind of woman to woman coverage, right? Is how you got to play this out there, because it's otherwise it's a numbers game, and you can't let Specialized use the numbers to their advantage. So you've got to,
and they will.
Well, right, they will.
Yeah.
So you have to form that alliance.
They should.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine
and those two
in
are
any
smart.
world that they wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, Sophia is obviously an incredibly strong rider, but one of her biggest strengths is not that she's done every single type of bike racing there is. She's really, really smart. She's a really smart bike racer. She knows how to play the game, and she's not scared to play it. Right. And that's, you know, Lauren, you have a lot of experience with that. And Rosa has that as well. And those two, I cannot wait to see what happens between Sophia and Rosa, because we sort of missed out on that at Traca. They each rode a different distance and won their respective distance.
Right.
So I was really hoping we would get to see a showdown between the two.
If you're
of them.
Rosa or you're Cecily, you eventually have to key in on one of those Specialized riders. Honestly, I wouldn't put Paige in the finish just based on how she's been riding up until this point. I feel like anytime it gets really hard or any technical bit, she's off the back. Mm-hmm. So I'm keying in on one. You're going to have to pick one.
But what if she gets through DD Road, Cahola Lake, and then it's that 18-ish flat run-in from America?
I still don't. I don't. I think anytime it pitches, anytime someone puts a little bit of pressure on the pedals.
It's relatively flat from Americus all the way in. And then you get Highland Hill, of course. You get under the highway.
It's those hills that I agree with Lauren. I mean, she just is riding like she has fatigue, and clearly not enough to keep her off the group and fight through on a headwind. But
when you're finishing on Highland, like the base,
but that finish of, if she can make it through those, I'm not going to discredit her for the finish.
That's my
Sometimes
thought.
your brain does take over, and these women are all fatigued. I mean, it's sort of reminding me of the year that we came in with, you know, a 9-up sprint or whatever.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
You helped lead that out.
Yeah.
and let's not forget, Paige got fourth that year,
exactly.
right? Coming
she
off
really
the hip,
can sprint.
coming off that injury.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, she's actually not a bad sprinter. So
no, she's a great sprinter.
If she can get up Highland Hill and still be in there.
Yeah.
And she's got a good shot.
We did see a sprint between those three, Sophia, G, and Paige, and sort of Cecily. She dropped off a little bit at Mid-South. But I know that I'm pretty sure G and Sophia had agreed that Sophia would take, you know, she would get the lead out. But then G also led Sophia out and then almost passed her, which then I love G for this. She was like, I almost got you.
Very Dutch.
And then she said she needs to hold the line.
Yeah. You know.
But then Sophia, they're teammates. They know. They've raced together. They've trained together.
So that last time split we got just before Paige got back on, she was showing to be about 11 seconds behind.
Okay.
So she wasn't very far off to begin with, which is kind of interesting. So she held that gap out of W Road for a while.
Wow.
Just kind of lingering back there again. And I don't understand. It's like there's something about her tactic that almost confuses me a little bit today. I know there's some hesitation.
It could be, maybe.
It could be, but it seems like there's just these hesitations on her part. But
let's see if she doesn't pull through after the two Specialized G and Sophia roll out.
She's not looking that fatigued to me.
No,
honestly,
she's not. Her body language reads pretty positive.
Yeah. Cecily is starting to maybe show some signs a little bit. It's really hard to tell on some gravel. You don't know if they're hitting a slower gravel section or, you know, if they're just taking, you know, a minute to.
They make it look so easy, but
I know,
you know that drift, don't you?
and they're all on these incredibly light bikes, and I have to say, now being a little bit heavier in my life with a baby,
it's all good.
Boy, the traction is a game changer. honestly, I'm like, put me in. I'll corner.
Put me in, coach. I got
Put
this.
me in, coach.
I can anchor this
I'll
thing.
corner like a mad woman.
There you go.
30 extra pounds, I'll take it.
There you go.
So only
there
on the
you
flat.
go. I mean, Paige is rolling through.
Yeah, I want to see their faces. Then that's the tell.
Yeah, you get a good look. But I mean,
I really can tell with
Rosa
G
maybe
and
looking
Rosa.
a little bit of a strain there.
Yeah.
You know, Cecily gives away nothing.
No.
Right? She just has very stoic look about her.
Yeah.
And
It's a poker face for
meanwhile,
sure.
Sophia still having a little conversation. Actually, Sophia looks like is she talking to G or yeah? Okay. Yeah. I thought she was looking over at
I
Paige
did too
again
for a second.
For a minute there.
Well, she might be.
So
63 miles to go.
Right. So we're getting the next chaser. Looks like Mikey Kroger is on her own. She's about 7.5 minutes behind. It's like she's now by herself. What we're seeing through that last time split. So it'll be interesting when we do get a camera back onto that chase group.
Okay.
I wonder if she made it through the train crossing.
Oh, good point.
Before
She may
the
have.
chase group.
Because we couldn't really see who was stopped
Right.
at that crossing. We couldn't really get our eyes on it. I bet she did.
Oh, Sarah's just getting.
Did you not?
Oh, by the way.
Sorry, I've
Welcome
been.
to
When
our
did
party.
that? Yeah, I'm
Welcome
like.
to our party, Sarah.
Yeah. I feel a little bit left out. I had no idea that happened.
All right. So
The chase group of 3 that we had,
No.
Sarah Lang and,
Right.
and Nellie. Yeah, Carolyn Schiff, they all got stuck behind the train, and you can see just behind over Sophia's shoulder. Is that Mikey? I think so.
Phone.
Yeah, who is that? Is that? Not sure who that is.
Oh, you can see the wind. Look at the grass.
Yeah, look at the grass blowing,
and the
right?
cow's ears.
It's the cow's ears usually
Is
aren't
it
my
dead
measuring
giveaway?
stick.
I
but-
usually look for the cow's ears.
Okay, now I've got a new measuring stick for when I go riding at home. That's noted. Duly noted.
This might be a
It looks
guy
like Mikey. I think it looks like Mikey. Yeah.
That they
No,
well, it
that's-
looked like they were taking a photo. That's why I
Yeah,
was
that
like,
it looked like totally looked like a picture. I
because
can't-
sometimes you pass dudes and they're so excited to see the
That's a
group of
good
pro
point.
women that they take photos of
It's
you.
not going to be Mikey just yet. She's still a ways back. I think she's on her own because we haven't seen anyone else
tell me,
cross
since
through a $140
Yeah.
on the time yet.
maybe there's some people that are just joining us, so I'll ask this question because I don't know the answer to it. Tell us a little bit about Mikey Kroger. I have no idea.
Yeah. Former
what-
World Tour rider.
Oh, okay. Wow.
She was racing last year for Human Powered Health.
Oh, okay.
A stud of an athlete, and I think a track world champion.
Oh, okay.
Check my math there, but been in the peloton for years and years, and has always worked for others. So it's good to see her over here and giving it a shot with the gravel scene.
Okay, we're getting it's pronounced. Okay, hold on.
Sarah with the intel.
Mika.
Okay.
Yeah, Mika. Thank you, Carmen.
Okay,
So there
awesome.
we go. So yeah, so Mika
Wow.
Kroger, but she's unbelievable. You know, she's has ridden for Canyon SRAM, Team Virtue. So a very good rider, a former national champion as a junior, going back away multi-time. She's
Oh,
actually
so
a
she's
bronze,
really done nothing.
She was a bronze medalist at the Junior World
Oh my gosh.
Championships in
Okay.
a time trial.
So we're not counting her out, is what I'm hearing.
Definitely
Does
not.
she have? Is this like her first gravel race?
Looking through, I'm seeing mostly road results right now.
Wow.
She's won stages in the overall Tour of Belgium. So yeah, super capable rider out there. And yes, she was a individual pursuit junior world champion on the track.
Wow.
So there you go.
Wow. Well, that's impressive. And so they got separated, and Nicole Frayne is made it back.
All right, we are going to take just a little bit of an ad break here for a moment. We'll be back momentarily with more action here from the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix, stop number 2 in Emporia.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, What will you do in your lifetime?
You told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this guy, as he uses the pharmacy line to purchase half the store, including a ceramic dolphin figurine, without a price.
Price check in pharmacy.
All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy, and her meds would get delivered right to her door.
Well, MAP is a design-led, performance-driven cycling apparel brand from Melbourne, Australia, merging aesthetics and innovation to develop world-class kit for your most ambitious goals, proven from the Tour de France to Unbound to Cape Epic. We're back with our leaders on the women's side, and I see 4 in the frame, one just dropping off there a little bit. I think that's actually Rosa.
No,
or
Cecily.
Pardon me. Cecily
Okay,
dropping
she's coming
back.
back, though. You see her little feet pedaling.
It actually looked like the group was kind of waiting for her there, so maybe
Might have
just
been a
had
bathroom
little,
break.
Yeah, a little.
Little
nature
sorry.
break.
Don't mean to break.
Have you talked about it yet?
Not at all. No.
Hey.
Go for it,
Yeah,
Sarah.
it's all you, Sturdy.
Dang it.
Please
Run with
tell
it.
us more.
I really just shot myself in the foot. I really don't want to be known as the one who will talk about what you have to do, but
It's kind of too late.
no.
Look, it's kind of
Dang
trying
it.
to stay as hydrated as possible. It's 7 hours into the
you
race.
have to.
Tell us.
I'm sorry. You have to pee in your pants. Listen, isn't it Billy Madison the movie? Peeing in your pants is cool.
There it is.
But really,
You heard it here first.
it is an art, and the men do it too. It is not just the women. And no, they don't have time to just do the world tour kind of bathroom break. It's a different ball game in gravel. There's
Sure.
the first year I did Unbound, I used a porta potty.
Yeah.
And that was in 2022. That's where the sport has come.
Yeah.
That's what I have seen in my career.
When I retired from road racing, we had the women's agreement that you just do a slow roll.
And that would
you
be
stop.
really nice. What if you're in the break, though?
So,
But your races weren't 7 to 10 hours.
it wasn't. It wasn't.
So what you were saying earlier is correct, and I just want to make it known that no one likes to do it.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's a
feel
necessity.
great, but it is a necessity, and if you're fueling properly, you should be.
Right.
But there's a strategy as to when. Is this Nicole?
Mika.
Oh no, that's okay. So that's Mika. Okay,
So-
she looks like Nicole.
So while we've got Mika on screen there, our lone chaser, she's about 7 odd minutes behind in spot number 5. We'll do
Wow.
a quick rundown of what it's looking like behind. It's going to be another roughly 7 minutes back to Lauren De Crescenzo in 6th place. She's got about a minute ahead of Haley Preen, who's Lauren is in 6th, Haley Preen in 7th. She's out there with Sarah Lang right now. They've got about a minute over Lauren Stevens, and then Rami Casper rounding out your current top 10, another minute and change down on Lauren Stevens. So that's how our top 10
Wow.
is looking out on the course at the moment, as Mika getting nice and arrow down
Yeah.
there, and I don't know that she's going to catch the leaders, but I think she's probably
Boy,
going to
she's
stay away
trying.
from the next chasers. Looking amazingly
I was going to
strong
say
out
that's a smooth pedal stroke.
Yeah, super smooth pedal stroke, just looking super strong, and the kind of that arrow helmet there
Yeah.
as well to help beat the wind there a little bit.
Yeah, which I mean, again, you can see those flags flapping in the wind, those cow ears flapping. They've had everything. Like the one, Lauren, sorry, the one benefit of rain sometimes is that you kind of get a little reprieve from, people think Kansas and you're like, yeah, tornadoes, wind, Dorothy. Yeah. And it tracks.
It does.
And today it really, really does. And they're just getting. This is a gnarly year for the conditions. I have to say, weathering some of the storm myself.
What is it like to have? We saw Mika in one of the last aid stops basically have that bladder down the front end of your suit or clothing. The difference between that and on your back?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think I set the trend by being pregnant. But I feel a little bit that they're stealing my style. No, it is tested in the wind tunnel that it is faster aerodynamically to have it on your stomach. And actually the year that Lachlan won, he was keeping his bladder in the front of his skin suit, and people thought it was because of aerodynamics. But in fact, it was the first year we had the Rafa Bolero suit, which you can put the bladder in the back, and he had just used a bladder and frozen it overnight, and so he couldn't bend. It wouldn't fit in the back. So it was a classic Lachlan move, and then
actually an accident.
It was an accident.
Wow.
So I mean, maybe some of them were thinking that, but knowing Keegan, I know Keegan was doing it. Matt, like all the racers, Paige. I mean, I can say I hit my belly pedaling, but no, you do. Oh, it looks like Cecily's bleeding.
Well, remember, I'm sorry, you might not have been here.
Sorry, I'm sorry the repeating, but if people are joining now.
There was a moment back on the road. What was the road where they just went through a water crossing and
that water
2 or 3 of them just dumped.
I did see that.
On W Road.
Yes.
They went through that little creek crossing in the trees, and it was just
I heard you say she went down. Yeah, they're so tough. So to go back to, I mean, you can see this is a perfect display of Paige does not have a little beer belly. She, in fact, is very fit and has her bladder is in the front. And we saw it last year. Cecily, you could see in second place, she actually had one of her bottles in her sports bra. And again, some of it's like ease to access another pocket, but also it is aerodynamic.
And while we're on the clothing, I've also seen now that some of the plugs that people are putting basically in their sleeves on the back of their arm.
Yeah.
Or where else are you hiding things?
Well, it looks like our women are actually coming through that third feed zone here. So they're
there's a lot of gels.
Yeah, 10 miles west-southwest of Council Grove here for the third and final feed of the day. So I think everybody looks like they're going to take some goods there. It looks like Paige going to stop.
Okay, wow. Yeah, she stopped at the last one, too.
While the rest of them are going to continue going. I'm not seeing...
dropping the bladder?
Yeah, the Specialized riders all just taking some bottles. It looks like Sophia with a musette bag, maybe.
Oh, Rosa dropped something.
Rosa dropped the bottle.
Well, it's what you have to go back.
Yeah, you have to. It's your final chance, and you've got 55 miles.
I mean, I'm surprised Sophia isn't... I'm surprised she's not saying, go now.
Well, this is say Paige got what she needed, so she's up and running relatively quickly.
Yeah.
So it should be able to get back on to the group pretty quickly.
There's not an agreement going through the feed zone to ride together? And
sometimes there is. I would say knowing these girls, any advantage you can take is going to be taken. But I would say sometimes it's in bad form depending on the situation to attack through the feed, because mainly it's a danger thing. These things. I mean, you saw me in there, and I can attest it was really scary. It's really, really chaotic. It's really. I mean, and these are even the elite only feed zones, which I think everyone was really, really excited about.
It looks like that's been a great solution this year.
Yeah.
It's been smoother. It's been less chaos than we've seen in the past.
A little pushing forward right there.
Oh, I guarantee that Sophia was having some words with Cecily for tossing her musette outside of the feed area.
Well, we could also hear in your tone, again, being an athlete in the feed zone, and your tone of voice changed when you're like, okay, here we are in the feed zone, we're talking about what's going on, then all of a sudden you're like, and they're coming.
Yeah, it was intense.
Yeah.
and it's intense. I now can say on both sides, like it feels it's a different sort of intensity, obviously, from the support crew. Waiting for these athletes, they've just been, it's like so boring and then so nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
I mean,
like that.
It looked like one of Haley Preen's crew members accidentally like put his foot through her wheel at one point.
Yeah, we heard you say
it was
that,
crazy.
yeah.
It was really, oh yeah, they're drilling it. Sophia saw Rosa having to turn, and I know that was, I mean, they were nearing the end of the feed zone. I don't think that she was saying like attack her, but she knows that there's a small gap. And look at, and this is one of my favorite things of riding with Sophia, just her proportions. Sophia has really, really long legs and a much shorter torso. She is just naturally able to get this like crazy arrow position. Like her forearms just naturally are, she so easily rests on the top of her bars. And then G is, over 6 feet tall.
Yeah, look at G's face right now, you know?
G looks
Yeah, they're
like
putting
she's
an effort in,
struggling.
but it looks like, Rosa just came back?
It looks like Rosa coming back.
Yeah,
We
she's
can't
not
quite see
so,
behind, but
yeah.
you knew this moment was coming, right?
Oh, they're
there's
dropping Cecily.
Deckard way back there is going to be Paige. So yeah, you knew this moment had to come,
Yeah.
and so it's kind of an organic happening, right?
Yeah.
It just stretched a little in the feed zone. So
That's all it takes.
It's kind of innocuous, right?
Yeah.
Just, it's almost not even an attack. Just kind of stay on the gas.
They're putting some, I mean, we don't even see Paige in the shot right now.
No, it's so
we
that'll,
see Mass.
again, will Paige be able to make up this deficit?
I don't know. I'm not going to write her out.
We've got the split screen now as we look at our men's leader, Maswart Schmidt, on the left side, continuing to just do what he does out there by himself, 7 3/4 hours out there, and he's been by himself for well over an hour now after Keegan had that problem with the back wheel and got himself righted. So bit of a long time trial here for Maswart Schmidt. And we've seen some smaller groups come to the line the last couple of years, but on the men's side at any rate, to see this solo potentially come to the line, it's been a bit.
He's
right?
He'll be used to this solo finish if he pulls it off to the line. I mean, we
saw
it.
Thing, right?
We saw it at Traka, and he really just. It seems like every single turn he was gaining some time. Although that road when we were watching him come through just then, it looked pretty choppy. You saw big chunks of mud flying off of his tire. So again, it's really just going to test everyone's equipment too. Yeah. Oh, we see Cecily's getting back on.
Yeah, there you go. So Cecily back on. So one more to see if we can't get back to all 5 riders there in the front. We'll see if Paige Onweller can make
I
her
bet
way
they're
back.
cooking right now. Too.
Yeah.
The sun has just come
yeah.
out.
Oh, that kind of cooking, yes.
Yeah.
And it's, I was like, I don't know if they're cooking, but that frying. Yeah, it's hot, and it's going to be so humid.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, I know that Rosa and Sophia have both done a ton of heat training.
That's what I was going to say. Does that come into factor
Yes.
right now, this late in the race?
It does. And Sophia lives in Tucson for the better part of the year now, and I know that they were having early on this spring, which is unusual, some over 100+ degree days, which it sucks when you're in it and training. I mean, she was getting up early at like 6 a.m. to go on training rides.
Yeah. But it's a dry heat.
It is a dry heat. It is a dry heat, and it is, I can attest, a very different sensation than the humidity that we're experiencing here.
So when we talk about the wind, and if it's a tailwind, it makes it a faster race, but it also just makes the air around you stagnant, because you're basically going the same speed as the wind would be blowing on you. And that's what I mean.
A tailwind climbing in the humidity is the death of me, actually. It really feels like you have a bucket over your head. Your ears get hot. And it can actually be really dangerous if you're not prepared. So some of this is a performance benefit, the heat training, and a lot of it is going to be a health benefit too, because if you get overcooked, I mean, we watched it happen at Kona last year with the women's championship. I mean, the lead changed
exploded.
In the last, it was
a mile or something.
I've
crazy
never
finish.
watched a triathlon in my life. It was the most exciting and devastating finish of any race I've ever watched because of the heat. And I'm sure those athletes had prepared, but it feels similar to, or it could if the sun really starts cooking on them.
We're getting a look at Mads here off the front still. Looks like he's still got about 8 minutes on our next team, but he is on that new Double D road. So I think it's the first time we've used this section of road, and it actually takes them back. They're headed west. It's kind of a mind mess if you get out there and you think you're headed back into town. You're going to hit Cohola Lake, and then you take a hard right-hand turn. And you do about a new 5-mile
so
loop
brutal.
we added. So you can see this is that chunky section I talked about a little bit earlier. We thought, a lot of goat heads, lots of things
So are
sticking
the
out.
goat heads in that middle? See how he's riding in the middle?
Yeah, kind of in that middle. So there's lots of, and then there's some rockier sections, some stuff sticking out there that it's rough. I mean, we went through it on a moto a couple weeks ago, and you can see him right now, like down this descent. He'll hit some pretty rough sections, and it's roller. They're going west. It keeps rolling, and then but it's gradually climbing as well. And then he'll make a left and start heading south again, come back by Cohola Lake, which has been a feature of the last couple of years as we've gone north. Once they round Cohola Lake, they're going to climb Cohola Hill. That's really the last real true climb, and it's not much of a climb. It's a short one, but it's enough that if there was a group together, that's a good place for a group to someone to attack and potentially put a little gap on somebody. It's enough of a climb, and it's going to be into just this hellacious headwind. They're going to be going right into the headwind as they climb that Cohola Hill.
Well, it'll be interesting knowing that the course is like that to see what Mass can do, because obviously at Traka we saw he can separate on the climb and keep it, but Traka's a much traditionally climbier course. Unbound, as we know, can be as well. It's a lot of climbing out there, but is this Mika getting caught by men? Okay.
And coming through that last aid stop.
Yeah, we know from me trying on Matt's jersey yesterday, he is definitely built like a climber.
I was going to say he's not a big dude.
He's not a sprinter.
Oh no, Sarah Lang looks like she missed a feed. Had to turn.
Yeah, I think some of these riders we're seeing come into this checkpoint now, they are the ones that got caught up by that train, and so got a little, a couple minutes extra gap. I think probably because of the train. Couldn't get there before the train came through, and I think it held them up for about probably 3 or 4 minutes. So that's definitely having an impact on the dynamic of the race today. They're going to have to work pretty hard to get back to that lead group.
So I've confirmed Mika has done gravel races. This is not her. This is not her first rodeo, but and she seems to have figured it out, I would say.
Definitely to be at the front, per se, of the race at Unbound is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, she has the background, she has a pedigree, but, these distances are definitely new territory for a lot of athletes, even if you,
it's
have
a different ball
been
game.
gravel racing.
Yeah.
And Traka is kind of going to those longer distances as well.
Well, they're sort of shortening their longest.
Are they?
Yes, because they want. Oh, is Gmail okay? They want more people to do the 360 kilometer, which is around 230 miles. But a lot of athletes are prioritizing Unbound, and it's a little bit close, so they're actually shortening it. Or we've seen that over the years. They've hacked a couple more kilometers off each year, which, I get both sides of it. It's just there's a lot of racing to be had, but these things are long. Is this Paige dangling on the back that we see? Okay. See, I tell you, I'm not going to count her out. And also, looking at the end of that course, that has Rosa written.
I think so too. So last year she crashed. She also had a flat, and then coming up Highland, she took a wrong turn. Still got back into the race, back into the front group to then be there for the sprint finish. So if she has a clean run at it, granted she was
Which
off
is
the
sort
back
of her
this
MO.
morning. Yeah, if
she's done that a couple times.
Okay. Well, and this morning she was off the back, and so what hole did she have to dig there, and expenditure does she have to use there? Does she have enough at the finish? And she's my pick, and I'm going to say she does.
I think that this race, these athletes, I know we all have a similar workout, and it's a form of fatigue resistance workout. So your coaches will emulate that sort of scenario happening with your training, where you'll put a huge effort in the beginning, and then, you know, some choppier stuff, and then a huge one in the middle, and then huge one with some sprints at the end to really prepare your system. And it really teaches your body how to recover. If you're fueling properly, you can and should be able to do that. So I know that it will take it out of your legs, but I don't know if it's enough to, I mean, maybe what the efforts that Paige has had to do to catch back on in that headwind, maybe that would affect her. But I don't know. These women are all so efficient in their training, and it really shows up in the racing that, I don't know.
Some of those workouts that you're talking about, if I ever had to come up to a stoplight or a stop sign, I'd be like, well, this is a train crossing. Because, you know, even in World Tour, it happens too, you know, in the Spring Classics. Yeah, because there's trains everywhere that you cross all over in Belgium and Holland. And I would just, you know, for me, I would mentally think about a race when I'm in my training just to try and wrap it all up. Good. And be like, okay, well, this is either a crash, you know, you got to put foot down.
Yeah.
And, you know,
no, I think that's so, I mean, you never ever have just a clean run ever.
And if you do, that's just the luck of the day.
I don't know if I've ever experienced that, even with the wins. You know, I think you're just always, there's something. And again, I go back to that adaptability, like that ability to adapt is so key. I think it's just as important as your training, your fitness.
Be a little malleable.
Yeah.
It looks like Mads has cleared that DD road and made that left-hand turn. It's got a little bit of a descent here, and it's going to take him back down around Kohola. We're trying to get an update on the tracker because it looked like he was stopped for a while, but clearly he was not. So he's still rolling, still looks fresh, and he's going to make that loop around Kohola. You're going to see some weavy, windy roads through here. Shouldn't be anything too technical to worry about. There are a few rough sections, but he's probably going to be safe to get around through Kohola and then up over Kohola Hill here in a few minutes. I'm back on the women's group. I noticed Paige obviously did bridge back up, got back in there.
She's in the front now.
Yeah, and now she's actually, this is her second, I think the second time I've seen her pull through here since she got back to the group. You know, do you think there's some tactic there that she just keeps kind of dangling off the back so she doesn't have to take a pull?
I mean, for sure. There could be. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a quick update on Chase the Race. So this is our 2015 champion. We've been talking about him all day, Yuri Oswald. He has now passed 1,041 riders, 115 miles in. So I think he's over 82% of the riders now. He has passed the 1,200 riders that started that race. He's passed them, and we're collecting donations. We're trying to build a bike park here in the town of Emporia. If you scan that QR code, love to have you. The last time we mentioned this, we got a number of new donations. Thank you to all of you that are out there listening, and we're really excited about providing this bike park for the community of Emporia. There's a great NICA team here in town with the high school. We see lots of young kids out riding the course. I was out the other day, and it was just hellacious wind. A bunch of kids were out there just grinding along on their gravel bikes, and this really is becoming a cycling community. And so we're excited to put a $50,000 bike park and pump track into the town here to get more kids riding bikes in the city of Emporia. So appreciate your support, appreciate everything Yuri's doing for us. Such a great guy.
Wow,
just a great human.
$30,000 raised.
Up to 30,000 so far, a goal of 50, so we're going to keep pushing.
You might have to build a couple with how many people he's passing.
I know. Yeah, pretty amazing. He's doing an amazing job. So he's, again, just such a great human, great guy, and been a long time part of the Unbound family here in Emporia.
Yeah, I can only imagine what is going through Mass's head right now. He's probably like, another truck finish.
Just, the closer you get to the finish line, the more that
you don't want
lifts.
Yeah, but then you just know. At least for me, and not that I've been in this exact scenario, but you just are like, you're getting more excited, but then you're like, oh no excitement, because you know that
you got to keep it under control.
Happen.
Yeah. But I definitely, the pressure on the pedals just seems to get easier.
He does, it does, and it is motivating, and it can kind of override that, those sensations of extreme fatigue that I'm sure he's experiencing.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's standing and putting pressure on the pedals on all of these climbs. It's
still feeling good.
He doesn't look fatigued to me.
Matt Beers and
Tobias
Voss doing their thing as well.
Matt on the front again.
Matt back on the front.
There's
again.
enough of a gap.
This is that
He
tailwind
must have
section.
gotten a split.
They're still on that DD road. You can see this is one of those little short climbs. It's, again, I mentioned earlier, a lot of rollers gradually climbing, but lots of ups and downs. It looks like they're about to get around the west end of DD road. They'll make a left-hand turn here pretty shortly, and you can see now they're making that turn actually going down towards Lake Cohola. So we got a live update. Cam Jones, looked like Cam Jones was about 10 minutes back there on that last live update that we got. So and then right behind him, I think Brendan Johnson was about 12 minutes back. So really, these guys have managed to spread out the field, probably unless there's some sort of mechanical or something, some sort of issue. We may be seeing our first, second, and third at least for the 2026 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Yeah, we see Matt keeps he seems to be happy to be the guy to sit on the front, and back with our women's leaders. Same five. Looks as though they're pretty steadily working together. Seems like there's some cooperation there. No one's certainly not anybody attacking just yet. They've got a little ways to go. So, but they are. Looks as though they're working pretty well together. They're about to pass into the city of Council Grove. They'll have an opportunity to get on the pavement here pretty shortly. And that'll give them a little bit of relief from the gravel and the mud they've been dealing with all day. It's hard to believe we've got blue skies now after the horrendous weather. We're looking up at storms here over Emporia, but they've got blue skies over them just 40 miles from here northwest of where we are here in Emporia. They're up coming into Council Grove. They're going to cross Highway 56 here in just a second and get a little relief from the gravel pavement loop through town and cross through that Council Grove High School aid station for the age groupers, and then get on the Flint Hills bike trail and start working their way back towards Emporia.
I remember this part of the course because we had a couple, as the women came up on it a few years ago. Some of the men who had dropped out of the course went swimming in it.
All right.
To wash off all the sweat and tears.
Jumped into Lake Cohola.
Yeah. I don't know if it's good. Have you done a wild card update? Sorry.
Well, we're going to take a look at the Cohola Hill course feature real quick before we get into that wild card look. Sarah?
Not long after DD Road comes the final feature, that is Cohola Lake. That's going to face riders around 181 miles, and well, if you've been here before, you'll know it is an iconic feature of the northbound routes. It's only about a half-mile long with grades of 5 to 10%, but it's the final big climb riders face before the course levels out and makes its way back to Emporia.
All right, back here to our men's leader. Same guy at the front here, Mads Schmidt.
Passed through mile 180, the checkpoint out there near Cohola. Actually, we have a timing mat out there. He's still averaging 22.7 miles an hour. He's passed through there in 7 hours and 56 minutes. He's got about 25, 26 miles left to go. Still solo. You can see the trees there, and you can tell just by his pace he is fighting that headwind. It's coming out of the southeast right this afternoon. You can even see it in the grass. It is just blowing right in his face. And look at how much his pace has come down. He is working hard. And
you don't even have to see it in the grass. You can just tell.
You can just tell he's
that guy
he
just has such a solid pedal stroke, and when it looks at all strained, you know that's a gnarly headwind.
And on the right side of your picture, we have our women's lead group. Still that group of 5 led here by Sofia Gomez Vichafanye.
Quick update on our wild card athletes. Skylar Taylor currently in 15th place. He's a little ways back, but he's our first wild card athlete right now. Second wild card athlete, Martin Blooms, out there on course on the men's side. Third, Lawrence Nason, another World Tour Pro coming over to gravel. Andrew Dillman in 4th right now. Russell Finsterwald in 5th in the wild card competition. And then Matt Wilson, who was leading the wild card competition coming out of Sea Otter, he's in 6th right now.
And on the women's side, we have Danny Shrewsbury in 1st, Hannah Schell in 2nd, Haley Smith in 3rd, Jenna Reinhardt in 4th, and Laurel Quinones in 5th.
Everyone looking to solidify their spot moving forward.
I mean, it's an exciting competition within the race. I mean, it's a little bit stressful as an athlete to have Unbound
And
being one of
like
the
trying
factors.
to keep up with these people.
I wonder. I mean, these women know who they and men. Sorry, who they have to beat and get around to be in this competition. But it's really chaotic out there, and you're also just most of them are just focused on getting a good result at Unbound or just surviving it. But yeah, it's kind of fun for us to follow and the athletes to be motivated by.
Out of those wild card athletes that you mentioned on the women's side, Danny Shrewsbury was actually 4th coming out of Sea Otter, so she's in 1st today.
Good.
2nd out of that group, let's see, Hannah Schell you mentioned is in there. I think she's in 2nd. She was 7th coming out of Sea Otter, so that's going to move her up into the top. And then last one, Laurel Quinones, I think you mentioned.
Yes.
She is up there as well. She was 10th. Coming out of Sea Otter. So those are the 3 of the ones that you just mentioned that were already in the lead for the wild card coming into today following Sea Otter. On the men's side, Martin Blooms, I mentioned, is up there, I think, 2nd today for the wild card spot. He was also 2nd coming out of Sea Otter. Matthew Wilson, a little further down, but he was 1st coming out of Sea Otter. Andrew Dillman, having a great day today. He was 3rd in the wild card competition, and Skylar Taylor, who's leading the wild card athletes today, was actually 4th coming out of Sea Otter. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shake things up. If I ran a few quick numbers, just if anybody's interested. So based on where everybody stands right now, at least where the lead men are on the men's side, and I'll go over and do some calculations on the women here in a second. But if they finish today. Matt Beers would move into the lead for the Grand Prix. He would have top points if he wins. He's going to win the Grand Prix points. Again, assuming everything stays the same, he'll be leading the Grand Prix today. 2nd would be Keegan. He would stay in 2nd place if he holds on to. I think he's in 8th right now overall. 3rd would be Kobe Freeburn. Alexi would drop down from 3rd to 4th, and then Cam Jones and Brendan Johnston would be in 5th and 6th.
So another reason for, we're looking at Matt Beers of why is he rolling through with Tobias? Well, one of the reasons is he doesn't want to be caught by anybody from behind either. So the guys that he had dropped, Cam Jones and the likes of whatever was left of that early chase group, those guys are going to keep pushing forward, not to chase down his teammate, Matt Schmidt, but to basically stay away. And maybe Matt Beers is doing that math and has that idea in his head as well, Chemo. So the race is in front of you, not from behind.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I should mention, I guess, with the women's wild card spot, because of my situation, there are 4.
Well, that is so nice of you, Sarah.
You're welcome, everyone. I actually would really love to be out there on this day. I love when the weather is really sucky,
even though
like
it's
this.
white capping right
actually,
now.
You know what? The one weather feature I don't love is wind. So never mind. I'm happy to be in the studio. Yeah, these guys are really pushing the pace. I mean, Matt knows he's not. Yeah, I don't know. It would be crazy if he pulled this guy all the way back to his teammate.
Yeah, I don't foresee that happening. But again, they probably aren't quite sure of time gaps. That's not really something that's given in gravel versus road. So, we do know, we have the opportunity to see and try and get a split. And we've got all this technology, and where the guys, well, maybe they're getting a text via their Garmin, or Wahoo, or whatever their head unit is. So, again, all the little things that it takes to be a successful bike racer these days.
Mm-hmm.
Back to shots of our lead women. Cecily Decker
looks hot.
Sophia taking on some liquids there.
Yeah, so they strategically, none of them got a pack or a bladder. They all have kind of smaller bottles on their bikes. And
That's got to be hot if you had a bladder.
Oh
on the
my
front
God, that's
or
what I
on
was
the
going to
back.
say. That's what I was going to say earlier. Having that on your stomach is, for me, too hot. But actually, you know what? As I say that, it looks like Paige did grab a bladder for herself. So.
Unbound is pure chaos. Everything is moving, everything is changing, and a lot can go wrong. So I focus on what I can control. My effort, my decisions, and of course, my fueling. I choose never second. Control under chaos.
Giant and Liv are global leaders in cycling, creating innovative bikes and gear that elevate performance, comfort, and confidence. From first rides to podium finishes, every step of the journey is supported. We're back here with our leading women coming through here. Big thanks to Sarah Sturm. Great to have her in the studio with us. We're going to give her a breather here before we'll send her out in a little bit to do our interviews with our winners a little bit later on here, but still lots of racing to figure out who's going to occupy the top steps of the podium when we get down to business a little bit later on this evening with the awards.
I could talk to Sarah all day. It's
She's just, an amazing,
absolutely
amazing person
lovely.
to have in here.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. And it's always, I always say it every time we have her in here. It's such a great perspective because it's just like this kind of, quote, inside the peloton perspective on what's going on out there, knows so many of these riders and knows the scenarios. And so kind of cool to hear a lot of those insights. So, yeah, wonderful to have her in here. Now we're looking at Maz Wirtz-Schmidt, and you can see he is moving along here as he's now roughly about 1 hour from the finish. Our board saying about 23 miles or so to go, and we know once they get over Cajola, there's those two little climbs past Cajola, real small, but just another little kind of kick in the teeth there. And then it's really kind of relatively flatter, faster running. But remember, that as they come east and south, going to be windy. So he still has that wind to face on the run-in back to town. So maybe not as fast a run-in as it traditionally is when we come in from that northbound side.
We just got an update, 35-mile-an-hour gusts out there at Lake Cajola that they're dealing with. So
we saw the white caps.
Yeah, seeing the white caps, you're seeing, looks like Matt Beers has moved away from Tobias Konkstedt. Looks like he's out there on his own. I don't know when that happened, but he has broken away and is riding solo towards Lake Cajola right now. And, again, right into that headwind. It is just brutal. You can see him putting his head down right now and see his hair whipping around. It's blowing, and it is just completely exposed till they get down and around past that lake.
Yeah, I think Matt and Tobias already got through Cajola Lake, so I think that's where the separation started to happen.
Going up over Cajola Hill.
Up and over Cajola Hill. Yeah, so I think that's where Matt maybe just whether he kind of put an attack in or whether Tobias just started to kind of hit the wall a little bit, not entirely sure. But regardless, Matt Beers now solo in second place. So, you know, you're keeping track. That's Specialized 1 and 2.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Bill.
On the road right now. That's a pretty good day. It's a pretty good debut for their new bike out there this week.
I would agree with you 100%. I was just thinking about that. You know, that's just got to feel good knowing that's your teammate basically up the road. And now that he has really left Tobias.
That's a lot of daylight.
I think just as we saw Cam Jones basically hit the wall, I think we're seeing the same thing with Tobias, which is unfortunate for him, but great for Matt Beers.
I mean, look, it's been a great race by Tobias, a wonderful race by him actually to hang in there for that long and to have such a good ride. And he still may well hold on for the podium, right? He still could grab that third step. So all is certainly not lost for Tobias, as we can see him back there in the distance, Matt, every so often kind of checking back. And again, you know, he's heading on this long straight road that's pointed eastbound, and we know that wind, you know, kind of an east-southeast breeze. So it's going to be a lot of wind. Traditionally, this is kind of a tailwind push to the finish, and it's like you really get to let your guard down when we do this northern route and you come to the finish. But 2026 throwing a wrench in the plans here with
all around.
Yeah, and from every
start.
single angle, right, start to finish. The wind's just coming from a little bit of a different spot here as he kind of swings around there to the left. He'll probably get a little bit of a crosswind now facing him. It's a good opportunity for him to look to the left and get an idea what that gap looks like as he gets up over one of those little rollers. I think that's one of those rollers that we talk about after Cajola, right, a few miles after. Just these little kickers that aren't much to speak of, and we normally wouldn't talk about them except for the fact that they're just enough to sting the legs.
Yeah, you see that our Stella by Dexcom course profile down there along the bottom. They're well past zone 3. You can see they're you know, approaching those last couple little rollers that you just mentioned. I think there's 2 of them really after Cajola Hill that are of any significance, and then it's pretty much dead flat all the way back into town till they hit Highland Hill right here in Emporia State University, which is always a bit of a leg burner. It's short, it's steep. If there's a group that comes into it together, it's usually you know, last year we saw Cam Jones kind of take off on that hill and drops Simone Pelot on that hill. But I think Mads has got a big enough gap here. I don't think that hill's going to make a big difference today.
The day is starting to show a little bit on Mass here. You can see his shoulders ever so slightly, a little bit of a labored pedal stroke happening. But my gosh, he's got 21 miles left to go. He's got to be thinking there's 21 miles to go, and you've done such a great job today, and you've had your teammates basically with you the entire way.
I mean, still a 7.5 minute gap, right? So in theory, he could ease back a little bit, and he can afford to drop time, right? I mean, look, at the end of the day, whether you win by an inch or you win by a mile, doesn't really matter. A win is a win is a win. So he can afford to give away a little bit of time.
To his teammate.
To his teammate, right. But, I mean, whether he knows that, that's questionable. But, you know, regardless, he could still afford to give away a little bit just to make sure he doesn't blow up, because that's the worst thing, right? When you don't know and you stay on the gas, you're nervous, you don't know, and then all of a sudden you start to hit that wall, and then the time comes down really, really rapidly.
It does.
And that's a dangerous game.
That's when you really start checking yourself and the doubts and worries come in, but right now he's looking on good form, and Matt Beers even a little bit labored here up and over this climb.
So our lead women there, they made it through Council Grove in that age group checkpoint safely. It's always a little tricky with how crowded it is in there. They made it through safely, got onto the path that leaves Council Grove. They stay, you know, they're in that section that's with the trees right now, so they're getting a little protection from this wind. But when they break out of those trees, they're going to make a couple miles down the road, about 5 miles down the road, they're going to break out, and they're going to get punched in the face by this wind that's coming out of the southeast right now, and it's going to be a game changer. It'll be interesting to see what the dynamic is. I mean, obviously we got 5 of them still together, and they're staying together. But we'll see. We've obviously seen this lead group of men come apart after that because of the wind. and Tobias getting dropped as Matt turned into the wind by Kohola, and all of a sudden the group isn't quite as helpful when you've got a 30-mile-an-hour headwind coming in your face.
Yeah, punched in the face seems aggressive, but it's a pretty accurate way to put it, right? Because it's such a wind out there, and it's just going to be, what the Euros would call a block headwind, more or less, for a lot of that stretch. And that's a tough thing to face when you've been in the saddle for the better part of 7.5, 8 hours already.
You can see Matt's standing up and trying to catch a little bit of draft off our camera moto there, and hopefully they're going to jump out of his way. He made a smart move. He was to the right of them, which is where the wind was, and made the move over to get behind him, and hopefully they jumped to get out of his way. We don't want them helping him there. But now you can see where the women are on that Flint Hills bike path that works its way back from Cottonwood Falls back into back in towards Emporia, and again, they've got the protection of those trees for right now, but it's going to get ugly when they make the turn out of the trees.
Yeah, I'm just kind of doing a little math, watching our average speeds and so on here, and so remember last year was record-breaking years, right? For Cam did 23.4 mile-an-hour average speed last year. Currently, Maz is on 22.7, so slower, but given the circumstances,
not that much.
Not that much, and you got to imagine in dry conditions, we would absolutely have blown a record out of the water. And of course, on the women's side, it was right around 20 miles an hour last year for Caro. We're at 20.3 right now, so we're actually a little ahead of schedule from last year for the women. For our leading 5 riders there, Rosa Closer, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, Cecily Decker, G. Schurz, and Paige Onweller. As we see, it looks like Sophia taking a look back over her shoulders, and she's not going to see a whole lot behind her, so I'm not sure what she's looking at, but maybe just wanted a different bit of scenery there, taking a look. It's still a bit of a gap. We've not yet had our 6th place rider get through that Council Grove checkpoint. We anticipate that to be our chasing group. It should be Lauren DiCrescenzo or potentially Sarah Lang. So things start to kind of split up.
Or Mika.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not seeing Mika right now on this. So whether that's just a little bit of a glitch or not, we should find out pretty shortly, but I'm not seeing her on here. But we know she got through that 3rd feed zone because she stopped, took the feed bag, and got going pretty quickly.
Right.
So unless she had a problem between then and now, but all signs pointed to her still on a pretty strong performance at that point.
Yeah, Rosa Closer, you saw her about to pull through here on the left-hand side. She was our 2024 Lifetime Unbound gravel winner. Kind of burst on the scenes in 2024. She's only been riding since 2021 when her city bike was stolen. And one of her faves is I didn't bet y'all didn't know this, but she loves UK rap music.
I would not have called that. Yeah,
wouldn't have guessed it, but
nice little factoid there.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to sample some. Maybe I'll put that on my soundtrack for when I go out to work the stage later.
Ask Claude and see what it comes up with.
Yeah.
Also in this group, most of you know her, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, just having an outstanding year. Undefeated in gravel. One race that I think she's done this year, she was 2nd. That was Levi's Gran Fondo. Other than that, I think she's won every race she's entered this year. She's 3-time Lifetime Grand Prix champion, so 23, 24, and 25. Kicked off the year. She's leading the Grand Prix this year after coming off a win at Sea Otter again. So starting out strong again, just having a great year. And she represented Argentina at the 2020 Olympics. So at the Summer Olympics. So she's but longtime U.S. resident, lives in Utah with her husband Keegan, and really the power couple of gravel.
Yeah, they're not even a year into their marriage yet. They got married last, I think, early November of last year. Of course, been together for a while, but nice to see them finally use the off season to tie the knot there and kind of formalize things.
Well, Kimo, you're pretty used to giving her that big fat check at the end of the year, huh?
Yeah, we're getting used to seeing her up there on the stage taking the big fat check.
Pretty sure the accounting department might go into a tailspin if they have to make it out to somebody else.
Well, not only did they tie the knot last year, but she managed to pull him over from the hit squad to Specialized as well. Join her and Matt Beers, who we're looking at here on the screen Matt, solidly in second, chasing down Mads. He's, gosh, I think we're, last time check we got still about 7 minutes down, but they're riding into that headwind, and it is just a hellacious headwind. So, tough. Chase group actually 8:09. So Matt is about 8 minutes down right now.
So just getting a quick update on our women as they got through Council Grove. Mike Kroger she still is in sole possession of 6th place. She's almost exactly 10 minutes down on the 5 leaders. So she's still on that phenomenal ride ahead of the chasing group. That it does look like Lauren De Crescenzo has kind of split from the rest of that chasing group. Actually looks like that entire group is kind of imploded, to be honest. So we'll find that out in the next couple of minutes here. But Mike Kroger, the former junior world champion, having a great ride on gravel out here. Yeah,
sure.
It's pretty awesome. I love seeing some new names that come onto the radar, right? Like, excuse me, we get so used to the same names. And, it's just one of the many cool things about Unbound Gravel here in our 20th year, which is, that alone is hard to believe. But every single year there's a new face, whether it's on the men's side, whether it's on the women's side, that comes onto the scene and just becomes the new face in the crowd. Yeah, the new contender.
And I like that, she's been on the scene, the cycling scene, for most of her life, and then comes to gravel. Like, there is so much more to be had in cycling now due to gravel.
Yeah, and I have a little place in my heart for these multidiscipline riders, right? Like, I kind of love that these riders that kind of have success all over the place, right? Like, BMX riders that kind of come in. You've got, Mike has a track racing background as a Pursuit World Champion, a road racing background, a medalist at Worlds, and now dipping into gravel. And obviously she's contending for a top 10 here. I kind of love these athletes that race all the bikes, right? And I think at the end of the day, it really makes the most well-rounded athlete, because you take a little something from every single discipline that helps you along the way, and I think that's really important.
And we, at the highest level, you can look at a Mariana Voss or a Matthew Vanderpool and see that across disciplines, if you're good at bikes, you're good at all bikes.
Right, exactly. It's gonna show itself no matter what you're riding.
You mentioned Lauren De Crescenzo. I think she was up into 7th place right now overall. Bit of a gap back, obviously, but she is just so consistent in a course like this. She won this race back in 2021, actually. So she's a past champion, and if anything, what we've seen with Lauren De Crescenzo is she can just absolutely grind the gears. So she's
she never
persistent.
Quits.
She just never quits.
Yeah, whether that's good or bad sometimes.
Yeah.
She never quits, and I think at the end of the day it's good, right? She builds up this wealth of experience that she can constantly rely on, and that's what makes her a contender in every one of these races, right? She's a threat every time she lines up. She might not be one of the top 3 riders we always talk about, but she's always there. She's always looming. She's always a threat, and she's a smart tactical rider. She always finds that right time to put herself in position.
I was running some numbers here a second ago. It's a little tough to project with Sophia, Rosa, Paige, because they're all in that lead group. We need to see how they end up, so we can't really guess how they're going to end up on the Grand Prix points. But LDC right now in 7th, with coming off of the points she got at Sea Otter. I think this might move her up to like 6th place if she stays in that 7th place spot. So she could move up into 6th place in the Grand Prix. If I've done the math right. So a little early to be getting out ahead of where it might land, but if everything finished where it is right now, I think she gets up into around 6th or 7th place in the Grand Prix overall for the year.
Yeah, I think she would be pretty happy going forward in the series on that, right? That's a great jumping off point here. 2 races in. We still have lots of racing yet to come. We've got the high altitude of Leadville. We've got the speedway there at Schwamigan. Yeah. And then, of course, what a lot of the riders refer to as the proper mountain bike race when we get into Northwest Arkansas for Little Sugar.
The Sugars.
And then, of course, Big Sugar, the capstone of the series every year.
And that's a race that Lauren will be targeting for sure. She'll admit that mountain biking probably isn't her strong suit, and climbing at altitude, even though she lives in Boulder. I see her out training in and around Boulder. She and Alexis Scarda. Alexis moved to Boulder last year, another one of our Grand Prix athletes, and I see them out training a lot. And so she gets a lot of time at altitude, but but I think she would pretty readily admit that a course like a Leadville with that much climbing and descending, she's not a super confident mountain biker, although she's put a ton of time and energy into training and working on her skills the last couple years. She hasn't had a lot of success on something as lightly technical as a Leadville. Schwamigan, she is just she's a head down and grind type person, and Schwamigan is it really is a power rider's race. I mean, it is just punchy climbs. You've got to have some good punch, and looks like we've got someone popping off the front here. That might be one of the men's pros.
Yeah,
maybe
I think that's one of our men
working his way back.
Yeah,
It just went by the women's group.
Surfing
Here we've got a race update here. So same group of 5 still sitting here together, and then again, Mika. Is it Mika? We decided Mika Kroger. Looks like she's about 10-20 back in the latest time check when they came through Council Grove.
So our women getting to the end of this 5-mile section of the Flint Hills Nature Trail, and then it'll be just a couple miles before they start to pick up some of the bigger rollers on their way over in the direction of Coahulla Lake. They'll first get on DD Road, Double D Road. That'll take them west on the north side of the lake, and then they'll make a couple left-hand turns to come back east on the south side of the lake to the actual Coahulla Lake climb. So that's coming up in just a little bit of time yet. So we know that they're probably around the 165 or so mile mark, 164, 165 miles at this point. As we see a little bit of looking around in that group, same riders we've been looking at. Rosa Closer in there, your winner from 2024. Sofia Gomez Vichafanier, a past winner. She's one of the riders in the red there, riding for Specialized. Cecily Decker, second here last year, riding for the PA squad. G. Schurz, who was second to Rosa when she won. She is the taller of the riders in red there for Specialized. And Paige Onweller, riding for that Trek Driftless program, who has been doing a good job. She was the one who bridged across by herself to the break. We can't forget that. I think that's an important thing to remember down the line here, that she actually came across solo to that group, and she's yo-yoed a few times, but I think she's been kind of holding her own here in this group to make 5 in the lead.
Yeah, they've broken out of those trees on that path, and now they've gotten themselves out into the wind. You can even see that tree and the grass on both sides just kind of blasting them in the face, and you can tell they're going downhill now, and it still looks like they're barely moving.
Yeah, they're
so
working to go down.
Working to make it go downhill. So they're going to fight this for a little bit before they get over to that D road, get a little bit of a reprieve when they make that turn onto D road and get to go west for just a little bit, but then they make a couple left-hand turns and right back into that nasty headwind. Really kind of surprising to see this, the 5 of them staying together for so long. We're getting to that point in the race where you'd think someone wants to probably jump out there and take a flyer and see if they can't make something happen, or you think maybe we'll start to see some action or some tactics from some of either the couple riders that are not part of Specialized that might want to try and make something happen. They may want to try to form an alliance that we talked about earlier and make something happen, or maybe one of the Specialized riders decides it's time to take a shot and take a flyer and see if they can get away, because they do have a lot of headwind to ride into. They've got a ways to go still, but someone needs to start doing something to make something happen. I think there's a couple riders in this group that probably do not want it to come down to a sprint. One being probably Paige Onweller.
Well, honestly, I think now that the weather has turned a lot better and the surface has gotten to be a lot more clear for her, we are now seeing her a bit more comfortable within the group. And talking about Lauren de Crescenzo earlier and being off the back and constantly fighting back, I think Paige definitely took a page out of Lauren's playbook today, because every time we were like, okay, well, Paige has been dropped again, guess who came right back? So, and now Paige is on the front. So, Sarah was saying if she could come into the finish, and I had written her off as soon as it got hard, I would think she would have been dropped. But you know what? I might be eating my words soon enough in these last 40 miles.
Yeah, I think she's going to be a force to contend with. And I think the reason we're still seeing these 5 riders together is, we're on some somewhat nondescript portions of the course, right? There's nothing there to break it up. If you were going to attack, you would have to put an amazing amount of power down right now, and it'd be really hard. So I think they're waiting for some of those natural selection points that are coming, right? We still have DD Road, which is going to be a pretty tough section coming up around 173 miles. You've got, roughly 3 mile section there with some bigger rollers. And then, more or less, you're going to get right into the Cahola Lake area with that climb, where it's obviously amazingly windy over there. You've got that little climb. So I think, look, they're going to wait. My expectation is once we get to DD Road, we're going to start to see some action.
It kind of looks like right now, if you're looking to the right side of your screen, G Shures is back in the back with Paige behind her. It kind of looks like G's was taking her off the back a bit and setting her up to try and drop Paige, actually.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, specialized when it's crosswindy like that. So we talk about these climbs as natural selection points, or certainly the MMR sections being natural selection spots. The wind is as well, right? And so it could just be a gentle tactical play by G to be like, all right, I'm just going to kind of put her on the back of the bus here in this crosswind and kind of, maybe push her over to the side of the road, force her to not get that echelon draft, but to have to drop back a little. Because, look, they all know that Paige has been really working on her technical riding, right? They know that she's had some of these mishaps, and it's made her maybe a little nervous in the group. And, look, if they can use that as a catalyst, they're going to use it, right? They're just going to use it.
Yeah, if I'm a betting man and thinking about how this comes down, if they all come back into Emporia all the way together, the 5 of them, the spot on the course that can make a real difference. And if I look to Highland Hill, that little climb that they do going through campus, you kind of have to give a nod to Sophia. We've seen her pull away on short little punchy climbs. She's been able to do it. We've seen her do it at Big Sugar. We saw her do it just recently at Sea Otter. We've seen her be able to pull away, and Lauren Stevens was able to bridge back to her after she dropped her on that little final climb or coming around the track at Sea Otter. She was able to bridge back, but then Sophia was able to gap her on the descent, and so Sophia she's just got that little extra punch on those short little steep climbs. But we also know from 2 years ago, 2024, Rosa Closer can sprint. I mean, that was the year we had that big group sprinting, and boy, she dropped the hammer on all of them, and she took the win that year. So it's that epic picture we've got of her crossing the finish line first with that look on her face. I mean, she gave it everything she had, so we know she's got a sprint in her game.
Yeah, last year, if you remember, when the women approached Highland Hill, we had the first and second were away. They were done and dusted, but Sophia was part of that chasing group coming in to fight for the 3rd spot. Cecile Lejeune was the first one to make a move at the base of Highland Hill, and the camera had been focused right on her, and it looked like she was getting a gap, but then as soon as they panned back, the first rider to close it was Sophia. She was right on that, very reactive. And it's a short climb. I mean, look, it's at the end of 205.5 miles, so short, long, it doesn't matter. If you're going uphill and putting out extra power, you're going to notice it. But I think that climb definitely plays into Sophia. But if you remember what happened last year at Big Sugar, coming into the finish, Sophia tacked up that last little climb coming into town there. Everybody thought we were going to see this sprint, and she attacked up that last little climb and got the gap. So you wonder if she might try and do that today, assuming they're all together, and maybe try and run this solo, because we alluded to it earlier. Even if you know you're a good sprinter, to come to the line with a group is still a little bit of a risk factor.
Well, and Sophia's background in cross-country mountain bike racing, World Cup level, Olympic level. So she does have that punch naturally. She's just naturally gifted there. So, and then she's built in all of this distance into her fitness and into her repertoire. So, yeah, very much crafty, smart, one of the smartest bike racers that we know in this group.
Back to that 2024 race, we've got a few of those riders that were in the front there with Rosa Closer and G Shures, Paige Onweller. The top 3 that ended up in that sprint are in this group right here. So it's funny. You may also remember Sarah Sturm just took a very took a flyer coming around that last left-hand turn and probably went out a little bit too early. She gave it her all and then ended up in 7th out of the group of 9 sprinting. But the person in 7th today is Lauren DiCrescenzo. She ended up 9th in that sprint, 9th out of 9. So she may be grinding her way back up to this group, but probably not high likelihood she's going to take this group in a sprint. Be curious to see how Cecily could do, and again, she probably knows it's not her strength to either lead out or try to hang in a sprint. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her take a little flyer on Highland Hill or somewhere between now and then. She's so strong. She, again, finished 2nd last year in the Lifetime Grand Prix, 2nd last year in this event. So great to see her, again up there competing for the win at Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano.
I would think that's going to be Cecily's best play for her to get a result here, because you're going up against G, Sophia combo, Rosa. Again, those are, you start going down the line of the sprinters who can out sprint. I'm going to go on down the line, then put Cecily down there. So her nickname is Diesel Decker for a reason. Yeah, go long, girl, go long.
Yeah, does she have the experience to go for that?
Where else do you get
in
it?
The sprint? Well, yeah, where else do you get it, right? But it's challenging to get that here when there's a lot of pressure on the line. But yeah, we'll see what she can do. As it looks like we've got our eyes on our leaders there coming on through. Closer now followed by the PA rider. That's going to be Decker rolling on through. And again, that stoic look on her face just doesn't give an inch to how she's feeling as she rolls through. Roughly 61 Ks, about 38 miles or so to go.
Mass has been through Maracus, the last little town. We got a little pavement section there, and he went flying through there. He got a little protection from the trees, came out the other side. He's headed back north, and he's only got about little under 15 miles left to go. So, say unless something catastrophic happens mechanically, he's probably got the race locked up on the men's side. He's still got a hefty lead over Matt Beers, who has now put together a pretty good lead and holding on solid for 2nd in the women's race. Still got the 5 all together. They've got about 38 miles to go, working their way around Cohola right now, and they've got a little headwind coming at them once they get around Cohola and get up the infamous Cohola climb. Really, again, last significant climb of the day, followed by a couple rollers that probably won't be enough to break this group up.
I wonder, because we saw Tobias go out the back off of the Cohola climb, is someone on the fence here that we just can't tell because they're playing a good poker face right now and everything's mostly majority flat-esque, Are we going to see something happen? Because you're going to have to put forth a little bit more effort to get up and over that climb.
I think we're going to see the fireworks start, right? Because you got the wind, you've got the couple little climbs, and then you have a lot of head and crosswind coming back. So particularly with the crosswind, you get a little gap in the crosswind, that's really hard to close. Headwind, not easy, but I think actually a little easier than crosswind. I think the crosswind's really, really hard to close down. So I think we're going to start to see fireworks here in the next couple minutes.
You can look at the body type of some of these riders. If you put someone like, Cecily is a bigger, stronger woman, so is Paige. And if you put them on a climb with Sophia and G, just body type, right? Then, if you're a climber and you can punch it just a little bit, you put them under that much more stress. Whereas vice versa, if it's on a flat or a downhill, they can put you under more pressure. So playing to your strengths as a body type also is a factor, especially this late in the day.
Well, looking at our men's leader here on the left, Mats Schmidt has gone through the 191.8 time check. 8:29:46. He's got about 12 and a half miles to the finish, but just noticed on that time check, Matt Beers has taken about a minute and a half out of him, so has cut his lead to about 6 minutes. And Matt Beers has actually been able to put almost 3 minutes into Tobias at this point. And then just after him, it looks like Brendan Johnston caught Cam Jones and passed him and has moved up into 4th overall right now. So Brendan Johnston having a great, our Australian national gravel champion, having a great race, and great to see him moving up the leaderboard here. He's got a little bit to catch Tobias, but there's a chance. They've got they've got about 20 miles left to go, so chance that he could move even further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it looks like Maz not too far away from making the next right turn as he kind of continues to go east and south and step his way back here into town, plowing across there. And I thought for a moment on the right-hand side of the screen, I thought for a moment when the women were out of the saddle, I thought I was seeing a little bit of attacking going on, but I think just trying to get up and over this rollers, you can see that grass absolutely bent over as the riders are just getting blasted with a whole lot of wind over there. Can't quite see which direction it's going, but yeah, they're facing a lot of wind. I would think a headwind at the moment is what our women are looking at. So I don't think anybody's going to attack in that. But I think the second it gets a little crosswindy, I think we're going to start to see something. Interesting. Maz is looking back a few times.
Yeah,
right?
When we haven't really been talking about him, but we've seen him off screen here in the studio. A couple of the turns that he's been coming up towards, he'll just completely stop pedaling. So the day is showing 100%. He's standing up a bit more, shoulders rocking back and forth a lot more. Yeah, the unknown and uncertainty of looking back. I'm sure he can tell that he's definitely let up on. I'm sure he has his power meter right there and can see the drop in power, and wanting to know how close are they behind me, and if I can see anything. The beauty again of these long stretches is the potential to look back and see if you can see a moto or anything.
So the last split that they went through, a timing pad, was about 192 miles. So about probably about 4.5, maybe 5 miles ago was his last timing pad that he went through, and he is losing a little bit of time. Not a lot, but he's lost probably about 45 seconds off of his lead. He's now just about a 6 minute lead, a little under 6 minutes. So he's starting to give away a little bit of time, and is that by design?
Well, I was going to
say, look,
I don't know. I don't think by design, but I'm also looking again off screen as whenever the camera was on Matt Beers, what you guys haven't seen. Also, he's just kind of stretching his back. So a slobber knocker of a race out there today. Just everyone all over the place.
Yeah, he's going to get a little bit of company here, too. A couple miles, he's going to make a right-hand turn onto M Road. And that's where he joins the 100-mile course. And sometimes that can play a factor depending on how slow some of the 100-milers have ridden today. They've been out there for a long day. They come from the opposite direction. They came from the south, but they turned left when they went through Madison, when the 200-milers kind of went right and went west. So these guys turned left, came back, went north, and they're coming in from the west side of the course, or from the east side of the course. He's going to join those 100-milers as he turns south on M Road. And we have seen in the past, that's where it can start to get a little crowded. He's got to work his way through, and usually we'll have a lead moto with him. We'll try to keep someone out in front clearing the way for him, but that can play a factor as you get into the kind of the crowded finish coming into as he works his way back into Emporia. He's just about 11 miles out from the finish right now.
I'll tell you what, looking outside, the rain has given way. It looks like the sun coming out a little bit. Some blue skies out there, so I would imagine we've got a pretty nice crowd starting to gather out there on Commercial Street. Our crew out there on the stage giving lots of updates, so they probably know that our leader is about 30 minutes away from town or so. So hopefully the crowd's starting to build outside here. We're going to be shortly welcoming home who we presume to be our champion here for the 2026 Lifetime Unbound Gravel, presented by Shimano, is Maz Wertz-Smit, your European gravel champion. Been putting on a great show out there today. He's been off the front for a long time. Originally had the company of his teammate Keegan Swenson until Maz had a flat tire issue in the back. Took a little wrangling to get going. Eventually they had to switch wheels. Keegan gave up his wheel and had his own set of problems getting himself back going again, but ever since then it's pretty much all been Maz on the front. And there's been some different iterations of the chase group, and nobody is really making much headway.
What's amazing is Keegan is still sitting top 10
I
with all
even
that.
Paid attention. Yeah, that's awesome.
Just talking about this day, it's not it's hours, right? And there's just even the tiniest of things that come up. You just have to ride it out and just stay calm like he did. My gosh, the two of them on the side of the road, I think we were more nervous for them than they were.
Yeah, I mean, and cool under pressure is a sign of an experienced athlete, right? Because you know how much extra that can cost you mentally, and then you start to fumble with the tools because you're so focused on trying to get this fixed, and you just make these small problems even bigger.
A big part of today is just managing the carnage, and we saw a lot of it early on in the race. And one of the top riders with some of the highest expectations coming into this race today, Braden Lang, he's sitting back in 36th right now. He's well back off the lead. Obviously, he's had a rough day and had to manage some of that carnage. Braden, leading the Lifetime Grand Prix coming in today after winning the Sea Otter Classic, so kicked off the year with a win. Current gravel national champion, just been riding crazy strong. Had some great results over in Europe. Actually, he's been training with Dennis Van Winden, the Orange Seal Academy, doing a lot of training, putting up the best power numbers he's ever had. But that just tells you how quickly this course and the conditions out here can humble even the best of riders. They you come in here with the greatest expectations and the greatest fitness and the greatest confidence, and you can get relegated real quick.
Yeah, I mean, he's your reigning gravel national champion who just put that Stars and Stripes jersey on full display back at Sea Otter. But just not his day. But he's got a lot of other opportunities this year to do well for himself. And he'll still be doing relatively well in the series. So certainly all is not lost. He's got a series win already this year. So off to a pretty good start as we check out our race update with the women. We still got our 5 leaders out there: Sofia Gomez, Visha Fanye, Paige Onweller, Rosa Closer, Cecily Decker, and G. Schurz. On that chase in 6th place, still solo, that's going to be Mike Kroger. She's about 10 minutes, 20 seconds behind. Lauren De Crescenzo in the 7th spot. She's a further 4 minutes pretty much on the nose behind Mike. Then we've got Sarah Lang and Haley Preen together in spots 8 and 9, and they are about a further 4 minutes behind Lauren De Crescenzo, and that's going to put them, they're about 18 minutes behind our leading 5 riders right now. So some amazing time gaps out here today. It's just blown up from very early on when we saw that. The carnage started 10 miles in on that first muddy section, that little bit of an uphill where it just everything came unhinged.
This race has been game on from the very beginning.
Oh, we thought, we drove that on Thursday, right? And we were like, oh, this is going to be laser fast, up the towers climb, and just boom, 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 fast. What's going to separate this, right?
Mother Nature had a little something to say about that last night and this morning and most of the day today. It's only been these last hour or so that the sun has come out and the wind has picked up. So as soon as you trade off rain, then you get wind. So
pick your poison.
Exactly.
Right.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, sorry, but exactly. It's kind of wild out here. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. So kind of figure it out here as we continue to watch Maz scrolling through his computer trying to figure out exactly where he is on the course. I'm sure he's done a lot of recon. Probably hasn't seen the whole course, but I'm sure he rode probably the first, 50 or 70 miles, and probably also rode, I would imagine, probably rode the last 50 or 60 miles. So should have a pretty good idea of where he is, but just kind of consulting that head unit there to figure out, all right, how much farther do I have to go? Because this wind is starting to kind of get a little bit old out here.
I think these guys have all seen the entire course. They've been out here. I heard he was out here last week, so he's been out almost 2 weeks and had a chance to get out and see, recon the entire course, probably multiple times actually. Keegan, Matt, I think they spent a lot of time out there checking out the course, and so he knows what's up ahead. He probably didn't know he was going to end up with this kind of headwind coming back today, but he's in a section here after passing through Americus that got a little bit of tree cover, so he's got a little bit of protection. And then our our women's group we just saw a second ago, they are just to make it back down to that double D road that we've been talking about. That was really exposed. They'll turn west to get a little bit of a tailwind, but that's those rollers and some pretty chunky gravel through there. That probably the last chance for any kind of mechanical issue to happen.
Sure.
Is that double D road, and it's one where you can see it right now. You've just got some pretty chunky gravel on either side. You got to find a good clean line. There are 2 good clean lines through there, but stuff will pop up that you don't expect. So they're definitely.
And there's only so much room for every one of these women here, right? And you can see just as soon as you get out of that tire track, you can see just on the either side, it's a deeper gravel, right? The center and then to the right and left of those tire tracks. So, yeah, just to your point, Chemo, how much energy you spend trying to move up or staying safe versus staying within the group and following each other's wheels.
You can see the riders now they're trying to cram into that one lane, on our right, their left-hand side, but wasn't really working. So they kind of had to split apart there a little bit as they're making this right-hand turn. And, again, we're coming into what is arguably one of the more challenging 10-mile sections of the course here pretty late. So, the Specialized duo, they've got to be thinking about it. They've had a lot of time to chat. You just saw Sophia look over, maybe share a word with G. And if they want to win this race, they've got to figure out how to take it by the reins here a little bit. And that means they've got to get aggressive. Somebody's got to disrupt the rhythm of this group. They don't have to worry about anything from behind. So now's the time that they need to
still a little early for me, Bill.
Out.
I think let's get closer to the finish line together.
Yeah, they might do that. We were just getting a little report that our men's cameras maybe stuck in a little bit of mud out there. So bear with us while we sit with our either the leader of our men's race or toggle back to the leader of our women's race. Otherwise, those are the only views we're going to have here.
With
for
everything
a few minutes.
out there.
Everything. It's not just the riders. We've got all of our staff out there on motos. They had their moto meeting the other night trying to figure out the best practices to stay safe, to bring us the best coverage. And, they're dealing with all the same mud that the riders are dealing with. So hopefully they can work out their own technical difficulties.
Wow. Well, look at this.
What's going on here?
Maz is
Wirtz
definitely
looking back, and I'm not sure I like the move of that as he makes his. Does he have a flat tire?
Well, he was looking down a minute ago, and I didn't know if it was to put on some more chain lube or.
Look at that rear wheel. It's bouncing around.
It almost looks like he's bouncing around a little bit. I can't really tell, but
if we can zoom in on that, I think he's got a slow leak. Maybe
it looked like he definitely did take that corner gingerly. He may be making the decision to try and ride it out. He took that right-hand turn is going to get him across. He's going to cross over the freeway here. We'll see. There's a bridge that goes over the I-35, and he's going to.
Or is he so gassed that he's looking back, waiting for Matt?
Maybe he's still maintaining a good speed, but it looks from some angles that wheel is maybe washing a little bit on him.
He's not looking down at it.
Nah, he was right before that turn, and then he did take that right-hander super, super gingerly. You can kind of see his body language staying real centered to try and seep it, but looking so. All right, so maybe a false alarm. Maybe it's just speaking to the struggles that Maz Wirtz is going through right now. That is giving us a false alarm here that we think he's got a little bit of a problem. So everything looks right in his world still for a moment there. So Maz Wirtz continuing to.
He's been off the front basically almost the half of the race because he was with Keegan, right? But he was doing all the work.
Literally all the work.
So, he is tired. He should be tired.
Yeah, you can see him out of the saddle. He's kind of fighting to get across the overpass of 35 there, making his way closer and closer into town. It's been just a shade under 9 hours that he's been out there racing. So obviously last year's record's going to stay pretty safe once again in terms, those records, of course, we always remind folks those records are based on average speeds versus, time because the course is a little bit different
each year.
Yeah, every year. So you can't really go by by time, but average speed-wise, probably going to be a little bit underneath that.
The other mud year recently, most recently in 2023, that Keegan Swinson had won, it was right at 10 hours. And again, different course, different conditions, but similar mud-esque day. So that if that gives you a little bit of perspective here, these guys are still flying on this course and on this day.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to win a bike race, but this is by far the hardest way to win it. You know, you're off the front for just hours and hours and hours. And, I mean, hats off to him because it's, you know, he's clearly the strongest guy out there. And, you know, knock on wood, he's had fairly good fortune minus that flat tire. Fortunately, you imagine if that would have happened if he had been with Cam Jones or if he had been with Tobias Kongstad or any other rider than his teammate. What a game changer.
Right.
That would have
Race
been. What an
over.
absolute. Right, race over. Right.
You know, anybody that might have been complaining about the rain, now you can see that blue sky out there.
right.
We've got blue sky over us here in Emporia, and it looks like it's following the riders in. The blessing can be a curse, though. It's up to 85 degrees out there right now, and you know it's humid. After all that rain that we had overnight and today, you know it's crazy humid. The only thing that's probably saving them is that headwind that they're dealing with. You can just see how hard he is working right now, and just his pace is not great, right? He is, look, he's moving over there, going to try and get a little bit of draft off the camera moto, anything they can to get out of that wind. And you know, with that kind of humidity, that is just, it's got to be brutal right now with it getting up to 85 degrees, completely sunny. But look at that grass blowing right now. Again, we just got a report from DD Road. The women are still on DD Road. Again, measuring gusts of 30 miles an hour out there by Kohola. And that DD Road is, again, completely exposed. Again, a little bit of a tailwind while they're going west on DD, but then they're going to make that left-hand turn back towards Kohola, and then all through Kohola, they're going to be right back into that block headwind. You can look at the trees. You can just see it is just howling out there right now. But, yeah, 30-mile-an-hour gusts out at Kohola today.
I just think Maz is dying 1,000 deaths right here. He's just constantly looking back right now, and it would be interesting if we could pan back and just to see how far. I think he's still a significant gap back to Matt Beers. I think it's about 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's almost 6 minutes, and it shouldn't be too long here before Maz makes that right-hand turn on, I think that's Road M, that's going to point him south. That's kind of the last major bit of southerly route here before he starts to get
there we go. That's a nice
towards
shot.
Emporia. That's a great shot.
I mean, my God, he can see
there.
for miles.
Yeah, I mean, look, it makes sense to look back every now and again for a check, but to your point, he's looking back an awful lot out there.
He's praying these miles go by faster and faster.
Yeah, I mean,
wishing them by.
Yeah, it can't go by fast enough at this point, right? Like, it's just been a long day. We're now into the, you know, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the height of the sun. And, yeah, it's just, it's literal blue sky out there right now as we're in here. And, like, I took off my long sleeve and I'm indoors. I know, poor me,
poor
right?
Bill.
I'm going to have to get out there in the heat in a little bit.
Might actually get some sun on your arms this
I know,
afternoon.
I'm going to put
Step outside.
the old SPF 30 on here in a little bit before I trek out into the full sun.
You know, we were talking about him earlier, Matt's a little bit earlier when he was, you know, that whole time he was pulling Keegan, it just looked effortlessly. Look at him now. I mean, he is he stopped pedaling, he's dropped his head as he's going down on a downhill, just trying to get a little bit of a break. You can tell he is, you can just see it. His shoulders are hunched up a whole lot more, far less relaxed than what he is. And this is that corner, I think, where they turn. He has turned onto the course where he's going to start you see those 100-mile riders turning in right there, coming in from the east. Now he's gonna start to see a lot of traffic on the course. Yeah. He'll be able to get a little bit of a draft each time he pulls up on one of these riders. He's, you know, it isn't against the rules to pull to, you know, as he approaches them to pull up as, you know, as close as he can, catch a little bit of a draft, a little bit of break. But boy, you could just see him before he made that right hand turn here. He was hanging his head low. He, you know, stopped pedaling there for a minute. He's I could see it in his pedal stroke. He's, you know, shoulders are hunched up and he's definitely feeling it. So, you know, we couldn't see Matt back there in the field on the tracker that we have online. He is already about to cross the Kansas Turnpike, the 35, that bridge. Hopefully we can get a camera back on him here shortly on Matt to see where he is. But I have a feeling he might be making up some ground here.
I think he is.
May not have enough miles left in the race to make up all the ground. It looks as though he's probably still between a mile and 2 miles back, but his track, we're looking at him on the tracker here, and he is definitely making up ground on Mats Schmidt.
This could come down to like a really good race between two teammates.
It'd kind of be wild, right? I mean, Maz looking a little more composed now, and I think, to your point, the 100's now on the course. It's just that incentive, right? Sure. He hasn't seen riders in front of him for how long, right? Hours and hours and hours. So now it's like this little game of leapfrog all the way into the finish. Like catch one, take a breather, catch the next one, take a breather, all the way into the line.
Because mentally he's played through every single tactic, every possible way to keep himself motivated and going forward, and every mantra. And like you said, you turn onto this road and start catching all the 100s. They'll come by and they'll be cheering him on. So it gives you that extra little boost. Hopefully it's enough to take him all the way to the finish line. He looks a little bit more motivated than just a minute ago, just like when he took the turn.
Passing some of those 100 riders, even a slow pace for him, it looks like he's flying by, right?
Oh, he is,
and he's gotten himself, he's in these trees, so he's got a little bit of protection from that wind right now. But I'm looking at the clock. He's at 8:45. Would you believe last year Cam Jones won this race in 8:37? And I think we've still got 7 or 8 miles to go for Matt. So it's definitely a slower pace this year. We kind of expected it, with the rain and whatnot. The mud certainly should have caused that. And then this just vicious headwind that they've had for about the last 60 miles coming back from Council Grove. It's been a long day for these riders.
And Mass also has to keep his head up coming around all of these 100-miler folks coming in, because they're just as tired, and they're with their friends and they're taking in the sights and taking in photos. So like you're talking about, Chemo, you can make a run at them and get a little bit of a draft, but you also have to be very cognizant that you don't spook them and no one takes you out. Or vice versa.
An unfortunate
you want everybody to have a good day.
If that would happen out there, as we see probably more of our 350 riders, I think, getting across the line. 100 riders rather getting across the line, looking pretty pleased with himself as Maz continues to just kind of rocket by here on M Road, continuing south towards Emporia here. And he's looks like a new man in these last couple miles. I mean, it was 5 minutes ago you were almost questioning what was going on with him, but this little bit of a second wind is going to do him favors here as he continues to make his way into town. So one more obstacle right now for our leader. It's just about Highland Hill at this point, and once he gets up over that hill through the campus of Emporia State, then he'll really be able to take it all in. I mean, I think at this point, still a bit of nerves, even though he knows he's got a bit of a gap. He's got to still stay on the gas until he gets to the very top of that climb before he can think about celebrating. Right now, as we're now dual split screening it here, looking at our women on the right hand side, and I see 4 in that group right now. So
I'm gonna guess that Paige has been dropped.
Paige is off the back.
I'm gonna say the same thing, because that's clearly Cecily and Rosa in the specialized sandwich there. So it's a long section of Rosa. If we could possibly get that camera view to spin around, we might see if Paige is lingering again just out of the camera shot. But you wonder if I'm hard pressed to think Paige came off for any other reason than maybe if there was a technical spot, or maybe one of the specialized riders gave it a little bit of gas there, because she was been doing such a great job of kind of managing her ability to stay with that group. But right now, those 4 riders that you can see on that little step down descent here as they're making their way over towards Gahola Lake.
Well, we were wondering if that was going to start to be a factor, and if people were just going to start going out the back because of just the attrition rate, and that's what's happening. Our camera guy here trying to give us a shot from behind, probably a little difficult for those guys on that 2-track as well.
Yeah, you can tell they're on that section. They made it past that DD road, and then they made that turn back to the south, so they are just again, straight into that headwind. You look at them; they're going downhill, and you can tell how hard they're moving. Or how hard they're pedaling, and they're barely moving.
Yeah, they're not
going downhill. So they are just getting probably the worst taste of that headwind they've had all day. They'll get down to the bottom. Over this little roller here, they'll be drop down into the trees. Then there'll be another turn to the left. They'll get a little protection from the trees, in and out of the trees as you see here coming around this left, and they'll head towards Cohola, the lake. They'll get a little reprieve from the wind, not much, before they break out onto Cohola Hill. And there you can see some of those trees that are going to help them out for a minute. But yeah, we'll have to see if we can figure out what happened to Paige, because she was with them on DD Road, and somewhere along the way came off the back. So it's something, I'm guessing it was just those are some pretty good punchers. We've been out there and ridden it. It's just, they were some stiff little puncher climbs on that DD Road.
Yeah, there was like those 3 or 4 little rollers that, again, like individually don't look like a lot, but you add them together, you add them at the end of the race, and all of a sudden they mean something. So we're taking a look at our never second race clock there, and our men just 9 hours and 5 minutes and change. Our women 8 hours and 50 minutes in change, as we continue to watch our men's leader Maswert Schmidt make his way around some 100 milers out there. He's back down on the drops, back down into looking like he's putting out some good power. He's still definitely not looking as efficient as he had been, but at this point, I think he can even come a little more unhinged, and he'll be okay. So Maz doing a pretty good job to manage that fatigue that's continuing to build. Another little out of the saddle acceleration here as we continue to try and track him. And probably only about maybe about 5-6 miles from entering town, where they'll go under the tunnel, back underneath the highway, spit out, make a left turn, and then it's going to be onto Highland.
He's turning onto Burlingame Road, so this is that last little pavement section that we've got it down to one lane here on the right-hand side. He's got about a mile on Burlingame, and then he's going to make the right hand onto Road 205 actually, which goes through a little neighborhood, takes him to that infamous tunnel that dumps you make the left-hand turn through the tunnel and dumps you out onto the Emporia State University campus, leads you into Highland Hill. So he is he's on the Burlingame right now, and looks like he's back pretty comfortable. Looks like he's recovered from whatever was kind of plaguing him earlier, a little fatigue he had earlier. He's probably gotten pretty fired up as he's had a few rabbits to chase here, the 100 finishers that are in front of him, and he looks a lot more comfortable now than he did a little while ago. I think he's probably gotten a little bit of nutrition in and recovered a little bit, and he probably has gotten some time splits along the way at some point and knows that he's got a pretty comfortable lead, and he ought to be able to just keep it steady. Doesn't have to do anything heroic here. He's going to make a right-hand turn, and it'll be that last straightaway stretch to get to the tunnel before getting onto Emporia State University campus.
Like Sarah was saying, everybody has to go through a little bit of a valley out here. Just it's 200 miles. So much attrition. Something's going to happen at some point, mentally, physically, and he went through it, and we saw it just a little while ago. And I think, like you said, Kimo, he's come out the other side of it feeling ready to come to this finish line.
Yeah, looking at a quick review of our men's top 10 here, as we do see our leader, Maz Wirtz-Schmidt, Matt Beers, and Tobias Kongstad still in second and third. Matt Beers about 6 minutes or so down in a second place. Tobias a further 3 minutes down in the third. Brendan Johnston in fourth place. Cam Jones in fifth. Odney Koster in sixth place. He's got the company of the young World Tour rider from Bora Hansgrohe. That's Emil Herzog in seventh. Keegan Swenson up in about eighth position. Peter Havoc in ninth. And Don Suta, the cyclocross rider, currently in 10th spot. So a lot of international flavor right now in our top 10. As a matter of fact, it looks like Keegan Swenson, our only American rider currently in the top 10 on the men's side. And we did get word as well that, apparently Paige Onweller finally succumbed to the pace out there on the women's side of things. So She rode so well, right? She got across to the break. It was 4 riders. She bridged across by herself from a chase group at the time of about 5 riders, 6 riders. And, kind of tail gunned for a while, would get into rotation, would tail gun, would come off, would chase back. And that theme played itself out
for miles,
probably a dozen times throughout the course of the day. So as strong as she clearly was to close that gap, you can only go to the well so many times, right?
Yeah, and it ran dry on her, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We could see Paige there just off the back, tailing off the back there, dangling a little bit. Don't know if she's going to be able to make it up to this group, although they don't look like they're working really hard. It's just they're just keeping it steady, and I would imagine all those efforts she had to bridge back up every time there was a little gap, it just death by 1,000 paper cuts. You can see her kind of again dangling off the back there and trying to bridge her way back up again. It'll be a miracle if she can do it with that headwind they're going into right now.
I will be amazed if she pulls this off again.
Well, you said that last time.
I did. I've said it all day.
The time before, and the time before, and the time before.
When we had Pete Stetna in here, I very clearly didn't think anyone was going to get across to that leading 4, and it wasn't 5 minutes later that the camera panned back, and there's Paige. So it was like, all right, well, there's at least the 3rd time today I ate my words.
That was this morning, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? That was
before noon.
Yeah, that was probably around 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So it was quite a while ago. But Paige putting up a great fight. She's not quite out of the picture just yet, as we can see her, maybe about 10, 12 seconds behind. So there's still a little hope. But look, the Specialized riders, they see it. They now have the numbers, right? It's 2 against 2. It's 2 against the other 2 riders. We've got Cecily Decker on PA, and then we've got Rosa Closer, kind of her own program. So the 2 Specialized riders against those 2 riders. So in theory, Decker and Rosa, they've got to be looking at Specialized. Like, it's your move. This isn't checkers anymore. This is chess. What's your next move? Because it's in your control.
Or how can I beat them? How can I beat 2? I mean, you do have Rosa to contend with if you're Cecily, and if, vice versa for Rosa, you've got Cecily. And so how do you play off of that one person to beat the 2? It's going to be tricky.
See, Matt's just made the turn through the tunnel. He's popped out his pavement all the way in from there. He's got about a mile to go. He's got to make this little loop around Emporia State University campus. He's about to hit the Highland Hill, infamous Highland Hill, but obviously doesn't have to put in too much of an effort. We think Matt Beers may be catching, actually. Not going to catch him, but has made up some time here in the last few miles. He's not that far behind him at the moment, but he is... It looks like we were looking at our 2026 Life Time Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano champion, Madsworth Schmidt.
Yeah, this is such a great ride by Madsworth Schmidt. He's going to be coming up Highland Hill here in a minute. He'll get to the top of that. He'll make a right on 12th, and then he'll make his way down here to the finish. So it won't be too long before we see him coming in. You can see he's on the hill now, just out of the saddle. One last time here today that he's got to put in. He's got to go to the well here and put down a little bit of power. So I'll tell you what, if we could see him up close, I'm sure he's hurting, but he's probably starting to crack a little bit of a smile because he knows that 99.9% of the work is done, and he's moments away from a wonderful celebration here as he making his way through the Emporia State University campus. And this hill only about a half mile long, not terribly steep, but again, anything over 2 or 3% at this stage of the game, and it's going to put a little sting in the legs, and it's going to kind of put another little hit
Bill,
to the morale.
Yeah, he is half a mile from etching his name in the history books here of Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. He's into the final finish chute here. Again, that right hand and then left onto commercial This is the 20th anniversary of this event. It's hard to believe how big this event has come, it has become in 20 years. And, it's a career changer for a lot of riders, right? When they come and they win something like this, it changes their life. It changes, the sponsorships they're able to get, the races they get to go to, the support that they get from their team. And with a team like Specialized behind them, this is a big accomplishment for the Specialized team, for that new bike that they launched, and for a guy like Mads, who coming off a world tour and wanting to be etch his name in the history books of gravel racing. This is a big one for him to win.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's moments away. He's now on 12th. He's going to be setting up for that final left-hand turn. Your European gravel champion has come to America, and he's shown us that the internationals have figured out how to work the Unbound gravel. So now that final left-hand turn onto Commercial Street. What an absolutely phenomenal day. This guy, your European gravel champion, Mads Schmidt, going to be the champion of the 20th running of the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. One look back over his shoulder. He knows he's got it. He is now moments away from being crowned the champion. What an emphatic day. We've got a great crowd here in Emporia. You can see him hanging his head. He's going to be looking to maybe give some high fives to the crowd. And I tell you, it doesn't get any better than this in Emporia to celebrate 20 years of the OG gravel here. Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano, your champion. This is going to be Mads Schmidt on the line, showcasing the new Specialized Crux that just got released the other day. And what a great ride. It looked like 10 miles ago like he was ready to crash into one of the fields out there. He was so visibly drained and just so under pressure. He maintained composure, and we've now got our 20th champion here in downtown Emporia.
4th place here last year, European champion this year, and now our Unbound 2026 winner. That's got to feel so good.
Oh, amazing. I can't even imagine the relief right now for Mads Schmidt as he heads to our rider recovery zone there. And we'll have Sarah Sturm down there in a little bit to get a word with our new champion. And what a year. If you're going to pick a year to win the race, you win the 20th edition, because you are absolutely etched in the history books forever with this victory.
I'm sighing relief for him once he found his people and his Specialized group right there. And
what a team effort.
It feels
all
so
the way,
good.
top to bottom. This was a team effort. Specialized they had their pressure washers out in the feed zones to help clean the bikes. They had the extra wheels when he gave Keegan gave him his wheel, and he was able to switch back to his more standard equipment. And you don't win a race of this magnitude without this kind of support crew behind you. You just don't do it.
And it was pretty clear all day. I mean, from about mile 70 or 80, you could just tell he was the strongest rider out there. From the time that they got broken away, that group that broke away had Kobe Freeburn with them for a while. Kobe's dropped down to 11th place, if you can imagine. From the time that they were all riding together, he's back to 11th. Matt's just really, just rode off the front, and he was clearly our strongest rider of the day, no question. He and Keegan, we could tell that Keegan was working hard to stay with him early on before he had the issue with the wheel. And, again, back to the dynamics of team racing coming to gravel. We saw it play out today where a teammate gave up a wheel to ensure that the strongest rider on the team could win the overall race. And we're going to see a whole lot more of that. We see Matt Beers here. He's on the campus now, not too far behind, so he's going to come in here. He's probably going to be inside that 6-minute gap that was the last time check we had on him. And he's on the Highland Hill climb right now, so he's only about a minute and a half out from the finish.
Yeah,
these guys are going to go 1-2. It's awesome.
It's an amazing day for Specialized, right? Like initially we thought it was going to be Maz and Keegan, but then Maz had the problem. Keegan gave up the wheel. Matt Beers was being a great teammate in the chase behind, rolling through, but not necessarily chasing. But then his opportunity came to vie for that second spot, and he just grabbed the bull by the horns. And so now Matt Beers is going to have a great result. Now, Keegan, you were doing some of the points tally, and this is going to put Matt in a wonderful spot, potentially in the overall lead of the Lifetime Grand Prix after round number 2, depending how some of the rest of this shakes out. But right now, Matt Beers enjoying this last little bit of the course here, as we're going to be seeing him very shortly making that left-hand turn onto 12th. So he's now into the, you can see all the fencing and the promotional stuff on the fencing. So he's now well within the finish here. So Matt Beers, the big man out of South Africa, took a wonderful win at the final stop last year in Northwest Arkansas. Took the win at Big Sugar Gravel, and that was his first win ever in the Lifetime Grand Prix. And he's going to get himself right back on the podium here with a great race in Emporia. And the international flavor has really kind of rooted in again this year. And it's kind of wonderful to see. In years past, we've had so many international riders come here, and not always with success, sometimes with success, but not always, because it's such a different game here. But Matt's been racing in the U.S. a lot over the last couple seasons. He took a record 4th win at the Cape Epic stage race in his home country of South Africa earlier this year, and this is going to be another wonderful feather in his cap as he's now made that left turn here onto Commercial Street. So Matt Beers soaking up the last couple 100 meters in the finish chute here, and just taking that one last look back to make sure he's got this one in the bag, waving to the crowd. And man, if you're a fan of the Specialized team, now is your day to party.
We knew it was going to be Specialized somewhere, but we didn't know what order.
The biggest gravel race in the world, absolutely dominated on the men's side here by the Specialized squad, is Matt Beers. Some high fives to the crowd, so he's going to pick up a silver medal here today, just a few minutes behind his teammate. Matt heading straight to the recovery area over there.
Straight to the sea of red.
Yeah, the sea of red is all his staff there welcoming him home. This is celebration night at the Specialized house. Absolutely, for sure. You can't script it any better than this, right?
And you could if the women go 1-2 as well.
Well, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And it could happen. Could you imagine the Crux sales are going to go off the chart, I think, if that happens. That new Crux just released a few days ago, and obviously proven that they've got pretty much the best gravel.
Also, Specialized came out with a new helmet, a new pair of shoes for gravel racing specifically. So a lot has changed in this sport in such a short time.
So if the standings stay the way they are right now through the top 10, looking down here, if Keegan stays in 8th and doesn't catch Cam Jones, by my calculations, Matt's going to move up into 1st place. Keegan, I think, is going to end up it will be able to hold on to 2nd place, and this is in the Lifetime Grand Prix. So Matt should be taking the lead here. If Keegan moves up a place, if he catches one or two of the guys, then he will lead. If he catches one of the guys, if he catches Cam, who we saw was having a pretty rough day when he came off the back of the lead group, if Keegan catches Cam out there, he may move up to a place where he would be tied with Matt for the lead. Otherwise, if Cam can hold off Keegan here the last few miles, in the last time check, there was about a 3-minute gap Cam had on Keegan. If he can hold him off, then I think Matt gets the lead of the Lifetime Grand Prix. Keegan gets 2nd, and Kobe Freeburn, I thought he was going to move up into 3rd, but he's dropped pretty far down the results here. He may still be able to hold on to 4th in the Lifetime Grand Prix. 3rd in the Lifetime Grand Prix. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot of racing still left out there for these guys.
Yeah, and the last we had seen from Cam Jones has been a while because we lost that Chase Group camera, but he had been going backwards, right? Like Cam Jones had absolutely been kind of going backwards, so it's not inconceivable that he would get caught by Keegan still, right? So that's still a plausible thing, as we're should be looking at Tobias Kongstad making his way into the campus now. So Tobias should be picking up that 3rd spot here.
You guys want to know a funny fact about Tobias?
I would love to.
He is also on the new Crux.
There you go, man. It's not a bad day for Specialized. So some fans running behind or besides Tobias there, trying to get a little video coverage, and Tobias still getting arrow there, trying to. He just wants to get across the line.
Well, he made it over to Highland Hill, so that was probably a big relief for him.
Yeah.
He's thinking, okay, I'm done now. So we got a flashback to the women here a second ago. They were just cresting Cohola Hill, and it looked like Paige Onwiller was still off the back of that group. So same group of 4 made it up over Cohola Hill together. They're in that hellacious headwind out there. But here we got Tobias Kongstead about to make that right-hand turn onto 12th, and then the left onto Commercial, come down here to the finish. Hard fought, really hard fought, race for third place. He did it, he did everything he could, but at some point he just came unhinged from Matt Beers out there somewhere around Coahulla Lake. Again, that wind really played a factor today, and we think that's probably what caused that separation and put him, from that group that he was with, Matt Beers, separated him out there near off DD Road going into Coahulla.
Just see the frustration, I think, and elation of being done with this race, just basically yelling through the front of his bars. Just to be done, you guys, we're looking at the finishers, and they've just got the 1,000-yard stare. This race is unbelievably hard.
Yeah, it doesn't get any harder than this, right? You've got the distance with 200 miles. You've got the terrain, some of the chunkiest MMR roads that you're going to face anywhere in gravel racing, not just in the U.S., but around the world. You've got just these wild weather patterns from rain to heat and full sun and all these things facing you over the course of 9 odd hours. So it doesn't get any harder than this, as we're now looking at Tobias Kongstad coming down the home straight. So this is going to be your bronze medal ride on the day, and what a great day. He held out for so long before finally just giving way to the pacemaking there from Matt Beers. One last look over the shoulder. So your third place rider on the day, Tobias Kongstad, getting across the line, and oh man, he is happy to be done. And I think before, when he got done 12th, that was it was almost like a yell of relief, right? Of just like, I made it. I'm over that darn hill, and here we are, So yeah, great job by Tobias to get across the line here at the finish line.
Oh, about to fall off his bike. It's I can't even imagine the sensation if you've been on this bike bouncing around for 9.5 hours almost, and now to get off and stand for a moment stationary on stable ground. It's just this kind of bizarre feeling where your equilibrium's almost playing little games with you.
Well, I'm excited to do it. I'm excited to say our fourth place finisher. We think we should see him here momentarily, but the gentleman that's in fourth, Brendan Johnson, coming to us from Australia. First rider riding Giant frame. Giant being our partner for the Lifetime Grand Prix this year, and excited to see we're going to finally get a Giant frame across the finish line here. And Brendan Johnson, just again, another one of the fan favorites, just a great guy. Australian, multiple-time Australian gravel national champion. Should be our fourth place finisher coming in here shortly. So he was, last time check, he was a few minutes down on Tobias and the gang, but he had passed Cam Jones. So we'll see if he's been able to hold off Cam and some of the other chasers coming in towards the finish. But we should have an update on him here shortly.
And it's so cool that it's Brendan, right? Like, he had such a rough run all last year, and he did such a great job to stay stoic about it and to stay positive and to keep chasing it and to, to kind of stay the path of like recovery, rebuild, get re-injured, recovery, rebuild. And he really, that's the mark of a true professional, right? You just deal with it and you trust the process and you keep going. And even when adversity just keeps getting thrown at you, and Brendan really did that last year, all year. So to see him on the cusp of a fourth place ride here, that's pretty cool.
Great.
That's
it's
really
a great
special.
ride for sure. I think anything top 5, top 10 here is definitely worth writing home about.
Looks like, did Paige Onweller get herself back into the group?
Paige has fought her way back up into
Well, I'll be darned. Didn't see that coming. Said no one ever. I don't know. So we're back to 5, just like that, with our women. And I had to.
I'm going crazy.
I had
over
to
here,
stare
man.
at the screen in silence for a moment.
Thank you for
counting.
pausing us.
Right. I'm like, I don't want to speak out of turn because I'm not really sure. But just like that, we thought. Just when we thought for the 24th time today that Paige Onweller was going to be out of the action, she lingered, and she closed the gap, and really at a great time, because they're going to be looking at a lot of that headwind now as they start their approach toward Americas and back to Emporia to wrap up our women's race.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Well, big thanks to Shimano, whose team provides neutral support for every single racer before and during the Unbound Gravel. You can check them out at bike.shimano.com. We're back here with our women's race, heading up one of these windy slopes. You can see that it's definitely an uphill pitch, obviously, but you can tell that wind really slowing things down, as again, as we alluded to there before the break, that Paige Onweller, the rider from the Trek Driftless program, has once again made her way back, and smooth is fast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I can say about that. She's been super consistent all day long. I mean, what are we still thinking, right? I admit it, I thought at this point we were going to see a little more attacking, right?
Well,
in the overall scope.
No, I didn't think that we would see any attacking really until towards the very end. I think, you and Sarah had talked about what is this group going to do towards the end. But here we go back to our men's finish real quick. Brendan Johnson going to take that 4th place slot right behind Tobias. So great finish for Brendan. We were talking about that earlier. Just such a good ride for him today, and a good comeback.
Yeah, good ride, good comeback, and such a nice guy, right? Like he's all last year we had him on so many of the athlete panels, and he was willing to give us that time to help contribute to the growth and the exposure of the Lifetime Grand Prix, and again, all that adversity, and it's just it's wonderful to see him get his due.
He was 5th here last year, so moving up a spot this year. An 8-time Australian national champion.
Wow,
so
amazing.
He's definitely got some kudos and some high experience on the bike. And that lends to a good placing here today at Unbound.
Yeah, it just proves it. If you stay the path, right, you just kind of believe in the process, you do the work, you do everything the right way, eventually it's going to pay off, right? And this is that moment where it's going to pay off for Brendan Johnson out there, as he's closing in on town here and just looking really, really strong. And we're happy to see him have such a great ride out here representing Giant. And
also having Melissa Rollins in here earlier today, his teammate, Live Giant teammate. And she was definitely going to go out on course and support him. That whole team has a lot going for them. And again, you could pick them out by their bright orange outfits on as far as their staff. So easily to pick out in the feed zone and the checkpoints. So kudos to all of Giant and that Live Giant team.
And Brendan, also a big shout out. He's a cancer survivor from back in 2010. So, good to see he's obviously made a full recovery and back to his full athletic ability. For the moment, we're going to go back to our women. You can see the remnants of that earlier pile up there, a little tear in the shorts there for Cecily Decker. She swings off. Rosa Closer coming through, and there you can see now they're also moving with a pretty good head of steam. I suspect either a tailwind or maybe a little cross tailwind pushing them along, as Sofia Gomez Vichafanye now taking her turn on the front. So yeah, we're still seeing it's still law and order up there in the group. Everybody working together, everybody contributing. Paige Onweller, who's been the rider, kind of doing a little bit of yo-yo, and she's now back on the front. And now looking at G. Schurz, another member of that Specialized team, taking her turn on the front. So everybody's still working really hard. Nobody pulling punches right now. And the closer we get to the finish, I keep saying it, it's got to get cagey. And I mean, maybe they really are waiting for Highland, right? I know we talked about that. We've got 2 former winners, 2 former second place finishers, and they've all had a good degree of success based on some Highland Hill action at the end of the race. So maybe they're all kind of collectively thinking that their own best shots lie in either being conservative in the case of Rosa Closer, because she's won this in a sprint, right? So maybe she's thinking like, look, I'm comfortable in this small group sprint. I played it out well before. I know how to play it out again. So I'm just going to follow the wheels. I don't need to attack.
Well, I just think it's all going to come down together, either to the base of, I think it's going to come down all together to the base of Highland. That's what I think is going to happen. Because if you try to go up the road right now, you're going to have to take a G or a Sophia with you, right? Because then the two of them will chase you down. Or I just don't know that you can play against them of, well, who's going to chase this down? Because I'm not going to do it. I just don't see. And also the distance that is in your legs now, the fatigue that is in your legs, and then to go solo, maybe the last couple of kilometers you can do that. If someone goes maybe through the tunnel or before the tunnel, that might be a possibility. Yeah. Otherwise, I just don't see it. I'm
like
could
a
be
4 or 5
completely
minute
wrong
effort versus a 20 or
exactly.
30 minute. Right, exactly. Yeah, at the tail end of the race, you could probably muster 3-4 good minutes out of yourself. But,
I'm guessing.
But to muster up 25 or 30 minutes, that is a tall order now.
After what we've seen so far from the very
100%.
beginning of this day, holy cow! I just
Oh, what a day out here as we continue to watch our women, and I'm just happy for all of our athletes that there's some full sun out there now, and they've put in that poor weather behind them and able to enjoy things a little bit. Although they're caked in dirt here as we watch, I believe it's going to be Brendan Johnston now in town. He's made that right-hander onto 12th Street. So it won't be long before he makes a turn on to Commercial Street. So it's going to be a great ride for Brendan. One spot better than last year, but I think even more than that, this kind of resets everything for him really nicely. And now he's got just a wonderful jumping off spot to go for the rest of the season here for the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix. So now on to Commercial Street. So Brendan Johnson, one of our giant sponsored athletes, about to make his way into the finish line. And it's going to be a good day for this rider after lots of trials and tribulations, and quite simply just a great ride out there today. That chase group, just kind of ebbed and flowed on who was in it, who got across, who went off the front, and for him to be one of the survivors of that chase group is tactically a great ride as well, because he obviously waited for the right time to get a little bit of separation here at the tail end of the race. So now we're looking at our 4th place finisher, Brendan Johnson, one of our giant sponsored riders, officially across that line. We're going to pick up 4th place on the day. So a wonderful, wonderful ride. He's going to make his way into the rider's zone. And we should be getting, hopefully we're going to be getting Sarah down there to be doing some interviews there. As Melissa Rollins, his teammate, down there to celebrate. And I'm sure that's a happy sight. Brendan can't even unclips the 1 foot. I don't even think he can get that left leg over the bike right now. Just so utterly drained, completely drained of any energy at the moment.
Puts him in 2nd place for the points for the Lifetime Grand Prix. So he's going to get 28 points today. He had 16 coming out of Sea Otter, so moves him up 44th or 44 points right now. So it's going to put him up might put him up into 4th or 5th place overall in the Grand Prix. We'll see how it shakes out, but he's going to be pretty happy with where his standings are. I think he's got to be happy with what a tough day. I mean, day like today, we had a little bit of everything you could ever imagine coming, from an Unbound, right? We had the wind, we had the heat, we've had rain, we've had mud, rocks, we've seen mechanical issues, we've seen crashes, just about everything you can imagine that ever goes down at this race. It went down today, and just extreme conditions, about as tough as you could imagine, especially with everything from that heat or from the rain and mud early on in the race, and then the wind and the heat at the end of the day, with obviously humidity on top of that. Really kind of crazy. So we've got another group of men here coming in. It looks like this might be our next group. Cam Jones Is it Adne Koster, Emil Herzog might be in there with him? So we've got a group of, looks like 5 guys might be coming in here into a sprint together. Is that possible?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, this is going to be a great sprint for the line here. Yeah, we should be looking at Cam Jones, Adne Koster, Emil Herzog, and Keegan Swenson, Peter Havoc, and Dan Suda, all in that group.
All coming in here together.
That
It
looks like it's going to be Keegan maybe in the red there. So that looks like well, now we're looking to see who's coming across the line. Is that going to be Keegan?
It looks like Keegan's pedal stroke, so
Yeah,
I think that's
it
probably
does.
Keegan coming in for 5th overall, which is
great
that's a
recovery.
huge recovery from him. He was way back and moved himself up into. He was riding in 8th here for the last little while, and just moved himself up into 5th overall in the race today.
Have to imagine he made a little bit of a move there on. That's going to be Cam Jones, I think, leading the sprint out there, but he's not going to get this one. It looks like that might be Havoc or Dan Suta, maybe Dan Suta coming across the line. We'll try and get that momentarily. That'll update to see how that sprint played out. So Adne Koster was that rider picking up 6th place on the day in that sprint. So great sprint down to the line. Herzog going to pick up 8th place on the day. Peter Havoc in 9th, and Cam Jones going to round out your top 10. So we talked about it a little while ago. Keegan Swenson, our only American inside.
Well,
the
you know,
top
we were
10.
talking about that at the top of the broadcast, that 57 countries are represented here this year, the most ever. And this has become the biggest gravel race in the world. And that's a testament to all of these athletes wanting to come and see what it's all about. And boy, are they getting a firsthand view.
Yeah, I can't even picture a better way to celebrate 20 years, of this race. Back in 2006, started with 34 riders out here and only 15 finished. And to see what that has morphed into now, 20 years later, 5,000 athletes across a variety of distances. Of course, we started with the 200 was the hallmark distance of this race, but over the years, added all these different distances. The XL added in 2018, and the 100, the 50, and the 25 are all added back in 2013. So there's just been lots of growth year over year to make this such a wonderful race. And a huge thanks to Emporia for 20 years of hosting this event, and they couldn't be more welcoming with us here in Emporia to celebrate the Flint Hills. And we're looking at our leading women out there. We're still the same old story with our women out there. We've got our 5 women on their way to Americas. We know once we get there, it's 15, 17 miles or so to the finish line. So still a bit of ways to go just yet as we watch them continue to work pretty well together out there. As looks like we're going to be getting set up for our men's interviews down there at the finish line corral. So we are going to turn our attention over to Sarah Sturm, who's got our top riders down there in the winners corral.
Okay, oh my goodness, the interviews we've all been waiting for, and these guys are really excited to get out of their chamois. You guys, well done. 1 and 2. I have to ask the question, how did it go out there? And was this the plan?
The plan was to be aggressive on Texaco Hill. Maybe I got a little bit too excited, but me and Keegan got away with Kobe, I think. And we went for it. We sent it, and I was on a really good day, and it was quite a ride. But in the end, I couldn't have done it without Keegan. He's a champion.
Yeah, it was pretty heartbreaking watching the flat happen. Did you guys know when you flatted, once you put, it seemed like 1,000 plugs in your tire? What was that conversation like when you decided that Keegan would give the wheel?
I think we got up to 8 plugs, and it still wouldn't, yeah. And then Keegan, he was quick to say that you need my wheel, because it was clear that I was the strongest, and best chance for a win between me and Keegan was me. So he sacrificed his race and his Grand Prix and everything for me, and yeah, incredible.
So what was going through your mind after that? Did that then give you extra motivation to keep the win for Keegan, for you, for Team Specialized?
Yeah, 100%. I felt like I was flying for an hour after that. So that was, yeah, it gave me some adrenaline and it gave me a kick. And then I gotta say, the headwind on the way back I think it took 8 years out of my life. It was terrible. But the new Crocs, it was flying, and new Crocs 1, 2, 3 today. It's amazing.
I mean, that does speak for itself a little bit. Were there any doubts when you were off the front? Were you nervous about the group catching you?
Yeah, because my legs, they started to hurt more and more, and I was slowing down more and more, and then of course I didn't have to bring my phone. I didn't have I had no time gap. So in the end, when I start to lose the pace, then of course I get nervous that they will come from behind. But it was this boy who was coming from behind, and
so you had no idea that Matt was in second?
No idea at all. Even though he's tall, I couldn't see him.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Get out of your chamois. Go celebrate. Matt, I'm so excited for you. This is a huge placement for Unbound. Your best finish yet. How was your race? I mean, it's really hard to be in your position. What was going through your head, and was this the plan for you?
Yeah, so Texaco Hill was where we really wanted to push it. Obviously, the mud and stuff thinned the bunch out a lot in the beginning, and then it all kind of swelled back. My chain somehow jumped off the only time in the whole day at the bottom of the hill, and I just saw Mads and them just hammering it, and I was like, okay, there's nothing I can do. I just started jumping groups and had to do it tactically because I'm obviously not wanting to bring my teammates back. So the whole day just kind of, when I felt the group dynamic was fading, went and just kept going, and eventually, got in second. But it's really difficult because I want to pull through, but then I need to be very conscious of Mads, so I'm just constantly shouting at people for time gaps, and that way I can judge how much I need to pull and how much I mustn't. So
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you had one of the hardest jobs out there to constantly balance your effort, Maz's effort, Tobias's effort, everyone's. I mean, the goal is to get the Specialized across the line first, I'm assuming. But then you're also in it for the Grand Prix. You've moved up, I think, to number 1, right?
Possibly, yeah. I don't really know what all the math is, but yeah, maybe leading. But yeah, I figured that there was something happening. I figured that Keegan must have given a wheel or something because he was really fussing. I didn't know, but I could see by the situation when I passed. And I mean, I know that I've been training with Mads all week, and the dude's absolute weapon. I was like, we'll never catch him. And there was really bad cohesion in the group all the time. So I was like, cool.
So we were, I was watching the live feed, and we would see you pull through, and you knew that there's no way that you were going to catch Maz and bring a competitor up to him.
No, I mean, I was pulling through, but not kind of half-assed, because I know what Mads needs to do, and then also I like to have breathing room in case he has another puncher and things like that. So was just doing short kind of half-ass pulls, and just to keep everyone happy. But yeah, it's a fine line. It's a hard game to play, but yeah, I think we all did such a fantastic job.
I mean, to come off of Cape Epic win for you and get a win for your teammate, and then to follow it up with a second place, your best ever finish at Unbound. I mean, as your friend, I'm really excited for. I know it hasn't hit you yet, and your eyeballs look like they're really hurting. But I mean, I saw it in the race. I mean, how are you going to celebrate? What's next for you, and how do you feel right now?
Man, it's just this race has always eluded me. It's just, I don't know, always I did not flat.
You didn't flat.
So I was just like, holy moly. So that's good job. Exactly. And yeah, it's just really cool I know I can do well at this race, and I mean, this proves it. And yeah, just super stoked on the day. It's been a long season. The peak has been peaking since Epic. So the body's tired.
Yeah, well, congrats. I'm so excited for you. Now go get some pizza, beer, a lot of beers.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll grab third place here in a second, but maybe we'll go back to the studio here for a minute. And oh, I'm sorry, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Come and take a seat to the highest. Congrats. Yeah, maybe clean. I'm glad you're sitting there. Good job. Wow, I'm really excited. Wow, you have so much dirt in your ear. No, it's okay. I mean, it shows the audience that, in fact, well, it's not very clean shirt anymore. It's okay. We can see your sponsors. Oh, my God, what a ride. How did it go out there, and how are you feeling?
It was a long day. I think after the first mud part, you knew this is going to be in the long 9 hours. And after the Texaco Hill, when the three guys attacked with Keegan and Mads, the team tactic started. But I'm pretty proud of that. I just kept believing in it and didn't give that much F about the team tactics, and I just wanted to do my best because, of course, they need to do that. But I will also say that Matthew Pierce is also riding pretty well. Super cool that even though he's has mess out there, he still wanted to take the poles in the end. So kudos to him. I think that was super cool.
I love that you're giving kudos to all your competitors when you also had an amazing ride. I mean, did you know you had the legs for the day early on, and how were you feeling when you were sitting in that group? I mean, obviously you are all quite strong, but when did it sort of make that separation, and then when did you separate from Matt?
So I think actually after Texaco Hill, we were a pretty big group, but I really felt flying. There's like 22 kilometers with rolling hills. I think if people have seen the videos or photos of me, I have pretty narrow shoulders. I have a kid's handlebar on, and I'm super aero. So 32, and I really felt good at that moment, but I might spend a little bit too much energy, but because I think a lot of people, they just wanted to ride on a little bit. But at that moment, I kind of believe in it, but I also spent kind of too much energy there. But then, yeah, the back door was open the entire day, and then we were 10, 9, 8, 7, and then in the end, we were not that many guys left.
I mean, that's an incredible ride for you. And then once you separated from Matt, were you concerned about being caught?
Yeah. Those 40 kilometers, they were long in the headwind. I was just alone. I didn't have any motorbikes or anything, and I was cycling a little bit around here in Kansas, enjoying it. And so at one moment I thought I didn't even know if I was on the correct route because I couldn't see anything. But no, I had my computer, but sometimes you don't know. You're just cycling a little bit around. But yeah, luckily there was nobody behind me, and I could also see at the finish line there was quite a few seconds to the guy which was fourth. So maybe I should have been taking a little bit more easy.
So you were relieved when you saw the finish shoot, and you had no idea that there was a big group behind you that could, in that headwind, have very well potentially pulled you back in.
No, I just pushed with what I have, and then I hoped that it lasted, and it did.
And what's next for you? Some rest?
I think I want to go home now.
You don't like Kansas?
Kansas is a special type of a US. I really like the people over here, but maybe the training areas is not the best. But I go home and take a little bit of rest, and then I come back to US for Oregon, and I bring my girlfriend, and I hope that's
okay, because you're competing in the Gravel Earth Series.
I do, but I just heard so many good things about it, and it looks cool. Thank you.
I'm so excited for you. Go celebrate. Clean those ears out. Enjoy. Congrats. And we have Keegan next, so I will just keep talking until... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, Yeah, I'm getting the one question I have to ask him. Oh, Keegan. Hi, buddy.
I'm a little.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
What a people's champ. He's going to sign. Those kids have been waiting here for, I don't know, 30 minutes since these guys finished. Oh. This is a true, honestly, you guys, this is what it means to be an actual true professional. Keegan had an amazing day and also a disappointing day, and those kids don't care at all that he didn't win the race. That's so awesome. Oh, Keegan, yay. Those kids have been waiting for hours.
He's on my old Stig, too.
Oh, no way. You know them?
I sent him some jerseys and shit. He was in the hospital or something.
Oh, oh, cool. Okay, as your friend, I'm so sorry you had a crazy day out there, but the people want to know, first off, congrats. That's an amazing result considering everything you went through. Why did you give the wheel to Maz?
Yeah, so early on, like, you know, whenever that first section was in the mud, like mile 13, like halfway through, I had got something tangled in my cassette really bad. It took a few minutes to get it out and get the chain back on the chain ring. And then I had to chase. I didn't catch the front group until Madison. I was just riding flat out to get back to the front. So I got back just before the feed zone. And that used a lot of matches. You know, in this situation, it was like you have to just ride flat out, otherwise the race is done anyway. So I just sent it, made it up there, and I would see what happened. And then Mads and I went on Texaco Hill, and when Kobe was able to come with, and you know, it was good. The gap opened up quite fast. Mads was riding extremely well, riding flat out. And, you know, we were all working quite well together. Kobe came off in the rain at some point after the feed zone. And then, yeah, Mads and we're riding, and he had me kind of on the ropes. You know, I was definitely on the limit, and I kept telling him to slow down. And I was like, you know, you just helped get me to the finish, and, you know, and we can do this. And then, yeah, not too long later, he flatted. And we tried plugging it. It wasn't working. The slice was like from the top to the bottom, just some super sharp rock. And so I just made the call. I said, you take my wheel and go, because I was fully on the limit and wasn't sure if I'd be able to make it, especially with the headwind alone. I was like, and he was riding so well today that I was confident that he would make it. And for me, it was a very small chance. And, you know, yeah, it was like if I go, then maybe I get caught, and then I don't win, and then it's done. And I was quite confident he'd be able to make it if I gave him the wheel. So I told him to just take the wheel and go, and I'll fix the flat and see what happens. And you know, I had to put a tube in, booted it, got it fixed, took off, and the free hub had fallen out, and the springs were in the ground. So I had to run back up, dug around in the sealant and the dirt. Someone else had found the spring for me because they saw me running back, and they were looking because they saw I was missing something. So he handed me the spring, took the wheel back out, put the spring in. I put it in wrong, wasn't working. And then I, you know, fussed around more, got it going, and then eventually got it on and started chasing. Caught Emil, who was riding with, he's from here from Bora, riding with us. So yeah, we rode together the feed zone. I got a new wheel, and then yeah, we just carried on. And you know, I was like, oh, maybe my race is over at the feed zone, whatever. And then Emil's like, I think we're still racing for top 10. I was like, okay, I guess we'll keep pushing, you know. So, yeah, I stayed on the gas, and, you know, we got caught by a group behind, and the group was riding really well together. And we were able to pick off Cam. We caught Kobe and a few stragglers who came out of that front group, and I got a text saying that we were still racing for, like, we were racing for 6th, and then we caught Cam, and I was like, oh, we're racing for 5th now. So, yeah, all of a sudden I was able to find a bit more motivation, and I attacked on the hill by the college and finished 5th. So we had 1, 2, Tobias 3, and myself 5. So it was a good day for the new Crux.
I mean, it's cool to see you. I mean, my heart was breaking for you when you flatted, but I mean, you still had an incredible race. It seems like you're still really proud of the effort, and how are you feeling, last question, going into the rest of the season?
No, I'm stoked. You know, we came into this race with the goal is as one of us wins, we all win. You know, we're here racing as a team, and it doesn't matter whether it was, you know, Matt, Mads, or myself who won. And, you know, Mads had the best shot today. And it's one of those things where I've been given a wheel before, and when someone gives you the wheel, you don't lose because someone's a sacrifice to race. So I knew if I gave him the wheel, he would win. And he did. So.
Well, I'm stoked for you guys. I'm happy for you too. I mean, that's an incredible race that you had as well, and maybe a little bit time off. Or are you just ready to go?
Yeah, no, we'll take a little bit of time off. You know, I'm still doing okay because, you know, with the broken pelvis earlier, I feel like I'm still like not like haven't. You know, I take a little bit of time off, but I've already had a little break earlier this year, so. Yeah, we'll take some time off and move back to the mountains and kind of reset and get ready for the second part of the season.
Well, welcome back to Colorado soon, and I'm excited to see the second half of your season. I think you're going to light it up. Good job today.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, some great interviews there at the finish with Sarah Sturm talking to our top three and top four, really. Well, not top four, but talking also to Keegan Swenson in there, always one of the crowd favorites, getting his take on exactly what went on with that wheel issue there at the end. So right now we are looking back at our leaders in the women's field. They've just come through Americas. They've just made the right turn on Road G to head southbound here. And well, it's still the same 5 riders out there that doing battle here. You're looking at G. Schurz, the specialized rider in red at the front. That looks like Paige Onweller from Trek Driftless in second. Rosa Closer, your 2024 champion in that white jersey, sitting in a third wheel. Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, the second rider in red near the back. And then bringing up the rear, Cecily Decker riding for the PA squad. And again, they've been through Americas. They are out of Americas. They are heading south. Remember, our course kind of steps repeatedly, south, then east, then south, then east. They'll get a little bit of a bump to the north. That'll get them across the interstate there by the Emporia service area. And then it'll be more or less one more shot south to Emporia proper and back towards the Highland Hill area. So still about 15, 16 miles are yet to go here. And it's been kind of the status quo in the women's field. The biggest story out of this group, right, has been A, there's not been a lot of attacks, and B, Paige Onweller has kind of been, you know, I know we keep talking about it, but it's an integral part of our story. She's been kind of on again, off again with that group, but right now she's on. We're back together, and we're looking at the final 15-odd miles here before we get into town with our finish.
Across the country, 6 iconic events. From seaside tracks to high mountain passes, forest trails to punchy gravel climbs, every mile tells a story. A story written on the land. These are the places that define the Life Time Grand Prix. And it's because of them, not despite them, that we race. Ford Bronco Wild Fund helps protect these wild spaces so the next generation can feel what we feel. The grit, the silence, the connection. Because when we preserve the land, we invite more people outside to explore and to belong.
The Bronco Wild Fund, powered by Ford Motor Company, helps protect and preserve public lands across the U.S., including the Flint Hills of Kansas. A portion of the profits from every Bronco sold supports programs focused on responsible outdoor access, conservation, and public land stewardship. You can learn more at BroncoWildFund.com.
I just got a minute to run out to the finish line and catch up with a few of the lead men that came across. I caught up with Mats Schmidt just for a minute, and all he could say was, "Holy crap, the wind!" I asked him. I said, "We were watching you. We were watching you that last few miles, about 10 to 15 miles out. You started looking over your shoulder. You were moving around on the bike a lot more." He said that wind was just absolutely brutal from the time they came out of Council Grove, almost all the way back, but especially around Lake Cohola, and then from Lake Cohola in. He said that wind was just hellacious. And talked to a few of the other riders. I got to talk with Don Sote, got 7th this year, moved up from 13th. And he said his comment was, "This has to be the most epically hard year ever, right? Can it get any worse than this?"
Yeah.
And again, he trains with a bunch of the road pros over in Europe, just phenomenal rider. Just had a great day. His girlfriend was Nicole Frayne. I got to catch up with her actually, and she's okay. We saw her in that crash earlier today. She's a little mostly scraped up. I patted her on the shoulder, not realizing I forgot she had a pretty good owie on her shoulder, but mostly road rash, scraped up around her hands and whatnot, but not too nothing broken. I think she's going to be okay. But again, I asked her what happened in that crash. She said she just one of those kind of tractor ruts in the road, didn't see it, wheel got on it, slipped out. She went down like before she even knew what happened. And as we all suspected, we were watching her. If you remember, she was trying to get her handlebars straight. She just her shoulder was so sore she couldn't straighten out her handlebars. She actually rode another 40K with her handlebars twisted. We couldn't see that from the camera, but she made it to one of the. She made it, I think, through that aid station. They fixed it, and then she got on to one of the neutral water stops. And just at that point, she said her back was jacked from crashing and sitting with twisted bars, and said she just couldn't finish. So she's got 2 DNFs here, and she has just vowed to come back. And she was so strong coming into the race. She was my dark horse pick, if you recall, from yesterday, and she's vowed to come back. She thinks she can do a lot better here at Unbound. So.
She looked really good out there, and she rallied back from that crash really well. She, kind of made her way back to the group, started catching riders, and, we did see her pull over in that feed zone, and, we thought she was going to take a bottle, but it ended up being like, maybe kind of the end of the road, but still a very classy ride by her, and kind of showed her grit, and I will welcome her back here absolutely for another opportunity to try and crack the code here in Emporia.
So we talked about the first half of the race. All we talked about was the mud, right? They went in and out of the mud. The conditions just were about as awful as you could get from a mud rain standpoint. The second half of the race, the whole story is the wind. You can see it in the background here. You can see the corn and the grass in the back. They are still going into that headwind. And again, as a couple of the riders down there told me, it was just absolutely hellacious. We've heard of clocked wind speeds of close to 30 miles an hour out there around the lake. And think about all those 200, age groupers that are still out there that are hiding. I mean, this is just going to be a tough day. And I'll tell you, just walking down to the finish from here, it's 2 blocks. I broke a sweat. I mean, it is hot and humid out there in the sun. That's just walking. So they are just getting worked with the humidity, the sun, the heat, and the wind.
I'll tell you what, the age groupers, though, it's going to be so fun to talk to some of them later. Yeah. They're going to be so proud of themselves of ticking this off the bucket list of being like, you know what, I can go back home. I can tell all my riding buddies I slayed, the Unbound, the 200 or, the 100, whichever one they did. And it's such an amazing accomplishment, especially when you've got riders saying this was the most epic conditions that they've ever raced in out here. When they can kind of fall back on that descriptive, it's going to make them the hero of their local group ride. So it's going to be so fun to celebrate with those riders later on today.
And looking at the weather, when you're looking at the humidity over there, only 73% now, that is indicative to an increased wind speed out there, blowing out all those clouds, all that front. So unfortunately for these ladies, they still have to contend with it.
Yeah, it's which way do you want it, right? Do you want it?
They want to be together.
Yeah,
right
no,
here, right? So going back to tactics and whatnot, they want to stick together as long as they can because they want to work as fast to this finish line as possible and then separate themselves up that final climb, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, admittedly before, when Sarah and I were kind of making our predictions of what we thought might happen, and I thought some action might happen a little farther out, the wind speed was a little more in the realm of normal,
Yeah.
Which, okay, if it's 8-10 miles an hour, all right, solo rider getting out against that for 18 miles, all right. I mean, it's obviously still a tall order, but not so bad. But yeah, when that wind's up over 20, 25 miles an hour, it doesn't, even if you feel good and you feel really strong and capable, you still don't want to do that.
Nope.
Right? So, yeah, you still want to stay with the rest of the group. So, yeah, our leaders inching their way closer back into town. We're getting a look at the composition of our top 10. Again, we've got Cecily Decker, Sophia Gomez, Vichafanye, Paige Onweller, G. Schurz, and Rosa Closer in that group. We've still got our one solo chaser out there who's just doing an amazing job out there. She's been kind of in no woman's land for such a while. That's Mike Kroger is still hanging on to that spot. Lauren DeCrescenzo still up there. Haley Preen, Sarah Lang, and Cecile Lejeune, who was riding well earlier, had that tumble in that deep puddle that kind of took
pool.
her in the pool. Yeah, really, she went threw on her swimming gear and went for a swim there. But that obviously took her out of that group. But still a great ride for Cecile Lejeune. Not going to match her performance from last year here, but it's going to be, I think, a good ride nonetheless. But that's your current top 10 here, and that was through their last check at about 180 miles, and that was after 9 hours and 15 minutes. That was a little bit ago. We should be seeing another update coming relatively soon from the women. So yeah, things looking really good. Paige Onweller still driving the train, and oh man, what do you say, right? We've described it so many different ways, and
I can't wait to get the interview from Paige. We're gonna have to talk to her.
Admittedly,
we gotta figure out what's going on.
I kind of want to know what that middle part of the race was about,
Yes.
right? I really do, whether that was by design or not. But regardless, what a race. We talked about Brendan Johnson overcoming some adversity all of last season. Paige has had her whole set of adversity as well last year, and she started Big Sugar, rolled across the line, but then called it a day just to kind of try and stay in the mix with the points. And she was able to use the off season to kind of reset, let herself fully recover, and came back this year swinging. She spent a lot of time out in Tucson, I think, over the winter. She was doing some riding with Heather Jackson and getting some great time, and she was in a really good headspace. And then, of course, it was 2 days, a day before Sea Otter, she got stung by a bee and had a reaction that just, kind of hindered her there. So, came into the season with all the best intentions, had that kind of upset her a little bit, but now it looks like she's really back on track. And I don't know. I mean, I like her odds. I know she was in that group in 2024, the 9-rider sprint that Rosa won.
Mm-hmm.
She finished 4th, but that was her first race back after that injury she had that spring. Because if you remember, she had to sit out Sea Otter that year, and we had her on the stage.
That's right. She had a broken ankle.
Right, broken ankle. So we had her on the stage for Sea Otter.
She's had 2 tough springs,
right? And so she's another one who's just, she's been able to maintain focus and be able to kind of continue to get the job done. And I really like her odds in here today. I do.
I think we've had a little bit of a change that it's worth noting. We've been talking about the Mika Kroger for so long, being up there, just kind of straggling out there in the middle, but she has gotten passed by Lauren DeCrescenzo.
Uh-oh.
So the last time check, Lauren had taken about half of the gap out of her. There was about a 4-minute gap, got it down to about a 2-minute gap. You got to give credit to Lauren DeCrescenzo. You know she's a grinder. You know she's out there all by herself. She's about 16 minutes behind this lead group. So she's probably pretty solidly in 6th place unless someone comes up from behind her, but she is just such such a grinder. She's such a machine. She's so steady. And the back half of this course into a wind without a lot of climbing left. You probably see Lawrence hold out for 7th or 6th overall. And we just got Mika through that last time check, and it looks like she's about a minute and a half down now on LDC.
Yeah, and you kind of pointed out, right, like this is Lauren's part of the bike race, right? We're out of the hills. Yeah. We're out of a lot of the MMRs.
Yeah,
and it's
mud.
kind of, we're out of the mud. It's straight up gravel, and it's just these long, straight roads. Make a turn, long, straight.
Headwind.
Make a turn.
Sounds
right.
great.
Lots of wind. So this is her wheelhouse 100% right now. So I really happy to see her put in that ride. But at the same time, Mika Kroger, what a day for a rider who was a junior world champion on the track in the pursuit. What a diverse set of abilities she's got to now be out here contending for a top 10 in a 206-mile gravel race.
And anytime you talk to Lauren Dickersenzo, going back to her and where she is in this race currently, she's always liked that adversity, and she's always liked to be that outlier to just take the early flyers. When she soloed at the Rad a couple of years ago for 70 miles. So, like you said, she's just now in her element today. Any of the technical bits is definitely not her forte, and she'll tell you that outright. And she knows that, and she's been in Santa Fe training with Cecily Decker and Alexis Scarta. So I would put them on equal ground as far as fitness and training load. Just Cecile has just had a good day today. She's always been in the right mix.
Cecily.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cecily. Yeah.
Cecile, not such a good day.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
We saw her go for a swim.
Cecily has just always been in the right spots and good positioning, and just seems like everything's kind of gone her way today. I think today is the day for her. If she's going to have one, today's it.
Are we starting to put our picks?
My call has already been made. Rose is my call.
Rose is your call.
That was my call 2
All
days
right.
ago, 3 days ago.
And you're sticking to it.
I'm sticking to it.
All right. I mean, look, it's fair. And I said Rosa the other day, or I said G. Those were my kind of two, Rosa or G. And, oh, man, I don't know which way I would lean. I think Specialized still is going to try and play a little something in the finale. So, if you're going to stick to Rosa, maybe I'll jump the fence and go with G.
Okay.
I mean, we still got a little bit of time here, but I still like Paige. I think she could be the one that surprises people in that finish. Could be.
I'm looking at Sophia's posture back there. She's standing up. She's stretching. She looks like she's kind of sitting in here for a little bit, probably doing a little bit of recovering. This is probably a little bit tactical. None of them look like they're really putting out a lot of effort right now. They're not exactly in a pace line rotating through or anything. It looks like they're all kind of soft pedaling. So they probably know they've got a 14, 15 minute gap. So they don't have to they don't need to put down the watts and keep the speed up right now. They can kind of cruise it in together, and knowing that there's a pretty good chance it's going to come down to a sprint unless one of them thinks they can take a flyer here. But again, hearing from everybody at the finish line, the amount of wind out there that they're dealing with today is just absolutely horrendous. And I think these are all smart bike riders. They know they don't want to get out there and be alone and heading into that wind. They're not going to get anywhere trying to get off the front of this group.
Yeah, that wind. Sometimes that wind defines the race so much, but today it's kind of negated it to some degree, right? Because it's kind of forced these riders to stay together. Nobody in their right mind would want to go away with 20, 25 miles to go and fight this wind. So it's made them all ride a slightly more conservative race, but a more tactical race as well, because they know that they're resigned to kind of getting pretty close to town together. And, the closer you get to the finish, the more you've really got to kind of use your head to figure out how you're going to try and make this work in your favor. Still a bit of time, but they're not riding the pace line so much anymore. They're kind of spread out across the road a little bit, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, you could just tell. I mean, the pace here is just, it looks leisurely, right? We know they're working hard. With that kind of wind that's coming off their right-hand shoulder there, they're working hard, but it sure just doesn't look like it. It looks like they're about through, I think they've come through Americas, right? They're going to take a left here, and then they'll take a left and then a quick ride on 200 before they cross over the turnpike. And so they're in the final throws. They've got probably 12, 14 miles left.
Yeah, should be right around that 20K to go mark. I was looking at that dark sky that was kind of straight ahead of them there for a moment, thinking,
here we go again.
Yeah, I mean
I think that's actually out east. So I think they were facing east when you saw that in the background. So I think that's when I was just outside a little bit ago. The clouds are starting to move in again, but it doesn't look like any real nasty thunderstorms moving in over Emporia right now.
Well, it's good to see all the riders are staying smart about their nutrition, even though, they're inside of, not quite a half an hour yet of the finish, maybe about 40 minutes or so. But they know they still need to eat. They still need to keep that fuel tank topped up, because the last thing you want to do is make the decision of like, oh, I've got enough now. I don't want to eat anymore. I want to focus. You're going to get 3Ks from the line, and you're going to start to feel that hunger knock a little bit. So it's always better to be safe than sorry. So, keep cramming those calories, keep cramming the carbs down the tank, and, and staying on top of that hydration, because, again, it is amazingly warm out there.
And someone who knows this from a completely different perspective in this group, G. Schewers, because she used to be a Swanee for SD Works, the pro women World Tour women's team over in Europe, and then realized, hey, I got a pretty good knack for this bike riding thing too, and has been doing this now on her own, and just has become such a great professional in the gravel scene. Multiple UCI wins, and she was second in Traca in 2024 and second here in Unbound in 2024 as well. So, it's anybody's game out here, minus if there's team tactics. But I like your pick as well, Bill. I like G. I like how tough she is.
Yeah, she's such a class rider, I think, and I'm in part and parcel. I'm leaning on that specialized numerical advantage, right? Mm-hmm. That's part of my factoring of my decision process here. Is I just think, I mean, look, you've ridden enough on some big teams and big races. If you put 2 riders in a 5-rider move, you've got a heavy obligation on your shoulders, right?
Yeah, but that's the numbers game that you want to play. That's exactly how you play it. You stack the break.
Yeah, you stack the break, but if you stack the break, you've got
to
work it out,
yeah.
Right? You got to win.
Yeah. So, it's your race to lose now.
I know we keep going back to that 2024 race, but Rosa Closer winning that in a sprint, and like we said earlier, we know she's got a sprint in her game. She's got the strongest sprint out of this group, with one unknown exception of Sofia Gomez Vichafania. That year, Sofia was not in the mix. She wasn't in that group of 9 that came in and finished. So, we had 9 riders. LDC was the 9th out of those riders. She's now moved up into, 6th place. So she's chasing them down right now. Probably not going to catch them. But I'll tell you, our top 3 from 2024, Rosa Closer, G. Schewers, and Paige Onwell are all in this group. And that was the order that they came in. So the X factor here, obviously Cecily Decker. None of us feel like she is at least not known for a sprint. Maybe she's got one we don't know about. We know that Sophia's got a sprint too, though. So, and she also, knowing Sophia, she's going to be thinking about that Highland Hill when she rolls coming into downtown Emporia, makes that left out of the tunnel onto Highland Hill. You have to expect that you're going to see an attack from her, at least to try and get away. Yeah. Because she knows that hill is going to be her strength. And I mean, look, they are literally at some point, like G's not even pedaling right now. They were just, each taking a turn and just kind of coasting in this group. So they're saving their legs. They know they've got about 10 miles to go, and they've got a good sprint ahead of them with a little hill that I would imagine that Highland Hill is going to blow this group apart to start, and we're probably going to have 3 riders come into the finish, not 5 together. That's my guess is as good as anybody's.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably fairly accurate. I mean, I think at the very least we know that there's going to be some attacks as soon as they hit Highland Hill, and you just saw them cross over the Kansas Turnpike there, just a hair north of the Emporia service area. So they're punching their way eastbound. They got a little bit here before they make another right-hand turn coming up in just a little bit. That's going to be on Road M here in just a little bit of time. But continuing to point themselves straight east, more or less into that wind as they cross over another one of those surface roads. That's Kansas 99. Bringing them a little bit closer and closer into town. And, the cooperation it's definitely waned, right?
Yes.
It's definitely waned. We saw a few miles ago that they were riding almost more side by side. You can see now that single file formation, not really super smooth out here. And, maybe smartly too, I've been kind of watching, and there's almost always one of the Specialized riders on the back. And that's kind of that eagle eye position.
They should split up.
Right. They need to split up, which, absolutely. Because if they're together wheel to wheel in the middle of the group, they can't see what's going on behind them. So by being split up and kind of keeping one rider near the back of that group right now, which is G Schurz, that enables them to keep an eye on everybody else so they don't get caught off guard, which, again, the closer they get to the finish, the more likely that potential scenario is going to happen.
One more. If history is a predictor of the future, one thing to think about last year, 2025. Carol Magone and Cecily Decker got away, and obviously first and second in the race. But in the sprint group that came in, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fagné, and Rosa Closer, and Sofia took the sprint. So there we've got an example of those two in a one-up or a two-up sprint, and they obviously put a lot of in that last little bit they put some time into Cecile Lejeune, Lauren DiCrescenzo, the rest of that group last year. So
you remember when they were on 12th, Rose actually started to turn left a block before commercial.
That's right. She
Had
took
to
a
right
left-hand
herself.
turn.
Yeah, so that undoubtedly cost her
back.
a little bit. So you had to chase back, and she caught the tail just before they made the proper left onto commercial there.
I'm guessing she won't make that mistake this year.
Oh, no.
Well, we've got it pretty well barricaded in.
Yeah.
She won't be able to follow the lead moto around that corner this year. But
live and learn from
look
that.
at the mud on their faces. I mean, the cake
salt stains on Cecily right there. Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting finish for sure.
Yeah, you look at the gears, right? And you look at where the chain is on the back of the cassette. They're close to the bottom of the cassette, so that means they're actually punching along relatively well right now, So they're still moving, despite what it might look sometimes. They're still moving with a good head of steam. Again, on the should be coming up on this next right-hand turn. That's going to be M Road. That's going to point them back straight south, and of course Emporia, we're sitting a little bit south of where they are right now, so they'll get a little bit more of that crosswind action when they do make this next hand turn.
Yeah, that M Road will be the last. That right-hand turn onto M, that stretch about 3 miles straight south, due south, that is going to be the last real stretch of really tough headwind.
Yeah,
it's really more coming out of the east than it is the south, so it'll be kind of a cross headwind when they turn on to M Road, and then they'll obviously get down onto Burlingame Road, which gets them into some trees, gets them a little bit more protection from the wind. But yeah, that'll be the last stretch. So they're about to finish up their the suffering in the wind they've been kind of enduring all day today.
And I see another text right there with Sophia. I'm wondering if she's texting. Who are you texting right now? G's right there.
In the finale of the race, right? And you're right. You kind of wonder, right? You're no more feed zones. Your teammates with you.
You have to be texting G.
I think
you think that's their communication right now? You think so?
There we go. Here goes G. She did just text G.
G
sure. Take a flyer.
So here's our first attack.
Go ahead
G
and take a
sure
flyer.
is going to go up the road. Looks like Rosa Closer, the first to try and respond, but she's left a little bit behind. The remaining trio, that's going to be Paige Onweller, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fagné, Cecily Decker on the back, but you knew it had to happen. You've got the numbers. You've got the obligation. So it looks like Rosa has made the connection there. She's going to go right to the front, but Paige Onweller doing what she's been doing all day long and just kind of on the front of that little trio, putting her head down and seeing if she can close. So we'll see what this next move is, but I don't know that was necessarily got the reaction that G Schurz wanted. I mean, she thinned the group out, which is what she wanted, but Onweller not slowing down. So, Lauren, can we expect the typical counterattack move from Sophia? You think that's
you
next?
ought to. You ought to see it, and because she's making Paige work, and now we're also drawing out Paige to really see if she's just been struggling all day or if that's just been her play. And if she's coming back to this group, that was it's been some good play today then, or she's just got good legs right now.
Yeah, and it's a smart move by Rosa to go to the front, right?
Yeah.
Because what she doesn't
Go
want
ahead.
to do is sit on the wheel and have them bridge up and have Sophia counterattack, right, after Paige bridges back up. So she, Rosa's smart. She wants to get out there in front. She's she knows how to ride. She's a road rider. She knows how to ride in the group as well. So getting on the front and pushing the pace and making it tough for Paige to bridge back up is a really smart move.
Yeah, you can see the body language that the camera's going to pan back, and I think the rest of the group has now, made their way back up. Rosa was committed because, in theory, on paper, it was a great move for Rosa, too, because she's won this before, so she's trusting her sprint, so she was willing to push that effort. But, it all came back together, and Cecily Decker was the one that kind of welded that last little bit of the gap. And, interesting, no counterattack from Sophia. So that, to me, is a little bit interesting and maybe a little bit telling that Sophia was relying on that move by G to kind of be more of a decisive split.
Well, it's also kind of like a test, right? If you've ever gone out and just you want to see how your legs are doing, so you do a sprint just to kind of assess things, and that might have been an assessment for Sophia just to see who's going to do the work. And again, was Paige just playing coy the whole time? Will Cecily Decker pull this back? And how quickly can they do that? And who's going to jump across to one of my riders?
Yeah, right. Paige was the first one to try to work to pull that back, but it was interesting. Cecily had to pull through and help. So Paige wasn't able to pull it all back herself. Cecily came around and helped, and wisely Sophia just sat in. She doesn't need to make a move. She's got her teammate up the front, but it is a little surprising. I think the only thing that the only reason I can imagine Sophia didn't counterattack, again, you can see in that grass they are going into that block headwind right now. They're just getting crushed, and it's so tough to make anything stick. You might see something again. They get onto Burlingame, or when they make that right hand turn to head towards the tunnel. But we're going to start to see some sparks fly here, and this is when it gets exciting after about 5 hours of watching these 5 racers just kind of hang out together.
The counterpoint to that with Sophia is Specialized got what they wanted. They got Paige to chase, and then they got Cecily to help chase as well. So they kind of got what they wanted to some degree, where you would expect Sophia to be like, okay, we made these two do a little bit of extra work and a little bit of accelerating. So now I'm going to capitalize on this. So kind of interesting she didn't, but now, like, what's the dynamic, Lauren, in the group? Does the the cooperation just got shut down, and fortunately they've got a lot of real estate to play with, so they don't really have to worry about what's coming up from behind. But you can see for the last kilometer, Rose has been stuck on the front, and Paige is now gatekeeping on the back of the group. So it's the dynamic has completely changed.
Look how quickly she keeps looking over her shoulder, Rosa does. So she's obviously not working too hard right now. No, she shouldn't be putting in a real hard effort. But I will tell you, I was impressed with how quickly she reacted to that attack from G. She covered it. She wasn't going to let it go, and she wasn't going to sit up and wait for somebody else. She's smart enough to know Sophia wasn't going to cover it and go with her. And she covered that pretty easily, I have to say. It wasn't a struggle for her to get on G's wheel.
No, it was really quick. I mean, G got the gap, because obviously that was a pretty good, well-timed surprise attack. But yeah, Rosa shut that down in literally just a few pedal strokes. But now, so Specialized again is getting what they want. They've got the rider that they might be the most fearful of in the sprint. They've got her on the front doing the work.
And you got to think just following the tracker and trying to figure out when the next turn or some other movement or change of wind will come, and I'm wondering if we'll see Sophia then go again. If you can attack into a corner, some people might check up in a corner if you're very confident on your bike like Sophia is, or the next hill. Like, where's the next attack going to come? Because now we know it's going to happen.
So they're going to hit Burlingame relatively soon. It's a little bit of a dog leg to get on Burlingame, and then instead of straight south, you start to kind of cock southwest. So that, in theory, that might be the next little spot.
It could be, and they just came up a little hill here on this southbound road that they're on on Road M. It's it was the last really the last hill on the whole course, with the exception of Highland Hill. So here we have LDC in the chase, and that just absolute grinding pedal stroke that she's got. She is just such a masher, and she can put out the watts, and she can just hurt for hours. And haven't had a time check on her lately to see how she's doing, but she was last time check we got, she was about 6 minutes down on this group, just clawing her way back. So hopefully we can get a time check from the field. LDC, she is not giving up. She just never will.
She's in her happy place out here. Like, she's out there, nobody necessarily around her, and she's got a gap on the riders behind her. She's got some pretty basic turns here to deal with. Point yourself east, point yourself south, point yourself east, point yourself south, and absolutely muscling that gear over. And you can see she's kind of, her hips are just kind of rocking in time to that pedal stroke as she, turning the gear over probably about 85 RPM. So not bogged down by any stretch of the imagination, but not super supple.
She just turned she just turned north on that K road, so she hasn't even made it over to M road. She hasn't come across the turnpike yet and onto the southbound M road. So they've got a pretty good gap on her, and clearly she's not going to pull that all the way back in. She's pretty well got herself locked up into 6th place, unless something catastrophic happens between now and the finish. But you can see the turnpike there in the background. So here they are on, I think they've gotten to Burlingame Road. Or they're about to make that turn onto Burlingame. Actually, I think that's coming up. They're about to make that turn. That'll put them on that kind of southwest heading that you mentioned earlier. Should get them a little relief. I know that on Burlingame, too, they've got some protection from some trees. Should help them a little bit from that with that wind, and then they make that right-hand turn onto 205 that takes them over to the tunnel. That'll at least be the end of their day. Getting a great shot from our helicopter there, and now our helicopter looking back at our lead group of women here at the 2026 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano.
I mean, look at this. Rosa Closer still on the front. So we're looking at like 3.5 Ks. So, almost coming up on 2 miles that she's been on the front of this group. G. Schurz, who was the first to attack and try and blow things up. She's in second wheel there out of the saddle, just kind of stretching her back. Cecily Decker in the brown pocket. Then you've got Sofia Gomez, Visha Fournier, and Paige Onweller, who initially started to bring the trio back up after that attack. She's now parked on the back of this group. So she's, for my money, Paige is in the best spot right now, right? She's in the back, and she can just kind of keep an eye on things. And conversely, I wouldn't want to be in Rosa's shoes right now.
I know. I really want Rosa to pull off.
Yeah, it's if she does, she's not going to get a reaction, right? Like, I can't imagine G is going to roll through, because why would she at that point?
Maybe
right?
that tells you that Rosa's got fresh legs. She's feeling good. She's got fresh legs. She's okay sitting up there. They're obviously not. None of them are pushing the pace right now, and maybe she's okay. She keeps glancing over her shoulder to make sure nobody's coming through. They're making that ride onto Burlingame, so here's where they get a little reprieve from the wind, and they get a little bit of pavement. So might be able to sit up and relax a little bit. We'll see if we get a little bit of excitement and someone decides to take another flyer here. But I have a feeling they're going to wait. If we're going to see anything, it's probably either on 205, or they're all just going to ride down 205 through the tunnel, get onto the campus, and we'll see some fireworks on Highland Hill.
I mean, maybe an attack before the tunnel, because that's a tricky little section, right?
Sophia, send G again.
Yeah, like send her before the tunnel. So the left through the tunnel, the left coming out, and maybe G just goes kind of 3/4 effort, let the others chase, and then
see if Sophia
boom,
can't bridge across.
That's the springboard, right? So that on paper, that could be the move, but we've still got a little bit of time to get their Burlingame and then 205 to bring them back into Emporia proper here. But I'm kind of in disbelief that Rose is not even trying to come off the front. The only thing you can maybe assume is that she's kind of dialed back the pace, and she's just riding kind of her tempo pace, right?
Yeah.
So that it's not necessarily a destructive pace out there. She's just kind of like, okay, she's comfortable. She's watching her heart rate. She's watching her power, trying to keep it as in check as she can, this late in the race, thinking about that last kilometer.
Yeah, but when you're thinking about aerodynamics, anything over 12 miles an hour and you're getting a draft, if you're G, if you're Cecily. So, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That's extra watts you're doing up there that those behind you could be doing.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's not lost on me. I'm a little surprised. Decker, obviously, she's not going to take too much of a pull either. So it's kind of an interesting bit of a stalemate here in these last few miles. And, they can all thank G. Schurz for that, because she was the first one to give it a shot there with that attack. And initially it looked like a pretty good attack, right? Like she had pretty good acceleration, and it looked promising. It's just Rosa was so quick, but then, also you can't forget that Paige Onweller was pretty quick to drive that chase. And, of course, Cecily closed down that last little bit.
And to Rosa's defense, again, being on the front, it could just be to keep it steady, because if you completely let off the gas and then you have to make a sprint, like, that is just asking for a cramp this late in the race.
Sure. Yeah,
sometimes you're just good at just going steady,
Yep.
and then elevating from there versus going from 100 watts to whatever sprint 600, 700 across over.
Right. Getting a look at LDC back here. She's made it across the turnpike. She's still on Road 200. Hasn't made that right-hand turn onto that southbound road that this lead group of women just turned off of Road M. So she's a good 3 to 4 miles back still. And look at her. I mean, she's just, like I said earlier, so strong, so steady and consistent. And she can just grind and just never will give up. So back to our lead group. We need some excitement here. We need someone to start throwing down.
They're really close to that right-hand turn on 18th, and then that's going to point them towards the freeway. Then they'll kind of cock a little bit north to parallel the freeway, get themselves to that tunnel, and then we're all about Highland Hills. So literally the closing couple of miles here, three odd miles or so, 2.5 miles yet to the finish. So they're just about into Emporia State University campus here momentarily. That turn, that right-hander, going to be coming up momentarily. I don't think once they come out of the trees, we should be able to see them make that turn. There's a nice little bit of, I'm sure those trees are welcome for those riders. They're getting a little bit of recovery as our helicopter zooms out there just a little bit. Now we see the riders kind of coming across there. And still, despite 10 seconds behind the trees, nothing's changed in the order of our riders here as we get to the tail end there. So they have made that right-hand turn. So they're going to be parallel in the highway. The highway's going to be coming up right in front of them momentarily. Then they'll just kind of bend to the right and parallel it. And then it's all about that tunnel. And that's where we're thinking maybe Sophia has G make this next attack, in theory, in maybe the next 2 to 3 minutes.
It's amazing the experience we have, and I keep going back to 24 and 2025, but the experience in this group, all 5 of these women have been in the top 3 in the last 2 years, one of the other 2 years. All 5 of them have been in the top, some position in the top 3 in the last 2 years. So pretty amazing. We've got some phenomenal riders here, amazing riders. They've got some experience. Really pretty cool to see, some of our, what I would call more seasoned Unbound riders, showing that experience really does matter at this race, because as we talked about Nicole Frayne. We've talked about a handful of others that are come over first year, second year, got some, less experience here. That, couldn't be bad luck, could just be experience. But the fact that we've got 5 riders that have been either in the top 3, all of them have either been in the top 3 last year or the prior year, pretty amazing. So they're about to turn that corner here, and then the road's going to curve to the right a little bit, and then they're going to make that left hand into the tunnel and pop out onto the Emporia State University campus.
Yeah, I think you could argue pretty successfully that of any race in the Lifetime Grand Prix, this is the one that rewards experience more than any of the other ones. The distance, the terrain, so many different aspects that make this arguably one of the hardest races. And I definitely think the experienced riders are going to win out as they're now coming up on some of the age group athletes here. And you can see they've made that right-hand bend that you were just talking about, Kimo. So now they're going to be setting up for that left-hander. Ooh. Oh, look at that, into the tunnel. That looked like I thought for a moment Decker was going to swing out and make an attack up the right-hand side, but just a little bit of repositioning there to keep herself where she wants. So again, it's going to be Rosa Closer is on the front, G. Schurz from Specialized in second. We've still got Cecily Decker in third, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye fourth wheel, Paige Onweller sitting on the back as they now make their way through our lit tunnel. They're going to come out. They're going to make that left-hand turn. So now officially into the campus of Emporia State. And the cat and mouse games have really begun now because they all know the only thing standing between them and the finish line on Commercial is Highland Hill.
Yeah, they're all looking around right now. You can tell they are totally soft pedaling, and everybody is waiting for somebody to do something. It's going to be the fireworks going off here when they get to the bottom of the hill. I know we shouldn't be predicting what would happen, but you got to believe Sophia's going to go. She's such a strong climber, and you've got two Specialized riders that are motivated as heck to make sure to get Specialized into that first place position at the finish line, and you've got three other riders that are motivated to make sure Specialized does not get to the finish line first.
So this is the second biggest group of women we've had come to the line together, other than the year Rosa won when we had 9. So we've got 5 in this group. So another kind of hallmark year for our women's race, and just shows the depth of talent here that we've got 5 of the best all together. And when our camera kind of pans out, you're going to see we're literally about to hit the hill, and we're just waiting. We're waiting. Who's going to do it? The Specialized riders are almost like G is almost boxed in on the right-hand side, so not an enviable position there because Rosa's, back wheel kind of controlling G's front wheel at the moment, and I don't know that that's where she's want to be. Paige now has the opportunity to maybe have a little freedom there with her maneuverability and shut down Sophia, and that nobody has made a move just yet. Absolutely amazing. We haven't necessarily gotten to the climb proper, but we're literally just moments
they're
away.
At the top of the climb.
So
they're almost to the top already.
Oh, geez. So they're already up the climb, and there's our first attack. So over the top of the climb, G. Schurz going to make the very first move. Rosa, again, the first one to react. Sophia on the wheel. So maybe this is the lead out that we've seen them execute earlier this year at Mid-South. So G now easing off the gas pedal just a little bit.
Wow.
So Rosa is sitting there in second spot. Nobody wanting to go with the counterattack. And now G stuck on the front. So she's now in the unenviable position of kind of having to look over left shoulder, look over the right shoulder,
get messy,
figure
guys.
out what's going to go on. Yeah, it's going to get really messy because now we're into the barriers. That means we're going to make the turn on the 12th, and that means the turn on the Commercial not very far away as we kind of back our camera out, looking to see what the order is. It's still going to be Rosa on the front. Can she win this sprint from the front? It looks like that is the scenario that she is opting for, as now the Specialized riders in second and essentially third right there. You got G. Schurz parked on the wheel of Rosa Closer, and I think Cecily not going to give up the rear wheel of G. Schurz. She's not going to let Sophia get on that wheel. Paige sitting on the back of the group, hoping to maybe break on the outside once they get on that turn on the Commercial. Right now they're on 12th Street. Well, one more turn to go. We've got one more left-hand turn, and then it's about a 400-meter drag down at Commercial Street. They're going to all be able to see the finish line. Rosa Closer smartly trying to ride closer to the barriers on the right so she can leave that side.
Not close enough.
Yeah, not close enough. As
Rosa, I think Rosa's got some confidence to be sitting up there like she is and looking over her shoulders and staying on the front. She's got the confidence that if someone does attack and come around her, she can jump on their wheel and she can hang with them. It's she's staying there. Paige Onweller's moved up there on her left-hand side. Sophia coming up and
unfold. There
goes
it is. Sophia Gomez Vichafanye making the move along the barriers. So she makes the first move, catches Rosa Closer by surprise, and
Big
Rosa
gap.
not going to be able to close this down. G. Schurz going to come around on the right side down the middle of the road.
And then
unbelievable. Another Specialized, a 1-2 here for the women. Sophia Gomez Vichafanye going to be your champion. Her teammate G. Schurz in second, and Cecily Decker
into third.
In third. We talked about it earlier. What were the odds that Specialized was going to go 1-2 in both the men's race and the women's race? An unbelievable, well-played finale. by Sofia Gomez Vichafanye and G. Schurz.
Oh, they just played that brilliantly. I mean,
amazing.
It was just an absolute brilliant move by Sofia to take off when she did. And, she put such a gap on the field. It was such a powerful sprint to see her just jump out like that. No one was going to close that gap down. And, of course, G surely wanted to, but, boy, she did a great job bridging across for second. Really surprising to see Cecily come up the right-hand side. We didn't know she had that sprint. She managed to get by Rosa Closer, who won the sprint 2 years ago, and moved up there in a third. I think we got Rosa in fourth. And, that was our top four.
Yeah, and it looked like, for my money, it looked like when Sofia went and Rosa led the chase, it was kind of like G lingered back a little bit to make sure that gap opened.
It was a great gap, too.
Right, and she didn't want to be the one to go next and close it. But once that gap was big enough, she launched her sprint, and you could she had a wonderful kick to kind of go clear of the rest to get second.
And
so
then,
just
Paige Onweller then bringing it in for fifth. Yeah,
what a great ride by all five of those riders, and what a finish.
You got to give Paige credit, too. How many times did she fight back to get back to this group? She got dropped who knows how many times today, and every time we counted her out and said, we don't know if she's going to come back from this one, she managed to claw her way back. Really impressive for her to come in here for a fifth-place finish today.
Agreed, guys. That was a phenomenal ride by Paige. So hats off to her. Top 5. Great day. Great result for her on the day.
Oh, whoa. It's just like a little bit of a come down now after that. Like, we waited. I mean, they tricked me into thinking they hadn't gotten up over Highland Hill yet. And because, you expected the attack, right? You had to think someone was going to attack on that incline through the campus, and nobody did it. And so all of a sudden they're at the top of the hill, and now they're facing the final kilometer of flat to slightly downhill on the finish lines. We're seeing a full-on celebration here on the line, and just what a wonderful day for this crew. And Sofia Gomez Vichafanye taking another win here, the 20th edition, a historical win here for Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, and so happy, lots of smiles, lots of high fives for the crowd as she walks her way down toward the team zone, and it won't be too long before we get them down there and get them a little cleaned up and situated, and then we'll eventually turn our attention back to Sarah Sturm with some interviews here in a few moments.
Sofia back on the top step since 2022. She's had a couple tough years. She's been in the sprint, in a sprint finish, but then she also had a couple really tough years since 2022. So great to see her back on the top step. She earned it. She is the year she's having. We talked about it earlier. Basically undefeated with an exception of a second on a road race, right? The one road race that she did, Levi's Gran Fondo. Every other event she's done this year on dirt or on mountain bike or gravel, she has won. And she is just absolutely dominating the off-road scene right now. So she absolutely deserves to be on that top step for the 2026 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano.
Even for a top-level professional, if you get 2 wins a season, like big wins, that's a great year.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh,
like
right.
you can kind of coast on those results the rest of the year. And Sofia has won literally everything minus that 1 second place in a road race, but arguably in gravel.
She puts a ton of pressure on herself on her coach and anybody that works with her, right? She is a very strict individual because this is what she does for a living, but she knows, like, she is the Excel spreadsheet guru. And this is the product of being that dialed.
You know what? Another notable with Sofia, she's the first person to win this race twice since Ted King.
Wow!
So this is the first person to repeat, or to come back and do it twice. So really impressive for Sofia to come in on the top step.
More history adding to our already historic 20th year here in Emporia. And again, we want to extend so much gratitude to Emporia and the entire area for, helping create the gravel capital of the world. This is in 20 years, this has become the race. And, you talk about the roots. It just kind of started on a whim with 34 riders, just having fun out there and 15 finishers to what it's become today. And I don't know if anybody, could have imagined what that little project would have become 20 years later. And here we are where, if you're a gravel rider, if you're an off-road rider, you could go quite literally anywhere in the world and say hey, I'm from Emporia, Kansas. Like, oh my, isn't that where Unbound is? They all know it. And so just like that, Emporia, this just kind of wonderfully historic, sleepy little town in Kansas, is just the place to be every spring.
57 countries are here.
Right?
Yes, it's amazing. So everybody wants to be here too. I mean, I would think that Chemo is probably getting email after email of, please let me into this race. Don't you know who I am? Here's my results. And
it's a scrum
line, bud.
to get in. Right. I mean, that's it's just how it is, right? It's literally the luck of the draw to try and get your entry into Unbound. And I mean, I know people from my neck of the woods on the East Coast. They've tried 3, 4, 5 times to get into this race, and usually you try twice, you're like, whatever, I'll find another event to do. But they keep trying because you have to do it once. If you consider yourself not just a gravel racer, but a gravel rider, your resume is not complete until you've checked Unbound off the list, right?
Agreed.
So, yeah, what a wonderful day. I mean, I just can't get over it. Some great finishes out there. And it's going to be some great interviews with, our top 3 women, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, our champion, G. Schurz, her Specialized teammate in second, and then, of course, Cecily Decker with a great ride to come through and snag third place out from the rest of that group. So those riders are down there in the athlete zone. They're getting themselves cleaned up, so it shouldn't be too long till we get back to them, as we're getting some nice shots of Emporia and the Flint Hills. And now we're back to our chaser. That's Lauren DiCrescenzo out there in 6th place. And she was about 16 minutes or so behind the leaders, and right where she wants to be in terms of in solo possession. Doesn't have to of 6th place. Doesn't have to worry about any other riders. She can focus on the path ahead and just focus on her own style and her own effort to get her to the line.
So as we watch Lauren here, we're going to get want to give a quick update on our buddy Yuri Oswald out there with the Chase the Race, raising money for the Lifetime Foundation. We're going to we're hoping to raise $50,000 to put back into the community here and building a bike park and a pump track for the kids here in the local community. Lots of kids learning how to ride bikes, getting on bikes, gravel bikes, mountain bikes. The Lifetime Foundation has done a lot in this community, and we want to continue to invest. Again, Yuri's trying to raise $50,000. He started dead last, for those of you that have just joined us, started dead last in the 200 today. We had 1,251 riders start. He has moved up to 198th overall. He's passed 1,053 riders so far. I think that's about 84% of the field he has managed to pass. So you'll see here, Chase the Race. You'll see the QR code. You can scan that right there. And Yuri's having a phenomenal day out there. We expect to see him not too long here into the finish. But if you'd like to make a donation, you can donate by either donating a lump sum or if you'd like to donate on a per rider passed basis, we can do that as well. So appreciate all your support. Last time we checked, we were north of $30,000 towards our $50,000 goal, and really want to thank Yuri for sacrificing his race to go out there and start dead last and see how many he could pass to raise money for the Lifetime Foundation and that pump track here in the city of Emporia. Now we're going to go down to Sarah Sturm in the finish, who's with our winner, so Sofia Gomez Vichafanye.
Okay, we are live at the finish. That was, once again, a really exciting women's finish. Sophia, you are still undefeated. You are the first in gravel. You are the first double winner in the last 5 years. What is going through your head right now? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what a wild day. Like, we had our friend Jonathan go out to the first MMR, and he was like, it's dry, it's hero dirt. And we're like, yeah, let's go. And then the stuff that you thought was going to be good just turned into craziness. You know, there was a lot of crashes, a lot of mechanicals. And yeah, it was just a day of perseverance, you know. I would say I think G had maybe the cleanest race out of all of us. Decker hit the ground. I had a chase after feed 1. Rosa hit the deck, flatted, dropped a bottle at a feed zone. And then Paige was just like she would get off and then come back on, get off and then back on. So, yeah, what an awesome day, not only for me and G going 1-2, but the boys going 1, 2, and 5, I guess. You know, we have our new bike, the Crux 5. God, that bike is so fast, and the team has done so much work and effort into getting us dialed, doing aero testing, getting the best equipment. I'm on the new Evade, the new Power, the new Evo shoes. You know, Velocio made us like really custom skin suits for the heat, which at first we were like, oh, we don't need these. But then in the last like 2 hours, it was like a lot. And then, yeah, 4 of the 5 were on SRAM equipment. So I think it kind of went to show that SRAM is just a little bit above Shimano and hot shots.
Okay, you have, what an athlete. You nailed all the sponsors. All right, tell me, like, what went through your head out there? I mean, you had a lot of pressure on this race and the season, but how are you feeling? Did you know that did you feel like you were going to try and break away? Why didn't you? The headwind was obviously a factor. Tactically, what happened out there?
Yeah, you know, I had no pressure. I was kind of actually talking with my mechanic, Brad, about how I'm like, I don't know if it's just that I don't care or that I've done it and I know what to expect at this race, that like you could be the fittest, but it might not relate to a result on the result sheet. That being said, I think I probably had the smallest FTP out of all 5 of us, so me getting away was really not going to be a thing, and the plan was for G to try to go solo and put in attacks, and then I would help her in any way I could with that. But then if it came to the sprint, we were going all in on my sprint, and to go 1-2 is unreal.
I mean, you truly couldn't have planned that any better. I have to ask, what are the earrings? I'm like looking, they're little
gravestones, and they say "See ya," and it's because I wore these for the photo shoot of the Crux 5, and you know the Crux 5 tagline is "Eat my dust," so that was as close as I could get.
Sophia, as your friend, as a competitor, I'm really excited for you. That was well earned, and you really can sprint. That was epic.
Yeah, I got tiny watts, but I do have a good kick, and I know I can, when I see that finish line, I froth for it, and yeah, I'm really excited. I get to take time off, and yeah, SBT's next, but not really a target race, so my streak might end there. But yeah, shout out to the whole team, the whole staff. Thank you so much, and for everybody cheering along.
I'm so excited for you. Good job. Okay, we have G lined up. Gee, hi. You look gorgeous. Are you I know. Do you want to wipe your eyes? Everyone's eyeballs are a little ouchy. Yeah, just go in the corner. There you go. Yeah. And you also have a very muddy, but don't clean it. You're fine. You look awesome. Honestly, it was an epic day out there. I'm so excited for it. I mean, that is insane. Another sprint. I know you wanted to cross the line first. What is going through your head right now? How are you feeling?
No, I mean, it was, we decided that if it comes down to a sprint, we would go for Sophia. I think in the end, I should have maybe made it a little bit longer myself, but I was a little bit boxed in with Rosa and Paige. But I think bringing it home for Specialized with 1 and 2 is truly amazing. And yeah, I'm overall happy with how I raced, and on every point, what was important in the race, I was up front, and I think it was me who made the move on that long stretch. And yeah, I mean, I'm very proud of how I raced, and yeah, I mean, of course, it's my dream to win one day, but it might never come true, but we never know.
I don't doubt for a second that you have that in you.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, overall, I'm very consistent, but I'm always the second. But
listen, I'm always third, so at least you can second.
At least I beat you in that one.
Yeah, I wasn't out there. No, it was really, really cool to watch you all day. I mean, you obviously were doing a lot of work. You and Sophia didn't necessarily get a free ride out there. What was the moment that you felt like you might have it or lose it? Oh my God, I'm going to throw up if you take your contact out.
Oh yeah, but
I'm so sorry.
Painful. I forgot the question.
We have to redo it. Okay, there was a lot of insane moments out there. What was the high for you?
I think overall, like I said before, that I was on every important part of the race up front, and that I never had to really chase, and I actually was the one who created at one point that group. I was also very proud of, okay, I crashed a couple of times, but I have no idea what happened after me, behind me on that MMR road at kilometer 205. I had no idea what happened, but anyways, it was kind of fun in a weird way as well. Even that I crashed, and then after that my shifter was the rest of the ride really forward in, which wasn't ideal, so I had to be constantly on the drops, which isn't my favorite position, but okay, it's what it is. I mean, we all go through a lot of things. It's a challenge, and yeah, I'm happy that I think I can be proud of how I raced.
Absolutely. We're all proud of you, for you, and go celebrate. Go get out of the chamois.
I told the boys don't leave without me to Freddy's. I go to Freddy's.
Yes, go get some custard. It's really good.
First experience ever. Cannot wait.
I'm stoked for you, G.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, go. And you get pizza first. Thank goodness. And now we have Cecily in third place with an ouchy looking hip. Hi, Cecily. Come and sit here.
You're really blurry.
Oh, no. Okay, just don't throw up on me is the only rule.
No, it's my corneas. Like, they're gone.
Oh, she has no corneas anymore. Oh, my God, third place Unbound after a second place last year. That's an insane result. How are you feeling right now?
I feel happy, but I also feel terrible. Because I just did Unbound.
I mean, what were you thinking? Did you know that you were going to have that day out there? It felt like you were a little bit less fiery before this race than I've seen you, but that was obviously an amazing performance again.
Yeah, I mean, I never go into a race with full confidence, but I don't know. I kind of feel like sometimes when I go in with something to prove a little bit, I have a better race, but I felt really good right away, and yeah.
What was your tactic out there?
I kind of was very comfortable with my mud setup, and I had a couple things I was using to clear mud that worked really well, so yeah, I have this mud scraper that I sort of made myself, and it's yeah, so it's a putty scraper with a U shape carved out of it. And so as I'm riding, I'm reaching down, scooping the mud, and then fling it. And then once we were through that first mud section, my bike was almost clean, and everyone else's had just so much mud on them.
I love that this is a moment for your invention. Well, you have obviously taken a spill and still managed to cross the line in third. I hope you're really proud of this result. What is next for you?
I'm going to take a few days off, and then I'm really, really excited for Leadville.
I'm excited for that.
That's probably my race I'm most looking forward to this year.
Well, go clean up, celebrate, and go kill him at Leadville. Good job, Cecily. And fix your little corneas.
Yeah, they're gone.
They're gone. Okay, I think that is all that we have for you at the finish line. I'm going to give it back to the studio at this point. Thank you, everybody.
All right, well, what a wonderful day here in Emporia. I can't ask for better racing. So taking a look at our results, our top 10 for the men. Taking the win today, Maz Wirtz-Schmidt, Matt Beers, his teammate, in second. Tobias Kongstad in third. Brendan Johnson fourth. And Keegan Swenson rounding out the top five. Adney Koster, Dan Suta, Emil Herzog, Peter Havoc, and Cam Jones round out your top 10. For the standings so far this season, we've got a tie at the top of the leaderboard. On the strength of his performance today, Matt Beers now in a tie with Keegan Swenson with 54 points. Alexi Vermeulen will be in the third with 46. Brendan Johnson moving himself up into fourth with 44. And Braden Lang, your winner of round number one, now in fifth place with 42 points. On the women's side, your champion today, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye. G. Schur's her teammate getting the silver medal. Cecily Decker rounding out our podium. Fourth place, Paige Onweller. Rosa Closer picking up fifth on the day. And Lauren De Crescenzo, a wonderful solo effort there. The last little bit finished about 15 minutes down, so she gained back a little bit of time to come home with a sixth place. That's the result of a hard-fought late race move, getting rid of the rest of that chase group. In seventh, Cecile Lejeune. Eighth place goes to Danny Shrewsbury. Ninth place, Haley Preen. And rounding out your top 10, that should be Morgan Aguirre. So there's your top 10 on the women. The current standings after the second round, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye still on top of the leaderboard with 60. Cecily Decker, 48 points in second. Rosa Closer in a third with 46. Haley Preen with 43 in a fourth place. And Paige Onweller putting herself in fifth place with 41 points. Again, that's after 2 rounds of the 2026 Lifetime Grand Prix. So some great racing we've had so far in 2 rounds. There's 4 rounds yet to go. Don't forget, we've still got so many great races yet to come for the season. So, yeah, it's been a wonderful day here in Emporia. Don't forget, we've still got a lot of our age groupers out there on the course, and we're so thankful to have so many of them out there. So if you're in and around the Emporia area, make your way down here to Commercial Street. We've got a long afternoon and evening to help celebrate all of our age groupers coming on in, 200 milers and so on, and maybe even some more of our XL riders. So with that, we want to extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone here on our entire crew here for a successful 20th edition of the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Stop number 2 of the Lifetime Grand Prix. For everyone here in studio, I'm going to turn it over to Kimo for just a couple of words.
I want to make a quick call out here before we wind it down. I'd like to keep it rolling here for a second. Just we really need to focus on all the riders that were out here. We spend the entire day today focused on the pointy end of the spear and talking about the lead riders. We had 236 riders start the XL yesterday, the Unbound XL yesterday afternoon, the 350-mile event. 117 elite men today in the elite field, 200 women, 62 women in the elite field, but we had 1,251 riders start the Unbound 200 today. We had 1,560 age group riders start the 100-miler today. 128 juniors start the 50-mile event today, and then 950 in the other 50-mile event. And then lastly, but certainly not least, a lot of our entry-level riders, the 25-mile ride, we had 293 starters today. So it's been an absolutely epic day today. Yuri Oswald, we've been talking about him all day in the Chase to Race. He has passed 1,053 riders to move up into 198th place overall in the 200 through mile 166. And then lastly, I just want to call out, we're not going to be around to watch, but our female winners in the XL, Svenja Betts is about at mile 334 right now, so she's just about 16 miles from the finish. Maddie Nutt is at 328 miles, and Larissa Connors, a past Lifetime Leadville champion, at 301 miles. So I want to thank Bill, I want to thank Lauren for a wonderful day today. It's been a long one, but it's been exciting. It's been fun working with you again.
Likewise.
Thank you both for being here, and we will see everybody at Leadville.